Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
Buongiorno, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Circuito Internazionale Napoli. It's the second round of the FIA Karting European Championships for the OK and Junior category here in Sarno at the foot of Mount Vesuvius, where the heat is already phenomenally high and it's only going to get hotter, both physically and metaphorically, in the Junior and OK Senior Championships. Jake Sanson here with you, overlooking the start-finish line on what promises to be a spectacular day of qualifying heat action after yesterday's intense and exciting qualifying sessions. Now we are ready for the heats themselves, and after a very close run, 4 sessions in each category, we now know a little bit about how the form book is going to look heading into today. However, plenty of teams and drivers will be doing their hard work and have done plenty of setup adjustments and minor changes overnight to try and make sure they've got themselves dialed in for a fantastic day at the races here at Sarno. Hello to all of you, wherever it is that you are watching from around the world. A very unfortunate situation, of course, with the global pandemic. We are all here getting ourselves ready to go with everybody wearing their masks, of course, over the nose and under the chin in proper capacity. Please make sure you are doing so if you're around the circuit. It's not exactly what we want to do, but it is what we have to do to help spread the virus. And of course, we are here to make sure that racing can return in this gorgeous and picturesque, fantastic part of the world. This just a stone's throw away from the ancient city of Pompeii. And here, of course, in Napoli, a wonderful region of the world, and an absolutely sizzling day of race action. Yesterday, temperatures skyrocketed to a high of 38 degrees Celsius, that is, of course, and it looks as though it could get even hotter today. Looking at the timing screen in front of me, it's already telling me that at this early point of the day, it is 29 degrees Celsius. I'm prepared to believe that and possibly add a couple more degrees for the shadow of Mount Vesuvius herself. When she's doing a fair job to heat things up, she does tend to add a couple of degrees Celsius onto whatever the air temperature currently is. The track temperature, therefore, is going to be in the low 50s already, 51, 52 degrees Celsius, and it's only going to get more as the day continues on. It will be a fascinating race battle, though, because in both the junior and senior categories, we obviously have a very interesting battle in terms of both championships. They all want to be very, very close in this early stage of proceedings, but obviously it's going to be quite close as things progress. And we're going to see some fascinating battles in each of the categories, because the drivers are obviously pushing very hard indeed. After what we saw 3 weeks ago at Duera in Spain, things are obviously going to be very close indeed again. It was a very close run thing between the competitors in the junior category, but it was the Finnish star Tuukka Tarponen who took the final victory last time out in Spain for the Tony Kart Racing team. And with the close battles that we saw over the course of the qualifying heats and then into the final itself, it's a very close run battle in the championship race. So we're going to have plenty to talk about over the course of the day. Lots of races to come in both the junior and senior categories. But certainly as things progress, we're going to see some amazing competitors do battle for proceedings. It's Tuukka Tarponen that leads the way in the point standings at the moment. 27 points to Brando Badua's 25. Arvid Lindblad has 21, Yuga Chukwu has 20 from Alex Powell on 19, and then Valeria Rinicella on 18. An incredible 9 points separating the top 6 drivers in the championship. It couldn't really be any closer after just one round of the 3-round activity championship. So this is going to be a very exciting duel all the way through, and it gives us plenty to discuss. In the OK category, which will be coming out for their first heats a little bit later, it is Andrea Kimi Antonelli that leads the way from Taylor Barnard and Nikita Bedrin. But we're going racing to start the day in junior, and it's the American star Yuga Chukwu, now with the Sauber Karting team as part of the Kart Republic Motorsport awning, that leads them out. Giovanni Trentin lines up alongside him on the front row of the grid from Bruno Del Pino and Evan Gilter, then Nasho Tunion and Aaron Reshepi, Timo Kucharczyk and Ian Eichmans, then Alex Gubenko and Oscar Wirtz, Ariel Elkin and Igor Sepil from Johnny Waywat and Andrea Frasinetti, Laurence Lesutour and Zachary David from Alfio Spina, Sonny Smith, Eric Genet, Augustin Bernier, Julius Dinnerson and Servus Severas. So with the 22 drivers making their way around the circuit, it's going to be a very exciting day at the races here at Sarno. And these heats for the juniors, they have 7 laps around this circuit, 1.547 kilometers in length, and therefore a very long race in prospect for the final coming up on Sunday. And of course they have qualifying heats, no repêchages, no pre-finals. They've got to make every single qualifying heat count, and they've got to do so right from the start of the action. So it's always going to be very tricky. Yuga Chukwu there with the silver helmet and the Sauber Karting graphics aboard his Kart Republic. It's a new look for him for this second round of the championship, but of course he remains within the same awning. Alongside him, Giovanni Trentin, part of the Paralin team, who have gone incredibly quickly here. The pole sitter from time qualifying, Maxwell Dodds, managed to get pole position by a very slim margin. Let's see how things go in this first qualifying heat of the day, and we're lights out straight away. Up to the inside line, Del Pino and Nasho Tunion have gone through in the first corner. The outside line really has struggled off the line, so it's a brilliant start for Yuga Chukwu, but he's already got plenty of pressure as they come into the braking zone for the big stop on the hairpin. Is everybody going to get through okay? Well, we've got one off. That looks like Zachary David running off the circuit there, the Filipino. But unfortunately, he has dropped now down to the back of the field as they come through on the first lap. Otherwise, though, it is a fascinating start as the drivers get their way through. But the left-hand side of the starting grid, the even-numbered side, really did struggle off the line there. And it's a big problem as far as they are concerned. So some difficulties then for the drivers as they come through. It wasn't Zachary David that came off. It was actually Aaron Reshepi, the Swiss driver, who came off the road. And it looks like one of the Tony Karts in trouble there in the mid-pack, losing a bit of ground. Several places lost there for the 204. Now that is a big problem for Alfio Spina, the Italian, who's only just joined the team from this weekend. Some good moves in the early stages. That's Timo Kucharczyk with Alex Gubenko, the Russian, right in behind him. Fair play to Alex Gubenko. He broke his wrist 3 weeks ago in the final at Zuera, and he's now back into the action as Kucharczyk and Gubenko get up the inside of Nikola Tsulov. So they've managed to get through into position. Oh no, sorry, that's Nasho Tunion they've managed to get past. So Tunion is now down to 5th position, the Spaniard, and makes it all the way back down to 6th position, in fact, as he's lost another place, this time to Ariel Elkin, the Israeli. So a fascinating battle in the early proceedings here at Sarno. And there's Yuga Chukwu running in front of Bruno Del Pino, Timo Kucharczyk and Alex Gubenko. New camera positions for this year. So obviously a fascinating duel for each of the competitors in 2020 as we capture the action a little bit more closely than perhaps we would have done 12 months ago for the KZ race, which was here in 14 months ago, I should say, because that race was taking place in June. But it's the height of summer here at Sarno, and these guys battling away. 5 laps to go in this first qualifying heat of the weekend. Yuga Chukwu in front of Bruno Del Pino, then Kucharczyk and Gubenko, and they're all tightening up. Gubenko going to make his move on the inside of the pole, and through to 3rd position comes the Cosmic driver. So a nice move there from Alexander Gubenko. He comes through into 3rd position. A good bit of battling there from the front end of the field. A couple of drivers have come off the circuit over the first 2 laps, but everybody is still going except for a stationary car. Oh, 2 carts have come off at the first corner, in fact, and one of them is Evan Gilter. So Gilter has come off, and so has Giovanni Trentin. So Trentin and Gilter have come together. That's a big pair of drivers. 2 big names from the field then have gone at the first corner. Unfortunately, it's not been picked up, but there they are walking away. That is Giovanni Trentin and Evan Gilter. They have collided on the first corner, and that is a dramatic exit for 2 of the big names from this race. So Yuga Chukwu and Del Pino out in 1st and 2nd. Gubenko is 3rd from Kucharczyk, Elkin and Nasho Tunion, who has now just set the fastest lap of the race. Lesutour and Johnny Waywat. Here comes Gubenko on the inside. He gets through on Bruno Del Pino, so a nice move there from the Cosmic again as Nasho Tunion gets the fastest lap of the race. But for Evan Gilter and Giovanni Trentin, it is not good news, as the 2 drivers will now watch the rest of the race from Marshall Post 1. And I think both drivers are already trying to decide whose fault it was after a little bit of a difficult conversation. So Yuga Chukwu leads the way. Second is now Gubenko. Not bad for a man who broke his wrist 3 weeks ago. He's right there in second place at the moment. Bruno Del Pino in third place. And Timo Kucharczyk on the Kubica chassis is there in fourth place. Then it is Tunion in front of Ariel Elkin. Seventh place for Laurence Lesatua. Then Johnny Waywat, Igor Sipil. And then in 10th place it is Ian Eichmanns, the Belgian. Oh, mistake out of the final turn for Bruno Del Pino. And that's cost him third place. So through comes Timo Kucharczyk. And that's enough as well for one of the Pantanos. That is a real shame. That is Sonny Smith, the British driver. So Sonny Smith is off the circuit as well. So we now have 3 retirements. Gilter, Trentin, and now Sonny Smith as well. Big problems here then at Sarno for a few of the drivers. A DNF in these qualifying heats really is a big disaster for competitors as they try and make their way through. But Yuga Chukwu still leads the battle up in front of Alex Gubenko, who is pushing to try and gain ground. Kucharczyk in third place from Bruno Del Pino. Then Tunion being caught by Ariel Elkin and Laurence Lesatua. There's a great battle going on for 10th place as well because Alfio Spina is having a little duel there with Ian Eichmanns, the Belgian. Eichmanns trying to come through into the top 10. But we're watching the duel for third position between Timo Kucharczyk and Bruno Del Pino. Del Pino's got a bit of space to himself and Nasher Tunion with Ariel Elkin behind. Looks like we've had a couple of drivers puffing dust up on the final couple of corners. And it's very dry here around the circuit, so all it takes is just a little error and a little misjudgment. And you kick up all sorts of dust from the middle of the circuit. So this is going to be a fascinating duel as Alex Gubenko, now with a lap and a half to go, is closing right up in behind Yuga Chukwu. Third place Kucharczyk, fourth place Bruno Del Pino. What a great start this is going to be for the competitors up at the front end of the field as Yuga Chukwu is being caught by the Russian. Alex Gubenko on the Cosmic. Third place Kucharczyk in his Kubica chassis as part of the Birolard awning. And then in fourth place it's Bruno Del Pino for Tony Kart. 4 different brands in the top 4 places in this first junior heat. That's how close it is at the head of the pack. But we've already lost some big names. Giovanni Trentin, Evan Gilter and Sonny Smith all out of the race as we go into the final lap. Yuga Chukwu trying to get away from the Russian. Gubenko's not given up on getting past the American. And this is going to get pretty spicy as the drivers come up into the final few corners. Gubenko is definitely reining in now on the race leader. Is there going to be a change before the checkered flag flies? Because Yuga Chukwu is doing his best to keep in front of Gubenko. Gubenko almost had a chance to come through as Alfio Spina sets the fastest lap of the race. Gubenko's not giving up on the chance of a victory. He's going to have to come from a long way back, though, if he gets to move into Vesuvio Due, which is where they're coming up to now. Down into the braking zone for the hairpin. He's not going to make that move stick, so he's going to have to settle for second place. It's a good start from the Russian, but a great start from the American out in front from pole position. Not breaking a sweat. Everything else is up in the air, but Gubenko has made up 7 places. Kucharczyk's made up 4, but it's a good opening gambit for the American. Yuga Chukwu takes the victory. Second for Gubenko, third for Kucharczyk, fourth is Del Pino, and fifth is Nasher Tunion in front of Ariel Elkin. A great opening start. Not if your name is Evan Gilter or Giovanni Trentin, though. 2 of the big names from this junior field have already ended their first race with a DNF, and that is not great news at all for the 2 drivers in question. It's going to be a long way back for them. So a very big problem. Now they've got to try and regroup and refocus, but if you're Yuga Chukwu, that's the perfect start to the weekend. From the front of the grid, he remains at the head of the pack. So a good start for the American. He leads the race and wins it from Alex Gubenko and Timo Kucharczyk. Bruno Del Pino is fourth from Nasher Tunion and Ariel Elkin. Laurence Lesatua in front of Igor Sipil. Then Alfio Spina and Ian Eichmanns in the top 10. Jonathan Waywat is 11th place in front of Oscar Wirtz. In 13th position, it is Aaron Reshepi. Then Zachary David and Augustin Bernier from Julius Dinesen and Eric Genet. Simca Siverdas is 18th from Andrea Frasinetti and Sonny Smith. And then it is retirements for them, essentially. Frasinetti, Smith, Gilter and Trentin. We lost Andrea Frasinetti in the closing stages. Didn't see what happened to him, but certainly he became another retirement, which means only 18 karts finished the race then out of the 22 that started. Very unfortunate news for Evan Gilter and Giovanni Trentin. Disappointing end to their race at the first corner. So they will now walk in, and essentially now their race is compromised for the rest of the weekend. They're going to have to try and fight back in the hope that they can make more of a comeback as the race weekend continues. And it's never easy when you start in that particular position either, because you've obviously got to try and make up that ground all the way through the rest of the weekend, and that's a big disappointment in terms of their points haul. So they've got to try and make up for the lost time as the racing continues, and it's never easy to make up that kind of delay as well. So the race gets underway for the next one in about 15 minutes time. Obviously there is a bit of a gap between races, obviously in the current frame of racing, and that is largely because of the difficulties with COVID-19. So obviously social distancing is in play. So to make sure everything is reset in between races, there is a larger gap between those races as everything is set up and brought back into position and into the correct position between races. It means that there's a little bit more of a length between the two races, but it does give us a chance to look back over the replays from each race as they have happened, and there were quite a few things to pick up from that first heat. So let's have a look at some of the action from that previous race. Really good battles in the early stages of this junior. We were able to make a good start quite early on. Good to see the likes of Kucharczyk and Gubenko getting stuck in nice and early, because you need to make overtaking moves and you need to make up places. They did an amazing job through the race. Gubenko coming back 7 places from his grid position, Kucharczyk coming up 4. And look at this, you've got the signal there from Kucharczyk to Gubenko behind him. Look, work with me, let's go after the guys in front. And Gubenko has a decision to make here. Does he go with him or does he make his own bid? And he decides, well, no, actually, I'm going to make my own overtaking move and I'm going to come by. Thanks very much. So there's always a little bit of a dynamic between drivers in this situation. But Gubenko was just picking them off like raisins, one by one, and nipping his way up the inside with some very nice performances there. So Gubenko, you wouldn't know he broke his wrist 3 weeks ago, would you? He's just been absolutely on fire through the course of this race. Running a very good run indeed. Now, this is the mistake from Del Pino. It's so easy to get this final turn wrong. You're trying to be patient on the throttle. You're trying to get back on the power. The back end drifts. The wheel catches the grass. And you lose so much momentum. He was lucky not to lose 4th place. In fact, never mind 3rd from Kucharczyk, because you lose a massive amount of momentum coming off the final turn there and hitting the grass. It's so easy to do. Sonny Smith, one of the 3 drivers, unfortunately parked up at the end of the race for them. Really disappointing. Now, this is really good work from Yuga Chukwu. Look, the back end stepping out, and he's nearly going to lose the lead of the race here. He could also have gone off the circuit. But look, Gubenko has a chance to come up the inside there, but Yuga Chukwu, instead of taking the normal racing line to cut out further right, he actually brings the car more to the middle of the circuit, has a quick check over his shoulder out of the apex and realises, well, that held him off, so I've got this one pretty much nailed to the end of the race. I just can't afford to make another mistake. Unfortunately for the American, he didn't. So some really good performances all the way through this field, actually. It's not just Gubenko that's done a good job there to make up 7 places and Kucharczyk to make up 4. Ariel Elkin, the Israeli, he came up 5 places. You can see him in the background there in 6th position for the VDK squad. He made up 5 places. Lawrence Lesatua, the Belgian, he made up 8 places in that race, as did Alfio Spina. So some great comeback drives in that one. Igor Sapil grabbing 4 places from his grid position. Essentially, everybody who was on the outside line going into that first corner really severely compromised. So it's going to be awkward for drivers who are on that outside line, the even side of the grid, so in position 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 and downwards, because essentially you're going to be backed into a corner in that first turn, and that's where you lose ground. So all of these guys managing to make good time. You can see in the background there Frasinetti's kart having gone off at the final corner, but a great win for Yuga Chukwu. Gubenko and Kucharczyk doing a fascinating job out there, and they've opened their gambits in a great performance. Look, even Gubenko very happy to finish 2nd. So fascinating action from our juniors then in qualifying heat B versus D. It is qualifying heat C versus F that will come out next. The karts are all obviously then categorized after their qualifying runs yesterday into various groups so that they can basically end up racing against each other in differing configurations over the course of races. In their warm-ups this morning, because we have time to talk about that, at the start of the day, and we can see how relevant it becomes while we wait for the next race to get underway, which will start at 10 minutes past 10. So in about 10 minutes time, the next race is going to start. But we can talk about the warm-up sessions this morning, because obviously we come straight in with the first race to wet your whistle to a certain extent. But we could talk a little bit now about the warm-up sessions this morning, because it was mighty close in the junior categories as everybody was just trying to dial themselves in for a fast start to the day. The first warm-up session this morning for kart numbers 201 to 225 saw Karol Pazovic get the fastest time. Now, he's had a very topsy-turvy couple of weekends thus far, and obviously we're only just really getting started with the race day action here, but Pazovic has shown plenty of speed over one lap. But it's in race trim. He doesn't quite seem to have the luck and the fortune go his way, but he's very quick again here at Sarno. 1/100th of a second faster than Arvid Lindblad, who was the favourite to win at Zuera before it all came unstuck for him in the final. And then Alfio Spina, who has moved across to the Tony Kart team since Zuera. He's now 12 thousandths of a second off that pace from the warm-up of Karol Pazovic in the previous event. So some really good battles and some amazing competition from the drivers then in that one. Martinius Stenshorn was within 1/10 of a second of the fastest time of the warm-up as well. So some really good performances from the drivers there. Fifth position in that warm-up session, was Igor Sapil, the very highly rated Czech driver for Kart Republic Motorsport, who's come so close to the win several times over the course of these first two weekends. And hopefully he's got a few wins in the bag in the qualifying heats today. Harley Keeble, who's had a bit of a performance turnaround since Zuera. Things went horribly wrong for him there. It's going really well for him here at Sarno, and he's found the pace that he wanted to find, and he was in the top 6 in warm-up this morning. Yuga Chukwu was 7th, and you can see how quick he's been able to get out of the blocks from pole position to convert that into a first win. Tuukka Tarponen did a great job in Zuera, of course, to fight back from what was 9th on the grid to take the final, and now he leads the championship, albeit by just 2 points. He was 8th in the warm-up this morning. Ariel Elkin was 9th place, and all of those drivers are covered by 0.210 of a second from the top 9 drivers in the field. Maceo Capieto running well in 10th position. Laurence Desatua was 11th in the warm-up this morning in his group from Dion Gauda, Timo Kucharczyk and Alexander Gubenko. So the man who was 0.4 of a second off the pace of Karol Pazovic, they certainly found something pretty sweet in the heats then for the Russian. Good to see him start the day out of the blocks pretty quickly. Evan Gilter was 15th from Branda Badua, Christian Bertucca, Connor Zilic and Eric Genet. That was just the first warm-up session of the morning. It was even closer in the second warm-up session this morning for the juniors for numbers 226 to 250. And that saw a dead heat in the warm-up. It doesn't happen very often. Josh Erfan and Alex Powell were absolutely matched to the 1,000th of a second. It was Josh Erfan that was declared fastest in the warm-up based on the fact that the second fastest lap he did was fractionally quicker than the Jamaican. We don't have the who set it first rule as they do in Formula One. In the FIA Karting European Championships, if you both set the same time, it goes off your second fastest lap time, and whoever's second fastest lap time was quickest, they are the ones who grabbed the place above their opponent. Max Dodds, who got pole position in yesterday's qualifying session, he was 0.015 off the pace in warm-up, which is as little as makes no difference really to the front end of the field. Freddie Slater for Ricky Flynn Motorsport was within 0.02 of the fastest time from that warm-up group as well. So plenty of drivers in the hunt for victory today. Bruno Del Pino was 5th fastest in that session from Ian Eichmans, which is why those two were so quick out of the blocks in their first heat earlier. Maxime Ferron Castellan, 7th fastest in that warm-up session, just a whisker in front of Edgar Anpiligov, the Frenchman for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. And Emo Fittipaldi Jr., much quicker here than he was in Zuera, which is great to see the Brazilian working his way up the ranks again. Alongside him in that particular warm-up session this morning was Jonathan Waywat, the man who so nearly won the final a week ago at Adria in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. 11th position, the Portuguese driver Ivan Dominguez of the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team. And then Andrea Frasinetti for Birolart, who rather sadly ended his race just a few moments ago with 2 laps remaining in the heat. A rather unfortunate exit for him. 13th is Zachary David, the Philippine star. 14th, Gustav Wisniewski. Then the German Maxim Rem. Rafael Modanese of Peru for Leclerc by Lennox. And then Nicolas Lacorte, who had a problem in qualifying yesterday and crashed out, unfortunately. Maxime Verbruge and Arthur Rojon was the order in the warm-up session this morning. In the third warm-up, which was for numbers 251 to 275, we saw Nikola Tsolov, the Bulgarian Lion, run at the front end of the field for the DPK Racing team. 57.554 was the time he set, just a whisker in front of Giovanni Trentin. So it really is a missed opportunity for the Italian driver for Parolin after his shunt with Evan Gilter in the first heat. Aaron Reshepi was third fastest in the warm-up this morning, so his problem on the first lap really does put the kibosh on his progress for the moment. Will McIntyre, the British driver, was fourth fastest for Leclerc by Lennox Racing. Douwe de Decker, the Belgian, and Julius Dinnison, the Dane, were next up. Then in seventh place was Keanu Alajari. He was seventh fastest in that warm-up group. Aidan Neate, the young Englishman for Tony Kart Racing, whose father is competing out at Alton Park in the British Touring Car Championship today. He was eighth fastest in the warm-up this morning. Lucas Samalisto and Oscar Wirtz for the Exprit Racing team, they were 9th and 10th, and that's good news for Lucas Samalisto because he had a problem in qualifying yesterday, couldn't set a fast lap, so he's as quick as his teammate Oscar Wirtz in warm-up. That gives him plenty of confidence to head into today to make places up through the field. Lucas Flusha, the Spanish driver for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, was 11th in the warm-up this morning, along with Jokubas Bagdonavicius, Alexei Yeleva, Pete Abrahamsen, and Francesco Marenghi to finish off their warm-up group. The fourth and final warm-up session this morning, which is just as well because we've only got about 3.5 minutes before the karts get out on circuit. That shows you how long I can waffle. Nacho Tunion is the fastest man from that warm-up session this morning. He did a cracking lap as well, 57.833 in that warm-up group, and he's just come off the back of a top 6 finish in his first heat. So watch out for Nacho Tunion today. The Spanish driver should be pretty strong all the way through the weekend, and he's opened his account with a good result. So he's a bit of a firecracker out of the blocks. Keep an eye on him as the DPK Racing team should give him plenty of good opportunities to move forward here at Sarno. The second fastest man in that warm-up session is the newest man in the field, Rashid Al-Daheri, the Emirati, who has come into the Parolin squad this weekend as a completely new face within the FIA Karting paddock, and it's great to see him already up the sharp end, slightly fractionally quicker than Valerio Rinicella, who was the man who got pole position, of course, last time out at Zuera. So great to see Aldeheri that fast straight out of the blocks. Nicolas Ambiado, their teammate, the Chilean, was fourth quickest, so they really have got things set up right at Parolin. Here at Sarno, a circuit they know very well indeed. Matteo De Palo, the Italian for Ward Racing, he was fifth in the warm-up this morning, along with Sonny Smith, the Pantano driver. Antonio Light, Flavio Olivieri, Augustin Bernier, and Alvar Simesvara were the drivers in the top 10. And then Nico Lanalati, Simkos Siviadas, and Benjamin Silvesterson completed the run. Now, we're waiting for official confirmation of the results for qualifying heat B versus D. That was Ugo Chukwu across the line first, of course, from Gubenko, Kucharczyk, and Delpino, with Nacho Tunion in 5th place and Ariel Elkin in 6th. So we'll confirm that when it has been declared and made official. Qualifying heat C versus F is the next one to head out on the circuit, and that's going to place the British driver, who you can just about see on the exit of the pre-grid there in his Leclerc by Lennox chassis, Will McIntyre. He will line up from the front end of the grid alongside the Bulgarian Lion himself, Nikola Tsolov, for the DPK Racing team. They'll be there on the front row of the starting grid. In 3rd place, the man who really is taking the paddock by storm with everything he does, one of the youngest members of the field, Alex Powell, the 12-year-old from Kingston in Jamaica. The Kart Republic Motorsport driver lines up on the 2nd row of the starting grid, and he was equal fastest in the warm-up this morning, so watch out for him from the 3rd position spot of the grid. Keanu Alajari, the Emirati, will line up alongside him on that 2nd row of the grid. Arthur Rojon, the Frenchman, right up there in the top 5. Great to see him really make a developmental switch in the Exprit Racing team, and he has found a proper sweet spot here this weekend. It's great to see him up at the sharp end of the field alongside another man who's really hit the sweet spot in terms of pure speed. Freddie Slater, now up in the top 6 on the grid. He had a real problem at Zuera trying to fight his way back after a difficult qualifying. He won't have quite so hard a job here this weekend at Sarno, although he is the first to admit it's very tough around this place. Karol Pazovic, 7th on the grid. Maceo Capieto is 8th. So Tony Kart Racing alongside Pantano team. And then 9th on the grid, the very impressive Emirati rookie, Rashid Al-Daheri, making his first weekend appearance in the category. And in 10th on the grid, it is Martinius Stenshorn. So this will be fairly impressive stuff from him, as the Norwegian for the Rosberg Racing Academy rounds out the top 10. Then it is Maxime Verbruge for VDK and Lucas Flucha for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Ivan Dominguez, the Portuguese driver, is alongside the Singaporean Dion Gauda, who's still turning everybody's heads in the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team, doing a grand job. Didn't quite get the qualifying lap he wanted, but we know from Zuera just how fast he can be. Antonio Light, the Frenchman for VDK, lines up 15th alongside Forza Racing's young Polish star Gustav Wisniewski, and the karts are heading out onto the circuit. So we can talk you through the grid in full now as they venture out onto the Sarno circuit. Will McIntyre and Nikola Tsolov from the front row of the grid. Alex Powell and Keanu Alajari from the second. Artur Rojon and Freddie Slater on the third row from Karol Pazovic and Maceo Capieto. Rashid Aldeheri and Martinius Stenchon. Maxime Verbruge and Lucas Flucha. Then Ivan Dominguez and Dion Gauda. Antonio Light and Gustav Wisniewski. Rafael Modenese and Matteo De Palo. Pete Abrahamsen, Nicola Lacorte, Nicola Nalati and Alva Simisvara. So the 22 drivers obviously use this formation lap to warm up the tyres and brakes, get them up to their optimum temperature. Not too hard around this particular circuit. They certainly don't have to do a massive amount of weaving around the circuit to get the tyres to their optimum. And the marshal slows the field down there between Vesuvio Uno and Vesuvio Due, so named because if you look in the background behind that particular straight and those two hairpins, it is Mount Vesuvius herself that is the backdrop. An incredible scenery that you get around here. And now the drivers are forming up in their ranks. So it's McIntyre and Tsolov, Powell and Alajari, Rojon and Slater, Pazovic and Capieto, Aldeheri and Stenchon from Verbruge, Flucha, Dominguez, Gauda, Leiter, Wisniewski, Modenese, De Palo, Abrahamsen, Lacorte, Lanalati and Simisvara. And I hope this is going to be a clean start. I think they might have done it a little bit too hastily. They are going to go for another formation lap. So another formation lap is called as the back few drivers on the grid were not quite in position. Good call there from the race director, Nigel Edwards, who called it nice and quickly. Realised that the drivers were not quite formed up in the back 3 or 4 rows. And so they will obviously go around again for an additional formation lap. It's not exactly a major shock if it happens. Obviously, the drivers are still getting themselves ready, and it's very hard to judge, actually, from the front end of the field to make sure that all 22 drivers are in position all the way through the field. And it doesn't come any easier with time and experience either, but especially in the heat of this. You've got to remember, this is a very physical discipline of motorsport. These guys are aged between 11 and 14 years of age in the junior category. You're a couple of millimetres off the ground. You're pulling a good 60 miles an hour down the back straight, and this is very physical in OK Junior racing, incredibly tight, and it's very hot in those karts. If you think that the air temperature is currently 30 degrees Celsius and it's only 10:15 local time, this is a phenomenal position for these youngsters to be in. They have to stay incredibly well hydrated. They are almost Formula One level in terms of their discipline and routines at the moment. So these guys are ready to race, and it's going to be very tough as they come through. So McIntyre, Tsolov, Powell, Alajari, Rojon, Slater, Pazovic, Capieto, Aldeheri and Stenchon. Is this going to be the good start? Yes, it is! We're racing! It's a good start from the outside line this time. They've just about got themselves through. Alajari losing a couple of places. I think Tsolov has done the same, but it is McIntyre who heads the field from Alex Powell as they come down to the hairpin for the first time. A little bit of snaking under braking as they hit the brake pedal and try not to lose too much time. And this is a much cleaner start than we saw the first time around. Alex Powell has drifted down to third position behind Nikola Tsolov. So the Bulgarian has come through into second position. Powell getting back in there, and so too is Freddie Slater. So a good start, and Powell has dropped back into fourth position. But what a start from Slater, I think that is, as he makes his way through. So that is a cracking start from the Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver, the number 234. He's got himself nicely in position there, up into P2. It's a great start for the Brit. And the field working their way through. Now this is Alex Powell dueling away with Keanu Alajari and Nikola Tsolov. Alajari's now in third, Powell in fourth, the Jamaican, and in fifth place it is the Bulgarian Lion as they battle their way through the final turn to complete the first lap. So it's McIntyre from Slater. It's the British Championships all over again. Alajari, Powell, Tsolov, Rojon, Pazovic, Stenchon, Verbruge and Aldeheri from Dominguez, Flucha, Gauda, Capieto and Wisniewski. Up the inside, that is Powell and Tsolov managing to get past Alajari with Arthur Rojon of the Esprit team slotting in nicely there in P6. So 2 places lost then from Al-Ajari. He's going to try and take on his teammate Solov, who is not giving him space. So Alex Powell, the Jamaican, through. Slater's got through to the lead. Slater's got through to the lead of the race. He's taken on Will McIntyre, and he has got through. The Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver now leads the race. So now there's a good battle going on for third between Powell and Solov, but Slater has hit the front for the first time in his FIA karting career. It's only his second weekend in the championship as well, so a really good run from Freddie Slater as he runs in front of Will McIntyre for the Leclerc by Lennox team. Powell steady in third position, a great battle cooking up for 6th place. That's going to be a big lunge as down from 8th position in one fell swoop comes Stenshorn, the Norwegian, charges up to 6th place, past Pazovic, past Verbruge, past Rojon. Amazing run from Stenshorn as he gets himself back into the top 6. Well, it's no wonder he's part of the Rosberg Racing Academy there in 6th position now as Arthur Rojon finds himself boxed in behind Verbruge. Somebody's gone wide there at the second hairpin. It looks as though everybody's kept going, but it is very easy to run wide and kick up the dust. And of course, with it being very dry in this part of the world, when you go off the circuit, you really do kick up a dust cloud as Karel Pazovic has got back past Stenshorn. Look back, there he is, 6th position now for the Tony Kart driver. And here's Alex Powell, still battling away with Solov and Al-Ajari. They're starting to extend their gap now out to the 5th place man, Keanu Al-Ajari. Here's the battle for 6th place. This is Pazovic in front of Stenshorn and Verbruge. 9th place is Rojon. Dion Gauda's come up the order now. The Singaporean is up into 10th position. So the field, they come through one more time out of the first corner. And Stenshorn is giving Pazovic plenty of hurry up. Slater still leads the way from McIntyre. But Slater just dabs the brake pedal ever so gently. He doesn't need to push it too hard here. So Solov running a good race in 4th position behind Alex Powell, the Jamaican, but the British drivers up in front doing a grand job 1 and 2. And then we've got Powell in front of Solov, and in 5th place Keanu Al-Ajari. Karel Pazovic running well in P6. Down into the braking zone for the hairpin. So far so good for Slater, McIntyre, Powell, Solov, and then 5th place is Al-Ajari. Pazovic still hanging on to 6th place for the moment in front of Stenshorn. And then we've got Verbruge doing a good job. The Frenchman is right up there in 8th place. A good comeback for him, along with his countryman Rojon. Looks like Stenshorn's got through in a 6th place, and that's opened the floodgates as down the order comes Pazovic now. So Pazovic has lost ground. Dion Gauda's getting his move on the inside there of the Tony Kart in the middle of the mix there as well. So Dion Gauda makes his move through. And Karel Pazovic finds himself slipping down to 12th position. Just a tiny loss of momentum, and that's all it takes to go plummeting down the order. And that's a big lunge in the hairpin there as up the inside comes the, I think that's the Paralin moving forward. That's Rashid Al Daheri getting on the inside line there. Lucas Flusha. Oh, and Powell has come together with McIntyre. Powell and McIntyre have tangled. Oh, that's a disaster for the pair of them. Alex Powell had caught up to Will McIntyre, and he's now riding rodeo on the side of the Leclerc by Lennox. Just got a little bit too close to him, and they've ended up clattering into each other, and it's given Freddie Slater a clear run for the victory, with Solov and Al-Ajari running 2nd and 3rd ahead of Stenshorn and Verbruge. Well, it's devastating for the two drivers involved. Alex Powell doing the right thing, trying to get started again, but I'm not sure he's going to make it work. McIntyre is very fed up in the background there, and Alex Powell's race comes to a bitter, bitter end. What a shame. That's 2 races in a row where 2 big-name rivals have come together there. And a big lunge up the inside from Rashid Al Daheri. That's another place he's made up. I'll tell you what, the Emiratis come to Sarno to prove a point here, and he's doing a terrific job. So Slater, Solov, and Al-Ajari. 4th place for Stenshorn. 5th is Verbruge. Dion Gauda running a good race now, up into 6th place. And 7th place is Rashid Al Daheri from Lucas Flusha. Pazovic is 9th, Capieto 10th from Wisniewicz, from Gustav Wisniewski even, and then Arthur Rojon in front of Matteo De Palo and Ivan Dominguez. But it's devastating news for Will McIntyre and Alex Powell coming together when they are front runners at the head of the field. It's really not made things any easier for them as they continue their journey on. Final lap, and Freddie Slater just needs to keep his head down along the back straight and keep himself in front of the 2 DBK Racing twins of Nikola Solov of Bulgaria and Keanu Al-Ajari of the United Arab Emirates. So a brilliant race battle playing out here up in the top 5. A shame to see 2 of the drivers absent from it, I think it would have been quite exciting to see how that battle between McIntyre and Powell would have developed. But for Freddie Slater, he can check over his shoulder. He notices that Nikola Tsolov is about half a second back. Still trying to push, still trying to close up on Freddie Slater and catch him unawares in the final couple of corners if he can. But I think Freddie Slater knows where Tsolov is. He checks over his shoulder. He's got enough of a gap to be comfortable. And as he comes through the final sector, it's going to be a Brit that takes the victory. After a fantastic drive from Freddie Slater from 6th on the grid on the outside line. It's never easy, but he's proved it can be done. Slater wins it from Tsolov and Al-Ajari. Stenshorn fights back to P4. Great result. And Verbruch is 5th from Dion Gouda. What an opening bid from the Freaky Flynn Motorsport youngster from Great Britain. Fabulous start. The Brits really are going well here at Sarno thus far this weekend. And Freddie Slater continues his development in the FIA Karting paddock with a bold victory. Good run, though, from the DPK twins. 2nd and 3rd position for them, and they very much earned that. So Tsolov and Al-Ajari working hard together. But Freddie Slater opens his gambit for the weekend with a victory in front of the DPK pair. Tsolov 2nd and Al-Ajari 3rd. Martinius Stenshorn is 4th from Maxime Verbruch and Dion Gouda. Rashid Aldeheri and Karol Pazovic from Lucas Flusha and Gustav Wisniewski. Then the 2 Frenchmen, Arthur Rogion and Maceo Capieto. 13th place goes the way of Matteo De Palo in front of Ivan Dominguez. Then Alva Simesvara, Antonio Leiter, Marfiel Modenese, Nicola Lacorte, Pete Abrahamson and Nicola Nalati. And the 2 retirements, 3 laps from the end. Will McIntyre and Alex Powell tangling in the halfway point of the race. Big drama in this second heat, just as there was from the earlier race when we saw Evan Gilter and Giovanni Trentin exit stage right at the first corner. And now it's happened again to 2 more big names, Will McIntyre and Alex Powell. And it definitely gives us plenty of exciting drama to talk over. Let's look back over some of the best bits from qualifying heat C versus F. Better job of the start in this heat than they did of the previous one. And you can see, look, there's so much jockeying for position. You're on the throttle from the start line all the way down to about here. This is where you now start to nudge the brakes. You can see McIntyre start to slide. Powell is there on the inside, but look, the kart is so wayward, he can't help but drift the kart out wide, and that's enough for Al-Ajari to skate through. Several drivers running the gauntlet and running wide. This is incredible performance from Nikola Tsolov in the DPK, because he's he's down to about 7th place here, but he's managed to get back up the inside of the Tony kart to get into 6th position once again. And just watch now, he's going to pick them off one by one. He's got Arthur Rogion in front of him. He's going to carry plenty of speed. Rogion's going to defend the inside line. Powell's defending, as is Al-Ajari. So he's allowed Slater to come through as those 2 duel for position. And Al-Ajari has spotted an opportunity to get back in on Powell by assisting Slater through to the position. So Slater just very, very carefully on that first lap, just picking his gap, making his moments happen, and just getting himself on the inside line when it counted. But it's a brilliant opening lap from Tsolov. He's down at about 6th place here behind Alex Powell. But watch, he's got Arthur Rogion on the ropes, up the inside line for the hairpin. He's not going to let that one slide. And this is a chance for the others to try and come through. It doesn't work for Pazovic initially, but hopping over the curbs, Dion Gouda's trying to make his way come back through the field. And this is the charge forward from Powell and Al-Ajari. They're having a nice little tussle in there with Nikola Tsolov. And as a result of their little tussle, look, Slater's already gone and he's charging after McIntyre. So some brilliant work from the drivers in that opening lap. That was a bit of a classic first lap, to be fair, because there are a lot of big moments. Now, this is at the end of lap 2, I think. This is another bold moment from the drivers out of the final turn. You can see just how easy it is to get it slightly wrong on the exit as drivers are rocking away for position. Now, here's the duel for 3rd. This is Al-Ajari. Powell's going to get the run up the inside, but he's going to get assistance there by Nikola Tsolov. He's going to try and create that gap enough to get through. Rogion tries to come through on the inside of it as well. Has to bail out of it in the end. Doesn't quite have the momentum to swing in his favour to make it work. Meanwhile, up front, Slater's already got McIntyre by this point. I didn't even see the move he made, unfortunately, to get into the position. But there is a nice little bit of opportunism on Rojon there as well, as Stenshorn got a couple of moves in one fell swoop. I think he outbraked Pazovic and then managed to carry that momentum to sweep past Rojon in the same breath. So a nice bit of opportunistic driving again from Stenshorn. But it's some really good moves all the way through the field. This is Rashid Al-Daheri picking off one or two drivers through the field. He's made an incredible debut here, it has to be said. The young man from the United Arab Emirates doing a grand job. I know his father is currently watching out in Beijing at the moment. Now, these two just tangled together. We didn't see the start of how that incident unfolded, unfortunately. But essentially, Powell and McIntyre, I think Powell just went for the overtaking move and they ended up getting too close together. I don't think McIntyre was aware that Powell was making the move, and that's how they ended up banging wheels. Look at Al-Daheri again. Look, plenty of conviction up the inside line. He's not going to wait around. He's not going to second-guess his opportunity. But that's how an overtaking move can turn into a real problem, because look, 4 drivers have now got past Rojon, as Al-Daheri is the man who made the initial move, but the loss of momentum and the run around the outside, that's how it all comes unstuck. But by this point, with the absence of Powell and McIntyre, Slater's got the advantage over the DPK twins of Soloff and Al-Ajari, but the gap is just too big. No matter what Soloff throws at Slater in this final lap, he just doesn't quite have the pace. Stenshorn doing a grand job though to get up into the top 6, never mind into the top 4. Look at that. Slater is coming up to the braking zone for turn 2. He looks over his shoulder. He's got plenty of time to do it. At this point, he checks out where Soloff is on the circuit and thinks, right, it doesn't matter too much what I do on this lap. As long as I keep it essentially to the racing line, I'm not going to lose a massive amount of ground to the guys in 2nd and 3rd. I can just hold my racing line and keep it fairly serene. But just look at how much the kart bounces as it comes over those bumps and heads to the curb and heads to the crest. You've got to think that that's actually an incredibly physical moment for the driver. They don't really notice it when they're in the kart, but they notice every little bump and nook and cranny that's been affected when they get out of the kart. You come so physically drained when you're trying to get out of the kart. You don't notice what sort of physicality it's taken to your body until you stop the engine and get out of it, or at least attempt to get out of it in some cases. But you can see just how much of a bounce there is. There's a big bump on the exit of a Suvio Uno, and you can see just how much it vibrates the kart. And it is a little bit like a washing machine in terms of the vibrations as it comes off the turn. And every curve that you have to use to settle out the kart, it really unsettles the unsettles the energy of the kart somewhat. So you really have to keep this under wraps. You only really get to see this kind of stuff in slow motion, just how much the kart physically travels around the lap. And it is a very physical circuit here at Sarno. You have to be very strong, particularly with the upper body strength, to keep a hold of everything. And look, the tiniest little twitch of the steering wheel is all that's needed to get through these corners for Freddie Slater. So it is very physical. A great job from all 3 drivers up at the front end of the field there, and particularly from Stenshorn. He did a grand job there to get into 4th place. So some really good movements through the field in that particular qualifying heat. Unfortunate, though, for the Jamaican Alex Powell and the Englishman William McIntyre. Their weekends are now severely compromised by that DNF. You can't afford DNFs in these heats, especially with the field being so calm and so close together. But the man who takes up the residency at the front of the field in this particular race is the man who qualified from pole position. So we're going to hear what he had to say at the end of the activity from qualifying yesterday. The Englishman on pole position for the first time in his FIA Karting career in the European Championships is young Maxwell Dodds for Paralyn.
I mean, this weekend we came in with not really many expectations, having struggled a little bit last week, last time we were here. But we came in and straight away in Thursday practice we got off to a great start, being really quick, and exactly the same showed that today in all practices, and then managed to get the time in the qualifying, which was really good. I came out just calm, breathing, and just went for it, and then managed to get it, so I was really happy with that. Good start tomorrow, and if we have the pace then we can definitely be fighting for the wins and definitely at the front, 100% with the speed we've got. Getting pole position is the best chance you have for attacking the front, so definitely this is the best time I've got to do it, so now I've got to just go and fight for the next 2 days and hopefully be able to come out with a good result and be happy at the end of Sunday.
Always good to see drivers who have made their debuts in the previous season come through and develop to fight to the front end of the field. And it's something that I was talking about with the team yesterday, and with both Ollie Dodds, his father, and Max himself yesterday. This is the fruits of the labour coming through, and you always have to do the hard work to get through to the front end of the field. It's very easy for drivers to come in as rookies in their first season and bang into pole position. We've seen it a couple of times now, of course. Last year at the first round of the championship, we saw it from Matteo Capieto, who got pole position at Angeville in 2019 in his very first event. And then Valerio Vinicella, if you remember, did it last time at Zuera 3 weeks ago. But it's not easy to sustain that kind of pace, and especially if things aren't quite going your way, to then have to fight back and bring it up to the front. And that's when it's the most satisfying. When it's a pleasant surprise, you kind of deal with it and kind of go in to the next day not really sure what sort of pace you're going to have and whether you can sustain the pressure. If you've had to work hard to get to that point and you raise your game to fight back to the front, that's when the results and the awards are oh so sweet. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they get on. And Max Dodds from the front of the field, he's a lovely young chap, works so hard at his craft to bring himself up to the front. And I know he's got a massive fan base back home, including the UK Karting Mothers Meeting that is watching along, that always does. Kate, Liz, Tash and Leah, I hope you're all enjoying yourselves out in the UK, and I hope you haven't broken into too many sweats. And fortunately, the racing so far has been close but exciting. I hope you'll have some fingernails left by the end of the day. Ladies, I know you watch a lot back home, but we'll make sure everybody stays safe and sound. So let's talk through the competitors who are here out on the circuit for this next heat. And that is going to be the drivers for Groups A versus E. Well, it's an all-parallel in front row. He's done it again, as Valerio Vinicella, put himself up at the front end of the field, but it's his teammate Maxwell Dodds that bagged pole position 8 thousandths of a second ahead of Vinicella. That is not much at all. And the two of them will run at the front end of the field. Another British driver up at the sharp end, though, is Harley Keeble. The English racer for Tony Kart Racing will be there in third position on the starting grid alongside the Belgian, and that is Douwe de Decker. And he's been very impressive all weekend long, I have to say. He was a little out of his depth from the way things looked at Zuera, but he has fought back beautifully. And here this weekend at Sarno, Douwe de Decker looks like a very strong contender and could well be on the podium come tomorrow. On the fifth position slot is the man who won at Zuera, Tuukka Tarponen. Never count him out. He's starting fifth on the grid for this heat. So considering that he's able to fight from ninth in a final on the grid to the race victory, he's always going to be a serious contender for race victory. So never count out the Flying Finn. Alongside him on the grid is the Italian stallion, Brando Badua, who has been very strong indeed, part of the Settler Racing satellite squad. And he's been very strong both at Zuera and here at Sarno. He seems to have had the pace all the way through his 2020 campaign. And he's definitely one of the Italian drivers in the field who seems to have a good future ahead of him in terms of his raw development. He really has taken the lessons on board from 2019. And he has turned a corner as well in terms of his development. So keep an eye on this young man, Brando Badua, with plenty of speed and strength behind him. Arvid Lindblad is seventh on the starting grid. The British driver for Kart Republic Motorsport. He was up at the front end of the field, of course, last time out at Zuera. It didn't quite come according to plan as the field lined up on the grid for Zuera, and his race eventually slowly got away from him a little bit, but he has the chance and the opportunity to put that right again here at Sarno, and he's already very quick straight out of the blocks. The top four rows proves that. Eighth position for the Italian Christian Bertucca for the Birolart Racing team. He's never really outside the top 10, this man, but he has so much bad luck come his way. But if all things come together for him this time, he's got a really good chance to shine on home soil. So watch out for Christian Bertucca from the outside of the fourth row. On the rest of the top 10, the fifth row, it is the Luxembourger, Maxime Ferdinand Castellen, fresh from his podium a week ago at Adria in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. And that's giving him plenty of confidence to surge forward for the Forza Racing team. And he is here in ninth on the grid. Alongside him is the Chilean, again for the Paralympic team. They are quick this weekend, aren't they? Nicolas Ambiado Quinones. So Nicolas Ambiado will line up in 10th position on the starting grid. On the sixth row, it is an all Ricky Flynn affair as Edgar and Pidigov of France and British driver Josh Erfan who was the joint fastest in the warm-up session this morning, although he got the position based on his second fastest lap. So he was the fastest of his warm-up drivers in the earlier session. And they line up together on the 6th row of the starting grid. On row 7, on 13th position on the inside, is Emo Fittipaldi Jr., the son of the two-time world champion Emerson Fittipaldi. And Emo is doing a grand job, I have to say. This weekend, he's looked so much stronger, even than he was at Zuera 3 weeks ago. He seems to have found a little bit more composure, and he seems to be keeping things nice and cool within his particular universe. So it's great to see him surge his way forward. And another big improvement from the last time out at Zuera is Alexei Yaleva, the Finnish driver for Exprit Racing. He's made such a difference over the last 3 weeks, and he looks so much more competitive here this time out. So hopefully it's going to be a much stronger weekend for the Finn. On the 8th row of the grid, two drivers that have struggled to really unlock their raw pace this time. For CRG, it is the Italian Francesco Marenghi, who knows the circuit very well, but for some reason it hasn't quite clicked in qualifying. Hopefully it will this time, and alongside him on the grid is Aidan Neate of Great Britain for Tony Kart Racing. Let's look at the grid in full as they come around. It's Maxwell Dodds and Valerio Minichella on the front row from Harley Kiebel and Due De Decker, Tuka Tarpanen and Brando Badoa, then Arvid Lindblad and Christian Bertucca from Maxim Ferdon Castellin and Nicola Sambiardo, Edgar and Piligov and Koska Nerfen from Emo Fittipaldi and Alexei Yaleva, Francesco Marenghi and Aidan Neate from Maxim Rem, and Conor Zilic, the man who won a week ago in the Academy Trophy, Jacobus Bogdanovicius and Flavio Olivieri, then Benjamin Silvesterson and Luca Samalisto. So a difficult race weekend for Samalisto after yesterday's qualifying session. The Exprit Racing driver was unable to set a lap in qualifying, but he was as quick in the pace as Oscar Wirtz, his teammate. So it should be interesting to see where he can come up with in his first heat. But it's obviously going to be a very difficult situation, and he knows just how tough it will be from his particular position on the grid. 31 degrees Celsius air temperature, according to the live timing screen. So it's already ridiculously hot out here on the circuit, and considering that it's only just gone 10:35 local time, that is a very warm day at the office for all of our drivers. So they're lining up in position. Dodds and Minichella on the front row of the grid. From Kiebel and De Decker, Tarpanen and Badoa, Lindblad, Bertucca, Foran Castellin, Ambiardo, and Piligov and Erfen from Fittipaldi, Yaleva, Marenghi and Neate. Is it a good start? Yes, it is. We're racing to the first corner. Perfect start from Dodds, and straight in there to second position. It already looks like a bit of an aggressive start from one of the Tony Karts moving forward. Up to the inside of Dodds. Dodds squeezes into the braking zone. Beautiful defensive driving from the Paralin as Minichella tries to squeeze in past Harley Kiebel, and there's two karts off at the back of the hairpin. That is one of the Ricky Flynns that's come off. It's Josh Erfen. Erfen has tangled together there with Nicola Sambiardo, the Chilean. So that is a disaster for the two. Oh, there's a third one in there. That's one of the Tony Karts. And that is, now who is that that's gone in with them? That's Aidan Neate. Aidan Neate is in there, and so too is Francesco Marenghi. So the CRG's in there as well. Goodness me, 4 of them have gone together. Well, a disastrous start to the race weekend for those 4 then. I think the Tony Kart of Aidan Neate has managed to get going again. Indeed he has, but for the rest of the field it's as you were. But Max Dodds leads the way from Harley Kiebel. Oh, and the contact in the final turn! Oh, that's Maxim Ferdon Castellin trying to get through on the inside of the 236 of Edgar and Piligov, and they have come together, and neither driver is prepared to hear the other side of the story. Oh dear. Well, that's a disastrous first lap. 3 separate incidents then in 1 lap, and it's taken out 6 of the biggest names of the field. It's properly dramatic here at Sarno. I wonder if the heat is starting to get to them a little bit. And Piligov's starting to try and get going again. But there's all sorts of flotsam and jetsam around this Sarno circuit now, and Piligov trying to get going, trying to get started. But he really has to hope it's going to work. It's not going to happen. Oh, Edgar. He just cannot believe his luck. He's had no luck at all this season. He's got plenty of speed. Well, I'm not going to repeat that gesture for you. I think it tells its own story there. But Edgar Piligov is not a happy man. End of lap 2, and Dodds leads the way. Kiebel, Badoa, Lindblad, De Decker and Minichella from Bertucca and Tuka Tarpanen, who now sets the fastest lap of the race. Yellow flag still waving at the hairpin, so Kiebel can't get past Dodds in that turn, as up the inside trying to make an overtaking move, but can't complete it, is Minichella. who's had a terrible start by his standards, trying to get past Douwe de Decker, but he can't make the move in the hairpin because there are yellow flags waving, so he has to wait for his moment. Now Keeble's caught right up to Dodds. Keeble's having a look. Dodds is defending well. Whoops! Somebody off in the background there, losing a few places as he runs wide out of the hairpin and throws up a massive dust cloud. But that didn't turn into a crash, so it looks as though it's A-OK. Look at how much dust is kicked up, though, if you run wide at that point of the course. But Dodds has got Keeble right in behind him. Keeble's still swarming to try and get the move into the final turn. Dodds is there resolutely defending the position as Tarpanen tries to come through up the inside of the Birolot of Batuka to come up into 7th place and manages it. And we've had an off again on the exit of the hairpin. Just a kick up of dust once more. Dodds trying to fend off from Keeble. Keeble comes up the inside. Keeble gets through. So Harley Keeble takes the lead. And that's the first time he's led a race in this 2020 campaign as well. So two Brits who have really managed to find their feet in terms of form. Max Dodds and Harley Keeble, and it's Keeble who now leads the race at the end of the first sector on lap 4. So Max Dodds chasing after Harley Keeble in result then, because now he is the man chasing for the lead of the race, but Max Dodds is good at being the man who is doing the catching. So Keeble leads the race. How is the pure pace of the Tony Kart compared to the pure pace of the Paralin? I would say it's pretty even at the way things currently stand. But two Italian karts raced by British young guns at the front end of the field, with Arvid Lindblad catching them in a third. 4th place is Badua, then De Decker, Rinicella and Tarpanen. From Batuka, Conor Zilic up to 9th place, and Flavio Olivieri running in 10th position now. That's partly thanks to all the flotsam and jetsam running around the circuit, of course. Plenty of karts now off the circuit. But Arvid Lindblad sets the fastest lap of the race, trying to catch up to these two young Brits. Of course, he has a year of racing at this level under his belt already, as does Max Dodds, of course. Harley Keeble is really the new guy in the equation. De Decker has managed to get past Badua as well, so a good run from the Kart Republic star from Belgium, and Alexei Yaleva has managed to get past Flavio Olivieri. Watching the background, these 4 karts battling away for the top 4 positions, 4th through to 7th, I should say, but Keeble, Dodds and Lindblad are now very close together. This could get very interesting. We've already lost some big drivers from the front end of the field in the previous 2 heats. Is there going to be a few more? Well, we've already had a few more from this heat, of course. 4 drivers off at turn 1 and 2 more off at the final turn at the end of the first lap. So plenty of drama already at Sarno as the heat is really starting to get to the drivers. It's 31 degrees air temperature and it's not even midday yet. So this is going to be a real scorcher for the drivers in the juniors and seniors. But this is the battle for 4th place. This is De Decker, Badua, Rinicella and Tarpanen. Tarpanen is at the back of the queue at the moment. He could really do with making a move or two as Rinicella tries to close up on Badua and get a slingshot off the turn. It's only going to give Tarpanen a better chance of it as Badua has his lunge to try and come through past Douwe de Decker, but de Decker places the kart very well indeed. Lindblad is closed right up on Keeble and Dodds up in front as well. So we could see a move or two. Dodds has got a good exit off the hairpin turn. He might get his chance here, but he has to back off the throttle through the left-hand kink before the hairpin. So now Lindblad might assist him as they try to edge past Keeble as we go into the final lap. This could be a real ding-dong between the drivers in the top 7. Keeble, Dodds and Lindblad. Now, is Lindblad going to hang around behind Dodds and assist them to try and get close to Keeble? No, he's not. Dodds tries to gesture him to that's what he wants to do, but Lindblad is not going to wait around. And it's a nice little duel as Badua runs wide. Rinicella and Tarpanen are both going to get by. No, Tarpanen does not. Rinicella does. So Brando Badua slips into 6th position now. That's given Douwe de Decker a little bit of breathing space now in P4 as Tarpanen tries to come through on the inside of Brando Badua. So with Lindblad through in a 2nd place, Tarpanen tries one more time. Lindblad's not quite going to close up on Harley Keeble, but it's a solid effort from the drivers up front. They have kept themselves out of danger, and there's some big point scores coming for Keeble, Lindblad and Dodds. They keep themselves out of harm's way in this opening heat, and that's what they need to do. Harley Keeble, though, it's a big moment for the youngster as he comes out of the final turn to take his first heat win in the FIA. Brilliant run from Harley Keeble, from Lindblad and from Dodds. De Decker does well in 4th place in front of Rinicella and Badua. So a great race battle already. And it's just going to get more and more intense as the racing continues. But it's going to be a sweet, sweet weekend at Sarno for these 3 if their pace continues like this. They're just going to be bidding against each other essentially in the later heats as to who gets the lowest point score, because they probably won't meet each other again now for a while. But a fabulous run. Only Keeble and Lindblad will share the same racetrack. Dodds will be on a different set of heats. So he's still got a long way to go. Harley Keeble wins from Lindblad and Dodds, all within a second of each other. De Decker in a brilliant fourth from Valerio Vinicello and Brando Badoa. Took a Tarpon seventh from Christian Bertuca. Alexei Aleva is in ninth place from Conor Zilic of the United States. Flavio Olivieri in front of Jokubas Bogdanovicius. Then Maxim Raymond, Lucas Samalisto from Ben Silvesterson and Emo Fittipaldi. Aidan Neat crawls home in 17th place after his involvement at the Turn 1 incident. And the many retirements. Maxim Ferdinand Castellan and Nicolas Ambiado together at the final turn. Edgar and Piligov and Maxim Ferdinand Castellan at the final turn. And then Nicolas Ambiado tangling with Josh Erfen and Francesco Marenghi having his own incident as well. Well, most of the highlights from that race, certainly some of the more exciting bits from that one, are all going to come from that crazy first lap. Because there were so many incidents there on the opening tour. It's given everybody plenty of exciting drama to talk about, as now we've had 3 races in the juniors and 3 controversial incidents that have really given several drivers a lot more homework to do over the course of the rest of this race to try and fight themselves back into a competitive position. It's definitely not going to be plain sailing in the juniors. Some drivers have got away scot-free, others really have been compromised. So the list of drivers over the first 2 heats is 4 men in particular. Evan Giltaire and Giovanni Trentin obviously tangling in the first heat. In the second heat, we saw Will McIntyre and Alex Powell come to blows. And now we've got 5 drivers to talk about in the replays from this last heat. So let's look over the exciting magic moments from A versus E in their qualifying heat. Well, this is a pretty awesome start from Max Dodds. He and Harley Keeble dueling across together, no problem at all. And there was a little bit of a tap there on the way through the first corner from a couple of drivers in the mix there. That was De Decker and Rinicello just getting a little bit too close together. Momentum is with Keeble here, but watch. Dodds is going to be very deliberate in how he blocks him across. Look, he essentially places Keeble on the curb, and that's how Dodds keeps the lead. That's really smart thinking from Max Dodds on the opening lap. But then it just all gets a little bit too close together for the drivers coming into shot now. They've already arrived on top of each other, so Nicolas Ambiado and Josh Erfen, it's not gone well. Unfortunately, to the right of this, out of shot, but about to come into shot, we've also got Aidan Neat and Francesco Marenghi in their own incident, but well, Josh Erfen is stuck in his position. He needs Nicolas Ambiado to lift his kart off the machine of Josh Erfen, but he can't do it, unfortunately. Aidan Neat, meanwhile, has got his kart back on the road and continues going. But Francesco Marenghi is down there in trouble as well. So the CRG can't get moving either. He tries to get back onto the racetrack, but with Ambiado having struggled to get his kart moving, he now obviously has to accept outside assistance, and that's game over. Josh Erfen can't get going again either, nor can Francesco Marenghi. And then we get this bizarre incident in the final turn between Maxim Ferdinand Castellan and Edgar and Piligov. We're about to pick it up. So the leaders are out in front, Dodds and Keeble. Arvid Lindblad is down in 5th place at this point, so he's got to pick off first Douay De Decker and then Brando Badoa to even catch up to the guys in front. So this is good. Look, Ferdinand Castellan just dives for the inside line, and Piligov doesn't even know he's there, and essentially he rides rodeo. Both drivers are as angry with each other as possible. Ferdinand Castellan essentially angry with Edgar and Piligov for closing the door on him, and Piligov very angry for the man who's just dived up the inside to try and make an overtaking move from a fair way back. So I'm afraid you guys at home are going to have to be the arbiters and the judge and jury on that one. It's tough to know who's at fault there. If there is a driver at fault, of course, it could just be one of those racing incidents, but neither driver is prepared to agree with the other about whose fault it is. Try and ask 2 racing drivers in an incident like that, then it's going to be fine and dandy. Now, one thing that is a little bit of an issue for Edgar and Piligov there is essentially he's got somebody else's kart on top of him. He doesn't want the marshals to assist him because, of course, if they do, then that's his chance of a race restart gone. And then Piligov is so desperate to get going again and pushes the kart, he doesn't realise that the kart is drifting left and it basically runs over the curb, and it's too late. There's no way that's going to get going again. So Edgar and Piligov very frustrated and fed up and angry. But that's the way it goes, unfortunately, in an incident like that. Unfortunate that Edgar and Piligov felt he needed to exact his anger and frustration in such a manner there, but you got to remember these guys are teenagers. Their temperatures and their tempers are still running high. Now, this is the move from Keeble onto Dodds. Getting into the braking zone, he leaves it to the last possible minute to open the gap. I'm not sure Dodds realises he's going to make the overtaking move there until it's too late. So Keeble very clinical in the way he's managed to make his way through. So it's a nice overtaking move. And then Lindblad pulling off the same move essentially on the last lap, despite Dodds trying to persuade him that if he goes with him, they'll have a chance to catch up. But by that point, Keeble's got a couple of kart lengths. It's not really on. Now, Brandon Badua gets squeezed there by Rinicella. Tarpanen's trying to carry the momentum around the outside, but you can see there's only really one line of trajectory through that part of the course. So Tarpanen tried his best to make up ground there on Brandon Badua. It wasn't quite happening, and that's Douay de Decker, the Belgian, quite safely and serenely through there in fourth place. Now watch Badua. He's on the inside line there to try and... He's not trying to overtake Rinicella at that point. I think he knows he's not going to pass him. He's literally just pulling that kart across the line to avert any crisis from Tuukka Tarpanen in the final stages of the race. And it's easy to lose a place by just not being particularly wise in the final couple of corners. But some good runs there from the drivers throughout. Tarpanen keeping it right to the end there for Brandon Badua. He tried to get underneath the Italian as the drivers came across the line and tried to sprint out behind him to get the place, but he just ran out of time essentially. Great race though from the front, and some great battles all the way through. Great racing and some great duels in the FIA Karting European Championship, the opening heats for OK Junior, and it's been some pretty exciting stuff to talk about as we now focus our attentions on the OK battle. And after warm-up this morning and the way things are stacked up in the championship fight between Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Taylor Barnard in the title fight, there is going to be some fireworks today here at Sarno.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you are tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
Here we are in the shadow of Mount Vesuvius at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli here in Sarno. Air temperature, it's already a scorcher. 31 degrees Celsius according to my timing screen. And that is pretty crazy considering that it is not even 11 o'clock in the morning yet, and it gets to its highest point, the air temperature, around about 5 p.m. here in southern Italy. So it's going to get very, very hot over the course of the day. I really feel for the drivers and teams out there who have got to try and stay cool, try and stay refreshed, and obviously try and stay hydrated. It's a very important weekend to get everything right, this middle weekend of the season. But of course, the drivers are also making sure, as are the mechanics and the team personnel, that they are adhering to COVID-19 safety regulations. They all have to wear their masks around the paddock. And of course, they must do so correctly, which means, of course, wearing them above the nose and under the chin. So they have to cover the entirety of the lower side of their face. So a reminder to all teams and drivers here, please make sure you do so. I know it's not exactly the request we want to make to you, but it is important and it is statutory. It's mandatory obligations for the COVID-19 guidelines. But it means that we can go racing. The alternative is we sit at home watching reruns of old races on the FIA Karting YouTube channel, which you can do in between races, of course, if you so wish to. Certainly this evening, there are some proper classics on our archive channel for you to delve into from the glory days of the 90s that we've been sifting through during COVID-19. You can go back and watch some of the legendary European and World Championship finals on the FIA Karting YouTube channel. And as things progress through 2020 and beyond, we'll try and unsurface some more great races from the past, as there really are some truly great battles to sift over. Right, we should talk a bit, focus on the OK category now, because of course they're about to start their qualifying procedure in the heats. and it is Andrea Antonelli, the championship leader, who lines up in pole position for this one, for qualifying heat C versus E. He runs at the front end of the field in this one after a solid qualifying effort. Alongside him is his Italian compatriot Luigi Coluccio for the Cosmic Racing department. So it'll be exciting to see how they get on. Before we start actual racing in this category, we've got about 6 minutes before they head out on track. So let's talk a little bit about the warm-up session this morning, because again, that gives us an indication as to who is doing what. Andrea Antonelli was the fastest in his group of warm-up this morning, 0.2 of a second faster than Taylor Barnard, which is interesting and significant because the roles were reversed yesterday in time qualifying. So whether that means that Antonelli and the Kart Republic team have woken up on the right side of the bed this morning and found some little advantage over Taylor Barnard or not is going to be interesting, but we'll have to figure out what happens over the course of the qualifying heats. Joe Turney was third fastest in that warm-up session, the Lone Ranger in the Tony Kart factory team. Pedro Hiltbrand is still recovering from injuries, and we hear that we have heard potentially that Lorenzo Travasanuto, certainly not racing this weekend, is going to be announcing his future very shortly. But that does give us a sort of an indication as to maybe that he is no longer with the Tony Kart team. Nothing official confirmed, of course, and certainly speculation is rife within the paddock as to what is happening there. But we'll have to see what happens in due course. Juho Valtonen is fourth position for the Kart Republic Motorsport team from that warm-up session this morning. Luigi Coluccio was fifth fastest, ahead of Maya Wurg, the very talented Dutch racer who races under a Spanish license. Normally, of course, engineered at the weekends by Marin Kramers, who was out last weekend in the KZ European Championship at Adria. We wish him the very best because he's racing in the FFSA French F4 today. He got a late-minute deal. And it's very exciting to see another of our great racers from the FIA Karting paddock continue on to the world of cars. Obviously, that is also FIA regulated. So we hope he's going to have a really good time, and we'll want to come back and finish off his campaign for the European Championship in a couple of weeks' time when we head to Belgium. It's going to be really exciting to see how he gets on. Thomas ten Brinker is back, and back up to the front end of the field as well, the reigning junior world champion. He lines up 7th on the grid for Ricky Flynn Motorsport in the warm-up session this morning. He did a fantastic job there. James Wharton, the Australian for Parolin, was 8th quickest. Nikita Bedrin and Nicholas Pertolatti were in the top 10 in the warm-up of their session this morning. Lawrence Van Hopen and Hannes Janke from Sebastian Gravlund and Delano Van Toff, Harry Thompson and Jamie Day, and then Josep Marti and Noah Denbol, the rookie for the Danish contingent at Ward Racing. Matthias Salonen and Robert De Haan, Jenis Savico, Lorenzo Rosico, and Lorenzo Petresi were the drivers in that warm-up session. Then in the second warm-up session, we had Rafael Chavez Camara out on circuit as the fastest from Norton Andreasen by about a quarter of a second nearly. Miron Pingasov and Alex Dunn, the new Irishman in at Birolart. Then Joel Mesh from Germany and Charlie Wirtz from Austria. Marcus Amond, Levi Revege, Ricardinho Gracia and Alexander Partishev in the top 10 from British driver Clayton Ravenscroft, who was 11th in the warm-up this morning, along with the French racer Lola Lovinfoss, she, of course, being part of the Ward Racing team. 13th it was Thana Pongpang from Kaya Sixnellis and Alexander Hartvig, and then Rasmus Jutsemes from Maximus Meyer and Matthias Torrigiani. So that was the way things lined up in the warm-up session there. And in the third warm-up session, which was for driver numbers 161 to 195, it was Oliver Gray who was the fastest, 0.2 of a second quicker than the wild card this weekend, Nicolo Kuman, for the BM karting team. And then Matias Mogato, the Brazilian, in the Birolart chassis, was third quickest in warm-up in that particular warm-up session. That is in front of Michael Paparo and Henry Saskilati. Then Emili Koivisto from Marlon Hernandez and Olli Pilke, the Polish driver for Kart Republic Motorsport. Then we have Ben Dorr, the German, Nicolas Baptiste, the Colombian, and then Pedro Perino, the Portuguese ace for Kart Republic Motorsport. Tony Nauda, the Swiss ace, did a good job in the warm-up this morning. She was 12th quickest in her session, just in whisker in front of Cecilia Hedqvist, and both female racers were in front of Portugal's Thomas Guedes and the Italian Mario Schettino. So as we line up for qualifying heat C versus E, we've got a good idea as to who's going to be running at the front. Antonelli and Coluccio are on the front row of this grid, as we mentioned already. James Wharton, the Australian, lines up third on the grid for this one on the inside of the second row, so he should be strong aboard the Parolin, which has been mighty quick in junior and very solid in senior. Fourth on the grid is Joe Turney. The Tony Kart racer for Great Britain will be there on the second row, and then the Dutchman Delano van Toth will line up 5th on the grid for Forza Racing. Great to see the two Dutchmen back at the front of the field, actually. Delano van Toth and Thomas ten Brinker, they will share the 3rd row of the starting grid for this heat. 7th on that grid is going to be Rafael Chaves Camara, alongside yet another Flying Dutchman, Laurens van Hopen. And then 9th on the grid will be Henri Saskelati, the Finn for Parolin. And rounding out the top 10, returning to the FIA Karting paddock, is the British driver Harry Thompson, who these days is racing under the Forza Racing banner. So it's good to see him back in the FIA Karting European Championships once again. Levent Revesh, the Hungarian for Kart Republic, lines up 11th on the grid alongside Biralart's British youngster Clayton Ravenscroft. Ollie Pilker lines up 13th on the grid in the Sauber Karting Graphics. 13th on the grid alongside Charlie Wirtz for the Exprit Racing team, the Austrian. The new boy in at Ward Racing this year for Denmark is Noah Denbol. Got to meet him properly yesterday, and charming young man, definitely going faster and faster all the time as well. Alongside him is the Brazilian star Ricardinho Gracia for the Praga Racing team. 17th on the grid is the Danish talent Sebastian Gravlund, still struggling a little bit for Ricky Flynn Motorsport on the 9th row of the grid. Alongside him is the Colombian star Nicolas Baptiste for Ward Racing. And then on the 10th row of the grid will be Alexander Partishev and Kaius Sixnelis, with Cecilia Hedqvist and Thomas Guedes rounding out the grid. Here they come, so let's go through the grid in full. Andrea Kimi Antonelli from pole position with Luigi Coluccio second, and James Wharton and Joe Turney from Delano van Toth and Thomas ten Brinker. Then Rafael Chaves Camara and Laurens van Hopen, then Henri Saskelati and Harry Thompson. Levente Revesh and Clayton Ravenscroft from Ollie Pilker and Charlie Wirtz. Noah Denbol and Ricardinho Gracia from Sebastian Gravlund and Nicolas Baptiste. Then Alexander Partishev and Kaius Sixnelis. On the back row, it is Cecilia Hedqvist and Thomas Guedes. 22 drivers, 10 laps for the OK senior races. They go slightly quicker per lap than the juniors, and they have a slightly longer race to endure, which hopefully means that the gap between the races will be slightly shorter between the senior heats, although not a massive amount to make any difference. So I'm afraid you'll have to put up with my waffling in between races as per. I don't hear too many complaints about it. Antonelli and Coluccio on the front row of the starting grid for this one. Coluccio is the one to watch here off the grid, because it's that outside line that can really cause a bit of an issue for the drivers coming into that first corner, because it is a flat-out right-hander, and if you're on the outside line getting a difficult start, it can be pretty messy for the rest of your race. We saw that in the opening heat for the juniors, and it'll be up to Coluccio to get a relatively decent start from the outside line, along with the likes of Turney and Thomas ten Brinker. So let's see how they form out of the final turn. Is this going to be a good start straight away? It is, and we are racing, and it's a good start from Coluccio. Tony Coluccio breaks through to the first corner and leads it. Brilliant start from Coluccio. And Turney's cracked through to second place. What a start from the two men at the front end of the field. That almost never happens at Sarno, and they've driven right round the outside of Antonelli and broken through. And we've got an off in the background as well. Somebody's gone off the circuit big time and stopped out on track, and it's one of the Ward Racings. I can't figure out which one it is from there. The 168, I think that's Nicolas Baptiste, the Colombian. So Nicolas Baptiste very much already on the back foot this weekend, but what a start from Coluccio and Turney in front of Antonelli. That is such an incredible start from the two drivers on the outside. And we got another driver off the road. That is Cecilia Hedqvist. So she is the lone racing driver for Ward Racing that runs the Cosmic chassis. All the others run the Tony car. Antonelli dives on the inside of Turney, and they tangle! And that's a big problem for Antonelli! And for Turney as well. Antonelli's out of it. Antonelli's out of the race. His first race of the weekend, and Antonelli is out. That could not be more dramatic in terms of the championship fight. The man who won at Zuera is now out of the first heat of the weekend. Oh my goodness, Sarno really is kicking up drama here in this second weekend of the Karting European Championship. Unbelievable. Well, Coluccio leads the way comfortably now from Chaves Camara and James Wharton. And there's Delano van Toth running in fourth place. But this is big shock, big drama, as Antonelli is out of the race in the first lap of his first heat. Wow. That really is going to shake things up, as Joe Turney has recovered from the tangle in 11th position, but it's compromised his weekend big style as well. So Coluccio leads. Chavez Kamara second from Wharton and Vantoff. Thomas ten Brinker's now fifth. Van Hopen in sixth, kicking up dust as they push so hard round that first corner. All it takes is just one wheel to get a little bit over the white line, and it kicks up massive dust around this circuit. So Coluccio out in front of Chavez Kamara and Wharton. I think we know who the identity of the first race winner is going to be, because Coluccio's got a big advantage now over Chavez Kamara and Wharton. They're going to need to team up together to go after the Italian up front. Fourth place is Vantoff. Fifth place is countryman Thomas ten Brinker. In sixth place is their other countryman, Lawrence Van Hopen, who was there in sixth position in front of Thompson in the Forza, Saskelati in the Parolin. Ravenscroft is up to ninth place in the Birolart, and in 10th place now is Joe Turney, having got back past Noah Denbol. Wirtz has got the move on Gracia, and Pilker and Gravland have both got past Kaya Sixnellis. I never thought we'd see something as dramatic as that in the very first lap of the first heat. If I'm Taylor Barnard right now, I've got a little cheeky grin under my visor, because that is a big moment in this European Championship fight. A retirement is just not acceptable in these qualifying heats. You lose so much momentum and so many positions from a DNF. And Antonelli, it could not be worse for the Italian after such a difficult start and a great fight back at Zuera. He got himself into championship winning contention with that performance at Zuera, and now it's taken a massive hammer blow. So Coluccio leads the race. What can James Wharton do to close up on Chavez Kamara, and also what can Thomas ten Brinker do to close up on Delano Vantoff? Another kick up of dust in the back end of the circuit. Doesn't look like anybody's retired as a result, although Alexander Pardashev has now lost ground to both Charlie Wirtz and Kaya Sixnellis, the two drivers at Expert Racing. So up the hill they come once again, up towards turn 2. Whoops, looks like a couple of drivers in dire straits on the far side of the course. But the field is now weaving its way through the hairpin. Coluccio is actually being caught now by Chavez Kamara. We're only on lap 5 of 10, so I thought it was going to be difficult for them to make up the ground on Coluccio, but in fact, the Forza Racing does have genuine pure pace, and the Brazilian is now chasing down Coluccio with absolute determination. So a really good run from Coluccio out of Chavez Kamara in second position. Wharton is still there in third. So really good battle thus far. Vantoff, Tom Brinker and Van Hopen, the three Dutchmen, running in 4th, 5th and 6th. Here they are. 3 different teams as well. Forza Racing, and then Ricky Flynn Motorsport. And then in 6th position, of course, you have Lawrence Van Hopen. 3 different chassis as well, from 3 different racing groups. Up the inside comes Chavez Kamara for the lead, and the Brazilian takes it. Half distance, and the Brazilian hits the front. Great result so far from Chavez Kamara this weekend. He's looking so comfortable in the Forza Racing machine. It was tricky at Zuera this weekend. He seems to be right at home, and the Brazilian has moved to the front of the field ahead of Luigi Coluccio. So a grand race kicking off now as the competitors continue to surge forward. Some good battles all the way through. Looking at the drivers who have made up places, obviously Chavez Kamara has made up 6 places now to lead his particular battle. We've only got 3 retirements. They were all on the first lap, though. Cecilia Hedqvist, Nicholas Baptiste, and Andrea Kimi Antonelli. Big drama at Sarno. So Chavez Kamara and Luigi Coluccio are out in front. Third is James Wharton, the Australian, for Parolin. 4th place is Delano Vantoff from Thomas ten Brinker and Lawrence Van Hopen. Harry Thompson in 7th from Saskelati, Turney and Ravenscroft. Gravland has made the move on Charlie Wirtz for 15th place. But there's only 19 running from the 22 that started, and it's big, big drama that is going to continue on this weekend. Now, is this going to be an opportunity for Thomas ten Brinker to work his way past Delano Vantoff? The first time these two have really met in Mortal Kombat in the FIA Karting Championship. Delano Vantoff at his 2nd year as a senior now, of course, and Thomas ten Brinker in his 1st year as a senior, but he won the Junior World Championship last year. Delano Vantoff was one of the contenders for the World Championship at Alhambra last year in the senior category. If he hadn't lost it on a greasy part of the circuit in the same way Gabriel Bortoletto did just behind him, who knows where those two would have finished the World Championship. 3 laps to go, and it's still these two dueling over 4th place. Vantoff in front of ten Brinker. Van Hopen is still there in P6 trying to catch them. But look at the gap that the Forza Racing driver Chavez Kamara has been able to pull out on Coluccio. It's a very dramatic case of affairs for those two drivers up at the front, but Coluccio probably thought he had raw pace to deal with the Forza Racing, but Chavez Camara has not only caught him and passed him, but he's actually started to gap him. 2.5 laps left around this beautiful circuit here at Sarno. Great to see that they continue to push forward up to the hairpin. This is where, in last year's European Championship in the KZ final, we saw Alessandro Orlando and Simo Pohaka tangle on the second lap that really shook up the title fight in the European Championships. Here at Sarno in the OK and Juniors, we are seeing plenty of drama and spicy moments. It's definitely looking to be a very exciting and hectic weekend in the FIA Karting European Championship. Junior gave us plenty of thrills and spills, and the OK Seniors are no different. 2 laps to go in this opening heat, and Rafael Chaves Camara of Brazil leads the race. From Coluccio, Wharton and Delano Van Toff. And the 3 drivers are now nose to tail. Wharton's picking an opportunity to see if he can get past Coluccio. He's got a lap and a half to do it. So James Wharton with a genuine opportunity here to break into second place, but Delano Van Toff feels he'll have one to get into the top 3. So it's up to Wharton to make the move on Coluccio before Van Toff can get the jump on him. But he's got to do it in a smart fashion. Drivers are obviously making some very risky decisions. The air temperature is 31 degrees Celsius already here, according to my timing screen. And in the past, there's been a couple of degrees discrepancy, so it might even be a bit hotter than that. And we're not even at midday yet, so it's a very tough situation. Van Toff slides on the inside of Wharton, and Ten Brinker's got enough momentum to get by as well. That's the problem you have. Into the last lap they go. And that's why Wharton needed to get his move on Coluccio early, because Van Toff made the jump, and now Ten Brinker has got the chance to get past his Dutch rival. But Van Toff absolutely glued to that inside line, not allowing another driver to come through on the inside at all. So a close run battle between the 2 Dutch racers for 3rd position, as Thomas Ten Brinker would love to start his weekend for Ricky Flynn Motorsport on a high after a struggle at Zuera and then eventually a retirement. But he's got a chance here. Van Toff drifting wide off the turn, and Thomas Ten Brinker almost got the jump on him. Van Toff is now sliding around. Thomas Ten Brinker is going to get him on the exit of the Vesuvio Due corner, and that's lovely from Thomas Ten Brinker. He forced Delano Van Toff into the mistake, and Ten Brinker can just drive away from him. That was amateur hour being there for Thomas Ten Brinker to move up the inside. A final turn lunge. It's not going to work. It's going to cost Wharton dear as Chavez Camara wins it from Coluccio. Ten Brinker 3rd from Van Toff, Van Hopen, and James Wharton just a whisker in front of Joe Turney. My goodness me. I never would have thought that first heat would give us so much drama, but it certainly has. And not only has that one heat changed the face of the weekend, it could change the face of the European Championship. Rafael Chaves Camara takes full advantage of the situation, and the Brazilian launches away, and after 15.47 kilometers of racing, he is victorious in the opening heat of the weekend. So Rafael Chaves Camara wins from Luigi Coluccio and Thomas Ten Brinker. Delano Van Toff is 4th ahead of Lawrence Van Hopen. James Wharton, Joe Turney and Henry Sascalati from Harry Thompson and Clayton Ravenscroft in the top 10. Noah Denbol in a strong 11th ahead of Ricardinho Gracia, then Live Revej and Sebastian Gravlund, Charlie Wirtz and Ole Pilka, Alexander Partyshev in front of Kaya Sigsnelis and Thomas Guedes. But 3 retirements on the opening lap really have been the major talking point. Nicholas Baptiste of Colombia, Cecilia Hedqvist of Sweden, and somebody called Andrea Kimi Antonelli. Nobody would have thought that the championship leader would be in such dire straits in the first heat of the weekend. But it's now pressure time for Antonelli. He's going to have a really tough weekend ahead of him now. That DNF is going to put him on 20 points for this first race. And you want to score as few points as you possibly can across each of the heats. So this is a massive danger zone problem now for Andrea Kimi Antonelli, leading the championship coming into this weekend, of course, just a couple of points in front of Taylor Barnard. But now the British driver who grabbed pole position from time qualifying has a massive opportunity, and he's not going to sit back on his laurels. He's going to take it with both hands. Well, I suppose having looked through the highlights from the previous races in the juniors, we should try and get a look back over some of the big moments, including what could end up being one of the biggest moments of the season, as Antonelli trying to battle his way past the hard-charging Joe Turney. It's one of the worst first laps of the Italian's career, to be fair, because he was in pole position at Sarno, which normally would give you a guaranteed run into the first corner first. But Coluccio and Turney had other ideas, charged by him around the outside to prove it can be done. And then Antonelli out by the end of the first lap. Disastrous. So this is how the race played out for them. Look, Coluccio and Turney have broken straight across on the first corner and both charged past Antonelli. That never happens at Sarno, or at least it happens once in a blue moon, and Antonelli has really been caught out by that one. So as they charge up the straight, he's already got a couple of kart lengths momentum lost, but he has got drivers forming in behind him. James Wharton and Thomas ten Brinker are both trying to charge forward in this opening tour to try and get some positions. Now, where's Rafael Chavez-Camara in all this? Because he's a long way back, as there goes Baptiste off the circuit, stage left, and his race is over by this point. But Chavez-Camara is trying to work his way up into a position. There he is. He's just managed to pop up in front of Delano Van Toff. And that first lap for Chavez-Camara, fairly key as well, because he had to make sure that all worked out in his favour. A rather fed-up Nicolas Baptiste banging his fists on the steering wheel in frustration. And at the same time as this is all going on, the field is working its way through on the back end of the circuit. And you might just see, if you look in the background, Cecilia Hedqvist coming off the circuit, because she leaves the racetrack at about this point as well. No, she hasn't quite come through the picture yet, so we'll see that as she comes through on the lap. But look, this is still Delano Van Toff trying to battle away with Thomas ten Brinker. They're eyeing each other up as they get into the braking zone for Vesuvio Due. Antonelli's all over the back of Turney at this point, trying to come through. In the background, we can see Cecilia Hedqvist having stopped the kart in the middle of the circuit. Frustration there for the young Swede, who's only in her third ever weekend in the FIA Karting Championships, as far as maths can dictate for me, but she's done a fantastic job up to this point, so that's annoying. Now watch Antonelli. He breaks for the move on the inside of Turney. This is Turney essentially not preparing to back down. Antonelli's right there. Turney just turns in. He's not going to give up the space, and they've ended up clattering into each other. And Antonelli realizes as he tries to get going again that the kart isn't going to go anywhere. But it's a big moment in this championship. The championship leader out at the end of lap 1. And that is a massive, massive talking point, because if Taylor Barnard has a clean weekend and Antonelli has relatively good heats, he's still going to be several places down the grid compared to Taylor Barnard in the final tomorrow. And that could change the face of this European Championship. Such a disaster for the young Italian star. Now, this is Rafael Chavez-Camara having caught Coluccio. I think Coluccio probably thought by this point he pretty much had this one in the bag. So for Rafael Chavez-Camara to break clear and grab himself a run at the victory, the Brazilian's done a brilliant job today. Quite a tame heat other than that after this. The only other real battle of note to speak of is Thomas ten Brinker in his battle with Delano Van Toff. And this is it. This is them chasing down James Wharton. So this is the penultimate lap. Now the Australian knows he's got to catch after Coluccio and make the overtaking move. Otherwise, the two Dutchmen behind are going to make mincemeat of him, because they're working together in unison. And they are catching up to James Wharton at this point. So it's obviously very easy to allow the race to slip away from you at this point. And James Wharton, to be fair, is actually very lucky, given the circumstances that we're about to see. He's lucky to have finished in the top 6, because of the loss of momentum in the final couple of laps was so horrendous that he was quite fortuitous that he ended up in the top 6. Now watch Van Toff. He's the one who's going to make all of the moves in these last couple of laps, because Wharton is doing his best to close in on Coluccio. The Cosmic driver is obviously going to be completely uncooperative with the Australian, because he wants to hang on to a second place finish. He thought that the win was his after the first lap or so, but the Brazilian has obviously caught and passed him. But it's Van Toff who's going to make all the moves here. This is the close-natured battle unfolding. Now this is it, into the final turn. Look, Van Toff has really set up Wharton for a move here, and he knows he's got space, he knows he's got good grip on the inside line. He surges forward. Ten Brinker thinks Christmas has come early, because Wharton's drifted wide and Ten Brinker's got momentum, more momentum off the turn than Delano Van Toff has, because Van Toff's been making the overtaking move. Van Toff gestures to Ten Brinker, don't overtake me, let's work together to catch Coluccio. But Ten Brinker has seen the gap between himself and Coluccio, and he realizes that he's not going to be able to make that move to get into second place before the end of the lap. That's 2 laps worth of catching up to the guy in front, really there. That's not a lap, that's not half a lap as they've got left at this race. So Ten Brinker thinks, right, I'm not going to get second, but I definitely can get third. So he starts to edge towards Van 't Hoff, starts making his moves. Now Van 't Hoff's doing the right thing here. He's placing his kart in the middle of the circuit, but the Ricky Flynn Motorsport machine has got genuine raw pace here, and Van 't Hoff is playing defensive. It's so hard to keep the guy behind you back, because the only way essentially to keep them back when they're on this kind of momentum is to make the kart wider, so you're bringing the kart off the circuit. Now watch, Van 't Hoff's got on the curbs and has drifted wide. Ten Brinker's on the inside, so Van 't Hoff has to storm across. He has to swerve wide to make it happen. So Ten Brinker thinks, right, well, I'm going to get back on the racing line. Van 't Hoff's in the wrong place, and he's got to slow the kart down, so I'm just going to take the normal racing line, and the door's going to open up for me. Nicely done from Ten Brinker. Van 't Hoff is so lucky that the rest of the field doesn't sweep past him at this point. There's a braking zone for the left-hand flick, so it doesn't change anything there, because Wharton and Van Hopen have to back down off the challenge. Thompson's getting in there as well for the Forza Racing team, but what a performance that is from Thomas Ten Brinker to just line up the move. Wharton thinks he can make the same move on Van 't Hoff that he made on him, but he doesn't manage to get that. And not only that, he drifts out wide and allows Van Hopen to get through, and is very lucky that Turney doesn't get there as well. Good move from Turney in the final turn to make up some places. So some absolutely sensational racing in qualifying Heat C versus E. But what it does to the European Championship battle, that is the most significant factor. Because with Antonelli out of the race on the first lap, that changes everything. Because it was him versus Barnard pretty much in the title fight up to this point. And although they're in the same awning, they are very big rivals. And so they're going to be working very hard to beat each other this season. But with Antonelli, the one who ends up with the retirement on the first lap of his first heat, that really does shake up the battle. So it's going to be a fascinating scenario as we head into the next heat. And that heat is going to be for the drivers in groups B versus D. For those wanting to know the identities of the drivers in A versus E and when they'll be coming out, their race is not until 1:45 local time. So they've got a bit of a breather. So the likes of the pole position sitter, Taylor Barnard, and then of course some of the other competitors from Group A who are not starting in this particular race, so the likes of Alex Dunn, Kuman, Paparo, Morgato, Marty, Rasico, Sutumnu, Lovinfoss, and Max Meyer, to name a few. They will come out onto the circuit for their heat at 1:45 today. So don't worry, they are still racing. It's not game over for them yet, not by a long shot. They'll be going straight through to the latter end of Sunday morning, but their races start a little bit later in the day. To groups B versus D then, and on the pole position, it is Oliver Gray, the British driver for Leclerc by Lennox Racing, who will be there on the front of the grid. And alongside him is going to be Juho Valtonen for the new Pantano team for 2020, run by the Formula One star Giorgio Pantano, who of course was an absolute legend in his karting days. And it's great to see his new team up in action for the 2020 season. And no wonder they've gone for speed and pace and consistency. Juho Valtonen right up at the front end of the field. And let's not forget that Valtonen was, for many people, a stone's throw away from becoming world champion on home soil last year. Then in third position on the grid, it is the fabulous Spanish talent Maya Wurg, who is there for the Richard Mill Talent Academy within the Birolart awning from third position on the grid. Alongside her on the starting grid, it is Jamie Day, the Emirati for Leclerc by Lennox Racing, who won so brilliantly at the Champions of the Future at the beginning of July, which was the warm-up event for the opening round of the European Championships at Zawera. Nikita Bedrin and Norton Andreasen, the Ward Racing teammates from Russia and Sweden, respectfully, will line up on the third row of the starting grid together. Seventh on the grid, it's so good to see him consistently back at the front end of the field. Hannes Janker, we were talking to him yesterday, and he made a very good point. I've got better in 2020, basically because nobody's been testing. I don't have the budget, the same as some of the other people do, to be testing week in, week out. And that's why last year we really struggled. But because nobody's been testing this year because of the COVID-19 outbreak, it's all about raw pace and raw ability. And I've always felt I'm one of the quickest drivers out there on one lap, fresh out of the blocks. So that's why we're having a good run. And it's a very good point, actually, and it's good to see Hannes Janker running so well again at the front end of the field, alongside the reigning European champion in juniors, and that is Marcus Amond, the Frenchman for the VDK Racing team, who is now a senior and in his first campaign in the category, and looking very strong indeed with it. Then on the 5th row of the grid, it is the Spanish driver Miron Pingazov, who is there for Kart Republic Motorsport. Russian originally, of course, but races under a Spanish license these days. And alongside him is Nicolas Pertolatti, another of the fast drivers for the Pantano team, as he lines up P10. On 11th on the grid, it is the Frenchman Marlon Hernandez for the Kart Republic Motorsport team. He is there on the inside of the 6th row, alongside the Spanish talent Genis Savico for CRG. Then 13th on the grid, it is the Finnish star Emili Koivisto for the Koski Motorsport team. A rather frustrating start to the weekend in 14th place is Robert De Haan for the Energy Course team. They haven't quite found the one-lap pace in qualifying, but hopefully they should be able to find it as the weekend progresses. Rasmus Jutsimis for CRG, the Finnish driver, lines up 15th on the grid alongside Portugal's Pedro Perino. 17th on the grid is the highly rated German talent for TB Racing, that is Ben Dur. And alongside him on the grid is Matthias Salonen for CV Performance, the Finnish driver back in the field once again after unfortunately having to miss Zuera. 19th on the grid is Lorenzo Patrese. A terrible weekend for them in terms of one-lap pace. They really haven't had the same sort of speed we came to expect from them at Zuera and certainly through the most of last year. 20th on the grid, the ever-developing Swiss racer Tony Nauder, and she is there on the outside of the 10th row. Alexander Hartvig, the Danish driver for Koski Motorsport, lines up 21st on the grid. And rounding out the field in 22nd place, it is the wild card for this weekend, Mario Schettino for the Parolin Racing team, the Italian and one of the senior members of the field. So the drivers make their way out onto the circuit here at Sarno, and it's going to be Oliver Gray and Juho Valtonen from the front row of the grid, with Meyer Werg and Jamie Day in the second row. Nikita Bedrin and Norton Andreasen on row 3 from Hannes Janker and Marcus Amond, Miron Pingazov and Nicolas Pertolatti, Marlon Hernandez and Genis Savico, Emili Koivisto and Robert De Haan, from Rasmus Jutsimis and Pedro Perino, Ben Dur and Matthias Salonen, Lorenzo Patrese and Tony Nauder, and then Alexander Hartvig and Mario Schettino. So once again for the drivers in Heat B versus D, time to warm up the drivers' tyres and brakes to the optimum temperature. Not that they need a massive amount of assistance to do that when the air temperature is currently 32 degrees Celsius around the Sarno circuit. It's not exactly as if the drivers need to weave their karts that much to get the tyres up to operating temperature. Just push it through the first corner in turn 1 and they'll probably be nice and toasty crispy. So through they come once again. This is going to be an interesting one as well, because you've got Oliver Gray on the inside line, Juho Valtonen on the outside line. The pace is back with the Pantano team after a little bit of a blip in round 1 for Valtonen, but they've come back to the pace that they had at the beginning of the month in July. And it'll be interesting to see if he can do the same thing that we saw from Colicchio and Turney in the previous race to out-drag the pole position setter. It's hard to do from the outside line. But if anybody's going to manage it from the outside line of the front row, it's going to be Juho Valtonen. He just needs to get a good start from Oliver Gray. You essentially need to be ploughing on the throttle out of the final turn. So let's see if it's going to work. Here comes the start, and it's a good one. Day is trying to get in around the outside. Valtonen drifts out wide. It hasn't worked, and there's a spin in the middle of the field. 2 karts come off there. It is Marcus Amond. Marcus Amond has come off the circuit there, and also one of the Kart Republics. I think it's Miron Pingazov. So Pingazov is off, as so too is Marcus Amond, who hits the barrier. So it's yellow flags. There is Marcus Amond. He's out of the kart and walking away. Thank goodness for that, because that was a big impact, and both drivers are okay, and that means that the race can continue. But for Marcus Amond, it's a big hammer blow to his European Championship aspirations as well. So it is Meyer Werg who has broken into second place then from the second row of the grid. A more traditional start for the competitors as Oliver Gray runs in the lead of the race from Meyer Werg. Hannes Janker is in 5th place behind Bedrin and Valtonen. And that's Norton Andreasen in 6th place in front of the Leclerc by Lennox machine there of Jamie Day, the Emirati, who's down in 7th place. So it's Gray, Werg, Bedrin, Valtonen, Janker, and then Andreasen from Day, Hernandez, Perino, and Robert De Haan. What a good start from the Dutchman, avoiding all the carnage. As up the inside comes Bedrin. Bedrin going late on the inside of Meyer Werg, and there's enough space for Valtonen to get through as well. A very difficult overtaking move for Bedrin to pull off there. I think he was hesitating mid-apex. I don't think he felt the move was on. And then he just kind of had to commit to it and hope that Meyer Werg would give him space, which she did. So now Valtonen has got a chance to get after Nikita Bedrin. That's the consequence of being a little bit hesitant. What it's also done as well is it's given Oliver Gray a little bit of daylight between himself and second place. So Bedrin needed to be a tiny bit more confident in making that manoeuvre, because it really has dropped him and the rest of the field back from Oliver Gray. So Valtonen now needs to go with Nikita Bedrin to close up on Oliver Gray. But if Valtonen thinks I'm going to lose too much time sat behind the Russian, I'm going to have to let the Russian do all the work. Now Hannes Janker's lost places. He's down to 9th place as Day, Hernandez and Perino have all managed to get through. Here comes Valtonen. He's not going to wait around. That's a much more confident move on the Russian, who tries to get him on the switchback. But Valtonen's got the inside line for the next left-hander, and that's going to leave the Russian vulnerable to Meyer Werg and his teammate Norton Andreasen. Here comes Werg on the inside. That's what it can do. So he was too eager to defend. He now defends to Norton Andreasen, but it's a great move from Meyer Werg to get back into 3rd position, and Bedrin has basically put himself back where he was at the start of lap 1. So Andreasen is now going to lose ground to Jamie Day. Jamie Day gets on the inside, and Janker gets on the inside line there as well of Rasmus Jutsemis and Robert De Haan, but he loses ground on the exit to Jutsemis. So Jutsemis has got through into 9th place. Some great battles all the way through the field here as the drivers are clattering their way around the circuit, trying to stay out of trouble. But there's a lot of overtakes. That was Lorenzo Patrese getting a move or two out of the final turn at the expense of Robert De Haan. So Savico and Dorr managed to get past the Dutchman as well. So Lorenzo Patrese making up some good ground. And there on the inside line is the move from another of the Kart Republics. That's Pedro Perino on his teammate Marlon Hernandez. So he gets through up into 7th place, the young Portuguese star. And it's great to see how Pedro Perino's confidence has really taken a massive shoot in the arm, because he's working very hard indeed now in 7th position to move forward. Hannes Janker's having a nightmare. He's had an incident, I think. So Hannes Janker's down at the back end of the field now, along with Emili Koivisto. And we've got a slowing kart on the circuit. I think that is Koivisto, in fact. So we've had 2 karts off the road, and Emili Koivisto is one of them. Hannes Janker is the other. So they appear to have tangled on the run to Marshall Post 4. Hannes Janker out of the race, and that is not good news for the German at all. His race weekend is unraveling around him already. So Gray, Valtonen, Werg, Bedrin, Day and Andreasen. Then it is Perino and Hernandez. There they are, the 2 Kart Republics in 7th and 8th, from Rasmus Jutsemis and Lorenzo Patrese, who is fighting his way back into the top 10. A good comeback from the Italian. Meanwhile, it's not good news for the Finn Emili Koivisto, who is trying to bring his kart back to the pit lane, but he's being caught rapidly by the leaders. This is not sensible, really, from Emili Koivisto. He's trying to bring the kart back. There's clearly a problem, but the leaders are going to catch him if he's not careful as they come into the final couple of corners. He's just going to get away with this. He brings it into the pits just as the leaders arrive on the scene. There they go. That's how close it was. Well, Oliver Gray and Juha Valtonen have got away with that one. Meyer Werg's got pressure from Nikita Bedrin as they continue on their way. Bedrin's got a good run out of the first corner, and they're going to go side by side. And surely Bedrin's going to nail this one. Meyer Werg decides to back out of it and gets a faster line out of the next turn. So Meyer Werg is still pushing Nikita Bedrin, but she might get a run up the inside into the next corner. She's going to commit, but Bedrin is just across the line enough to halt the charge. So Meyer Werg is going to have to try again. But a great bit of tussling between these drivers up at the sharp end, as Meyer Werg tries to go after 3rd position here. For some reason, the timing screen seems to think that Pedro Perino is leading the race, but he's still in 7th place, battling with Hernandez. So the race continues on its way with Oliver Gray leading. 2nd is Valtonen, and 3rd place is Bedrin. From Werg, Day, Andreasen, Perino, Hernandez, Jutsemis and Lorenzo Patrese in front of Savico, De Haan and Salonen, with Ben Dorr and Alexander Hartwig next up. So several retirements from the race now, because we've lost Pirtolatti, Pingazov and Amond. Didn't see what happened to Nicholas Pirtolatti. I wonder if he went off the circuit there as well at the first corner. No, he was off in a separate incident, I think. But Oliver Gray leads the race from Valtonen and Bedrin. Here's Meyer Werg losing ground now to Jamie Day. Day's going to make the bid up the inside. Werg is not going to let it happen. Good defensive driving there from Werg. And Day is compromised as Andreasen dives through on the inside line and grabs 5th position. That's a clear-cut manoeuvre from Jamie Day, but Meyer Werg is determined. I'm not going to let cheap overtakes happen today on my watch. And Marion Kramers, who no doubt will be watching on from France, is going to be very pleased to see her put off a move like that. That's a very Kramer's defensive move, to be fair. So 5th and 6th place for Andreasen and Day. A very good run from those two at the moment. Perino in 7th, Hernandez is 8th, and Rasmus Jutsemis is running a good race in 9th place in front of Patrese, Savico and Robert De Haan. 3 laps to go, and Valtonen is catching Oliver Gray. I did say that if you give him a clear bit of racetrack, he is the kind of driver who can catch Oliver Gray and put in a bit more of an effort to charge forward. So this is going to get spicy for 4th position again as Werg, Andreasen and Day are close. Perino and Hernandez, the two teammates, are having a good run. There goes Day on the inside of Andreasen. But he's trying to make sure that Andreasen can't get him back again. I thought for a moment there that he was having a mechanical problem because he just got on the inside line and squirted on the power, but he was in a very odd part of the race circuit. I wondered for a split second there if he was actually pulling off the circuit, but Day still doing a good job to try and close in on Meyer Werg. But it took him quite a while to get back on terms with Andreasen. There's now only 2 laps for Juho Valtonen to catch Gray, but he's very close as they come through the first corner. Valtonen's going to have Gray on the run up towards turn 2, and surely Valtonen is going to get the chance to come past Oliver Gray. Gray is trying to second guess where Valtonen's going. He holds the inside line. Valtonen tries to get the switch. They slide on the throttle. Valtonen trying to hold it round the outside, and Gray keeps him back. Brilliant bit of racecraft between the two drivers. Valtonen had good pressure on the throttle, but Gray just held the inside line. Valtonen tried to run the kart round the outside, but that was going to end up in an accident if one of them didn't back out of it. And now coming into play is Nikita Bedrin. So this is going to be an almighty final lap because Valtonen's got good speed, straight line advantage on Oliver Gray down out of the final turn if he can nail the apex. But he's also got to be careful he doesn't blister the tyres in these manoeuvres. So this is getting pretty hot out of the final turn. Last lap, and Valtonen nowhere near as close to Gray as he was. I think Gray may have just won himself the race by keeping Valtonen at bay at a critical point on the course. Meanwhile, Werg, Day and Andreasen are having an amazing scrap of the 4th position. They are side by side there, Day and Werg, and there's contact! They've both come together! And Werg and Day have tangled, and Meyer Werg is not happy at all with Jamie Day. Well, I think Meyer Werg's race is over and done, and she is absolutely blatant. What are you doing? Meyer Werg is not happy in the slightest. And the battle between her and Jamie Day comes to blows on the final lap. That moves Andreasen to 4th, Perino to 5th, and Hernandez to 6th. Valtonen's got one last effort to go for Oliver Gray, and he might have a chance in the final bend here, but not quite close enough to go for it. Oliver Gray is going to take the victory from Valtonen and Bedrin. There has not been a single race so far today that hasn't ended in controversy. An amazing race day here at Sarno. Every single race gives good drama and good action, but for Meyer Werg, it's a race seriously compromised now. She's down to 16th after an incident between her and Jamie Day. Well, Oliver Gray hangs on to a victory that, to be fair, is incredibly well fought. And that was so close, so tight between the two drivers up in that little battle up at the front end. But Oliver Gray hangs on to it. Meyer Werg is not going to be able to come home to finish the race at the end of it all. So her retirement on the final lap drops her down to 16th in the rankings. 16 points available for her now, and that's 16 points more than any driver wants at this phase, because you want to win races. If you win a race, you get a 0-point score, and it's like golf. You want the least amount of points possible through the qualifying heats. 2 points for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth, and so on. That's how it works out in the aggregate. So Oliver Gray takes the victory in front of Juho Valtonen and Nikita Bedrin. Norton Andreasen is 4th in front of Pedro Perino, who fights back from 16th on the grid to 5th position. What a run from the Portuguese. Hernandez in 6th place. Rasmus Jutsemis comes up 8 places to 7th. Lorenzo Patrese did a great job as well. He fought back to 8th place from 19th on the grid. Jenis Savico up 3 to 9th. Matthias Salonen up 8 to 10th. Robert De Haan came up 3 places to 11th. Ben Dorr rose up to 12th. Jamie Day, with his last lap incident with Meyer Werg, drops to 13th. Hardvig is 14th from Tony Nauder, and they were the last drivers home. Meyer Werg out, Scatino out, Janka and Koivisto tangled, as did Armand and Pingazov. Nicholas Bertolatti, I'm not entirely sure what happened to the Finn, but the Paralin driver certainly out of the race as well on the first lap. Big drama all around the circuit here at Sarno, and now we're going to have to spend a few minutes trying to unpick some of those incidents, because it got very nasty indeed for several drivers in the field, and not everybody can come away from this first race with a good prospect of a decent race weekend as the heats play out. They've got to hope that more drivers end up having problems through the event. But certainly the likes of Marcus Armand, Minon Pingazov, Hannes Janker and Maya Berg severely compromised. Let's have a look back at some of the highlights from qualifying heat B versus D. So right from the start there is drama. Dehaan is the first one to move across, but watch Pingazov up the inside line. He's trying to keep himself abreast, and there's a little tangle there with one of the Ricky Flynns, I think it is, in the middle of the pack. That might be Gravlund, as Armand and Pingazov essentially get spat out in the middle of the field there. It's not Gravlund because he's in another race. It might even have been one of the contenders. I couldn't quite make out which driver it was, but certainly one of the blue and white machines going through the first couple of corners. Trying to pick out who it might have been. It might have been Matthias Salonen, actually, the CV Performance driver. It might have been him that tangled with them in the first corner, but certainly for Pingazov and Armand, it's game over in the first corner. And a very dramatic end to their race, and certainly a big compromising moment in their weekend as well. Now, by this point, Bertolatti has already gone from the fray as well, I think, because he didn't make it round the end of the first lap either. So some big problems. We didn't see the incident, unfortunately, that ended up taking out Janker and Koivisto, but this is where things really start to shape up for Valtonen. He's caught up to Bedrin. Bedrin is there in second place, but Valtonen makes a decisive move here on Bedrin. Now watch, Bedrin's going to try and defend and come back into the position. But watch, I was hoping we could carry that on a little further, because Maya Berg is then able to get into third position with some bold manoeuvres. Now Dehaan and Janker had some good battles in the race. Here's Day getting the move on Andreasen. But watch, Dehaan is scrapping away with Janker. These two drivers are both running wide, and that's what allows Rasmus Yutsimis the chance to get up the inside of both of them and take advantage. And look at this gap that Gray's got over Valtonen. You wouldn't think that in a few laps' time, Valtonen's going to be right on the back bumper. But there are some choice manoeuvres. Now, this is Perino having the race of his life so far as he dives up the inside of his teammate Marlon Hernandez. That move pretty much stops his rise through the field. Now, here's the battle further back. This is the Leclerc chassis of Jamie Day going for Berg, and Berg has shut the door on him very firmly indeed there. Jamie Day having to get on the curbs to avoid contact, and that's what puts Andreasen back on terms and gets through into position. So it's easy to let these overtaking moves fall apart at the seams. So this is a lap or so later. This is Day getting himself back into contention. Andreasen moves to cover Jamie Day, just a little way off the racing line. But Day is absolutely determined. He wants to get back through, and it takes him a little while longer than he would have liked to make the lunge to come past. But Gray here is having to defend Valtonen. Now, this is the moment that wins the race for Gray. Look, Valtonen gets on the power. The back end slides out. He's lost a tiny chunk of momentum. He's trying to hold the kart round the outside, but there is a little bit of a bump at that point of the course, and he knows that if he's too far wide, he's going to lose the kart. So Gray is able to hold momentum and hold position on the inside line. That's a race-winning move to defend there from Oliver Gray. Juho Valtonen almost had him, but then obviously in the background, we're going to see this moment. Now, Jamie Day's got good acceleration off the turn at first corner, and this is why they're now going to start dueling away for the victory. In the background, this all happens. Now, Jamie Day's going for the move on Maya Berg. I want to see if we can just about make out in the background what happens, because we're going to have to follow these guys as they come through. Now, Day is already on the inside of Berg, and as we switch camera view, we may just see it unravel. Yes, look, it's almost as if Day is essentially not been aware of the fact that Berg was going to turn into the corner, and they've ended up tangling. Now, that one looks like it could be a bit of a racing incident, because obviously both drivers have tried to go for the same bit of racetrack at the same time. Maya Berg essentially feels that she's been ram-raided off the racetrack by Jamie Day. She's not happy. She's clearly very frustrated that Jamie Day has been allowed to continue. Her hand is in the air. So she's obviously very frustrated, essentially considering how fast she's been all weekend as well. Why is it always Maya Berg that ends up in incidents with other drivers? Her one-lap speed is never under question. She's always one of the fastest 6 drivers in the field, it seems, these days. But she just has no luck at all. Now, you can see Valtonen doing his best. Actually, Gray makes a slight mistake out of Vesuvio Due and loses momentum. Valtonen might have had a chance here. Had there been 1 lap or so to go after this final couple of corners, I think he might have had another real go at it. But just that tiniest little bit of the thought in the back of your head that if I go for it, maybe I'm going to have an accident, maybe I'm going to lose points in the same way that Antonelli and Armand have. I don't want to get myself in that situation. So he just settles for 2nd place. Not a bad run, to be fair, and a really good race. For Oliver Gray, it's a really strong performance, and he opens his account victoriously. Well, lots of drama and lots of action so far today in both the junior and OK senior categories. There's more junior action to come right around the corner, as we will have the next qualifying heat up for them, as the American Yuga Chukwu goes up to battle on the front row of the grid alongside Britain Will McIntyre.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
In a little under 5 minutes' time, qualifying Heat B versus C will continue the action in the junior brigade. Let's talk you through the runners and riders in this one. Yuga Chukwu, the American, will line up in pole position, as he did in his opening heat, and that turned into victory. If he can hold it, then he'll get 2 out of 2. Will McIntyre, though, lines up on the front row of the grid alongside him, and after his incident earlier on with Alex Powell, he'll be wanting to get a very decent result on the board. Wins all the way, as far as Will McIntyre is concerned from now, and it'll be hard to deny him. Bruno Del Pino, the Spanish driver, will line up 3rd position on the grid, and then in 4th place it will be the Jamaican star Alex Powell, who resumes his position on the 2nd row of the starting grid. Then it is Nacho Tunion, the Spanish talent for DPK Racing, who lines up 5th on the starting grid. Alongside him it is the Frenchman Arthur Rojon for the Exprit Racing team. Great performances from those 6 in qualifying yesterday. They really have given themselves a perfect opportunity to get as many strong results on the board as possible. Timotas Kucharczyk is next up, the Birilat racer on his Robert Kubica chassis, and then Karol Pazovic is 8th on the starting grid, his fellow Polish ace for Tony Kart Racing on that occasion. Alexander Gubenko lines up 9th position on the grid, the stupendous Russian for Cosmic Racing, and alongside him on the grid it is Rashid Aldaheri, doing a fantastic job in his opening weekend in this category. He really is surprising everybody with some absolutely fantastic performances here in position. So the contenders charging their way forward in the top 10. On the 6th row of the grid, it is Ariel Elkin, who lines up alongside Maxence Verbruge, the 2 VDK teammates. They should have a really exciting run for the competitors as they continue to charge their way forward. 13th on the grid is Jonathan Waywat. Alongside the Forza Racing driver from Denmark is the Portuguese star Leclerc by Lennox, as they run together in formation around the field as well. On the 8th row of the grid, it is Laurence Lessitour, the Belgian, who charged his way through in the earlier heat to come up to the top 6, along with Antonio Light, the Frenchman, who lines up there in 6th position on the starting grid. 16th position, I should say, on the starting grid, just to give a bit of a heart attack to Arthur Rojon there. Do apologise. Alfio Spina lines up 17th on the grid. His first weekend, of course, for the Tony Kart Racing team. Not quite going according to plan from his point of view. Alongside him on the grid, it is the Peruvian Rafael Modanese. And the Leclerc by Lennox driver lines up 18th on the grid for this one. So 2 drivers out of position there on the 9th row. Spina and Modenese hoping to move their way further forward. Eric Genet, the Spanish talent for CRG, racing under an Italian license, of course, this weekend. Piek Abrahamsen runs in 20th position aboard his Mad Croc chassis in the Pantano team. And then the Danish driver, Julius Dinesen, who really didn't get the best of fortunes yesterday in terms of his particular battles in qualifying. He lines up 21st on the grid, and then Nico Lanalati in the CRG continues on his way 22nd on the starting grid. So a fascinating battle in the Junior Brigade has already kicked off underway very much indeed, and it's already all guns blazing for the contenders in the field. So we'll have to see how the battle rages and resumes. But it's Ugachukwu and McIntyre from the front row of the starting grid, and Del Pino and Powell next up. Some great stars in the junior contingency in the 2020 FIA Karting European Championship. They really have given us plenty of spice and zeal through the course of this weekend. And already some dramatic moments over the course of this heat. There has not been a single race this morning so far that hasn't ended in catastrophe and controversy for a couple of racers. It really has been the most momentous start to a European Championship weekend I can remember for a long time. And certainly you get to a few races like that over the course of an early morning. But certainly this time, at this point, Saturday morning, I cannot remember ever there being so many big dramatic moments at the start of a race day. It proves that the heat is really starting to creep in to the drivers' mentality and thinking. They're starting to make big mistakes and big moments as they try to move up the order. You can't really blame them considering that the air temperature is as high as it is. I mean, we are coming up to midday and the temperatures here are already 32 degrees Celsius. And it's only going to get hotter. Hugo Ugachukwu and Will McIntyre on the front row of the starting grid from Bruno Del Pino and Alex Powell. Nasha Tunion and Artur Rojon, and then Timothus Kucharczyk and Karol Pazovic from Alex Kubenko and Rashid Aldeheri. Then Ariel Elkin and Maxime Verbruge from Jonathan Waywalt and Ivan Dominguez. Laurence Lesatua and Antonio Leita from Alfio Spina and Rafael Modenese. Eric Genet and Piek Abrahamsen, and then Julius Dinesen and Nico Lanalati. So 22 karts make their way around the circuit for the formation lap. They'll just make sure that the brakes and tyres are at their optimum performance for the start of this qualifying heat for drivers B versus C, and then 7 laps around this 1.547 kilometre circuit. It's very tough indeed though in these conditions when you consider that the heat is going up all the time. It was hot yesterday, but today is actually fractionally hotter by this point, so it's already a very difficult day at the office for the youngsters out there, and they are giving it everything they've possibly got. So as the drivers work their magic around the circuit, they want to get themselves into their optimum position. So Hugo Ugachukwu and Will McIntyre from the front of the grid, then Del Pino, Powell, Tunion, Rojon, Kucharczyk, Pazovic, Kubenko and Aldeheri from Elkin, Verbruge, Waywalt and Dominguez, then Lesatua, Leita, Spina, Modenese, Genet, Abrahamsen, Dinesen and Lanalati as they come through out of the final turn. Which side of the grid's going to get the best start? Doesn't look like the outside line's got a good start though, so let's get racing. Up to the first corner and a little bit of wheel banging already between Ugachukwu and McIntyre, who manages to slot into third place off the start. A good getaway from the Leclerc by Lennox driver. He slots himself into third place nicely behind Bruno Del Pino, and as they come down to the braking zone for the hairpin, it's a fairly steady start until Piek Abrahamsen goes sideways into the side of one of the VDKs. I think that might have been Antonio Leita that ended up running wide there. So a tricky moment then for the Frenchman, but out in front it is Ugachukwu from Del Pino, and a very good start indeed there from the Leclerc by Lennox. We've got 3 karts off the road behind them, 3 karts off the road together as they try to get started again. I think all 3 of them are going to be out of luck, and that is Artur Rojon, Alfio Spina, and I think Rafael Modenese. They're all off the circuit at the chicane. There they are, there's Artur Rojon. What a shame for the Frenchman. And also off the track with him, that is Alfio Spina, the Italian, not having a great start to his Tony Kart career. But also off with them is Rafael Modenese, who has rejoined at the very back of the field. And I think he's also rejoined with big damage to his front fairing, so the Peruvian may be out of the race already as well. So Hugo Ugachukwu leads the way from Del Pino. And the American and the Spaniard are going to battle out in front. Third place for McIntyre, fourth place for Kucharczyk, and in fifth place it is Nashotunian in front of Alex Powell. So great racing all the way through this field, but they obviously have to work very hard. Modanese's decided to keep going, but we've lost Rogion and Spina. So yet again, a first lap that ends in disaster for two more drivers in the field. There are all sorts of carnage here at Sarno today, and it's just going to keep on going if the heat comes up. McIntyre closing up on Bruno Del Pino now. Third position. A very solid start for the man on the front row. To get through the first lap in third position from the outside of that front row is very admirable indeed. Now Del Pino's got a good run on Yuga Chukwu. Yuga Chukwu, head down, trying to make this bid count. McIntyre's right there for third, ready to pounce, but Del Pino is not getting underneath Yuga Chukwu's skin at the moment. The American still holds station at the front end of this field. So Yuga Chukwu leads Bruno Del Pino and Will McIntyre. There is not a lot to choose between these three drivers at this part of the course. So the Americans still running well. Del Pino in second, third place McIntyre, and fourth, closing in on them all, is the Polish ace Timo Kucharczyk. So down to the braking zone once again for Vesuvio Due. Tough part of the course this. Into the third sector. You've got to blip the throttle through the left-hander because it is a lot tighter than it looks. So the driver's still waging away. Looks like there's a great battle going on further back between Lawrence Lesatua and Ariel Elkin. Elkin can't quite get up the inside line as Alex Powell is trying to fend off from Alex Gubenko. The Russian is having yet another good start to racing. Here are the top seven, all in a line. And who's going to blink first to go for the overtake? Del Pino can't quite make the move on Yuga Chukwu, but Gubenko gets up the inside of Alex Powell, and he gets through into sixth position. So Gubenko, who sets the fastest lap of the race, makes the move into P6. So now McIntyre makes his lunge on the inside of Del Pino, but drifts wide, and Del Pino gets him straight back. Kucharczyk's going to come through on the inside line as well. And Tunion might get an opportunity to come through. The Spaniard, but he stays in fifth position for the moment. Gubenko with a chance to come by. McIntyre trying to swarm around to keep Tunion at bay, but Tunion commits to the move and backs out of it. And Gubenko's going to come alongside. Alex Powell's going to get momentum to come past Gubenko and might even get the run on Nashotunian. Tunion's not letting Powell come by, but Powell does get there in the end. Good move from the Jamaican. Really good racecraft. And as they kick up the dust on the way to the final turn, it is Yuga Chukwu who leads. Del Pino second from Kucharczyk, McIntyre, Powell, Tunion and Gubenko. Now this is a problem for Gubenko because Tunion has ended up losing momentum and essentially holding Gubenko up. So now the Russian needs to go for the inside line, gets the place up into P6. So Gubenko once more comes through into P6, only to have taken another driver in order to do so. Lesatua, Elkin and Pazovic are closing in on them as well. So this is going to get mighty clever between these drivers up in front. But Yuga Chukwu is just not really breaking a sweat out front. He's letting this wash over him as he runs in the lead of the race. Del Pino second from Kucharczyk aboard the Kubica chassis. So no problems at all really from Timo Kucharczyk's point of view, running in a solid third, and that will only be 3 points to add to his tally. It's a golf scorecard that you need, so where you finish is how many points you gain. So the least number of points possible from the 5 races that you do is what you're looking for. Here's Elkin on the inside of Lesatua finally, and Pazovic gets there as well. That was good momentum off the final turn. Meanwhile, Rashid Al-Daheri has got past Maxim Verbruge as well. So some good battles there. And Pazovic has got through into 9th place as well because Nashotunian has lost ground all the way down to P10. Pazovic makes the lunge on the inside of the hairpin. Nice overtake from the pole. So a good move there from Timo Kucharczyk. Kucharczyk into 2nd place then past Bruno Del Pino. And here comes Karol Pazovic all over the back of Ariel Elkin as they duel over 7th place. As Lawrence Lesatua now drops to 10th place behind Nashotunian. Their battle continues to rage. It looks to me as though that battle is going to go all the way to the death, as is this one for 2nd place, because we're about to start the final lap. McIntyre could do with a decent points haul. 4th place is good. 3rd or 2nd is even better. Final lap begins, and Yuga Chukwu has this race on a silver platter. Look at the lead he's got. This is exactly where he wants to be, but for 2nd place, Kucharczyk's going to have to defend hard. Del Pino is going to commit to the move. Watch for McIntyre on the inside line. He gets Pazovic as well. He gets past Kucharczyk. My apologies. 5th place is Alex Powell, the Jamaican. He's now creeping into the battle. Pazovic is in the top 10, but he's in 7th place, dueling away with Daniel Elkin at the moment as Powell gets the move on the inside of Timo Kucharczyk. He gets the switchback past the Kubica chassis, and that's the Jamaica through into P4. McIntyre still has a bit of time to go after Del Pino, and McIntyre defends valiantly from Powell on the inside line. Powell's going to get support from Kucharczyk, and he sweeps by, as does Kucharczyk, as does Gubenko. Oh, brilliant squabble in the final tour as McIntyre gets back on the inside of the Russian and gets back through. But the checkered flag is out for Yugo Chukwu, 2 out of 2. Del Pino is second. Powell is a brilliant third in front of Kucharczyk, McIntyre and Alex Gubenko. Well, the racing's definitely turning up a fever pitch now as the drivers are working their magic out on the circuit here at Sarno, and the juniors getting stuck in. They've got to get on with this in pretty fine fettle because all of the drivers out there will want to have a pretty close run to the flag. But Yugo Chukwu has really made mincemeat of the opposition in his first 2 heats. He's kept calm. He's not overdriven the car. He's just brought it home. 2 wins out of 2 and looking good here today at Sarno. So Yugo Chukwu gets the win from Bruno Del Pino and Alex Powell. Timo Kucharczyk is 4th from Will McIntyre. And then Alex Gubenko ahead of Ariel Elkin and Karol Pazovic from Nacho Tunion and Lawrence Lesatua. Jonathan Wayward is 11th in front of Ivan Dominguez. And then 13th for Julius Dinesen. A good comeback in front of Rashid Al-Daheri, Maxon Verbruge and Antonio Leiter. And then Eric Jene and Nico Landolati from Peak Abrahamsen. Rafael Modenese tried to get going after his involvement in the first lap incident, but only went 1 further lap. Arthur Rogion and Alfio Spina were the ones who ended up on the sidelines. And sadly, we didn't see the incident, so we can only really look at the aftermath of it. But it happened in the midfield on that first lap as drivers are still trying to get stuck in and make as many overtaking moves as they possibly can. But in this heat, it's easy to push the kart a little bit too hard into the apex or try a little bit too eagerly with a bit too much zealous to get themselves into the inside line. So let's have a look at some of the faster moments from qualifying heat for the drivers in B to C. So here's the start again for McIntyre. This is not easy to do because he needs to keep away from Yugo Chukwu to avoid the contact. He gets a little support from Powell there through the first corner. That initiates McIntyre to slot into 3rd position. Del Pino's got the inside line, so he manages to get through in a 2nd place. But this is where Yugo Chukwu essentially puts himself into a race-winning position on the first lap. Del Pino's trying to come past him, but Yugo Chukwu, all he needs to do is basically hold the main racing line. He puts the kart in the middle of the circuit, not on the inside, not on the outside. He holds it to the inside line, and that's where the momentum swings against Peak Abrahamsen and Antonio Leite, the Frenchman dropping to the back end of the field on the first lap there. So not the greatest situation for him as they continue to motor on around the course. But this is where things are going to start to kick off, and we're going to lose a couple of drivers in the mid-pack. We even start to see the congestion start to battle up. There it is. Look, it happens in the middle of the course there, actually. You can just about see the accident take place. So the 2 or 3 karts spit each other off the circuit there, and it's Modenese, Spina and Rogion that are involved in that one. So all 3 of them end up out of the race by the end of the 2nd lap. 2 of them are out on the spot, of course, Spina and Rogion. But even at this point, you know, Yugo Chukwu has a strong position here in front of Del Pino. Del Pino's trying to give him a bit of pressure in the early stages. But with McIntyre and Kucharczyk having their own little squabble, they can continue working fairly sharpishly around the course. We've got Rashid Al-Daheri struggling on this particular occasion to deal with the Forza Racing of John Wayward in the midst of that battle. But obviously, for 2 drivers down the order, there's already a little bit of an issue as Arthur Rogion is walking away from his kart, as is Alfio Spina, the Tony Kart driver. It's all gone terribly badly wrong for the 2 of them. What a bad weekend this is turning into for Alfio Spina. The idea was that they would move to Tony Kart and his fortunes would change. It looks as though nothing much has changed at all in terms of the luck for Alfio Spina. Alex Gubenko there, making his way through the field as he has always done, or certainly has in the first couple of races. Really getting himself into a strong position. Now, this is the battle for the lead in the early phase. Now, we've got 2 or 3 drivers here close together. Yugo Chukwu is the man under pressure here. He's the one who can lose everything, and he knows. He checks over his shoulder, keeps himself nice and low in the kart, but he spent so many races last year wondering why things were going wrong. He's really come into 2020 a different racer. Del Pino has a look, but he can't really commit to an overtaking move at that phase. So he's about to start losing ground to McIntyre, who's not going to wait around for an overtaking maneuver. He just wants to get stuck in and go for Ugo Chukwu. At this part of the race, you might want to, with there being a little bit of daylight between himself and Del Pino, the race leader Ugo Chukwu, McIntyre just wanting to get on with it. And look, he pulls out. He wants to make the overtake. The problem is he's gone too deep into the corner, so Del Pino can get him straight on the switchback, and Kucharczyk can get through on the inside line there as well. And the difficulty is there's the momentum. Look, there's the gap that's been created. So essentially their challenge is gone. You almost think that, well, maybe if he waited a little bit and stuck in behind Del Pino until they got to the long charge for turn 2, he might have had a better chance. And now Tugnon's trying to come by McIntyre. Tugnon commits to the move. McIntyre thinks he's already got this one nailed in place, but he has to keep Tugnon at bay. But the momentum shifts from both drivers. Gubenko's got a chance, but he backs off the throttle. And watch Powell. He's able to get the jump on Gubenko. And then he manages to get the move on Tugnon in the same breath as well. Gubenko managing to hold it round the outside until he drifts wide onto the grass. And you're just trying to keep momentum, and it's easy to lose ground when you're trying to hold the car together. This was a nice little battle in the middle of the field as well, because we had the likes of Pazovic, Tugnon, Verbruge, and also Lesatua in the mix there, all dueling away for position. Now this is Pazovic, this is Kucharczyk. I'm always confusing the two poles in this race, especially when they're both towards the front end. But Kucharczyk battling away here with Del Pino. He's up to second place at this point. The last lap has begun for Ugo Chukwu, and he is absolutely dazzling out in front. No problem at all. But watch for this battle for second place. Now Kucharczyk's going to hold to the inside line, but he feels that he's already defended the move. He comes to the outside line in the hope Del Pino's not going to be there. Del Pino is there, and so is McIntyre. It's a big mistake there for Kucharczyk to assume that because he's held the inside line all the way through, he's not going to get overtaken there. Alex Powell's now creeping into the battle. Now this is really masterful from Alex Powell as to how he's managed to get himself into third position. He's just taken a deep breath and gone for it. Look, Kucharczyk, done it again. Kucharczyk is defending the inside line, so Powell can get a faster run off the turn and essentially just gets him on the switchback. He doesn't even really make an overtaking move as such. He just gets more momentum off the corner, and Powell comes through. But now comes the really exciting bit where Kucharczyk feels he's got the chance here to go for Del Pino. Del Pino's been a little bit conservative out of the hairpin. They're all checking behind them to see if they can get a move. McIntyre moves across now to cut off Powell, but he's in the wrong place. So he's on the outside line. Powell gets a little bit of support from Kucharczyk, and they both go for the move. Powell gets there. Kucharczyk drifts wide. He gets through. Gubenko gets through. But because Gubenko's on the inside line trying to make the overtaking move, McIntyre can blend off the power, get back on it again, and then make his bid in the next corner to come by. So Alex Powell really catching out his opposition there and managing to move into a good third place. Del Pino being confident and solid. But look at Ugo Chukwu. He's already a solid gap away from the rest of the field, and that's what battling in that pack can do. Ugo Chukwu away and clear. So it's a really solid race there for the competitors at the front end of the field in qualifying heat B versus C. Ugo Chukwu managing to bag a win in front of Bruno Del Pino and Alex Powell. And that really does sort out their races a little bit. It gives them plenty of momentum to continue on with as we move into the next race. And the next race is qualifying heat D versus E, as the drivers line themselves up at the edge of the pre-grid. 8 minutes until they are sent out onto the circuit, so time to talk you through their qualifying heat. Yet again, it's an all-Parolin front row. This time it's two Italians, Giovanni Trentin and Valerio Rinicella, who line up on the front row of the starting grid together. They've both been very fast indeed here this weekend, but then the Parolin package is incredibly quick here at Sarno anyway, so it really does seem to be a pretty solid machine here at this Sarno circuit, and we've got lots of good drivers within that junior team in particular at Parolin that are really starting to make a big impression. Evan Giltaire has a second chance here, essentially in third position on the grid, having been bolted out of the race in the very first heat on the first lap. Evan Giltaire now has a good opportunity from third place to get his weekend back together. Alongside him is the Belgian talent Douwe de Decker for the Kart Republic squad. He's there in fourth position. From Switzerland in P5, it is Aaron Rescepi, and the Kart Republic driver finds himself there in fifth position. And to finish off the trio of Kart Republics in that part of the grid, it is the Italian Brando Badoa, who is there part of the Cetilar Racing satellite squad and has been consistently up at the front end of the field since the start of the season. Belgium's Ian Eichmans comes next, the teammate to Alex Gubenko at Cosmic, and the Belgian is getting on with things pretty rapidly now. Eighth place is the Italian Christian Bertucca for the Birolart squad. He lines up on the outside of the fourth row. On the ninth row of the grid, it is the Austrian Oscar Wirtz for the Exprit Racing team on the inside of row 5, and beside him is the Chilean star for Paralin, and that is Nicolas Ambiado. On the sixth row of the grid for the Czech Republic, it is Igor Sepil, who came so close to getting the job done at Zuera 3 weeks ago. Alongside him, again hoping for another opportunity, is Josh Irvin, the British driver for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Got taken off by Ambiado in their little duel for position in the previous race. If they keep away from each other this time, they'll have a chance to get a decent finish each. Andrea Frasinetti, the man who ended his race at the final turn with 2 laps to go in his earlier heat. He starts 13th on the grid for this one, alongside the Finnish ace, Aleksi Jaleva, who is there for the Exprit Racing team. Fifth on the grid, the young man from the Philippines, Zachary David, unable to attend the first round, but certainly making up for it in the second here at the Kart Republic Motorsport squad. 16th on the grid is the young Englishman Aidan Neat for the Tony Kart Racing team, doing his best to work his way through the field. A little bit frustrating after qualifying, but he and his driver coach, Callan O'Keefe, working hard to get him back up the order. 17th on the grid for Sonny Smith, the Pantano driver, a frustrating end to his first heat as he has ended up with a DNF, but he's got plenty of opportunities to fight back, so he will take all of those. 18th on the grid is the American, Connor Zilic, who 6 days ago won the final of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy season opener for the United States of America. So he'll be there from the 18th position on the starting grid. From France, it is Augustin Bernier, the VDK racing driver, on the inside of the 10th row, and alongside him is the Italian star Flavio Olivieri for the Newman Motorsport run Tony Kart. And then on the back row of the grid for this one, on row 11, it is Simkas Savidias of the Ward Racing team, the young man from Lithuania, Simkas Savidas. And then on 22nd on the grid, after missing his timed qualifying run yesterday, he got onto the circuit, but the car didn't go the distance, and therefore he didn't get a qualifying lap in. The Finnish driver, Luca Samalisto, who will be there for the Exprit Racing team, 22nd on the grid. But he did make some good progress through the field in his first heat, some good overtaking moves, so expect some more of the same. So the drivers are in position. Obviously, as the race day continues, the temperatures continue to increase. It's now 33 degrees air temperature here at Sarno. Glorious race circuit and a fabulous part of the world this here in Napoli, just down the road from the legendary city of Pompeii, with its incredible history and fascinating past. And what an amazing part of the world this is as well, in the heart of the Napoli countryside. And it's a lovely race circuit, this. It gives us plenty of entertainment, no matter what the class of racing, and so many categories of racing for karting have come here over the years. And it's now a bit of a staple in the FIA Karting. It is a wonderful race circuit. The drivers love to come here. They love the technical challenge of it, knowing that there are some really fast sweepers and some high-speed sections of the course mingled with its tight, twisty technical phases within sectors 2 and 3 in particular. It really is a proper technical challenge for the mechanics and the team members. They really do have to work hard here to make sure that they've got everything as they want it. But it will deliver us plenty of entertainment and drama, that is for sure, as the race day continues on here at Sarno in Italy. The second round of this FIA Karting European Championship. The first one of those taking place, of course, 3 weeks ago at Zuera, and the season finale will take place 3 weeks from now at Wackersdorf in Germany, another circuit that we all really enjoy travelling to. We really do get the best of it in the FIA Karting paddocks. But Sarno has yet again been very warm and welcoming to us. We are very grateful indeed to everybody here at the circuit. And a massive grazie mille as well to all of the marshals around the circuit and all of the track staff who are out there on the circuit in these conditions. The marshals obviously keeping themselves as cool as they possibly can out on the circuit under their parasols on the marshal posts. Without those, they really would struggle. But in these incredible temperatures, you've got to give a massive amount of credit to the boys and girls in orange around the circuit. Without them, we couldn't race at all. So we're very much indebted to all of their incredible efforts and all their hard work. So a fabulous day of racing so far. Looking through all of the heats, and if you've only just joined us, you'd be forgiven for thinking that this is the be-all and end-all every single race, because all of the heats thus far have ended up with some kind of catastrophe and a couple of karts coming together in a rather chaotic manner. So all sorts of issues have already crept in, and pretty much everybody in the race has had to deal with some kind of adversity throughout juniors and seniors. Nobody's had it particularly perfect, clean all the way through. The closest to that is Yugo Chukwu, but even in his first heat, he had to fend off quite a lot of opposition to maintain his advantage. But he now does have 2 race wins out of 2, so it's a perfect start as far as he's concerned. For those who have just joined us, we come off the back of a win for Yugo Chukwu ahead of Alexander Gubenko and Timo Kucharczyk at the top of the day from Brita Del Pino and Nacho Tunion. And then in the second race, we saw a victory for Freddie Slater ahead of Nikola Tsolov, Keanu Alajari, and then in the top 5, Martinius Stenchon and Maxime Verbruge. And then the later race for qualifying Heat A versus E, we saw Harley Keeble get the victory in front of Arvid Lindblad and Maxwell Dodds ahead of Douay de Decker and Valerio Rinicella. The race that's just completed was Yugo Chukwu ahead of Bruno Del Pino and Alex Powell ahead of Timo Kucharczyk and Will McIntyre. But now we are here ready for qualifying heat for drivers D versus E. And 7 more laps will see the Italian Paralin pair at the front end of the grid. Giovanni Trentin and Valerio Rinicella. They will battle for the victory from the front end of the field. This is one of those situations where they both have an awful lot of pride at stake. They both want to get a decent result, but neither driver is going to concede to the other in that first corner. It's not a team sport in the same way it is in other forms of racing. It's every man for himself once the gates close. Giovanni Trentin and Valerio Rinicella on the front row of the grid from Evan Gilter and Douay de Decker, Evan Rashepi and Brando Badoa from Ian Eichmans and Christian Bertucca, Oscar Wirtz and Nicolas Ambiado from Igor Sepil and Josh Erfen, Andrea Frasinetti and Alexei Yeleva from Zachary David and Aidan Neat, then Sonny Smith and Connor Zilic, Augustin Bernier and Flavio Olivieri, and then Simkus Severdas and Luca Samalisto. So as the drivers continue on their way, they will battle for supremacy around the circuit one more time. It's always very tricky as the competitors run very close together. And so the pace is very tight indeed around this circuit. They obviously want to get the tyres and brakes warmed up to consistent temperature. Again, as I say, not that they need much help with that. 33 degrees air temperature, and it is sizzling hot. So we were going to see some fantastic battles around the circuit. Here they come into their positions. Trentin on the inside line, Rinicella on the outside line, then Gilter and De Decker, Rashepi and Badua from Eichmans, Bertucca, Wirtz, Ambiado, Sepil, Erfen, Frasinetti and Yeleva. So let's see how the battle gets underway as we charge for the first corner, and it's a good start from the front. A big dive through the first corner that looked a little bit chaotic at the front of the field, actually, because 1 or 2 drivers had ended up losing a little bit of ground to the first corner, but the 2 Paralins have managed to make it fairly nice and easy as they come through on the first lap. And there's a little bit of jockeying for position through turn 2 as they now head their way through. A very tough part of the course, this, as all of the drivers are trying to skate their way around this course in pretty fine style. But the Paralin twins are at the front of the field. No major concerns for Trentin and Rinicella. Rinicella going slightly quicker than Trentin at the moment, and I think that might be because Rinicella is actually the man in front, is he? As they got past Giovanni Trentin. No, not quite. But they are absolutely nose to tail. They've made it so that the front row men can run at the front of the field without too much drama. And the Kart Republic there in third position is the Belgian Douay de Decker. At least it is for a moment. But Brando Badoa gets his move on the inside line there into third position under the watchful gaze of his former Formula 1 driver father, Luca Badua. So Brando Badua running well there in third place in front of the Sodi kart, briefly, of Evan Gilter, but Gilter gets back into third place. Nice overtaking move there into the second hairpin. So some absolutely sensational battles from the competitors in the juniors at the front end of the field for the moment. And as they battle, a little bit too close together there. The Kart Republics just get a little bit too tight in. And Rescepi and De Decker lose ground, as does Frasinetti and Wirtz, with Flavio Olivieri and Alexei Yaleva moving up just outside the top 10. Igor Sipil and Conor Zilic have moved forward, and that's Brando Badua getting back past Evan Gilter. Here comes Zilic, trying to make his way up past the inside, and they've gone off the circuit together. Oh no! That's Igor Sipil and Conor Zilic, I do believe. Oh, it's Igor Sipil. Very angry indeed with the American, who is charging his way back through the field. So a big disaster for Sipil and Zilic. Every single race today has ended up in a massive problem for at least two drivers in the field who have come together. A very frustrated Igor Sipil and a very fed up Conor Zilic walk away from the scene. My goodness, every single race has ended up in some kind of badinage, and Gilter is about to lose ground again in the middle of the corner here as through comes Douwe de Decker. Ian Eichmans is in the mix there as well. He's managed to get onto the back of Brando Badua. So as they duel away for position, Gilter is trying to keep one of the Kart Republics at bay. That's a very feisty looking Aaron Rescepi. And here comes Christian Bertucca trying to get his move on the inside in the Birillard. Can he come through on the inside line? He's working very hard to make it happen. But this is absolutely barnstorming stuff. Every single race has ended up in some kind of mayhem or melee. And it's just getting more and more exciting as the day wears on. Now the Parolin twins have scarpered off out in front. And this is their strategy, essentially. They're going to pull away out in the lead of the race, and then on the penultimate lap, they can do what they like. They can race for position. But Giovanni Trentin, race leader, with Rinicella, his teammate, behind him, sets the fastest lap of the race. But Badua and Eichmans going well in third and fourth. And this is much better from Brando Badua. There he is in the Cetilar Racing-backed Kart Republic. So Brando Badua, the Italian, running a good race here in front of Ian Eichmans. And then we've got Douwe de Decker in front of Evan Gilter. The Sodi kart now down to sixth position in front of Aaron Rescepi and Christian Bertucca. And then we have Flavio Olivieri from Alexei Yaleva. Oscar Wirtz is 11th in front of Aidan Neat and Sonny Smith. The two Brits are getting back into it now. Andrea Frasinetti in front of Josh Erfen. Lucas Samalisto is now in front of Zachary David. And then we have Nicholas Ambiado. What's happened to... now, this is an interesting one. What has happened to the 279 of Nicholas Ambiado? He's got past, as has Simca Severdas, but we seem to have lost Augustin Bernier. Augustin Bernier's dropped down the order. Is the Frenchman out of the race as well? Well, certainly we've lost one of the... I think we've lost one of the Exprits from the race. No, it is a VDK. That is Augustin Bernier in the middle sector. He's walking away from his kart now. So Augustin Bernier, I think he's got spat out on the exit of the second sector. So Bernier is now a spectator at the side of the road as well. Well, the heat is definitely getting to the youngsters around the circuit here. 33 degrees Celsius. But for these two Parolin drivers out front, well, this is fascinating. Trentin's actually getting away from Rinicella. So that's a little bit of a power play within the Parolin squad. If Trentin could pull away and stretch out in front of Rinicella, that could cause a little bit of an issue for Valerio Rinicella's confidence. If he can't keep up with his own teammate, then that's definitely going to bring the psychological pendulum swing in Giovanni Trentin's favour. Still great racing all the way down the field as Brando Badua tries to keep in front of the very impressive young Belgian talent Ian Eichmans. There's Evan Gilter closing up on the Kart Republic of Douwe de Decker, the other Belgian in the top six. So Brando Badua running a good job there. Ran very well in Zuera, of course, to grab a podium. So he is third in the Drivers' Championship up at this point. He could really do with another solid race in front of Ian Eichmans and Douwe de Decker. Then it is Gilter, Rescepi, Bertucca, Olivieri and Yaleva. But it is the two Italians on home soil in their Italian Parolins, Giovanni Trentin and Valerio Rinicella, going great guns at the front end of the field. Final lap, and I don't think Valerio Rinichella is going to catch his teammate now. Giovanni Trentin has a really solid effort here in front of his Parolin teammate, and this is where the psychological gameplay can be very much appreciative from the Trentin camp. They've managed to just stretch out a gap of 0.7 of a second over Rinichella in the same equipment. Now, you could argue, obviously, that Trentin has a tiny bit more experience at this class than Rinichella does. This is only Rinichella's second weekend in the FIA Karting European Championship, full stop. But that's still a big moment in terms of the psychological power play within the team. Trentin able to stretch out a gap over Rinichella to about 0.8 of a second, and that's definitely extending to a second now as the race is coming to an end. It's good news for Giovanni Trentin. It's okay news for Valerio Rinichella, but it's certainly a victory for Giovanni Trentin as he crosses the line in the lead from Rinichella. Third place for Brando Badua. It's Italians in the top 3 here at Sarno. I tell you what, if that is the podium that we see tomorrow, with 3 Italian flags on the podium, everybody here around the circuit of the Italian persuasion is going to be in party mode. But certainly at Parolin, it's a great start, as we now have a top 3 finish from their pole sitter Maxwell Dodds, and it's a 1-2 in this heat for Giovanni Trentin and Valerio Rinichella. The Parolin powerhouse is so strong here at Sarno. But Giovanni Trentin even pulls out the advantage over his teammate Valerio Rinichella to just over a second. Brando Badua is third from Ian Eichmans and Due De Decker. Evan Gilter is sixth in front of Aaron Sheppy, Christian Batuca and Flavio Olivieri in the top 10, along with Alexei Yaleva. 11th place for Oscar Wirtz, the young Austrian, alongside Aidan Neat. Sonny Smith and Josh Erfen make it a trio of Brits. Andrea Fresinetti and Lucas Samalisto, Zachary David and Simkas Savidas from Nicolas Ambiado, and Augustin Bernier, Igor Sipil and Conor Zilic are race retirements. So some big moments in the race then. A very difficult situation for the competitors. They were always going to give us plenty of drama. But I cannot remember a race day like this, I have to say, when it's been so close and so chaotic in the opening phase of a race meeting, when every single heat has had some kind of banter and some kind of drama, whether it's at the front of the field or whether it's at the back of the field. We had so many clean races at the start of the race action at Zuera, but it's been anything but that here at Sarno. I think it's the increase in air temperatures or whatever it is, but it's certainly brought out some dramas here at Sarno. Let's look back at the best bits from that previous heat. So a positive start, but it all kind of fell apart at the seams for the drivers on the second row of the grid. The Parolins bolted quite early and caught them out, I think, as they came out of the final turn. They bolted pretty quickly out of the final corner, and it all settled out quite tamely from the front end of the field. So the Parolins were able to slot into first and second quite craftily. But then you've got a good start from De Decker, who manages to cut across Badua and Gilter. A little bit of contact in the middle of the field there. You can just about see Igor Sipil, I think it is, getting away from a big moment that could have had an awful lot more consequences in it. Whoops. 1 or 2 karts just ending up on the grass there as they came through. Aaron Reshepi and Ian Eichmans going to battle nice and early on. Reshepi trying to defend, but obviously you've got 2 or 3 drivers there trying to make an overtaking move or 2. And that always starts the ball rolling a little bit. The big incident from this race is going to come on the second lap as we watch it unfold. But you can see here already the Parolins are immediately starting to get a bit of a gap over the rest of the opposition. De Decker, Badua and Gilter are essentially sitting ducks there in third position downwards as they start to lose momentum early. So you can see a little bit of a gesture here from De Decker. He looks over his shoulder and it's like a little shrug of the shoulder there, almost as if to say to Brando, well, come on, you need to help me. We're not going to catch these guys unless you give me some support, really. But these guys have already slotted into their 1-2 mojo. This is Parolin drivers getting away from the rest of the field, isn't it? They've already started to make that little bit of a gap appear, and it didn't really back down from the fight. What I think a lot of people will be surprised by is just how quickly Trentin was able to break clear from Rinichella. Now here's the big move for third place from Badua. He wouldn't lose that, so it was nicely taken, and the door is left wide open for Gilter and Eichmann's to try and come through as well, which they all managed to achieve. So a big headache there for De Decker as he falls back into 6th position. But watch Giltaire, full of conviction, full of confidence, as he makes the bid on the inside line. There's not a lot Badua can do about that one except on the retaliation. But the big incident of this lap is still to come, as we've got Conor Zilic here on the back of Igor Sapil. Now, count back behind Giltaire in the Sodi kart in 3rd place. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4 karts. Now, Badua's going to get his move on Giltaire. Eichmann's is going to have nowhere to go, so he's going to back off the throttle. So is Sapil. Zilic, 5th in the queue, thinks, this is my opportunity, and he dives up the inside line, and there's not a lot of space, and so the two of them end up essentially going together. And Igor Sapil is already very adamant that this is all your fault. You should be looking at what you're doing. And Conor Zilic is adamant, well, this is Igor Sapil's fault. I was making the overtaking move. You need to give me some more room. To try and convince 2 racing drivers that the other one is at fault. And that's an argument nobody's going to win, but it's going to rumble on for days. So there is a sliding Christian Bertucca trying to make his move felt around the circuit. But it's always a tricky part of the course, this. This is a circuit where you can get a lot of good overtaking moves in, but essentially once you're into a bottleneck rhythm around the circuit, you have to try and be a little bit bold and brave. There are a lot more overtaking moves here than we've seen on some of the other circuits in the calendar, and Sarno is really exciting for both gearbox and direct drive racing. It's why it's a popular staple of the FIA Karting calendar. But look at this is the big talking point from the race up front, and that's the fact that the 2 Paralins checked out. But not only that, but Giovanni Trentin was actually able to pull out a second on his teammate, Valerio Rinicella. When karting is so close at this level, and you're talking about the gap between drivers in qualifying of 100th of a second here, 100th of a second there, to be able to pull out a second on your colleague in the same equipment really does show, you know, the caliber and the ability. But then you can forgive Valerio Rinicella this one. This is only his 2nd weekend in the FIA Karting paddock, and he's learning on the job. He's the new boy, so he's doing a fair job just to stay that close to an experienced Giovanni Trentin, who is in his 2nd year now with the Paralin team in this junior category. He was kind of almost a full stop at the end of a sentence for much of last season. He just kind of completed the field and made up the numbers to a certain degree. There were some moments, but never really enough to showcase enough potential to be dazzled by. But this year, he's really gone away, rebuilt himself over the winter and over the prolonged break of the spring. And now he's here in the height of summer, and he looks pretty strong, actually. He's looking a lot faster. So it's a really good position that the karts have found themselves in at Paralin, and this has been the characteristic of their entire weekend, because Valerio Rinicella was only 0.08 of a second off the pace of Max Dodds on one lap, and Giovanni Trentin is right there in terms of raw pace as well. So the Paralin package as a whole is remarkably fast, but then they do know this Sarno circuit very well. They get a lot of joy racing around here, and that's the kind of joyful image that Marco Paralin can play over and over again back home in the factory. A 1-2 across the line, and even the Italian contingent can be quite happy with Brando Badua crossing the line in 3rd. Not a bad race. So now we come into the last race before our lunch break, which will kick off at 12:40 local time, so that's a little under 9 minutes time. And again, it gives us a little bit of an opportunity to discuss how we got to this stage, because there's every single race so far has seen big names come off the road, and you don't get to see that very often. Once or twice of a morning maybe, but not in every single race that's run. So it just goes to show how tough and competitive the field is being. Now, this is going to be a pivotal heat in the weekend as well for the juniors, especially if that trend of big chaotic moments in each race is going to continue. I would not want to be a dad or a mechanic down there in the paddock trying to stay calm in all of this, because as the temperature goes up, the heat becomes more and more difficult to bear with, and the tension and drama on the racetrack just continues to intensify. 33 degrees air temperature, but it doesn't get to its hottest here in Italy until about 5 o'clock. You've got to remember that we're closer to Africa than we are to North Europe at this point of the geographical location. We're quite close to the equator at this point of the globe as well, so it's very hot at this part of the year. So let's talk you through the starting grid. Maxwell Dodds, the man who got pole position for the first time in his FIA Karting European Championship career, lines up in the front of the grid for this one, as he will for all of them. And he has that advantage of being on the inside line on the front row in a parallel, which here at Sarno really does seem to be a fantastic competitive package. Alongside him on the grid is the Bulgarian Nikola Tsolov for the DPK Racing team, another team that has come straight out of the blocks in 2020. Last year was their first year of competition in any form of karting. This year, they have come in with a very strong package again. Their first real assault on the FIA karting scene. Second year, sorry, I should say, of the assault of the FIA karting scene, and they are immediately quick out of the blocks. Third position on the grid is Harley Keeble, the man who took the win off Maxwell Dodds a little earlier on. And he is there in third position, along with Keanu Alajari, the Emirati driver. And he lines up in fourth position on the grid. Tuka Tarpanen is in fifth position on the grid for this one, the young Finn, alongside the British driver Freddie Slater, who picked up an earlier heat win from the outside of the third row. Arvid Lindblad is in seventh position on the starting grid, and don't forget how he charged his way through to second position in the earlier heat. Maceo Capieto, the Frenchman for the Pantano team, lines up in eighth place on the outside of the fourth row. Ninth is Maxime Furon-Castellen, the Forza Racing driver from Luxembourg, and then Martinius Stenschorn, the Norwegian for the Rosberg Racing Academy, lines up in 10th position, with an all Ricky Flynn row 6 for Edgar Anpiligov of France and Lucas Flusha of Ricky Flynn Motorsport, the Spaniard. And then 13th and 14th on the grid, two more big names. Emo Fittipaldi Jr., the young Brazilian for the Kart Republic Motorsport team. And then alongside him from Singapore, it is Dion Gauda, the young charge for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. With that quality of field in the top 7 rows, this is definitely a race heat that you want to keep an eye on. 7 laps of absolute drama and intrigue to come, I'm sure. Francesco Merengue, the Italian, lines up in 15th place for the CRG factory squad. Alongside him on the starting grid is going to be Gustav Wisniewski, the young Polish ace for Forza Racing. And then the German talent Maxim Rehm, who is still learning by doing with the Tony Kart Racing team, 17th on the starting grid, alongside the Italian Matteo De Palo of the Ward Racing team. Then from Lithuania, in 19th place, it is Jokubas Bogdanovicius, who lines up 19th. And then alongside him, it is the Italian, who is having to play fight back for the rest of the weekend, Nicola Lacorte, who had his big off on the second corner during qualifying yesterday. Couldn't finish the qualifying and couldn't get a lap in even. And then it is the two Finns for Koski Motorsport on the back row of the grid. Benjamin Silvesterson on the inside, and on the outside it will be Alvar Simasvara. But in the case of the latter, Simasvara couldn't get a lap time in qualifying due to mechanical problems. So we don't really know where he could have started the race. We can only watch him charge his way back through the field and back into contention. So there's already been some big dramas and some big names to fall from the fray in the junior races. Certainly some retirements that will make a big difference to the way things play out. Evan Gilter and Giovanni Trentin, the man who's just taken a victory in the earlier race. They've both got a DNF to their name now, so it's going to be very difficult for them to sustain their position around the circuit. It's going to be survival of the fittest in this junior category. We also have retirements from Will McIntyre and Alex Powell. They came together in the second heat of the day. Who else has had a DNF? Well, Josh Erfen, Edgar Anpiligov, Maxime Furon-Castellen. They all came together during their races earlier on. And that was really bad form from their point of view in terms of where they ended up finishing. So it's cost them dear in terms of their preparation for the weekend. Rafael Modenese, Arthur Rojon, and Alfio Spina all came off during the fourth race of the day. And during that last race, the fifth race, we saw Igor Sapil, Conor Zilic, and Augustin Bernier, 3 drivers who were all hoping for a solid result here this weekend. They've all had a DNF. If all of the big names have a DNF at some point over the course of the weekend, it essentially means that it's going to be a survival of the most consistent drivers in the fray that are able to come through. It doesn't happen very often. You usually get maybe 1 or 2 drivers who have a perfectly clean weekend remaining in the top 5 throughout. But the way this weekend's going, I don't think anybody's safe because we've had drivers starting from the very front of the grid, from the front row of the grid, all the way down to the midfield, and then towards the tail end, who have all come off. I don't think anybody is safe and sound forever at this particular circuit. So much drama and tension to come, especially considering that this is only the first of really 3 phases of qualifying heats. There are going to be 6 junior races later today, as well as 6 OK senior races this afternoon as well. So 12 mad dash races still to come. 7 laps for the junior heats and 10 laps for the senior. You'll also hear from our pole position sitter in the OK category this afternoon as well, Taylor Barnard, who we managed to catch up with in the latter stages of last night, who was able to tell us a little bit about how his weekend and his build-up to the pole position lap has played out. But of course now he'll be grinning from ear to ear, because in the OK category we also had a retirement from Andrea Kimi Antonelli, and that's very big in terms of the European Championship battle, because he is the points leader at this moment. But that severely compromises his chances of scoring championship points through the qualifying heats, because the only way to score points in the championship battle in the qualifying heats is to be one of the top 10 drivers through the qualifying heats. You'll also be the top 10 drivers on the starting grid for the final, but you'll also score points. 10 points for whoever wins the heats on aggregate, 9 for whoever is second, 8 for who's third, 7 for fourth, all the way down to 1 point for 10th position. So you do score championship points through the qualifying heats, but only if you come through each of the qualifying heat stages, and after the aggregate of all of those race results, you are in the top 10 in the standings. And the only way to do that is to score as many points as you finish across the line, with the exception of a race win, for which you score a 0, 2 points for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth, and so on all the way down. And it's just like a golf scorecard. Whoever has the least points is the one who'll be at the top of the rankings. That's for all those of you who are not quite aware of how the qualification procedure works in these races. But all of the drivers down there on the starting grid are ready for the action and ready for the off. And it's going to be a tough one between Max Dodds and the Bulgarian Lion, Nikola Tsolov, on the front row of the starting grid. 33 degrees air temperature, which means the circuit temperature will now be around the 54, 55 degrees mark. So obviously it's going to be hard work to keep these tyres down. And obviously these guys are going to be pushing very hard indeed for the 7 laps that remain of this morning's qualifying heat procedure. And of course it's up to our race director up on the top of the gantry, Nigel Edwards, to assess the situation at the start, to see how the drivers will get underway. And if he's happy, then they will go racing for 7 laps around the course. Here they come out onto the circuit, and it's the pole sitter, Maxwell Dodds, who leads them out. So Maxwell Dodds and Nikola Tsolov on the front row of the grid from Harley Keeble and Keanu Alajari. Tuka Tarpanen and Freddie Slater from Arvid Lindblad and Matteo Capieto. Maxim Ferron Castellan and Martini Stenshorn. Edgar Pidigov and Lucas Fuchs-Cross. Then Emo Fittipaldi and Dion Gauda. Francesca Marenghe and Gustav Wisniewski. Maxim Rem and Matteo De Palo. Jokubas Pagdonevicius and Nicola Lacorte. And then the 2 Finns at the back of the grid. Benjamin Silvesterson and Alva Siimasvaara. So a fascinating battle for all of the young contenders around the circuit here in AOK Junior qualifying sessions. And this is Heat A versus F. So this is the first ranked group versus the 6th ranked group as they separate them on aggregate from the times through the qualifying sessions yesterday. But young Maxwell Dodds getting his first pole position in FIA Karting. He's worked so hard to get to this point since his debut at the beginning of last year. And this is a real effort for him to be at the front end of the field, so he would love to remain there. He's got a 3rd place in his pocket already. That's still a very admirable achievement, and he just needs to keep the point score as low as possible, which means you keep the finishing position as high as possible. Dodds, Solov, Keeble, Alajari, Tarpanen, Slater, Lindblad, Capieto, Ferran Castellan and Stenshorn. How's the start? It's a false start. So it's a false start on this occasion, so the lights did not go out. And in fact, the repeater light came on the top of the starting gantry, so they will go around again for an additional formation lap, provided they all know that they should be going around for an additional formation lap, because obviously a few of the drivers they can look at the lights, but obviously in the sunlight rays, it might be a little bit tricky to see, but obviously the marshals and officials will now be notifying the drivers that they've got to go round for another formation lap, and you can see that the pace has very deliberately slowed up. So the karts will be back into their starting position procedure once again. And for Max Dodds, he obviously has to bring the kart and the rest of the field to a controllable pace. It's up to the leader to set the tone of the start. And that's very well managed there by Max Dodds, so the field should come around fairly smartly as they come through. It's not easy to judge, of course, when you've got 21 other drivers in the field and it's rolling start. And these guys are only aged between 11 and 14, so they've got to do the best job they possibly can. So the officials just reminding them to slow up as they come through the final turn, but it looks good. Dodds, Solov, Keeble, Alajari, Tarpon and Slater. Is this going to be a good start? Yes, it is! We're racing and charging to the inside line. It's a good start from the outside line initially for Solov, but then he runs wide. So it's Keeble straight through into second place, tucking in behind Max Dodds. And also up there, Tuka Tarpanen in the Tony kart trying to charge through. Dodds protects the inside line valiantly from Keeble. And as they battle their way through the first lap, it looks like one of the CRGs has come unstuck there. That might be Francesco Marenghi, who has run a little bit wide. He has kept going again, though. So the two Koski Motorsport Finns are in there behind them, as well as Tuka Tarpanen is now working with his teammate Harley Keeble to charge forward. And Matteo Capieto's made a terrific start in the Pantano, in there in fourth position. Arvid Lindblad making up progress again as he tries to get up the inside of the Frenchman, who holds the inside line through the braking procedure there, and Lindblad can't get by Matteo Capieto. Nikola Solov has slotted into sixth position behind them. Keanu Alajari seems to have lost some ground there as well, as Maxime Ferrand-Castellan gets his move on the inside line of Nikola Solov, and this time it works, and Freddie Slater comes through on the inside, as does Edgaran Piligov and Dion Gauda, so they've all come past Nikola Solov at the end of the first lap. So Max Dodds leads the way. Keeble and Tarpanen are working together in the Tony karts to move forward. Keeble had to think about the move on the inside of Dodds, but he didn't quite get close enough. So now Keeble and Tarpanen working together in second and third to try and close in on the parallel of Max Dodds. They won't want to spend too long going after him. Keeble has actually dropped Tarpanen a little bit. He feels he's got good momentum in this machine to close up on Max Dodds. But this is going to be one heck of a tough fight. Max Dodds, plenty of experience in karting now in many different categories. But here in OK Junior, he really is making this place home. Harley Keeble is the new man on the scene. He did beat him in the earlier heat, but that doesn't mean it's going to happen again. And that is another catastrophic moment for Martinius Stenshorn this season. So Stenshorn is out of it, the Rosberg Racing Academy driver, and it looks as though Keanu Alajari is the one who's gone with him. So more big problems there for two big names in the field, Stenshorn and Alajari. Well, that is unfortunate. As up the inside, that's for the lead. Keeble gets through on Dodds. For the second time today, Keeble gets his run on the inside of Max Dodds, but Dodds isn't done yet. He's there in third position. Tarpanen's creeping up for an opportunity to come through as well. So don't get impatient. Oh, well done from Dodds as he defends there beautifully from Tarpanen, and Lindblad's going to creep through on the inside. Capieto tries to come past on Tarpanen as well. He can't quite make it stick. So Lindblad is through in a third position, and it's as it was in the earlier heat with the three Brits up front, Tarpanen having to defend from Matteo Capieto. So Capieto trying to come by, the young Frenchman for the Pantano. And in sixth place in the Forza, that's Maxime Ferrand-Castellan, the Luxembourger, as he creeps his way forward in sixth position. Make that fifth as he makes his lunge on the inside of Capieto, and there's nothing that the Pantano can do about it. So, Maxime Ferrand-Castellan, fresh off the back of his brilliant run at Adria 7 days ago. He's now battling away for position, and it looks like we've lost Bogdanovicius and Rem. They've come off at the final turn, final corner. There they are. So Maxim Rem trying to get going again, and Jakubas Bogdanovicius doing the likewise. But that's two of them that have come off in the final corner as Freddie Slater gets the new fastest lap as he closes right into the back of Ferrand-Castellan and Capieto. There's Tuka Tarpanen still in fourth place, trying to catch up to the leaders as these two try and get going again. Maxim Rem and Jakubas Bogdanovicius. I think the latter has decided he's not going any further. Maxim Rem has got to concede it now as well. He's leaving the kart in the middle of the circuit, and that is not good form at all. The marshals have got to try and get that kart off the racing line as soon as possible. Well done to the marshals. Brilliant work, and that's how close it was as the leaders came through again. Fantastici from the guys in orange as Capieto has dropped down the order, down into ninth position for the Frenchman. But watch Dodds, he's all over the back of Keeble trying to come through again into the lead of the race. So Dodds is still pushing hard here to try and get underneath Harley Keeble and get back the move of the lead of the race. Freddie Slater, Solov and Dion Gauda have all managed to get past Matteo Capieto on the last lap, and Piligov finds himself still down in 10th place as Dodds is trying to edge towards Keeble. Arvid Lindblad is closing in on both of them. So this is going to be about timing. Tuukka Tarpanen is right there in 4th place as well, the Finn. And these are all drivers who started the race from the inside line in the first 4 rows. Keeble started 3rd, Dodds started 1st, Lindblad started 7th, Tarpanen started 5th. So they're all there on the inside line of the race circuit at the start, and they're going to be together on the inside row of the start for the entirety of their qualifying heat. So this could be some very tasty battles between the top 4 today, and they could be the top 4 battling for the victory, of course, with one man out of the equation, and that's Yuga Chukwu. Dodds is going to make his bid on the inside of Keeble. He edges him out sideways. Lindblad's going to get through, as is Tarpanen, is he? Keeble's trying to edge out his teammate. Lindblad gets through in a second. Dodds takes the lead. Brilliant overtake from Dodds, because he actually managed to not only get the move done nicely, but edge out Keeble. And now Lindblad's trying to come past Dodds. He gets the run up to the hairpin at Vesuvio Uno, but Dodds, with 2 laps to go, is trying to keep his position. He cuts across on Lindblad. Lindblad might get the run into Vesuvio Uno, but not if Dodds is going to cut him through. Keeble's going to get another run at Arvid Lindblad down to the left flick. So Keeble's going to try and make it happen. Lindblad is right there in 2nd. Dodds cuts a little bit wide, but he's still holding Lindblad to it. Keeble's going to try and get his run on the inside line. Lindblad can't make it stick. Now Tarpanen's going to try and come out of the final turn to get through on the inside of his teammate. Final lap. This is like a final, never mind a qualifying heat. Lindblad's got a good run here for Dodds. Dodds trying to squeeze into the inside of the curb. He holds the line. He holds the inside of the corner. Tarpanen trying to get the switch back on Harley Keeble. They run wheel to wheel again, and Keeble once more holds his teammate at bay. But Dodds has a crucial 1.5 kart length advantage now over Lindblad as he tries to hold on to the position. This is going to be tight. Tarpanen's got past Keeble for 3rd place now. 5th place is Ferdinand Castellan. There's a chance for things to spice up a little bit more. As the Luxembourger wants to get further up the order, Lindblad may have to settle for 2nd here, but nobody's settling for 3rd. Tarpanen's got Keeble, his teammate, right underneath him. He may throw it up the inside. He can't quite get close enough. But out in front, beautiful defensive driving from Max Dodds brings him his first win in the FIA Karting European Championship. Max Dodds wins it. Lindblad 2nd, Tarpanen 3rd, Keeble 4th, and Ferdinand Castellan 5th, as across the line on the grass comes, well, goodness me, I think that was Matteo Capieto crossing the line on the grass. Goodness me, a crazy end to a thrilling race, but Max Dodds picks up his first win in the FIA Karting European Championship. It's a long time coming, but it keeps him very much in the hunt for the victory in tomorrow's final from pole position. A big moment for the young Paralympic star. Great racing further back. Max Dodds gets the win. 2nd place for Arvid Lindblad, 3rd for Tuukka Tarpanen, and 4th place for Harley Keeble from Maxime Ferdinand Castellan. Freddie Slater is 6th from Dion Gauda. Edgaran Piligov is 8th from Nicolas Solov and Matteo Capieto. Lucas Flusha is 11th from Gustav Wisniewski. Then in 13th is Matteo De Palo in front of Emma Fittipaldi and Alva Simasvara. Francesco Merengue is 16th from Nicola Lecorte and Benjamin Silversterson. Jakobus Bogdanovicius, Maxim Rem, Martini Stenshorn and Keanu Alajari were all race retirements on lap 2 and lap 3 respectfully. In a moment, we'll take a look back at some of the highlights of that race, and then we will go to our lunch break. Astonishing racing in the juniors. They really are giving us plenty of drama, and yet again, there's more fisticuffs in the field, as we have not yet had a heat which has had difficulties of that kind. So let's take a look at the replays for... We'll take a look at the replays for qualifying heat A versus F after an absolutely terrific... So here's the start. Dodds obviously controlling the pace very neatly through turn 1. Solov did get alongside him at the start initially, but look, the kart just travels across the apex and gets boxed in as the drivers squeeze through. Solov is the one that actually takes to the grass, and that shifts momentum to everybody on the inside line, and Solov is going to lose about 6 places just on the run to that first corner. He cuts back across to the inside line, but there are drivers holding the line around the outside as well. So Solov has let several people through, including the likes of Capieto and Lindblad. And that's Merengue putting 2 wheels onto the grass there as well. Dodds in front of Keeble and Tarpanen at this phase. Capieto there in P4. The Frenchman will be frustrated after looking back over this one because it could have been a lot more productive for him. So the drivers continue on their way through this first lap. But it's a good run from the 2 Tony karts. They're running together. The problem is here, we've now got an interesting dynamic starting up between the drivers in the Tony kart awning, because it's not for the first time. Everybody within that awning seems to feel they're the fastest driver. Tarpanen obviously won the final at Zuera. Keeble is ahead of him at the moment. So they both feel like they've got the right stuff to win races. So they're going to try their best to make sure they can. But it's not as easy as all that. Capieto diving around on the inside line to try and keep Lindblad and Soloff at bay. Goran Castellin is lining up for a move there as well. And then you've got the likes of Gauda and Pidigov and Slater all very much in the mix behind. So a lot of good talent in this particular heat. But Dodds keeping such a level head. Very, very conservative about his run in the first couple of laps. He did not let the pressure from behind get to him. And it's Maxim Castellin. He really does like that maneuver on the end of the first lap, doesn't he? Just to slice it up the inside and take up an overtaking move. In the first heat of the day, it didn't work. In the second one, as you can see, it well and truly perfectly is executed. So he makes the move there up at the 6th place. But now you've got this little dynamic building at Tony Kart, because everybody wants to be at the front end of the field. Stenshorn compromised there after an incident with Keanu Alajari. That's their weekend very much now on the back foot, and Stenshorn's already seeing his European Championship chances, having taken a massive blow at Zuera. So the Norwegian is already having a really difficult season here in 2020. And it's not making him feel any better about the way things are currently progressing. Now here's where the race really gets going. Keeble makes his move on the inside of Dodds, but Dodds lets it happen. He doesn't panic. He doesn't push the tyres too hard. He just gets himself back into a good position in Keeble's slipstream, and he just starts the chase, because he knows that as long as he doesn't lose a place to Tarpanen as well, he's got a great chance to go for the victory. Now this is where it spices up, because Tarpanen loses ground to Lindblad. Lindblad gets through. Goran Castellin and Capieto start battling. But this is how to execute a perfect last lap maneuver. He just throws it to the inside. Capieto has nothing he can do except back off the power and try and tuck in around the final corner. But making that move does cost you momentum. Now here's Dodds in behind Keeble. Lindblad's closing in. But yeah, look, Dodds, he could have made a slingshot on the inside line there to make the move, but he felt he wasn't close enough. He's just working up to it. He doesn't have to push himself too hard at this phase. He's just keeping it nice and neat. He doesn't have to give it everything. All this is about is just looking after the brakes, looking after the tyres, not pushing the engine too hard. You're having a much better race if you are chasing the leader. So he just slots in behind Keeble. Lindblad is right there as well. He's obviously got that in his peripheral vision behind him, and he's aware of the fact that Lindblad will be strong at this phase of the race. But he's not going to push it harder than he has to. Full conviction for these drivers, but you can see again in slow motion at these points on the course. Look as they come out of Vesuvio Uno. There's a big bump there, and that really unsettles the kart. It makes it very hard to keep control of. So the drivers are obviously working very hard in this phase of the race, but they obviously have to be very calm and composed. They have to be quite relaxed. Now Keeble's used a lot of curve there, so has Dodds. So there's nothing really to choose between these two in terms of raw pace. Now Dodds knows he's got to move on. Keeble is not really in defensive mode yet. Dodds thinks about it. He almost hesitates, but then he just allows the kart to drift to the place where Keeble wants to be. Keeble loses ground. He ends up getting spat out to the side. Lindblad comes through in a second. Tarpanen nearly comes through into third, and he has that battle with his teammate in 2 consecutive laps in exactly the same place. But Lindblad here has got the momentum because he's picked up an overtaking move unexpectedly. That's given him a burst of energy. They come into the final lap, and Lindblad's got the run on Dodds. Watch Dodds, because this is how you win races in these situations. 9 times out of 10, Lindblad is going to get the lead here, but watch, Dodds pulls the kart across. It's not dangerous. He's just squeezing the line. Lindblad has to back out of it because he knows that he's on a one-way collision course with the curb on the right-hand side. That's going to upset the kart, and he's seen incidents like that in the past where it's spat drivers sideways and it's caused a big accident. Tarpanen's back on the inside of Keeble. Keeble's determined not to let his teammate get the place, and that's where the race battle effectively ends because Keeble's trying his best to get on terms with Lindblad, but he's still defending from his teammate. He's lost momentum, he's lost a couple of kart lengths, And that's it, job done. But brilliant bit of racing. It really does show that we've got some incredible depth of strength and character within this field of drivers. They're all going to be absolutely sensational. So the drivers, obviously at this phase of the race, are still trying to dial themselves in. Tarpanen has now got the move on Keeble at this point. He's managed to finally get his move on the inside of his teammate. And again, that's power play within the Tony Kart squad. Tarpanen needs the championship, so he wants to be in front of his young teammate Keeble, who is the new boy in the category. Tarpanen is still a new boy at the team, but he did have an entire season last year with the Gotala Sports squad, who have not decided to compete in 2020. But Tarpanen knows the way very well up at the front end of this field, so he knows how it works. And as they come through the final couple of corners, Tarpanen is essentially now just protecting his third place. Maxime Ferrand-Castellin has one final crack at Keeble, but only if Keeble's going to give him space, which he doesn't. So it's a great race for Dodds. He takes a very important victory when a lot of his rivals are floundering. Lindblad consistent in second again as well. And in third place for Tarpanen ahead of Keeble. Some big points that are being... So some fabulous racing from our drivers in the OK Senior and Junior sessions through the morning sessions. We're going to come back to the action again here as we battle away. At 1:45 local time, racing will resume with the OK category. So at 13:40, we'll return to the airwaves. So you've got a little bit of time to get some lunch down you, but make sure you return, because the way things are going here at Sarno, the action is never going to stop.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
Even when we started yesterday in practice, everything was just really good. I felt confident with the car and the track straight away. Obviously the setup and the engines and everything have been really good so far, so we just need to keep this momentum into the races. I think it's just a little bit of everything, like the setup, everything just works together, and obviously we're really fast, so it's going to be tough, but I hope we can just keep this momentum into tomorrow and try to win every heat like Zura.
So let's see how Taylor Barnard can go from the pole position slot in this next heat for the OK Seniors as he prepares for action here at Sarno, along with the rest of his rivals, as we return to race action here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli, the second round of the FIA Karting European Championship from Sarno, in the shadow of Mount Vesuvius herself. Jake Sanson here, once again with you as we get back into the action for 12 more races from the top karting circuit for direct drives in the world, the FIA Karting European Championship. Taylor Barnard and Luigi Coluccio will take up their positions on the front row of the starting grid. The Britishman Taylor Barnard for the Rosberg Racing Academy after a cracking pole position yesterday. Alongside him on the grid, Luigi Coluccio for Cosmic. And then on the second row, it is the Irish star, Alex Dunn, who lines up third position on the grid, flying the flag for the Emerald Isles, alongside Joe Turney on the second row of the starting grid beside him. Then on the fifth position on the grid, it's the local hero, Nicolo Kuman, for the race team. He represents the private entry, of course, and the wild card for this weekend. It is great to see a bit of local flavour ingested and added into the scene as he lines up from the third row of the starting grid. And I know, of course, a lot of his support network are here this weekend as he battles for supremacy at the front end of the field. It's never easy when you're thrown into the lion's den, as it were, for the start of a very close weekend, but we are expecting to see some great performances from this young man who has come straight in this weekend and immediately been fast out of the blocks. So Nicolo Kuman is definitely one to keep an eye on as he battles his way for position as part of the BM karting team, ASD. And he will be there from fifth position on the starting grid. Alongside is Thomas Tembrinka, the reigning world champion for juniors. And he is there, sixth position on the grid for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Michael Paparo lines up seventh on the grid, the Italian, alongside Lawrence Van Hopen. And then Matias Morgato, the Brazilian, is on row 5, alongside Harry Thompson for Forza Racing. Pepe Marti is alongside Clayton Ravenscroft as they round out row 6. And then in row 7, it is Joel Mesch, the German, for TB Racing in the McLaren Customer Racing colours, the papaya orange, and Charlie Wirtz, the Austrian, who did such a good job racing in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy last season for Austria. He lines up alongside Joel Mesch. Lorenzo Rosico, another of the great stars for the Pantano team. He lines up there alongside Ricardinho Gracia, the Brazilian, for the Praga Racing team. And then we have Dhanapongpang Satumnu, the Thai driver for Biralat, alongside Colombia's Nicolas Baptiste. For France, next up, it is Lola Lovinfoss, and she of the Ward Racing team lines up alongside Kaios Sixnelis, the Lithuanian, who is the reigning title winner of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. Matthias Torrigiani, the Italian, lines up next up, and the privateer lines up beside Portugal's Thomas Guedes. And after mechanical problems in qualifying, Maximus Meyer will have to fight his way back from the doldrums as he lines up at the tail end of the field. But the CV Performance driver is with the team that won the European and World Championships last year, so he has plenty of opportunities to surge his way up the order. Now, over the course of this morning's heats, if you weren't able to watch all of them, you missed an absolute humdinger of a morning, and I thoroughly recommend you go back and watch it all again when you get the opportunity, because there was not a single race without big incident over the course of this morning. I've known 2 or 3 races go by with a big one, but certainly every race in the morning, it just goes to show how tough the competition is here at Sarno. and how much the heat is getting to them. It's very hot indeed here. Air temperature is currently at 33 degrees Celsius. So as the drivers head out, it's fever pitch and it's cooking up a storm here at Sarno. Taylor Barnard leads them out, Luigi Coluccio alongside them, and then it's Alex Dunn and Joe Turney, Nicolo Kuman and Thomas ten Brinker, Michael Paparo, Lawrence Van Hopen, Matthias Morgato, Harry Thompson, Pepe Marti and Clayton Ravenscroft from Joel Mesh and Charlie Wirtz, Lorenzo Rosico and Riccardo Ingratia, Tadapong Pangsatumno and Nicolas Baptiste, Lola Lavinfos and Kaya Sixnelis, Matthias Torrigiani, Thomas Guedes and Maximus Meyer, 23rd on the grid. So as the competitors are ready to do battle, it's going to be a very difficult race ahead of them. They all know how tight it can be on this circuit. Plenty of overtaking opportunities. It's a game of two halves, this race circuit. Very fast out of the first corner, flat on the throttle, all the way down to turn 2 for a tight but fast-flowing hairpin. And then it all starts to get a bit technical as the rest of the lap works its way out, with a lot of big stops and some tight corners on the circuit where plenty of overtaking maneuvers can happen. But as we've also seen from the morning session, plenty of dramas can ensue as well. It's never easy, and it's always going to be pretty tight and tetuous around the circuit. Barnard and Coluccio from the front row, from Dunn and Turney, Kuman and ten Brinker, Paparo, Van Hopen, Morgato, Thompson, Marti, Ravenscroft, Mesh and Wirtz, as the field works its way around the course. They obviously have to line up in formation and make sure it's all going to be clean off the start. I think we're going to get a good getaway the way that the pace is being held by Barnard and Coluccio. Let's see as they come out of the final turn, and we're racing! Cracking start from the inside line as Coluccio tries to squeeze past Barnard. Barnard holds him at bay, and it looks like a good start too from Turney, who's crept up from the second row. He's darted up the middle of both Coluccio and Dunn, as around the outside, Thomas ten Brinker's trying to come around the outside of the Irishman, Alex Dunn, and now tucks back in for the inside line to move up into fourth position, and he's done it. So a great start from Joe Turney, who gets straight back onto it with Taylor Barnard. So Barnard leads the way. Joe Turney's already trying to get his way up into the inside line and take a lead away from him. Coluccio in fourth place. Coluccio in third place, I should say, as the rest of the field squabbles its way around the first lap. And as they come into the hairpin for the first time at Vesuvio Uno, everybody just trying to keep themselves out of harm's way, as tucking into sixth position there. That's a good start from the 162 of Matthias Morgato. The Brazilian has worked his way up into P6 as the field jockeys for position and squabbles their way around this course. Not an easy circuit to negotiate with. You've just got to keep it nice and steady all the way through the lap. And as they come on to the first major challenge now, up to turn 2, charging up to Taylor Barnard, who looks after himself as they go down towards the braking zone for the hairpin. Turney in second, Coluccio third from ten Brinker and Alex Dunn. So the top 5 running well up at the front end of the field. Sixth place for Matthias Morgato from Paparo, Van Hopen, Ravenscroft and Thompson. And that's two cars come together. That's Lola Lavinfos with her teammate. So that's all come very badly wrong indeed as Nicolas Baptiste gets into yet another incident here at Sarno. So Lola Lavinfos is going to try and get started again. And she has managed to do so. So Lavinfos will keep going. But Baptiste is going to have to work a little bit harder to get back into the race, and it looks like he's not going to. So the second race in a row for Nicolas Baptiste. He is out of it, and he's not looking particularly happy with the way that's unfolded. So Barnard, Turney, Coluccio, Dunn, ten Brinker and Morgato. And then it is Michael Paparo from Lawrence Van Hopen. Clayton Ravenscroft is 9th from Thompson. Then it's Marti. Kuman is there in 12th position now from Joel Mesh, Wirtz, Rosico, Gracia, Sutumnu and Torrigiani. So the race continues as they duel away for position. But this is the move as up the inside comes Thomas ten Brinker to get himself past Alex Dunn. Oh no, that's Matthias Morgato having moved his way past. I do apologise. So Morgato got past initially, but ten Brinker manages to get it straight back from the Brazilian. And in 7th place there is the Praga of Michael Paparo. So Paparo continues on his way there in 7th place, just in front of the Leclerc by Lennox of Lawrence Van Hopen. Then Ravenscroft in the Berolart, and in 10th place, Harry Thompson aboard the Forza. And those two are going to have a nice little ding-dong the way things are going about it on the 4th lap, as Ravenscroft tries his best to get away from Thompson into the first corner. Some sensational duels here as Nicolas Baptiste watches on from Marshall Post 2. Up the inside, that is the move from Matthias Morgato. He gets through on Thomas ten Brinker, so he gets the move as Thompson gets past Ravenscroft in the same moment. So as one Birolart moves forward, another moves back, and now Paparo gets the move on Thomas ten Brinker. So Michael Paparo, the Praga, gets through into position there past the Dutchman. And now his countryman Laurens van Hopen is closing in on ten Brinker. So they continue on their way as they come up to the braking zone for Vesuvio Due. Always a very tricky part of the course, this, as the drivers are trying to edge their way through the course in as fine a position as they possibly can. But it's still Barnard from Turney. Barnard is actually now stepping up the attack and pulling away from Joe Turney. He had a bit of a threat in the initial running of proceedings, but Turney is now falling back into the clutches of Luigi Coluccio. So Barnard has long gone up in front. Look at that, the engine power he clearly has in that particular machine, giving him a distinct chance as ten Brinker tries to get up the inside of Michael Paparo. Paparo defends. Van Hopen comes around the outside, sweeps through initially on ten Brinker, can't hold it around the outside on the dirtier part of the circuit, and now has got pressure from Harry Thompson and Clayton Ravenscroft piling up behind him. So this could end up getting pretty sweet as they battle for position. Thompson having a look perhaps into Vesuvio Due. He comes through the first one, Vesuvio Uno. And let's see if there's going to be an opportunity to come through, but not on this occasion, so he waits for his moment. So Barnard running well. Turney into second place. Third is still Luigi Coluccio from Dunn, Morgato, Paparo and ten Brinker. A very solid effort and a great race for the competitors as they run through. So the battle continues on their way. The drivers are still working hard as they battle for position. So here's the battle for sixth place. This is Paparo with ten Brinker, Van Hopen, then Thompson, Ravenscroft and Kuman. Nicolo Kuman, the home favourite, is there in 11th position, trying to work his way back into a decent, solid position. So still the move comes forward. But Taylor Barnard is long gone out in front. No major problems there, and certainly no concerns for him up at the front end of the field, as he has a decent advantage over Turney now, well over a second. But there's still some moves as Ravenscroft tries to line up a move on Thompson. Nicolo Kuman is still there in 11th place from Josep Marti. Marti's trying to come through as well into a position. But Thompson has a bit of a run now over Ravenscroft, and Nicolo Kuman is right in there in the mix, trying to come out of the final turn to gain a position. And still they battle forward. But as they come through onto the main straight again, this battle continues, and they're spacing themselves out a little way as Thompson and Ravenscroft are still dueling for position. Nicolo Kuman is in the back of those two as they duel for position. Van Hopen has run a little bit wide. That's kicked up the dust, and now Ravenscroft's having a look on the inside of Thompson. But up in front a little further away, this is Paparo versus ten Brinker for sixth position. Praga versus Cosmic as they battle away for position. Ricky Flynn Motorsport, of course, changing chassis for the 2020 season. Van Hopen is 8th position in front of Thompson, Ravenscroft and Kuman. And that's the battle as Paparo gives a little bit of gap away to Thomas ten Brinker. He almost loses the position. Ten Brinker tries again for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team to try and get in on the inside there of Mico Paparo. He can get into the top 6, he's got a good chance. So Barnard running a good race out in front from Turney, Coluccio, Dunn and Morgato. But this battle for 6th place is a 6-car train at the moment. It's Paparo, ten Brinker, Van Hopen, Thompson, Ravenscroft and Kuman. As up the order, that is done. Battling away Morgato, and I think Morgato, the Brazilian, has actually worked past his Irish teammate. There it is, Morgato is through into 4th place past Alex Dunn. So they are 4th and 5th now, the two Birolarts, and that is the Brazilian out in front. Van Hopen makes the move on Thompson. Thompson's going to cut straight back for the inside line to cut through. There's not going to be a lot of resistance between the two, and Ravenscroft is cutting in there now to try and get in behind, but Thompson has got past Laurens van Hopen. So Thompson in front of the Dutchman. Then it's Ravenscroft, Kuman, and now we've got a good queue lining up behind of Marti, Wirtz, Joel Mesh and Ricardo Gracia. So they are having a nice little tussle and a good jockey for position now. As with 2 laps to go, Taylor Barnard is running a solid race here. So this is all going well from their point of view as the battle continues, but Barnard leads Joe Turney, who has got away now from Coluccio. The top 3 has spread out quite nicely. But this is going to continue to be a steady race in the last couple of laps for the leading 3 behind them. It's anything but steady at the moment, as Wirtz has now got up into 12th place past Josep Marti. It looks like Joel Mesh is under increasing pressure here from Ricardinho Gracia. Gracia trying to get on the inside. There's not a lot of resistance. Mesh does not give up the space, and that is a very tidy battle between them. So they continue to charge forward. But there's your race leader. No problems at all for Taylor Barnard as he continues in position. A really good run as they continue into the final lap. Taylor Barnard has the advantage here over Joe Turney and Luigi Coluccio. No major issues for them, and Barnard can look over his shoulder. He knows that Turney is second and a long way back, so he can just check out Charlie in the lead of the race here. Taylor Barnard is having a great run as he continues out in the lead. He hasn't really put a foot wrong in this race. There was only a slight error at the start of the race, really, when the back end started to come around in the first corner. He almost lost out initially to Coluccio, but thanks to Turney, who battled his way through both of them, they were able to get a little bit more speed off the turn. And that's what's given Taylor Barnard his advantage. He's now been able to maximise the smooth rhythm, and in complete contrast to his championship rival, who was out on the first lap in the first heat, Andrea Antonelli, in dramatic fashion earlier on. Taylor Barnard is now going to come through for a spirited victory from the front. Taylor Barnard gets the victory from Joe Turney and Luigi Coluccio. Matthias Morgado in fourth place ahead of Alex Dunn and Thomas ten Brinker. Fascinating race battle here at Sarno, and it's giving us some perfectly exciting entertainment for the rest of the day, as now everybody in the field has driven at least one race, but it's going to be very close over the course of the day. Perhaps not for Taylor Barnard, but certainly for the remainder of the field in that top 10. But Barnard is picking up exactly where he left off yesterday. He had a distinct advantage over the rest of the field, and now here on Saturday in his first heat, he maintains it. So Taylor Barnard beats Joe Turney by a second. Coluccio is third from Morgado and Alex Dunn. Thomas ten Brinker is sixth from Michael Paparo. Harry Thompson is eighth place from Lawrence Van Hopen and Clayton Ravenscroft. The wild card, Nicolo Kuman, lines up in 11th place in front of 12th place Charlie Wirtz. Josep Marti and Joel Mesh from Ricardinho Gratia and Lorenzo Risico. Then Pompang Situmnu and Kyle Sixnelis. Then Maximus Meyer and Matthias Torrigiani. From Thomas Guedes and Lola Lovinfoss, the only retirement, Nicholas Baptist, after his collision with his teammate Lovinfoss. So some interesting battles around the circuit. A little bit tamer than the morning's heats. Perhaps they're starting to settle into a bit of a rhythm now, and I think a few more drivers are aware of the old racing adage that you can't win the race on the first lap, but you definitely can lose it. So they're not rushing each other, and they're certainly not losing ground where they don't need to. So the battle is still very strong and very tight-lipped around the circuit here. So let's have a look at some of the highlights from that race and the play-by-plays as to how the drivers ended up where they finished. So Barnard sliding through the first corner. He was very lucky, actually, because Coluccio got held up, and that was enough for Turney to split both Coluccio and the man who started third position in the initial reckoning. And that, of course, is Alex Dunn, the Birolart driver. So a bit of a slide or two in the initial rankings. Nicolo Kuman did not get the best of starts, but the man who really took advantage of things in that race was the Brazilian Matthias Morgado. He really did stand up and pay attention all the way through that race and managed to pick off several drivers as the race played out. Even here, Barnard is looking a little bit vulnerable to Joe Turney on the first lap, but once he dials in that rhythm and that natural stance that he's got at the front end of the field, he's never really going to lose out. This is about as close as Turney ever got to taking the lead away from Taylor Barnard out of that hairpin on the second sector. But Barnard had once again made the measure of his opposition by that point. And this is the thing, on the first lap, you don't want to get greedy. You want to get as many points out of the races as you possibly can, especially for Joe Turney, who had that incident in the earlier race with Antonelli. He needed to get some points on the board that were quite few. He needed to get a strong top three finish in second place. Is not bad considering how his day's gone. But a few drivers just trying to make advantage and take use of the gaps here and there. You can see how easy it is to get on the dust. And that's when you really start to lose a little bit of momentum. You can lose anywhere up to 5 or 6 places, or you can start a chain reaction that can result in an accident or two. We've seen that today as well. All it takes is one driver to get loose, hits the grass, the dust comes up. It kind of sets a little bit of a lightning bolt through the driver around you, and you start to think, well, maybe can I make this my overtaking opportunity? I might not get another chance in the race, so you launch up the inside to try and make that move happen, and it can cause a bit of a chain reaction. There's the incident between Baptiste and Lovinfoss. Or at least that's the end of it. We didn't see what actually happened to cause it, but we didn't really need to at that point. The result is still exactly the same, essentially. Coluccio doing his best to work with Joe Turney by that point, but this is a big problem for Nicolas Baptiste in particular. You can see Lovinfoss getting away, but Baptiste, it's not good news for him because he got involved in an incident earlier on as well, and trying to restart. He knows now that he's got essentially 2 DNFs to his name, and 1 you can pretty much survive as long as you get a decent result, but 2 DNFs, it's very hard to qualify for the finals when you're carrying 2 retirements over the course of proceedings. Essentially now Baptiste has to win them both, win all 3 of his remaining races, and hope that other drivers around him falter. And that's not the easiest thing to wish for, because you don't really get what you want all the time in that particular desire for progress. Now, this is the move from Matheus Morgado to get through. I'm very impressed with the Brazilian in this race, actually. He's come from a long way back to make up progress, and he's made up 5 places from the grid. So more places made up than any other driver in the fray, that is for sure. So he's managed to make good use of the advantages around him, and he's been able to make good progress through the field, as much as getting all the way up to 4th position by the end of it. A good effort in the races today as well from Michael Paparo. The Italian obviously knows this circuit very well, and the Praga team know this place very well in addition. But it's never easy again to hold on to somebody like Thomas ten Brinker, who's obviously going to be a very tough competitor and will give him plenty of runs for his money for a race like this. But he did very admirably there. 7th position. He couldn't quite stay in front of Thomas ten Brinker, but the fact that he was there pushing all the way to the end and keeping himself very much in the fight, it's a good indication from the young man from the Praga team as to how much progress and development they are making. But this is the problem again. You become a bit of a cork in the bottle, essentially, as you want to try and move forward. And this is Morgado on the inside of his teammate Alex Dunn. You kind of saw that move as it finishes, really. But ten Brinker finally getting the run on Paparo, and Thompson getting the move on Van Hopen in the process in the last lap. Ravenscroft thought he had the move to get there as well, but it just wasn't quite finished off enough. By this point, Morgado has dealt with his Irish teammate, and it's a nice bit of racing to the line for the rest of them. A very quiet heat, the most quiet race of the entire day so far, but most importantly and crucially for Taylor Barnard, it ends his way. Now here's Thompson, having lost out to Van Hopen. Van Hopen's got him back again, but he's been a little bit too hungry, and his eyes wider than his stomach in the left-hand hairpin, so Thompson manages to get him straight back again on the next left-hand kink, as momentum is still with the Forza Racing driver off the hairpin. It's always easy to spot these opportunities and spot these gaps coming up. What this does mean, of course, is that between the 2 rivals in the European Championship, you've got that man Taylor Barnard who leads and therefore has a 0-point score, because you score as many points as you finish with in terms of position, other than the win. So if you finish first, you get 0 points. If you finish second, you get 2. Third, you get 3. Fourth, you get 4. 5, you get for 5th, and so on and so on. And it's the lowest points after the 5 races that progress through. And the top 10 in the rankings, with the 10 lowest scores, they score championship points tomorrow. So that's going to be an important one for Taylor Barnard, the way things are currently gone. But Antonello with a DNF will have a high score. Barnard with a win has a 0 score, which is exactly what you want to carry with you through the day. So it's not the easiest situation for everybody to keep up with this young man, Taylor Barnard. He really does seem to have a nice rhythm at the wheel at the moment. He was very frustrated when I spoke to him after Zuera, because he got beaten in the final by Andrea Kimi Antonelli, and he couldn't quite understand it, considering how well things had gone in the previous day in the heats, and also in timed qualifying. He had outranked him on every front, and he wasn't quite sure how it was possible for Antonelli to beat him. And even after qualifying yesterday, I said, well, so far so good again. And he went, well, yeah, only if I can win the races. This time I've got to do it. And he seems to be a man very frustrated despite his speed. So hopefully this is going to be the result he's looking for. But it's certainly going the right way about it at the moment. Barnard taking the win ahead of Turney and Coluccio. A good run from the Birolart boys as well, for Margato and Dunn. They're trying to emulate the likes of Irlando and Longhi in the Gearbox counterpart team. So always a very difficult part of the race as you watch through the heats how the drivers are trying to get themselves dialed in. They're trying to work their magic a little bit more. But it is difficult, you know, they're having to push to a certain limit and they're pushing to their extremes. So it's always going to be a little bit difficult for everybody to get the perfect race, especially when everybody's got exactly the same mentality and they all want to achieve the same goal. Especially within different teams, you know, they're all using the same equipment, they're all working with the same engineers, and they all want to end up with the same result. Somebody's going to have to bite the bullet and end up with a difficult result. So next up, it is the second of the OK heats in the early afternoon. And this one puts Andrea Kimi Antonelli back into pole position. A second chance for him as he runs in the AKM-backed kart alongside the Pantano of Juho Valtonen. Be interesting to see what these two can do alongside each other. James Wharton, the Australian for Parolin, will line up in P3. And in fourth place will be the Emirati for Leclerc by Lennox Racing. Jamie Day will be there, the young man from Dubai, in fourth position. 5 and 6. Fifth place will be Delano van Toff, the Dutchman. Sixth place will be Norton Andreasen, the Swede, for Forza Racing and Ward Racing, respectfully. And then it's another Forza driver who won a heat earlier on, the Brazilian Rafael Chaves Camara, who really does seem to have the measure of this circuit. He lines up 7th on the grid for this one, alongside the Frenchman Marcus Amond, whose first heat, rather sadly, ended in the barriers at turn 1. Number 9 on the grid is Henri Saskialati, the Parolin driver for Finland. He is there in 9th on the grid alongside his countryman, Nicolas Pertolatti, who had a rather ignominious end to his first heat in the last one as he goes off 10th position on the grid for Pantano. 11th on the grid is Levent Revej, the Hungarian, as he goes from the Kart Republic Motorsport team in 11th position on the grid alongside the Spanish driver, Janice Civico. And he will be there for the CRG factory team in 12th place. 13th on the grid for the Sauber karting team, it is Olli Pilker. And he will be there 13th on the starting grid as he runs alongside the Flying Dutchman, Robert De Haan, for the Energy Corsa team, hoping that he can make a bit more progress through the field in this one. He started to initially in the previous heat, but it didn't quite end up the way he wanted it to. So there's another chance for him in this heat. 15th on the grid for the rookie driver in this championship from Denmark, Noah Denbol. He's come through the ranks of regional disciplines, both in Germany and his native Scandinavia, but he's now here doing a fantastic job in the FIA European Championships. Alongside him on the grid is the high-flying Portuguese driver, Pedro Perino, who took full advantage of the first lap incident in his heat earlier on to storm up from 16th on the grid to 7th in his heat. So watch out for Pedro Perino. He's got a long way to go. No, sorry, he ended up 5th in the end, didn't he, after the incident in the closing stages. So that could be interesting to see how far the Portuguese driver can progress. Sebastian Gravlund, the Danish driver for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, he lines up 17th on the grid for this one. Alongside him is Matthias Salonen, the CV Performance driver aboard his Kart Republic. And then 19th on the grid is Alexander Partishev, the Ward Racing driver from the Ukraine. And alongside him for Switzerland, it is the very fast racer, Tony Nauder, and she is racing for Exprit Racing, doing a much better job than in Zuera, and definitely starting to find the pace. Cecilia Hedqvist, unfortunate in her first race, starts 21st on the grid, the Ward Racing driver aboard her trusty Cosmic, unable to get to the end of her first heat after an early first lap incident. So hopefully she'll be able to make it to the flag this time. And alongside her on the grid will be another of the Italian wildcards this weekend for Parolin, and that is Mario Schettino. So he will be there 22nd on the starting grid. So as the drivers are ready in position, this is a very important continuation of the race weekend for Andrea Kimi Antonelli. He's going to want to push very hard from the off. He does not need to make any silly maneuvers. He just needs to bring it home in as low points positions as possible. So wins, seconds and thirds will do now for Antonelli for the rest of the weekend, especially if some of his rivals are going to have similar difficulties. It's not a clear-cut thing yet. If his opposition have problems too, then he's right back in the hunt. But it definitely compromises him to a tad. So now he's got to just knuckle down, get on with it, and find some more race wins under his belt. But if anyone's going to be able to do that from the front end of the field, it's going to be Kimi Antonelli. We'll see what he can do from the front row as the drivers are ready to head out onto the circuit. And alongside him, it's going to be a very tough battle from Juho Valtonen. He will not relent, and he's going to give him no prisoners. So the drivers head out on circuit. It's time for the rolling lap. Andrea Kimi Antonelli on pole position alongside Juho Valtonen, with James Wharton and Jamie Day, Dilano Van Toff and Norton Andreasen, Rafael Chavez-Camara and Marcus Amon from Henry Saskelati and Nicolas Bertolatti, Leventi Revege and Jenis Savico from Olli Pilka and Robert De Haan, Noah Denbol and Pedro Perino from Sebastian Gravland and Matthias Salonen, Alexander Partashev and Tony Nauder from Cecilia Hedqvist and Mario Scatino. So, of course, the field is working very hard to ensure that they are ready for the battle ahead of them, and it will be a difficult duel. 10 laps around the circuit as the temperature continues to rise around the circuit. And, of course, the battle is going to be very tense and very close indeed, as the paddock is obviously well aware of how close things can be in the FIA Karting European Championship, and under the watchful gaze of our distinguished guest, the CIK FIA President, Felipe Massa, who has joined us this weekend. It's going to be great to see what these guys can do off the bat. It will be a tough and close battle. There's Mario Scatino, who will take up his position on the 11th row of the grid. But Antonelli lines up beside Juho Valtonen, James Wharton and Jamie Day. And then we have Van Toff, Andreasen, Chavez-Camara and Amond from Saskelati, Pertolatti, Revege and Savico, Pilka and De Haan. And as the field is tight in position as they come out of the final turn, we're hoping this is going to be a good start straight off the bat. They come out of the final turn. Is it going to be a good start? Yes, it is. We're racing in the first corner, and it's a cracker from James Wharton. He cuts through into second place in front of Juho Valtonen as they charge after the race leader, Antonelli. So Wharton's already starting to have a look for the inside line for Antonelli, who holds firm on the inside line, and that is two Forza Racing karts now up into fourth and fifth. That's going to be Van Toff and Chavez-Camara as they have moved their way forward, and it's the Dutchman in front of the Brazilian for the time being as the rest of the field work their way through the S's and up into the second sector. No problem at all for the contenders as they run up at the front end of the field. James Wharton through to second, Valtonen still solid in third from Van Toff and Chavez-Camara, but they're all behind Kimi Antonelli. Here comes Marcus Amond. He's now having a look for sixth position up the inside of one of the Paralins. Now that is going to be Henry Saskelati, the Finn, who's made a good start. And that's the CRG in the mix there as well. That is Jenis Savico having made a good start by the look of it. So already some cracking starts through the field from the inside line. Not everybody from the outside can say the same thing as they come through at the end of the first run. And Antonelli leads Wharton, Valtonen, Van Toff and Chavez-Camara. And they've already got a bit of a gap back. A bit of a squabble as Wharton is absolutely glued to the inside line. Round the outside comes Van Toff and he runs out of road to go for it. Chavez-Camara over the top of James Wharton. Oh, Chavez-Camara barrel rolls over the shoulder of James Wharton and somehow keeps going. That is absolutely phenomenal. Chavez-Camara goes airborne, pirouettes in the air and manages to land it and keep going. I have never seen a comeback like that from Chavez-Camara. He just slots back in behind the 129 of Sebastian Gravland and motors on as if nothing's happened. Fair play to Chavez-Camara. Whoops, that's one of the Paralins missing. Is that James Wharton in trouble? I think Wharton's missing his side pods there. So Wharton has picked up damage in the incident. And Wharton is continuing on, but he's got no side pod. So surely James Wharton's going to be out of it, and it looks as though there's a problem as well for one of the Leclerc by Lennox machines down at the back of the field. I think it's Jamie Day. He got caught up in it all as well. So problems for Chavez-Camara, and obviously Jamie Day involved in that one as well. So he's come down the order. But several drivers having problems there as Jenis Savico loses out to Norton Andreasen. Lots of drivers were trying to take avoiding action. So that one is definitely going to need to be assessed again later. Andreasen and Amond are locked together, battling away. Here comes Savico, trying to go three wide into the left-hander, and Savico makes it stick. Brilliant move from Jenis Savico. That was absolutely astonishing as an overtake, diving up the inside. And we've had several drivers coming off the circuit now on the far side, as Marcus Simon slips back into seventh behind Savico, Andreasen and Saskelati. It looks like Robert de Haan. Oh, we've had an off right in front of us. That is Matthias Salonen. Matthias Salonen has come to a stop right in front of us. As into the pits comes James Wharton to retire. So Salonen is off the circuit, so is Wharton. Big dramas in this one. We just saw James Wharton coming into the pits. Matthias Salonen very unhappy and out of the race as well. Looks to me as though he's had an engine seizure though. So here's Robert de Haan, who is battling away for 11th position with Nicolas Bertolatti. Absolutely crazy race, this one. Now, trying to settle out what the positions are after all of that, I'm going to try and get it done as easily as possible. Antonelli leads the race. Valtonen is in second from Delano Van Toff. Then it's Norton Andreasen who's up into 4th place, and there he is, getting away from Genis Savico. Then it's Henry Saskelati from Oli Pilka, Marcus Amond and Rafael Chavez Camaro, who's come back in a 9th place now. Sebastian Gravlund is in 10th. Here comes Chavez Camaro on the inside of Amond. He's making overtaking moves, never mind surviving after that barrel roll. Goodness me. So he's able to keep going. Rafael Chavez Camaro is the luckiest Brazilian in the world right now. Any other race driver would be out of the race after a barrel roll like that, but he's managed to keep it running. And he's now getting back into contention. So Andrea Kimi Antonelli leads the race. Valtonen second from Delano Van Toff. Then it's Andreasen. And in this chasing pack of karts, Rafael Chavez Camaro has worked his way back into 8th place and is now charging after Oli Pilka, the Polish racer, who is in 7th place. And then the 2 karts in front of them are Savico and Saskelati. Well, the 3 retirements thus far then are James Wharton, Jamie Day and Matthias Salonen. Because Jamie Day peeled off into the pits as well. So another DNF for a big name. And there goes the move. Chavez Camaro is into 7th place past Oli Pilka. So he's into 7th position now. And the Brazilian just keeps on going. This is an absolutely heroic comeback from the Brazilian. And we've got a spin up on the exit of the hairpin. Now, who is that that's gone? It's one of the Ward racing machines. Is that Andreasen? It's Norton Andreasen, 4th position, and there goes Chavez Camaro getting his move on Saskelati, and that's for P5. Well, Norton Andreasen is out of the race. Now, I don't think he was with anybody. I don't think he had anybody to duel with at that point of the circuit, so he must have had some kind of mechanical failure. But Norton Andreasen is now a spectator. They are dropping like flies in this qualifying heat. And speaking of heat, it is over 33 degrees Celsius at the moment, so it is obviously very hot out there. As Pilka now has a look at Saskelati, and Sebastian Gravlund is right up there in 8th place. This is one of the craziest qualifying heats I've ever seen, as Pilka dives on the inside of Saskelati, and Gravlund gets the move as well. So Pilka through to 6th, Gravlund through to 7th, Saskelati is down to 8th place. But Chavez Camaro is now closing in on Genis Savico. This is one of the drives of the season, and certainly one of the most incredible comeback drives I've ever seen in the FIA Karting European Championships. When you go airborne, 2 wheels in the air and 2 on the deck in a barrel roll of a spin, there's no way you're going to finish the race. Never mind charge your way back up the field and get into the top 5. So Rafael Chavez Camaro has caught up to Genis Savico, and he's diving up the inside for 4th position. Brilliant, as Gravlund gets the move on Pilka. I have seen some things in this sport, but Chavez Camaro is absolutely rewriting the books as to what you can and can't do in a kart race in the European Championships. And this is a bit like the giant killing effort last year at Genk when we saw Ben Dorr charge his way through the field. And we're seeing Rafael Chavez Camaro do such an incredible job, having had what was almost certainly a race-ending incident. But he's got a race-winning kart underneath him. We know that because he took the win earlier on in his first qualifying heat. So I think this is definitely a candidate for save of the century for Rafael Chavez Camaro, who is now up into 4th position. I can't quite believe it, but I'm going to have to because it's playing out right in front of me. Andrea Kimi Antonelli dominant out front. He's managed to pull a phenomenal 4.4 seconds clear of Valtonen, you've got to remember that a lot of that gap has opened up as a result of the tagging between Wharton and Chavez Kamara when they were all dueling over second place. So a lot of that gap opened up as everybody was trying to avoid big contact. Not everybody managing to, of course, but Chavez Kamara has fought his way back into 4th position in front of Jenis Savico. And now we've got Gravland, Pilker, and that is the move from Pilker to get back through on Saskelati. And the gap's left open there for Marcus Simon. Marcus Simon gets through as Antonelli up in front starts the final lap. And now we've got a nice little tussle going on behind. That's Dehaan, Pertolatti, Denbol and Ravesh. And they're all having a nice little squabble as the race comes to a conclusion. But I think that's pretty much the race fizzled out. But what a comeback from Rafael Chavez Kamara. 4th place is quite frankly a miracle considering what's happened in this race. But Andrea Kimi Antonelli is getting himself back into contention. I think the Brazilian Rafael Chavez Kamara realised, of course, that with Antonelli leading and him having had a DNF before, he couldn't afford a DNF himself. So he's hoped and prayed that the kart can keep going. It has, and he's going to survive to 4th position. It's an amazing fight back. But Andrea Kimi Antonelli gets back to business as usual as he comes out of the final turn, and he'll probably win this race by 5 seconds. We look back, and Juho Valtonen finally comes through in 2nd place. And yes, that is a gap of 5.2 seconds. That's a massive advantage in karting. Van Toff is in 3rd place. His teammate, Rafael Chavez Kamara, fights back to 4th position. I can't quite believe it. He was airborne a little while ago, and it looked like he was out of the race for definite. So how he's fought back to 4th position, I will never know, but we can watch it back very shortly. Andrea Kimi Antonelli gets the most important win of his weekend. He's back to his best out front. So Andrea Kimi Antonelli gets the win from Juho Valtonen and Dilana Van Toff. Rafael Chavez Kamara in a stunning 4th place from Jenis Savico and Sebastian Gravland, Ollie Pilker and Marcus Simon, Henri Sescalati and Robert Dehaan from Levent Ravesh and Noah Denbol in the top 12. Nicolas Pertolatti is ahead of Alexander Partashev and Pedro Perino from Cecilia Hedqvist and Tony Nauder. A whole waft of retirements. Norton Andreasen, Mario Scatino on the same lap, Jamie Day and Matthias Salonen, and James Wharton after damage sustained for the 2nd weekend in a row. So big problems for the Australian, but big problems as well for the Emirati and the Swede, as a lot of big names again fall from the fray in that race. One of the more insane of the qualifying heats I've ever seen in the FIA Karting paddock. So let's see if we can find out and unravel some of the mysteries of that qualifying heat, C versus D. Let's go back to the highlights. So right from the start, this was Antonelli in a great frame of mind. Wharton just diving to the inside line and making sure he made good on his start. It all looks pretty tame and sophisticated at this point, and it's a clinical start from Antonelli. He's making sure that Wharton is going to remain in 2nd place. He's absolutely bolted to the inside line. Wharton is trying to create a gap. Antonelli is not letting it happen. They've got to go through fairly medium line through the corner, because obviously if they're going to go tight in, they're going to get overtaken around the outside. That's a big mistake for Andreasen as he runs wide and ends up getting spat out into the kitty litter of the midfield. And it's a good start for Van Toff, and obviously as well from the likes of Chavez Kamara and Pertolatti. They've managed to make good use of their moves off the line. But even at this stage, I don't think we're aware of what's coming. Van Toff is right in there with Valtonen. Wharton is just minding his own business at the moment in 2nd place, trying to build up towards Antonelli. But the Italian is so quick out of the blocks and so light and nimble that he's already essentially starting to stretch away. Wharton and Valtonen having a good run in 2nd and 3rd places from Van Toff and Chavez Kamara. Armand is getting on with this fairly quickly. He wants to get up the inside of Saskelati without having to wait around. But the Finn, again, look, he just places the card exactly where Armand can't do with it being. And that actually backs him into Jenis Savico, who's able to carry a lot of speed over the curve to try and get up the inside. Armand cuts it across. Andreasen is having his own little battle further back as well with another of the Paralins, and that is Henri Sescalati that he's dealing away with. So a very tricky first lap of the race, but everybody looks like they got themselves into a fairly decent position. Wharton able to hold on to second for this part of the course. Valtonen actually very clever there as Amon gets past Escalati. But Valtonen blocks the inside run from Vanthof enough so that when he gets a chance up the inside, he's not able to do it. Now, this is when it all kicks off. So Vanthof comes around the outside. Valtonen's got Chavez Kamara coming alongside. Wharton cuts across. He doesn't even realise that Chavez Kamara is going to be there. The Brazilian puts his foot straight back on the gas and somehow rejoins in the middle of the field. But it's not done yet because there are still a couple of moments to come from drivers. Now, this is Jamie Day going through the first corner, having had some kind of mechanical problem. So Jamie Day is already down at the back, having had an issue. Now, I don't know whether he got spat out in all of that as well, but he certainly had a big issue. And there is Chavez Kamara still battling away with Marcus Amon. By this point, any other driver that had just gone end over end in the corner would not still be racing, never mind dueling for position. And a good run as well in this race from Sebastian Gravlund there, the 129 for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. He made a terrific comeback in this one. Now here's Andreasen having a duel with Marcus Amond. And he's absolutely not going to let Amond get away, but he's drifted too far over the apron. Amond is there, they bang wheels, and Savico, with support from Saskelati, just banzai straight up the inside of both men. He's on the dust because he's on the inside line. It's part of the circuit that isn't used much in that particular part of the battle, but he's still able to pull off the move, and it really is a good one. And now this is where Andreasen's race is about to come to a premature end, because Savico realises, despite signalling to the Swede, that Andreasen's going to get by. So Andreasen gets through. That puts him into P4 at this moment. Salonen's had a seizure on the main straight. The engine has well and truly seized. Wharton's coming to the pits with damage, so he's not going any further, which is unfortunate. And Saskelati is all over the back of Andreasen and Savico at this point, with Pilke, Amond and Chavez Kamara all trying to get back into the hunt. So it's a real problem for Matthias Salonen. He missed last time out at Zuera, but he really didn't want to have to pull off the circuit early this time either. But you've got Chavez Kamara. It looks like absolutely nothing went wrong with his kart at all. He didn't even seem to pick up any damage of any kind, despite the apparent ferocity of his little moment. But Chavez Kamara even has the audacity to wave as he goes past. Now, I don't know whether that's just to say thank you very much, vintage 1950s style, or whether he's gesturing about one of the drivers he's battling with, but he's already well alongside Ollie Pilke here to get through up the inside line. And yeah, Rafael Chavez Kamara having a great race, and every time he's got an opportunity to get through, he's going to grab it with both hands and take it. You know, Genis Savico did a very good job to dodge the carnage considering all of that, and it should be a fairly good result. There it is, Andreasen, look, he spins on his own. He spins on his own there. So it's a disaster for Andreasen. And I think that's an engine seizure. I don't think that's his mistake. He's just come into the corner and the back end has spun away from him in a straight line. So that looks to me like an engine seize. We've seen that a few times over the course of the year in the first two weekends. But how Chavez Kamara just kept on picking off drivers. I had no idea they made them so strong at Forza Racing, but Chavez Kamara able to get away with his Flotsam and Jetsam moment with James Wharton. Wharton sadly did not. He ended up having to retire with damage to the side part of the kart. And Sebastian Gravlund doing a great job in that race, working with Ollie Pilke to make overtaking moves whenever the space became available. But a very good race all round there. From Andrea Kimi Antonelli in particular, he now holds a big advantage over the rest of the field, and certainly managing to come home by a good by about 5 seconds beyond Juho Valtonen. It's just astonishing. Valtonen's not a slow driver, so Antonelli putting in a good case for his competitive position here this weekend. He's not going to win every race by that amount, there's no doubt about that one. But it's a great performance and it's a great achievement as we get ourselves prepared for the junior encounter, the next race getting underway at 2:35, of course. But it's Andrea Kimi Antonelli who takes full advantage of the situation in front of Juho Valtonen and Delano Vanthof within the top three. Fourth place is a pretty incredible result for the Brazilian Rafael Chavez Kamara under the circumstances. And he's managing to keep the kart there. with Genis Savico in 5th place, up 7 places. Sebastian Gravlund finishing in 6th place, making up 11 places from his position on the grid. That's the last hurrah for Olli Pilka, getting through on Saskelati, and that is where he ended up staying. Pilka in 7th place ahead of Marcus Amon, Henri Saskelati, and then in the top 10, Robert De Haan, who fought his way back from 14th on the grid to come home in 10th position. So a very good race and a thrilling battle, but most significantly for the championship fight in this European crown, this man has got himself back together again and takes a worthy checkered flag, 5 seconds clear of Juho Valtonen. And after his DNF earlier on, he needed a strong result. You're never going to get a stronger victory than that one. It's a key pinnacle victory for Antonelli. So obviously we're going to be getting underway in a little under 5 minutes time for the junior races, and there's going to be drama right around the corner once again.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
So back into the action then again for the junior brigade, and they've given us plenty of drama and incredible excitement already over the course of the morning activities, with heat victories for Yuga Chukwu on 2 occasions, Freddie Slater, Harley Keeble, and then also from Giovanni Trentin and Maxwell Dodd. It's a very even competition at the moment in the junior contest. Next up, though, in the top 6 positions on the starting grid, we have 6 drivers who have yet to take a victory over the course of the weekend. In fact, looking through the entirety of the grid, this race is full of drivers that have yet to take their first win of the weekend, so it's going to be a 6th different winner in 7 races here in the juniors. Will McIntyre lines up on the front row of the starting grid in pole position alongside Valerio Rinicella, the Italian, who was very quick indeed in time qualifying, obviously, aboard the Paralin. And then in the 3rd position spot on the grid, Alex Powell is doing a fantastic job in 3rd position. Doué de Decker runs in 4th place, with Arthur Rojon is having a good race there in 5th position on the grid. He has another good chance. Brando Badua lining up in 6th position, the Italian. Then Karol Pazovic, the Polish driver, will line up in 7th on the grid alongside Christian Bertuca. And then we will have Rashid Aldaheri, the Emirati, the wild card this weekend for Paralin. They're in 9th position on the grid alongside his teammate, the Chilean Nicolas Ambiado. Maxime Verbruge lines up 11th place, the Frenchman for VDK Racing, and then Josh Erfen is in 12th position for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Ivan Dominguez, the Portuguese star in the Leclerc by Lennox Racing machine, alongside Alexei Yaleva, the Finn for Expert Racing, and then Antonio Leiter for VDK is alongside the British driver Aidan Neat for the Tony Kart Racing team. Rafael Modenese, the Peruvian for Leclerc by Lennox, is 17th. And then the young man from the United States of America, Connor Zilic, lines up 18th for Ward Racing. 19th on the grid is the Finnish driver Peek Abrahamsson for Pantano. And then it is Flavio Olivieri in 20th position on the grid for Newman Motorsport. And at the back of the grid, it is Nico Lanalati for CRG and Luca Samalisto for the Expert Racing team. None of the drivers in the field yet have crossed the line in first position, which means, of course, that one of the 22 of them is going to. And they've all had a very tough start to the day, actually. They've all had tricky races to begin their quest for supremacy, which means that they all know what to expect, and they're all going to try and take advantage of the situation in front of them. But it is tight, and it is very, very close quarters racing here in the FIA Karting European Championships at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli here in Sarno. Fabulous racetrack, this. Just on the foot of Mount Vesuvius, essentially, which is why it's so hot in this part of the world. Quite an astonishing backdrop for this incredible race circuit, and there's nowhere really like this anywhere in the world for karting supremacy and backdrops. It really does add an incredible character to this race circuit with its fast straights and fast flowing turns, and also quite a few technical challenges in the middle of the lap. So who's going to get the 6th win from 7 starts? The only way to find out is to put them all together in their grid positions and send them out for 7 laps around the circuit here at Sarno. Will McIntyre from pole position. Second on the grid is Valerio Rinicella. Then it's Alex Powell and Douay de Decker on the second row from Arturo and Brando Badoa. Karol Pazovic and Christian Bertuca, Rashid Aldeheri and Nicolas Zambi. Drivers in the Leclerc by Lennox. Now, who is it that's come off there in the middle of the pack? That looks to me like Ivan Dominguez. Yes, it is the Portuguese driver who has spun at the first corner, so not great news for Ivan Dominguez, I'm afraid. And he has spun off on the way to the first corner. He hasn't quite even made it through that first corner. So the race continues. It's McIntyre out in the front of the field from Rinicella and Powell. No changes there from the top 3 as the drivers have come through A-OK. And there's Pete Abrahamsen aboard his Mad Croc. So as they come through at the end of the lap, it's McIntyre from Rinicella, Powell, De Decker, Badoa, Bertuca, Aldeheri up to 7th. Then Conor Zilic, who's made up 10 places. Aidan Neate, who's made up 7. So some great starts in the early doors. There goes Brando Badoa up the inside, and Rashid Aldeheri gets the move up the inside line there as well. So some great overtakes. Whoops, we've had somebody come off on the edge of the hairpin, but manages to rejoin again. So some good bold lunges, but McIntyre leads the race in front of Rinicella and Powell. Down to the hairpin. And still a good battle, as here is the duel a little further down in the pack. That is the 261 there of I think that's Lucas Samalisto right in behind the Peruvian Rafael Modenese. So the battle for the victory very close amongst the top 4 drivers. And the top 4 drivers are the same top 4 that as they started in position. So McIntyre running well, leading the race here. And as they come across the line once again, it is Rinicella, Powell and De Decker from Brando Badoa in 5th. Then Aldeheri, Bertuca, Zilic and Aidan Neate from Josh Erfan and Karol Pazovic. Alexei Aleva running well as well. Here comes Rinicella on the inside of McIntyre. Powell's got space to get through there as well. And as they come off the turn, that's Modenese getting through on the inside there, I think, of the VDK. So Rinicella's come through. There's Ivan Dominguez's cart to the sidelines. But Rinicella has now come through to the lead of the race in front of Alex Powell and Will McIntyre. So Rinicella having taken an early opportunity away from Will McIntyre, and Alex Powell jumping on the chance, the young Jamaican, having popped through into the position. Now there's a little squabble further back. It's up the inside of the Birolot. That's a good lunge there from Aidan Neate, who has worked his way forward. A good overtaking move there from the Englishman. And I don't think he was the only one to get by either. I think Josh Erfan also managed to get through in the Ricky Flynn Motorsport cart. Yes, indeed, the 226 of Josh Erfan has made his own bid to make a place and has got it done. So out in front, 3 laps completed of 7, and the top 4 is as follows. Rinicella leading, Powell 2nd, McIntyre 3rd, and De Decker 4th. Powell's going to make his bid up the inside with assistance from McIntyre. Alex Powell leads the race, and Rinicella's dropped all the way back to 4th now because McIntyre's through, De Decker's through. So Alex Powell leads the way. A big tight up into the hairpin as everybody getting very close together. Looks as though De Decker's really going to struggle to hold off Rinicella up to Vesuvio Uno. And he tries to have a look at the inside of McIntyre, but he's not quite close enough. But the young Jamaican, Alex Powell, is hanging on to his lead. A slender one at the moment is up the inside. Oh, another big defensive line from McIntyre to try and fend off from Douay de Decker. De Decker has to back out of it. And McIntyre loses a little bit of ground to Powell in the process as well. So Rinicella is still there in 4th place. Can't quite make the move on Douay de Decker in that particular manoeuvre. But Alex Powell leads the race. McIntyre still 2nd. Up the inside, that's Aidan Neate and Josh Erfan, both getting the run on the inside there of Conor Zilic. So Aidan Neate and Josh Erfan come through. Nice bit of overtaking. A big banzai into the hairpin coming up as a big lock up there from one of the World Racing drivers. That is, I think that was... Is that still Conor Zilic in the mix there? No, surely. I think that we had another couple of drivers coming through, but sorry, I think Conor Zilic lost out several places there because Aidan Neate has lost out now to Josh Erfan and to the 252 of Alexei Aleva. So I think Aidan Neate has had a bit of an issue somewhere on the course as Douay de Decker nudges his teammate and gets into a spin. Oh, Douay de Decker just gets it all wrong. as he tries to pass. So a terrible mistake there for the Belgian. And I'm afraid for Douwe de Decker, his chances in this weekend have taken another massive beating. Well, he just tried to get on the inside of McIntyre, and I think he just braked far too late. He ended up clattering into the side of his teammate. That's given Alex Powell a little bit of breathing space, though. So McIntyre, Rinicella and Badua are now dueling away for second place. And Rinicella really wants to get his move done now on McIntyre. I think he has to accept the fact that that gap to Powell is fairly big, but he might just be able to work with McIntyre to make the move. But is he going to wait around? Is he going to feel that McIntyre's not quite fast enough to get onto the back of Alex Powell? Brando Badua, meanwhile, in fourth place. He's running out of opportunities in this heat as well. They do seem to have worked in formation there, the three drivers, though. So, yes, look, Rinicella's not making his bid to get past McIntyre. He's working with the Leclerc by Lennox to close up on Alex Powell up in front. There is still time. Another incident in the background there. Two karts have come off together on the exit of Vesuvio Douwe. So we've had another incident there in Sector 2. The final lap begins, and I think it's Aidan Neat. Yes, it is. He's clattered together with Antonio Leiter. Oh, what a shame for Aidan Neat. This was a great race for him in the first half. It's all come unstuck for him in the second half, but at least he knows how to push start on OK Junior without too much catastrophe. Rinicella has got through on McIntyre. So Rinicella's got past Will McIntyre. McIntyre now trying to fend off from Brando Badua, and that is the 214 in the mix there of the midfield. That's Karol Pazovic trying to get back on terms with Rafael Modanese. Oh, and a nice move on the inside there, just a little way up the road. That's Conor Zilic dueling away with Alexei Yeleva. But this man has driven through all the flotsam and jetsam, and the young Caribbean is going to have a fantastic run to the victory. His first FIA Karting European Championship race win. A fantastic result. The Jamaican gets the victory. Alex Powell wins it in sensational fashion. Second place for Valerio Rinicella. Third for Will McIntyre. Awesome. Absolutely awesome race. And for Alex Powell, that is a historic moment for the young 12-year-old from Kingston. Awesome job. Absolutely terrific. Alex Powell gets it from Valerio Rinicella and Will McIntyre, who fends off valiantly for third place, Brando Badua. Always going to be a very difficult racecraft there. But the boys have done a fantastic job at the front, and you don't see that too often. The Jamaican flag as the winner. Could it happen in the final tomorrow? Alex Powell gets the victory in front of Valerio Rinicella and Will McIntyre. Brando Badua fourth from Josh Erfen. Christian Bertucca is sixth from Conor Zilic. Alexei Yeleva and Karol Pazovic from Rafael Modanese in 10th. Rashid Aldeheri, a strong 11th place from Luca Samalisto and Nicola Sambiardo. Flavio Olivieri is next from Artur Rojon and Pika Brahamson. Nicola Nalate, and then Aidan Neat, who was the last one home. The retirements are Antonio Leite and Douwe de Decker, and then the two who retired on the first lap were Maxime Verbruge and Ivan Dominguez. But it's a historic moment for the young man from Kingston, and I know for a fact that there are many hundreds and thousands of fans back home in his native Jamaica and across the Caribbean who are cheering him on. And watch this with a massive amount of interest and passion, because while it's not a nation that is well known for its motorsports, it's not known for its motorsports yet, because this man is definitely starting to change things a little bit here. So we can get an opportunity to look back over some of the high points of a thrilling encounter in qualifying Heat C versus E to see how the drivers worked their magic to get into a decent position. You've got to give some kudos, though, to Conor Zilic, up 11 places in that one. Josh Erfen made up 7 to come up 5th position. And also a good run from Luca Samalisto, who made up 10 places to get all the way to 12th. And that's not bad from the back of the field. So we'll get an opportunity. Looking at these fantastic highlights from the start, we can see obviously how tight it was always going to be from the start for Will McIntyre. The kart drifting just through that first corner. And here comes the little incident in the middle of the pack. A big pirouette there for Ivan Dominguez. And the two karts going off as well in sympathy. Maxime Verbruge was one of them, and I think he picked up enough damage to fail to continue the race. But Ivan Dominguez well and truly spat off the circuit in a big pirouette. And it's unfortunate for the young Portuguese driver. He can't get the kart started again. He wants to, but once you're spun in that first corner and you're essentially the entire length of that back straight behind the rest of the field. A lot of jockeying for position there in the middle there. Aidan Neat getting squeezed there along with Karol Pazovic, his teammate. So it got a little bit hectic on that first lap for several drivers in the midfield. You've got to give Aidan Neat quite a lot of credit there as well, actually, for hanging on to it. That was more his dad's sport than it was karting at that point, but he's got some strong upper body strength there as Aidan Neat to keep the kart on the straight and narrow and to not get into a silly accident. He managed to get away with that one fairly sharpishly, actually. Ivan Dominguez, I'm afraid, unable to walk away from this race with anything other than a DNF. A did not finish, for those who are not quite sure what that acronym means. So a real shame for the Portuguese, and he'll have to try and fight his way back into prominence again in his later heats, but that really does compromise you in the early stages of proceedings. Some good race moves throughout that one, a little bit lackadaisical at times because there are a few drivers trying some pretty interesting manoeuvres through the course of that race. But they all want a piece of the action, they all want to charge their way forward, so it was never going to be a particularly straightforward affair. Well, we did see some pretty choice manoeuvres and overtakes, not all of them working out in favour for each other out there on the circuit. Keiko Abrahamsson, the Lone Ranger aboard the Mad Croc chassis under the Pantano banner. Now this is a little way round the first couple of laps of racing. We can see Alex Powell has got a bit of advantage here. Now this is in the mid-pack. Aidan Neat has managed to get some space there on Connor Zilic. And Josh Erfan, completely opportunistic, just dives for the inside gap and goes with Aidan Neat to make the overtaking move. Now at this point, Powell is really struggling to hold the lead because you've got three very fast drivers in behind him here. McIntyre, De Decker, and that's the mistake there from Aidan Neat. He gets two wheels on the grass there, and that's where he ends up losing about 4 places, unfortunately. But this is the big moment from De Decker. Look, he makes the move on McIntyre, and he's going far too fast. I think he just misses his braking point altogether. He tries to get up the inside of Powell not to hit him, but he ends up tagging him, and that's it, game over. He was only meant to overtake McIntyre there, but unfortunately, the Belgian driver just came in far too hot. And you've got to give the rest of the field some respect there as well for avoiding him, because that kart is literally in the middle of the racing line. And he even puts his hand up to say, no, just try not to hit me. And fortunately for him, everybody avoids him without impact. But for the Belgian talent, Douwe De Decker, it's not where he wanted to be at all. He's struggling to move the kart. He wants to get back into the race, and it's not happening. Now, Rinicella is the man who gives Alex Powell essentially a victory here, because he has a choice here to work with McIntyre up front. Aidan Neat is now tangled with lights. His crazy race has come to a premature stop. He does rejoin at the back of the field, so if you need somebody to push start a kart and do it properly, we've seen several juniors attempt to do it, but Aidan Neat knows what he's doing, so he manages to get going again. The problem is that that's really compromised him in terms of race results, and by the time we came back to the fray, Rinicella has already made the move on McIntyre, and McIntyre trying to get back into position, and he also needs to defend from Badua, so he's hopping over the curbs like wildfire. He's on a bit of a bucking bronco there. He makes one final desperate lunge to try and get through on the inside of Rinicella in the hope he can stop the kart in time, but it just wasn't going to ease up in terms of pace. Karol Pazovic trying to get on terms with Rafael Modenese in the closing stages, and he did get him in the closing phases, to be fair, so you never ever give up on your mark. You do have a chance to go for the victory, and that's where he did it. He made the move in that left-hand hairpin, and the rest of the field essentially then picking up the scraps in the race further back. But it's a momentous race up front, because we've obviously got some very fast drivers in this field, but for this young man from Jamaica, Alex Powell is kind of creating a new story for himself here. It's not really a country well known for its motor racing at this point in 2020, but all it takes is for one trailblazer to change that for forever, for history. And Alex Powell is definitely going about it the right way. He's got such a wise young head on his shoulders, only 12 years of age, and this is his rookie season in the FIA Karting European Championship. They had no expectations coming into this season. You can't help but raise a little fist in jubilation over the line. It's a big moment. So you don't tend to see racing drivers exhibiting too much emotion as they come across the line for heat victories, because they mean nowhere near as much as a win in the final. But you can't really resist, Alex Powell, a chance to come across the line and put the hand in the air. It's a big moment when you win your first race in the FIA Karting paddock. You are up against the world's best drivers in this paddock. So to put yourself as a winner in that paddock, it really is quite an exceptional moment in your young career. So congratulations to the Jamaican star to add his name to the list of winners here today. And there are quite a vast number of them. Yuga Chukwu from the United States, Freddie Slater, Harley Keeble, and Maxwell Dodds, the Brits. And then, of course, you also have the Italian Giovanni Trentin, who got his name on the winners list. Next up, though, Yuga Chukwu, the American, has a genuine chance to make this a hat-trick. And that would be pretty exceptional if he can get the job done. They come out onto the circuit in about 8 minutes. But the American does have a chance to make it an exceptional and extraordinary hat-trick. And all he's had to do that is just stay out of trouble, because everybody else has got into it one way or the other. He has stayed out of harm's way and bagged victory after victory, twice over now. So he can make it a hat-trick if he gets the perfect start and runs away. But he has got some serious opposition this time again for qualifying heat B versus F. And it's Yuga Chukwu on pole, but alongside him is the Bulgarian Lion on this occasion. It's Nikola Tsolov for the DPK racing team. And he has the advantage, of course, of his teammate in the DPK machine, Keanu Alajari, sat right behind him in the midst to try and make a slingshot up to the first corner and to see if they can out-drag the inside line. So that could be interesting. The second row of the grid is Bruno Del Pino, the Spanish driver in the Tony Kart. He is there on the inside line in third position, and alongside him, as we've mentioned already, is Keanu Alajari, the Emirati. The third man in at DPK Racing in the top 5 is Nacho Tunion, the Spanish driver. He lines up on the inside line of the third row in 5th position. And then in P6, it is the Ricky Flynn Motorsport star, Freddie Slater, who lines up in 6th place. 7th place for Timo Kucharczyk, the Polish driver for the Birolart team aboard his Kubica chassis. A very passionate and patriotic man is Timo Kucharczyk. So he will race the Kubica chassis with pride in reference to his boyhood hero, the man who for many people could easily have been a world champion in Grand Prix racing back in 2008. And almost a lot of people say should have been. But then you could also say that about the man who is here, Felipe Massa, our karting president. Maceo Capieto, 8th position. Pantano team, he is there on the outside of the 4th row. And then on the 5th row of the grid, it is Alexander Kubenko, the Russian, in 9th position on the grid for the Cosmic Racing team. And the Norwegian Martinius Stenshorn lines up in 10th position for the Rosberg Racing Academy. On the 6th row of the grid, it is the Israeli driver Ariel Elkin for the VDK Racing team. He lines up on the inside of the 6th row. Lucas Flusha lines up in P12, the Spanish driver who is still making a very decent impression on his first season in the FIA Karting European Championship. 13th place for the Danish driver Jonathan Waywat. They've really struggled for pace all weekend in the Forza Racing team for the Danish driver at the very least. In the 7th row of the starting grid, 13th on the grid for him. 14th place is Dion Gauda, another man who really struggled to get the lap time he wanted in qualifying. And so the Singaporean for Ricky Flynn Motorsport will line up 14th position on the grid for this one. 15th place, it is the Belgian star Laurence Lezetua for the LLK squad, the Lone Ranger in that particular team. 16th on the grid is the Polish driver Gustav Wisniewski, also of the Forza Racing team. So the juniors not quite able to find the same sort of speed that these senior drivers certainly have. 17th place for Alfio Spina, having a real struggle of a 2020 season. He changed teams between Zuera and here at Sarno. So he is now at the most famous, well, certainly one of the most famous teams in Italian karting, Tony Kart. He's there on the 9th row of the grid on the inside line in 17th place, alongside Matteo Rapallo for the Ward Racing team. 19th place is the Spanish driver, that is Eric Genet, and he will be there for the CRG squad on the inside of the 10th row. Beside him is Nicola Lacorte for the Setelar Racing squad, the satellite team working within the Kart Republic Motorsport awning. Julius Dinesen, after a struggle in qualifying, the Danish driver for Ward Racing, will line up 21st on the starting grid, and alongside him will be the man who failed to get a lap time in qualifying at all, and that is Alvar Silimsvara. So some tough battles through the field. Unfortunately, there have been some penalties to hand out through the course of proceedings through each of the battles in the races. Fortunately, I can tell you that there are essentially only a handful of penalties that are for anything other than a 5-second front fairing penalty. Pretty much all of them are for that, except for a few exceptions. Maxime Rem was given a 10-second penalty for causing an incident, I think it is. Arthur Rojan was excluded from his qualifying heat B versus C for a bad maneuver, I think is the term that they use. Nikola Tsolov was given a 10-second penalty for his involvement in one of those, and Jamie Day was given a 10-second penalty for his in qualifying heat B versus D. The only other major penalty other than a front fairing from the day's activities is in the OK Junior category. Nicola Lacorte in qualifying heat C versus F was given a 10-second penalty for overtaking under yellow flag conditions. But I assume that is one of those incidents where it was very hard to judge where the yellow flags were, because the problem with this circuit is it's very dry, it's very hot. Any surface moisture on the grass is very quickly got rid of. You need to almost water the positions on the outside onto the grass, because it gets very, very dry, and obviously a lot of dust flicks up. Even if a driver gets slightly wide by one wheel or so, it can get very, very dry and very, very dusty around the circuit, and you kick it up and it's very hard to see where the flags are being waved. So that will be the argument they will have used, but unfortunately, if you overtake under yellow flags, you overtake under yellow flags. It's as simple as that, really. So the battle will obviously be a very difficult one to continue in position as the drivers continue on their way around the circuit. And obviously this particular heat battle is going to be an important one as well for the man in pole position, Yuga Chukwu, the young man from the United States of America, as he tries to push his way forward from the front of the grid to try and make it 3 wins out of 3 from the front end of the grid. The man who has had so much of the bad luck over the last 18 months, he's probably hoping that this second half of the 2020 campaign can finally give him a bit of respite. And now the American is in a good position to do so. So he is here ready on that front row of the starting grid, looking very calm and relaxed in the Sauber Karting graphics of that Kart Republic chassis. But then ever since Zuera, he has really shown everybody that this is a season where he can really step up and excel. And he is a man totally to be counted in this battle for proceedings. But alongside him on that front row of the grid, Nikola Tsolov, the Bulgarian Lion, is going to be a very tough competitor from that front row of the grid. He's been one of the stars of 2020 for me, Nikola Tsolov. He really has put on a bit of a show in these last 2 weekends here at Zuera and here today as well. He's really taken a step forward in terms of his speed and development, and the young man for the DPK Racing Squad is definitely starting to wake up and pay attention, as they say, out there on the course. But Bruno Del Pino, the Spaniard, in 3rd position is obviously going to be an interesting one to keep an eye on as they duel away for position. And then, of course, the likes of Chiano Alajari, Nacho Tunion and Freddie Slater will all be very hard to beat as they come through the first few corners of the race. But it's all going to be about taking it nicely in your stride. 2 wins so far for Yuga Chukwu. A win earlier in the races for Freddie Slater as well. Everybody else is still hunting for their first. I wonder if we're going to get a new winner. Yuga Chukwu from pole position and Nikola Tsolov from 2nd. Bruno Del Pino and Chiano Alajari, and then Nacho Tunion and Freddie Slater. Timo Kucharczyk and Maceo Capieto from Alexander Kubenko and Martini Estension. Ariel Elkin and Lucas Flusha from Jonathan Waywat and Dion Gauda. And then we have in behind Laurence Desatua and Gustav Wisniewski. Alfio Spina and Matteo De Palo from Eric Genet, Nicola Lacorte, Julius Dinesen and Alva Simasvara. So with 7 laps going on the board again, and obviously this very long 1.5 kilometer circuit and a very hot and very dry day at the office here, it is going to be a tough race for all of the competitors. They know what's at stake as the drivers get ready. They warm up their tyres and brakes to optimum temperature to get the racing underway. What will the DPK trio do in that top 5? Because they've all got a good chance to move forward from the front. If they can get close to each other and edge each other forward, it could be a triumvirate battling away with the likes of Yuga Chukwu, Del Pino and Slater in the early doors. Kucharczyk is one to watch here as well, as is the Frenchman Maceo Capieto. So there are lots of names in this field who want a good result. Gubenko and Stenshorn should be pretty fast as well. So here they come off the final turn. Yugachukwu, Tsolov, Delpino, Adlajari, Chunyon, Slater, Kucharczyk, Kapieto, Gubenko and Stenshorn. Is it a good start? Yes, it is! We start for the first corner, and it's a cracker from Delpino, but not as good a start as he would like. Yugachukwu's been given a clear path up to the first couple of corners on the lap. So he's got a decent advantage as they run up to the hairpin for the first time, and there's a spin in the middle of the course. That's one of the Forza Racings going around, and it's Jonathan Waywat. What a shame for the Danish driver. Oh, and there's more nudging and pushing and shoving by the look of it. 268 getting off the circuit there. That is Lucas Flusha. He manages to get going again, but there's certainly one driver at least that's fallen away to the back of the field. I think it's another of the Forza Racing machines. It's Gustav Wisniewski. So the team have had a nightmare start to their heat here. As up the inside, Nikola Tsolov gets back on the inside of Martinius Stenshorn. Not the greatest of starts from the Bulgarian this time. But Yugachukwu leads from Delpino and Slater. Slater from the outside of row 3 has come up to P3 from P6 on the grid. So the drivers continue on their way through. The battle continues in the mid-pack as they run through. A fascinating run as the drivers continue to charge forward up the grid. Yugachukwu from Delpino, Slater, Kucharczyk, Gubenko, Tsolov, Tunyon, Alajari, Elkin, Stenshorn, Gauda, Kapieto and Lesatua. And there's been another incident up at the hairpin. 3 carts going off there. So 3 carts at the very least have gone off as Gubenko's made a move for position. Lesatua has come off. Gubenko gets past gets past Kucharczyk. So Slater's through to second on Delpino. And we've lost 3 of them. It looks like Alajari, Stenshorn and Kapieto have all been involved in it. So they've all come off and there's 2 of them walking away from the scene. Lesatua is one of them. So Lesatua appears to be out of it. And that is a real shame for the Belgian, but I don't think he's the only one out of the race. Certainly there's another couple of drivers way down the order, desperately trying to get going again. And that is Keanu Alajari is one of them. Stenshorn is another one. Stenshorn again involved. And Maceo Capieto down the order as well. So some more big names tumble from the fray. And Martinius Stenshorn is essentially letting the rest of the field go by. He's trying to get the kart going again, but he's lost so much ground. So Delpino running in 3rd position briefly because now Gubenko up the inside and there goes Kucharczyk and up the inside of both of them comes Nikola Tsolov. Tsolov can not quite finish off the move, but Bruno Delpino finds himself on the outside line there having to accept defeat, and here comes another of the DPK drivers, Bruno Delpino swarming around trying to keep him at bay. But that is Nacho Tunyon trying to get his way back past his countryman, Bruno Delpino, and as they run through again, Delpino and the Tony Kart struggling to keep Nacho Tunyon at bay. Tunyon's going to try and get there. Bruno Delpino once again trying to make the move stick. But it is a fascinating duel between them as they continue on their way forward. And Alfio Spina seems to have made up quite a few places now. He's in 8th position, would you believe? Spina has come up past Dion Gauda, past Eric Genet, and Julius Dinesen is now in 11th position as well. So some amazing fight backs in this race as they continue to charge forward. But you've got to give Alfio Spina quite a lot of credit in this one because he is now right up in the top 10 as they duel away for position. So some great comeback drives here at Sarno. But it's Yugachukwu who leads Slater, Gubenko, Kucharczyk, Tsolov, Tunyov and Alfio Spina now up at his 7th place. There he is as he runs in there in front of Bruno Delpino and Dion Gauda. So the Italian star going very well now in this one as he's worked his way forward up into 7th position. Kucharczyk is having a great battle with Nikola Tsolov, the Bulgarian Lion. And there is Alfio Spina still running a good race in front of Delpino and Gauda. There's Kucharczyk and Tsolov into the first corner. Kucharczyk is 4th, Tsolov is 5th as they try and close up on Slater and Gubenko. So is this going to be a run for Tsolov on the inside of Kucharczyk? He takes the place. Nice overtaking move there from the Bulgarian. Up into P4. A very good overtake. Clinical, disciplined and full of confidence. And that puts him straight up into P4. Now there's Slater and Gubenko, 2nd and 3rd, trying to close up on Yugachukwu. But they are so far back. And here's the battle for 7th place. Alfio Spina going well in 7th position ahead of Bruno Delpino and Dion Gauda. So Spina is now trying to close up on Nikola Tsolov, who is there in 6th position. Oh no, sorry, that's his teammate in 6th position. That's Nacho Tunyon. So Nashotunion there in 6th place. Alfio Spina closing up in 7th position to try and close up into the top 6. But as we go into the 6th lap, 2 laps to go, Yuga Chukwu running well in front of Slater and Kubenko. I don't think they're going to catch up to the American now. He's had it all his own way so far this weekend. Slater, Kubenko, Solov, Kucharczyk, Tunion and Spina. And there's a great little tussle going on further back. This is Eric Genet versus Julius Dinesen and Matteo De Palo. Having an absolute rout as they duel away for position. And that looks like De Palo getting through on Julius Dinesen. And watch out, because here comes Lucas Flusha trying to get through on the inside line. As the Ricky Flynn Motorsport machine tries to get the overtaking move on Julius Dinesen. Can't quite make it stick there on the run to Vesuvio Uno. But a terrific bit of squabbling from the drivers in this field. Qualifying heat still giving us plenty of dramas and incredible race action. But out in front, Yuga Chukwu pretty much has this race in the can. So out of the final turn and into another lap comes the American. Slater still running a solid effort as Flusha has now been able to get past Julius Dinesen in the 2nd sector up into Vesuvio Due. I think he got the move done. So a nice bit of overtaking from the young Spaniard as Yuga Chukwu continues to run in the lead. Here's about a second. Kubenko is caught right up to Slater. Slater's hanging on to that 2nd place spot. Kubenko is right there trying to make the move to come through. A little bit of a gap opening up. Slater's trying to hold Kubenko at bay. Round the outside comes Nicolas Solov. And Solov bites through into 3rd position. A good run there from the Bulgarian. So Solov now comes through in the 3rd position. Kubenko's having to defend from Kucharczyk. He squeezes into the braking zone. The Russian can't quite make a move stick there as Solov is now trying to make his bid on Freddie Slater. Trying to come around the outside as Slater holds the inside line to defend and cover. Kubenko and Kucharczyk are coming close. The checkered flag flies though for Yuga Chukwu. He dominates, but who's going to be 2nd out of the final turn? They're going to come to the line together and it's Slater who hangs on from Solov, Kucharczyk and Kubenko. Brilliant bit of racing. Nashotunion comes home in 6th place from Spina, Gauda, Del Pino and Julius Dinesen. Excellent racing in the final stages there. A really good battle all the way to the finish, and that really was quite exceptional how they've managed to make that one stick as they come through. Absolutely awesome racing, but it's Yuga Chukwu who gets the victory for the 3rd time today, the American. Yuga Chukwu gets the win from Freddie Slater and Nicolas Solov, then Timo Kucharczyk and Alexander Kubenko. Nashotunion, Alfio Spina comes up 10 places to 7th, and then it's Dion Gauda from Bruno Del Pino and Julius Dinesen, who comes up 11 places to 10th. Lucas Flusha and Matteo De Palo from Eric Genet and Nicola Lacorte, Gustav Wisniewski and Alvar Simisvara from Keanu Alajari, Maseo Capieto and Ariel Elkin, who all got into incidents. Retirements from Martinius Stenchon, Laurence Lesatua and Jonathan Waywat. So more drama and more intrigue than you can shake a stick at in the junior heat here once again. Qualifying heat B versus F, full of drama and intrigue. Lots of good battles around the field. But it's Yuga Chukwu, the American, who remains unbeaten here at Sarno. From 3 races, he has taken 3 wins. It's looking very good indeed for the Sauber karting driver. It all kicked off behind him. That's where the action really came from. As the battle continues on their way around the circuit. It was always going to be pretty tight, always going to be very close-knit battles, but really good race action all the way through. The drama was absolutely fever pitch throughout behind Yuga Chukwu, and he went all the way to the finish line. Let's have a look at some of the best bits from a crazy race in qualifying heat B versus F here at Sarno. So Yuga Chukwu has got the perfect start. Del Pino's got alongside Solov early, which is why the Bulgarian is able to try his best to carry the speed around the outside, but there's so many drivers cutting into too small a space. Now we're going to zoom in, and you can watch Jonathan Waywat. He's there in the middle of the pack, but he's suddenly going to get spat out in the middle. As too many cars get close together, they bang wheels, and boop, up in the air goes Waywat. The back end slides out, and he ends up spinning to a standstill as the drivers make a decent wide line out of turn 2. But Jonathan Waywat, the Danish driver, is the one who's left behind as he just got spat out of the queue. A very difficult day at the office for Johnny Waywat. very talented young racing driver for Forza Racing, and that's what happened a little bit later to his teammate Wisniewski as Dion Gauda battles away with him for position, and they both end up running wide. I think Wisniewski was very lucky to get going there again after all of that. But that's the problem. You get wide onto the grass and you throw up so much dust because there's no moisture in the ground here because it's so hot. So you basically throw up all kinds of dust. You really need the infield to be wetted, a sort of oval dirt racing style if you don't want massive dust clouds. But unfortunately, that is all you really get from the runoff area, the grass area of this circuit. That's Solov getting himself up the inside of Martinius Stenshorn in the early stages. But there are more incidents to come over the course of this race that really sort out the wheat from the chaff as the drivers battle away on this first lap. Freddie Slater's right in the hunt already here behind Bruno Del Pino. Not a bad run from the young Englishman at all, considering he started 6th and on the outside line of the third row, which is normally the beginning of cannon fodder territory, really. But he's worked himself into a good position there and has already started the attack. As up the inside comes Nasha Tunion. And Keanu Alajari thinks, right, well, I've got a chance here if I go on the inside line. Ends up running the curb. Stenshorn gets stuck out wide, and that's enough for him to lose a massive quantity of momentum. That momentum is never eased up, and he ends up eventually getting spat out to the scenery as the rest of the field. This is already happening, by the way, at this point. Kucharchik's got up the inside of Bruno Del Pino because Slater and Gubenko are already long gone. If you look in the background, you could just about make out carts littering that part of the circuit, or certainly 2 or 3 of them recovering. Now, this is Del Pino's big defensive move on the 207, I think it is, that they're battling away with there. 281 even, that's Nacho Tunion. So Del Pino battling with his countryman. You just want a good line off the turn, and Tunion looking for that straight cut of the curb in order to get up the inside line. But Del Pino is wise to that manoeuvre, squeezes in at the braking point of the apex, and there's no way that he can get through. But look, Tunion wants a piece of the action anyway, and I think there was a little nudge there. So Nacho Tunion able to get the move regardless. I don't think Bruno Del Pino feels particularly happy about that one. So it's going to be interesting to see how the final results all play out. But of course, the judges of fact are working hard over the course of the weekend. Chris Lambrecht and Martin Bean, and they are of course the judges of fact. They're able to look at all of the incidents as they happen around the course and assess them on balance and on merit, and obviously on whether there is fault delay. There isn't always. Sometimes it is just a racing incident, and there's no point handing out any transgressions or penalties where they are not warranted. The judges of fact have obviously been hard at work. There's poor Lawrence Lesatua watching along with Jonathan Waywat on the inside line as Solov gets his move on the inside of Kucharchik mid-race. 2 drivers who really could have ended up with a few better results than what they've been able to take around this circuit. It's always been very tricky in these particular positions, but they've had a really solid effort around the circuit. Now up the inside, I'm just watching the replay back again here. That's one of the Ricky Flynns getting involved. That's Lucas Flusha battling away with Julius Dinesen in the closing laps. They had a real shake-up in the final couple of laps, actually, because Julius Dinesen was able to get past, as was Lucas Flusha on Matteo De Palo and Eric Genet. So they managed to make up some good places in the closing laps. Now this is Gubenko's last-ditch effort to make the move on Freddie Slater in the closing lap, because you run out of time at this point, and essentially it's now or never. And the drivers are still battling away. Now watch Gubenko here. He's trying to make a gap open up with Freddie Slater as they come into the hairpin. Slater's got the line. He's also got good pace. He's able to carry a lot of speed through the right-hander at the hairpin, but he just twitches a little bit, and this is enough momentum for Gubenko to think, well, I can get him here. But Slater moves across the apex quite nicely. Gubenko thinks, right, well, I can make the gap open up on the inside line. Slater's not going to let that happen. He chops across and gives Gubenko nowhere to go but off the throttle. And Solov thinks, right, well, I'll carry the pace around the outside and I can get him. So it was very nicely handled there by Slater. He knew that Gubenko was not going to back down from an opportunity to grab second. So he manages to make it work. So an interesting little tussle there between the drivers in the mix there. And Gubenko had to then move to cover off Kucharchik as well. This is one of the tough things about Gubenko's driving style. He's as good as attacking as he is defending, but He's often good at doing both simultaneously, and we thought there Kucharski might have had a bit of a run on Jubenko, but it ended up coming to nothing. But this is Solov's final chance on Slater, but Slater is so good at positioning his kart in a place that no one can reach him. Look, he's not gone to the inside, he's not gone to the outside, he's placed the kart right in the center of the circuit. So it's a really good little bit of placement there from the drivers. So this is, again, good placement from Slater. He knows coming into the final turn that they're going to out-drag him, but if he places his kart in the middle of the circuit, he basically shuts down any overtaking move, so he fends off from second position and holds it just in the nick of time there, and that's the kind of defensive driving that gets you a podium place. Freddie Slater will be wanting that over the course of the rest of the weekend.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
So we are now going to see the pole position sitter from time qualifying retake his position on the front row of the starting grid alongside another of his teammates as they do battle for supremacy here at Sarno. Maxwell Dodds, with a win and a third place in his pocket over the course of today's heats, lines up in pole position once again. A very solid day at the office from the young man from Harrogate in Yorkshire. And he lines up alongside his Italian teammate, Giovanni Trentin, who has a DNF and a win to his name. So it's fight back time for Giovanni Trentin. But as far as Max Dodds is concerned, as long as he can keep the kart in the top 5 all weekend long, he's in a solid position at the front end of the field, especially as a lot of his rivals have already taken a DNF this weekend. So it's going to be very, very difficult. But the likes of Keeble and Lindblad have not, and they are all battling away with him there on the inside line. So this could be a very interesting battle for these two drivers on the inside line. And don't forget, there's another driver on that inside line who's been there for quite a long time who are battling away with these guys, and that's the Luxembourger who will start on the 5th row of the grid amongst them as well, and that is Maxime Furon-Castellan. There's also the Finnish driver Tuka Tarpanen on that inside line. So a lot of drivers to battle with if you want to grab a race victory. So let's talk you through the grid in its entirety. We have Maxwell Dodds and Giovanni Trentin, the Paralin teammates, on the front row of the grid. Max Dodds to the inside line, Giovanni Trentin to the outside line. Harley Keeble runs in 3rd position off the grid in his Tony kart, having finally managed to bag the pace of this machine in 3rd position. Evan Gilter for the Sodi kart team lines up in 4th position. He's the only representative for Sodi kart in this 2020 season campaign for Junior. There are none of the drivers there in Senior this year either. They're hoping that for 2021, a few more of their races can get back to it. A lot of that is down to the restrictions of travel, of course, in our current medical climate. 5th position is Tuka Tarpanen, the Finnish driver for the Tony Kart Racing team, who is the championship leader coming into this weekend by a couple of points. And, of course, he won the final last time out at Zuera. So the battle really is on at the front end of the field there. 6th position, I should say, is the Swiss driver Aaron Reshepi. So he has got himself a good opportunity there on the inside line. On the outside line, from the 3rd row. Arvid Lindblad lines up 7th position, the British driver for the Kart Republic Motorsport team on the inside of the 4th row. For Belgium, it is Ian Eichmans who runs there in 8th place. And then on 9th position on the grid, it is Maxime Furon-Castellan, the Luxembourger, who lines up alongside Austria's Oscar Wirtz. So it'll be an interesting battle for all of the competitors in that top 10. Edgar Piligov, the Frenchman, lines up 11th on the grid in the Ricky Flynn Motorsport machine, and he is alongside Igor Sepil, the young Czech driver, who lines up 12th place for Kart Republic. Then for Emo Fittipaldi in 13th place, the Brazilian lines up on the inside of the 7th row, and then on row 7 alongside him in 14th place, it is the Italian star Andrea Frasinetti, who lines up next up. And he will be there, of course, in 14th place. Francesco Marenghi is next in the lineup for the CRG team. He lines up 15th place, the Italian. alongside the Philippines youngster Zachary David for Kart Republic Motorsport in the 8th row. On row 9, it is the German talent Maxim Rem who lines up there in the Tony Kart factory team alongside the Pantano of Sonny Smith. And then we have Jokubas Bogdanovicius, the Lithuanian for Ward Racing, in 19th place. He lines up alongside the Frenchman Augustin Bernier in 20th on the grid in the VDK racing machine. And then on the back row of the grid, we have from Finland Benjamin Silvestersson, the youngster for Koski Motorsport, and Simkas Savidas, the Lithuanian, lines up in 22nd on the grid in his capacity for Ward Racing. A fascinating battle for all of the competitors and the contenders in this field then, particularly towards the sharp end. Everybody in that top 14 has a chance to cross the line in the top 3 just on pure merit, never mind in terms of the circumstances presented to them. So they all have incredible speed and dizzying dexterity behind the wheel. So they'll all want to put on a good show, but it's never easy how these guys are obviously going to separate each other from the fray. The Paralin boys will obviously have a clear strategy coming off the start. They'll want to do essentially what Trentin and Valerio Renicella did in their previous heat when they ran on the front row of the grid, which is to get through into the first lap and then start to stretch away from the rest of the field. But it's not quite clear who's going to have the best advantage of those two if they manage to get the job done, because they both have a win in their pocket now. Trentin has a DNF to his name. Dodds has a third alongside them, but who's got the raw pace in terms of exceptional power up at the front? Well, we're going to have to find that one out, but this is the difficulty when you've got two drivers from the same team on the front row of the starting grid in the karting paddock. They do run in the same awning, they do run in the same team, they have the same mechanics and engineers working with them all in that awning. They have their own personal mechanic, of course, but what's worth remembering is that there's no team's championship, that you don't score points for the team, so you're only scoring points for yourself. So once you get into that first lap, essentially, and the flag drops, you are essentially on your own out there, and you basically are racing for yourself. You can obviously have a game plan to work with your teammate up to a certain point, but then most of those game plans that I know of are when you get to 2 laps to go and you're well clear of the rest of the field, then you can do what you like. And as long as you don't take each other off, I think everybody remains happy, but it's a difficult situation. But Max Dodds and Giovanni Trentin know each other very well now, of course, having been in this team together for the entirety of the 2020 season. There's a good working relationship at the boys at Paralin. There doesn't seem to be too many intra-team squabbles, and they certainly seem to have a very strong battle around this Sarno circuit to come. But the difficulty is going to be the drivers queuing up behind them, the likes of Keeble, Giltair, Tarpanen, Reshepi, Lindblad, Eichmanns, Ferron Castellan and Wirtz. There's a lot of drivers in that top 10 that could take a place or two away. Some of them are still learning. Some of them are very much old hands at the junior game now. But they all want to get there into a positive and competitive position. So they all want to be up at the sharp end of the dais. So we'll see what the drivers can do as they work their way around the circuit. The 30-second board has gone up at the edge of the pit lane for the pre-grid. So the drivers will head out with Max Dodds in front of Giovanni Trentin. And then it will be Harley Keeble from Evan Giltair with the likes of Tarpanen, Reshepi, Lindblad, Eichmanns, Ferron Castellan and Wirtz giving chase. Anything can happen in these 7 laps. And based on what we've seen so far this morning, it probably will. So an all-Paralin front row as the drivers are set to head out onto the circuit for qualifying heat A versus D. And it's 34 degrees Celsius air temperature. It's heating up even more here at Sarno. Max Dodds and Giovanni Trentin on the front row of the grid from Harley Keeble and Evan Giltair, Tuukka Tarpanen and Aaron Reshepi from Arvid Lindblad and Ian Eichmanns, Maxim Ferron Castellan and Oscar Wirtz from Edgar Piligov and Igor Sepil, Emo Fittipaldi and Andrea Frasinetti from Francesco Marenghi and Zachary David, Maxim Rem and Sonny Smith from Jokubas Bogdanovicius and Augustin Bernier, then Benjamin Silvestersson and Simkas Savidas. 1.547 kilometers around this very tough, very tight circuit as the drivers are putting in the best they possibly can around this incredibly dynamic circuit. It is a racetrack of 2 halves, essentially, flat out of the final turn, all the way up to the braking zone for turn 2 on a very long straightaway down towards the next twisting and very technical part of the circuit, which takes you around various overtaking opportunities all the way around this circuit. It's a very tricky racetrack, this at Sarno, but the drivers love the challenge of it, and the competitive nature of the field cannot be denied around this place. So Dodds and Trentin, a front row for Parolin. Keeble is third from Gilter, then Tarpanen and Rescepi, Lindblad and Eichmanns, Furon Castellan and Wirtz, and Piligov and Sepil, Fittipaldi and Frassinetti. Are we going to get a clean start out of the final turn? It's up to the race director, Nigel Edwards, to see how it all plays. It's a false start. False start. That did not quite go well for the 3 or 4 drivers at the back of the field, and Nigel Edwards made the decision very quickly that that start's not a good one, so we will go around again. Race director Nigel Edwards obviously assesses the situation, and if he is not happy with the way the race is queued up, then we will go around for another time of asking. Great work from the staff here, obviously at Circuito Internazionale Napoli, the team and the crew around the circuit. The marshals have been absolutely exceptional, and again another fantastic event put on under very difficult circumstances. My tributes paid to the entire RGMMC team, all of them, from the race office officials and admins to the judges of fact, all the way through to the television crew who are sweating and sweltering out on the circuit, to the operations and logistics crew in and around the circuit. It's all been very impressive to see how these events have come together since the beginning of July, and racing is just as good as it always was as a result. You can't knock down karting, and you can't keep a good man down, and certainly there's 22 good men out there on the circuit in this one, so we're going to see some great racing. They're slowed down in the final turn, and hopefully this is going to be a clean start this time. Dodds and Trentin lead them out. Will we get a good one? Yes! Away we go. Dodds, Keeble and Tarpanen already trying to fight their way through past Giovanni Trentin. Trentin is trying to keep himself up alongside Harley Keeble, and he's trying to squeeze Keeble as they come up to the brakies over the hairpin. Keeble will not back down from the fight. Oh, and there's a little bit of a nudge. Oh my goodness, Keeble goes over the top of Giovanni Trentin. He almost clatters into the back of Max Dodds as well. So that's a disaster for Harley Keeble. They congressed together, and somebody was always going to get spat out, but it's a big problem now for Harley Keeble. Disaster for the Englishman, but I don't think he was the only one to get caught out there. Giovanni Trentin's not come through. Keeble's not come through. So it's absolute agony as Keeble tries to get going again. He can't believe it, but it's game over. And that is disastrous. But Harley Keeble is out of this one as the rest of the field continue. How has Max Dodds got away with that? That is the big question. He's got a guardian angel watching him today. The luck is definitely coming the Parolin driver's way as Dodds leads the way. Up the inside comes Maxime Furon Castellan. He gets the bid on Arvid Lindblad. Eichmanns gets there on the inside, as too does Piligov at the expense of Arvid Lindblad. Down to 5th position. Tarpanen is in there in 6th place now, past Emo Fittipaldi. So Fittipaldi making a good comeback as Tarpanen gets up the inside of Lindblad. Fittipaldi gets there as well. And that's the missing front fairing, or the front entire nose section, I should say, of Giovanni Trentin's Parolin. He's out of the race, as we know. But up to 5th place now comes Emo Fittipaldi. He's got back past Lindblad and Tarpanen. So now the battle for 2nd place continues as Ian Eichmanns gets close to the back of Maxime Furon Castellan, and Piligov is running well in P4. 5th is Fittipaldi, 6th is Tarpanen, 6th is Lindblad. 7th is Lindblad in front of Sonny Smith in the Pantano. He's running in 8th position. So out of the 2nd lap and into lap 3, up the run. Dodds has got a decent advantage, but it's all kicking off behind as Eichmanns is going to make his run on the inside of Furon Castellan. And Piligov sweeps past both of them, and Furon Castellan gets the switchback. Amazing racecraft. Oh my goodness, they are properly getting into it now in the run for 2nd place. So many drivers that are needing a good result in here as well. Tarpanen gets past Lindblad. And it looks like, to me, Sonny Smith is getting in there with Sepil, Marenge, Rem, and David. So many drivers with a chance to come forward, and they all need to. The other drivers that got spat out there when Trentin and Keeble retired were Evan Gilter and Aaron Rescepi. Looks like Oscar Wirtz took a big tumble down the order as well. And even Tarpanen and Lindblad were compromised. So a lot of drivers down the order needing to make a fight back, but there are others who have already had a DNF who are taking 2 hands on the steering wheel and wrestling this race for dear life. They need a good result, they need a good finish, and they're going to take one. For Max Dodds, this is an absolute fairy tale. He leads the race by nearly 2 seconds at the end of lap 3, and Maxime Ferrand-Castellan is back into second place with Edgar Anpiligov third and Ian Eichmann's in fourth, with Emo Fittipaldi giving chase, and his big rivals from earlier on, Tarpanen and Lindblad, scrapping away for 6th place behind them, and Tarpanen has just cut across the nose of Lindblad as they duel away for P6. So things are getting pretty spicy between those two, but Dodds is just laughing all the way to the finish line at the moment out front. So Maxime Ferrand-Castellan, the Luxembourger, still running strong for Forza in second position. Third place is Edgar Anpiligov. Fourth is Ian Eichmann's. Fifth is Emo Fittipaldi. This is a great run from Fittipaldi in this one. And he's been able to take full advantage of the melee around him, and he's now got himself into a solid top 5 place. This will do him no end of good heading to tomorrow. And the Brazilian, who could have used a little bit of fortune in Zuera, is definitely getting some here at Sarno as they battle away for position, and Piligov gets back into second place past Ferrand-Castellan. Eichmanns and Fittipaldi are queuing up to try and make a move or two of their own as Fittipaldi gets the fastest lap of the race. Eichmanns is tucking in behind Ferrand-Castellan. He wants to try and prevent Fittipaldi coming through, but Anpiligov is now in a second place. What will Fittipaldi do here? He's tucking in behind Eichmanns because Eichmanns is making a bit of a catch-up to Ferrand-Castellan for third position. There could still be a big tussle as now onto the back of them come Tarpanen and Lindblad. Sepil is up to 8th past Smith. Rem is up to 10th past Marenge. So some good duels all around the circuit here as Max Dodds is about to complete lap 5 up front. And Piligov in second from Ferrand-Castellan and Ian Eichmanns. Fittipaldi is there in 5th place in front of Tarpanen and Lindblad. Fastest lap of the race, Max Dodds. He bangs in a quick one, but Arvid Lindblad goes faster still on a 57.911. And Piligov still hanging on to second. Here comes Tarpanen on the inside of Fittipaldi. So Tarpanen gets through there past Emo Jr. And now we're going to have a really good tussle for second place as Anpiligov continues to hold station in front of Maxime Ferrand-Castellan and Ian Eichmanns. But the gap has opened up to 2.3 seconds between Dodds and Anpiligov. Tarpanen and Lindblad in 5th and 6th place are now there in front of Emo Fittipaldi. So they've got a bit of time to catch up to the karts in front, but they've only got a lap and a half to make progress from 5th and 6th place. Now, this is going to be a tight one because Anpiligov continues to hold station in front of Ferrand-Castellan. So now they've got to wait for the opportune moment. Down to the braking zone for the hairpin, and through they go again. But into the last lap goes Max Dodds, and he's a full 2.6 seconds clear as he runs out in front up to the second hairpin. This is a cruise control mission for Dodds. For second, it's anything but. Here comes Ferrand-Castellan. Dives up the inside of Anpiligov. Anpiligov gets the switch. Eichmanns shakes his fist in the air because Anpiligov has cut him off. Tarpanen sweeps past them all. Tarpanen straight through to second. Boom. Thank you very much. Tuukka Tarpanen lets them all squabble and takes the first gap he gets. And into second place comes the Finn. Amazing bit of racing from the Tony kart as he storms up the inside. Now Eichmanns is trying to keep Sepil at bay because Lindblad has managed to force himself up the inside of Anpiligov. He's got one last chance to go for Ferrand-Castellan, but he's got the Frenchman all over the back of him. Lindblad might be able to get back into the top 3 in the final run, but Dodds gets a second win of the weekend at an absolute canter. Tarpanen is second, Ferrand-Castellan is third, Lindblad is fourth, from Anpiligov, Eichmanns, Sepil, and Fittipaldi. Wowee. That was some properly exciting racing all the way to the death. Not for the man up front, though. That was child's play. Max Dodds makes it 2 wins out of 3 here today at Sarno. He's waited a long time for the luck to come his way. I think he's got a cast iron gold-plated rabbit's foot in that kart somewhere because it's really come to him this time, and he was so lucky to get away with that on lap 1. Max Dodds wins from Tuukka Tarpanen and Maxime Ferrand-Castellan in third from Lindblad and Piligov and Eichmanns. Igor Sepil in front of Emo Fittipaldi from Maxime Rem and Sonny Smith. Francesco Marenge is 11th place in front of Zachary David. Then it is Jokubas Bogdanovicius in 13th from Evan Gilter and Augustin Bernier. Aaron Reshepi and Simka Severas. Then Andrea Frasinetti, Benjamin Silvesterson and Oscar Wirtz. But the 2 big names to fall from the fray. A second DNF for Giovanni Trentin. A first DNF for Harley Keeble. Very tough battles again here at the Junior European Championships at Sarno in Italy. It's never easy at this level, that we know for sure, but it's getting harder and harder for these guys to rein it in as the heat increases and the temperatures both in and out of the cockpit continue to rise here at Sarno. A dramatic incident at the second corner on the first lap, and this is going to need some detailed slow-mos to try and unpick the incident. Keeble and Trentin out. Let's find out what happened. Start, the inside line takes the advantage, but Trentin is determined here. He gets some support from Giltaire through the first corner around the outside, and Trentin is determined to get ahead of Harley Keeble here. And this is a Mexican standoff, essentially, down to the hairpin between Keeble and Trentin. Trentin's holding the inside line. Keeble is determined. He knows that the parallelin's too quick. He wants to hold it. He's on the curb. He keeps it together. And then, all of a sudden, it becomes impossible for the two karts to run together. He barrel rolls over the front of Giovanni Trentin's kart. Giltaire's gone right off the circuit. He manages to get going again, albeit at the back of the field. And Giovanni Trentin is fuming with Harley Keeble. I'm sure Harley Keeble is fuming with Giovanni Trentin in the same breath. There goes Aaron Reshepi, along with Evan Giltaire to rejoin. But poor Harley Keeble, he's trying to get going again. But essentially, that's two drivers both deciding, well, I'm not going to give you any room. So neither driver is prepared to back down. And as a result of neither driver being prepared to back down, they both end up essentially down the order and out of the race. So it's a disaster for both drivers, but this is what happens if you're not willing to concede and both people want the same better racetrack. You've got to be prepared to have an accident. So Harley Keeble doing his best to get going again. The problem by pushing it from the rear is that you can't control the front end of the kart, and the kart is listing to the right-hand side, and you start to correct it in the middle there, but you lose the momentum that you've gained. And these are not easy karts to push, especially when the adrenaline's pumping, and when you've obviously got yourself into an incident, you slam on the accelerator. If nothing happens in that moment, that's it, you're done. Poor Harley Keeble, you've got to say, it's not the way he wanted his first lap to end. He didn't even make it to the second corner before an incident occurred. But essentially the kart got spat over the top of Giovanni Trentin's, and as a result of that, Max Dodds was given, you know, a fairy tale gap. Now, he might have had a bit more of a stress in that race if he'd have had the threat of Arvid Lindblad, but as soon as Maxime Ferrand-Castellane made the move, enough of a gap opened up for Ian Eichmanns and Edgar Piligov to make the same move, and that essentially was the moment the race was won for Max Dodds, because once they start battling for position, which they did quite ferociously from there on in for second place, there's no way that Dodds was ever going to lose that one. So it's a fairy tale win for Dodds, and it's the easiest race win he's ever going to have in the FIA Karting. I don't think they'll ever come easier than that. But Ian Eichmanns doing a fantastic job in that one in the early stages as he follows in behind Ferrand-Castellane. The problem is momentum. You get so much momentum being a few kart lengths back out of the final turn, because you're in the slipstream, you're trying to be aerodynamic, trying to duck in behind the two guys in front. And Piligov has got so much straight line speed. Eichmanns is determined he's going to make his move on the inside here at Ferrand-Castellane. And Piligov then runs rogue. Look at that. He just dives up the inside of both of them. Gets them both. Ferrand-Castellane's going to get the undercut to switch back. But Piligov is not going to lose ground easily. So Ferrand-Castellane just waits. We'll go, oh, go on then, guys. You battle for position and I'll have you both back. And that backs them into the likes of Tarpon and Lindblad, with Fittipaldi getting a good run there as well. So here's Piligov's attempt. He makes the decision very late into the corner, actually. But he's got enough space, thanks to Ferrand-Castellane being quite generous there, actually. And gives him enough space that Piligov is able to make a fairly easy transition from third to second. But it didn't stop there, because on the next lap, they went and did it all over again. There's so many great overtakes in this race. Now, Maxime Ferrand-Castellane checks to see where Eichmanns is. He's going to come from a long way back here. He's not going to make the move, but Tarpanen is going to get the run on Emo Fittipaldi. So Fittipaldi loses ground there to Tarpanen, and that gives the Finn an amazing opportunity for later on in the race. Now, this is Piligov just trying to keep in touch with the man up front. But Ferrand-Castellane and Ian Eichmanns have their own ideas. Now, this last lap, particularly from turn 2 onwards, is truly exceptional, because you've got Eichmanns and Tarpanen starting to bear down on Ferrand-Castellane, who's already in the path of the man in front, Edgar Anpiligov. All four of these drivers, well, certainly the first three of them, have difficult race results on their records up until this point from the weekend. So they all need a decent, strong result in the top 5 if they can grab it. So here's Ferran Castellén defending from Anpiligov to dive up the inside and take the place. He's hesitated on the exit, and Eichmann's tried to get the inside line. He puts his hand in the air there because he knows he's lost ground to Tarpanen. But Tarpanen, look, the hesitation for Ferran Castellén and Anpiligov is enough that he's got momentum to sweep past them all. So he's literally come from 5th place to 2nd in one fell swoop there, took a Tarpanen. It's an amazing overtake. And that's why he's a serious factor in this European Championship. He could get the whole thing done by the time we get to the checkered flag of the final at Wackersdorf. He's a serious contender. Arvid Lindblad very nearly breaks through into 3rd place past Ferran Castellén at this point as well. It's only determination and sheer stubbornness from the Luxembourger that edges him out. But Lindblad nearly gets another crack at Maxime Ferran Castellén because he gets a little bit of assistance from Edgar Anpiligov, because there's a potential that he can essentially edge Lindblad into Ferran Castellén to see if he can make an overtaking move. Eichmann's meanwhile is struggling to deal with Sepil, and Fittipaldi is trying to keep Maxime Rem at bay. So there's all sorts of power play going on through this final lap. But as a result of it all, Max Dodds is able to just skip to the new Darling out in front. He's got an absolute dominant streak out front, and the rest of the field is squabbling away for the scraps. But Maxwell Dodds is doing a grand job in the lead by this point, and as he comes out of the final turn, the Paralin driver is well clear, and with 2 wins and a third, that's only 3 points scored from the qualifying heats compared to his rivals, who most of which are in double figures already. It bodes very well for the rest of the weekend, but it's not done yet. And with people like Tarpanen and Lindblad still playing catch-up, anything is still possible here at Sarno. You can't afford to relent for a moment. And a good run from Maxime Ferran Castellén to come home in the top 3. So once again, all sorts of dramas in the juniors, and they just keep on delivering sensational entertainment. They were always going to give us plenty of it. We're going to switch our focus again to the seniors, the OK Senior category. We've had some great races so far. Rafael Chavez Camara grabbing the first race of the day in front of Luigi Coluccio and Thomas ten Brinker from Delano van Toff, Lawrence van Hopen and James Wharton. Then we had a victory for Oliver Gray, who got the win over Juho Valtonen and Nikita Bedrin. Then Norton Andreasen, Pedro Perino and Marlon Hernandez in the top 6. Then we had the win from Taylor Barnard, who got the victory over Joe Turney and Luigi Coluccio. Matthias Magato in 4th place ahead of Alex Dunn and Thomas ten Brinker. And then we had Andrea Kimi Antonelli bouncing back to score a brilliant and much-needed victory by 5.2 seconds ahead of Juho Valtonen and Delano van Toff, with Rafael Chavez Camara, despite going airborne after contact with Joe Turney, incredibly able to fight back to 4th position along with Jenis Savico. And then Sebastian Gravlund in the top 6 along with Ollie Pilker and Marcus Amand. He didn't come together with Joe Turney, my apologies. He ended up tangling with James Wharton in the Paralin in that race, who ended up retiring. But there are 4 OK races to go here today, and the first of those is going to be led off from the grid in Group A versus B by Taylor Barnard and Oliver Gray, a pair of Brits on the front row of the starting grid. The Rosberg Racing Academy, Kart Republic, and the Leclerc by Lennox Racing Machine on the front row of the starting grid. Then it is going to be Alex Dunn and Meyer Berg, the teammates in the Berolart package. The Irishman Alex Dunn, of course, who is there in 3rd position in his first year as a senior, his 2nd year in the FIA Karting European paddock, and of course the son of a former Formula Ford Festival winner in the Kent class, Noel Dunn, who won the job back in 2006. So from good, hearty racing stock, the Dunn family reside. It's written through their bone marrow running at the front end of the field. So Alex Dunn, a chip off the old block without any hesitation at all. Alongside him, Meyer Berg, as part of the Richard Mille Talent Academy, the Dutch racer, always very fast in this particular category, running under a Spanish license, of course, because that's where she does most of her racing on the national and domestic scene. But she is right there on the 2nd row of the grid. Keep an eye on the Italian as well. Nicolo Kuman, the wild card, is there in the 5th position slot of the grid on row 3. The BM Karting ASD driver, He struggled a bit in the early phase of his earlier heat, but he's clearly got the speed around this place because he was able to get it into the top 5 of the grid for his heats. Alongside Nicolo Kuman is Nikita Bedrin, the wild Russian there for the Ward Racing team. Very fast indeed, and plenty of exciting talent from him. He was part of the Tony Kart factory team last year. He made the switch to go to the Swedish-based Ward Racing, the very family team, and everybody's favourite team in the field in terms of the charm and good nature within the paddock. And they are there on the outside of the 3rd row with Nikita Bedrin. Michael Paparo flying the flag for Italy in 7th on the grid for the beautiful Praga Racing team. And that kart is always so resplendent and incredibly good looking out there in terms of the designs. There are not many karts that can hold quite a candle to the illustrious and quite stunning graphic kits and designs that the Praga team always come up with. And anybody wanting to see just how picturesque and stylish the Praga brand is here, well, out in the race office just in front of the grandstand here, you'll probably notice the little Praga R1 sports car that is out in front of race office. Gorgeous, that machine. It's quite a good one, and obviously it's got a lot of reputation out here. Alongside Mikko Paparo on the 4th row of the grid, it is the German star Hannes Janker. Great to see him back at the sharp end of the field again for the TB Racing squad. And the European champion from 2018 is back to his best and hoping to pick up another title. From Brazil, it is Matias Morgato, who lines up in 9th position. The new face in the Birolart team for this weekend. Switched teams between races, and it certainly seems to have suited him down to the ground. He has gone very well indeed this weekend thus far. He managed to get up to the top 5 in his previous heat, and is hoping to do so again in this one. Miron Pingazov, the Spanish driver, starting from 10th position in this one on the outside of the 5th row. He needs a good result, it has to be said. After spinning off in his earlier heat, he could really do with some fortune favouring his brave manoeuvres. The Kart Republic team also hold station on the 6th row of the grid. Josep Marti is there in the 11th position slot on the grid in the DPK colours, and Marlon Hernandez in the famous white and orange machinery of the Kart Republic team is 12th position on the grid, the Frenchman. Joel Mesh is there in 13th on the grid for the TB Racing team in the McLaren Papaya orange, and he is there alongside Emili Koivisto, the Finnish driver for Koski Motorsport, one of the star Finnish drivers on the grid. Lorenzo Rosico is next up, 15th on the starting grid for the Pantano team. And it's still quite crazy to consider that this is their first season of international competition in the FIA Karting Academy, and they're still doing a grand job with all of their drivers. Rasmus Jutsemis lines up 16th on the grid for CRG. Then on 17th position, it is the young Thai racer for Birolart, Thanapongpang Satumnu. And then alongside him on the grid, it is Ben Dua, the second of the TB Racing drivers in the McLaren colours. Hannes Janker, of course, running in the traditional black with the German flag insignia. And it certainly seems to be serving him well. Lola Lovinfoss will take to the circuit once again, the French racer. She is racing for the Ward Racing team in her first FIA Karting European campaign. Alongside her on the grid is Lorenzo Patrese for the Kart Republic Motorsport team after a difficult qualifying. He's been fighting back ever since. 21st on the grid, it is Matthias Torrigiani, the privateer, running in his Tony Kart. Alongside him on the grid from Denmark, it is another of the Koski Motorsport contenders, that is Alexander Hartvig. And then 23rd on the starting grid after a very difficult qualifying session, Maximus Meyer for the reigning world and European champion team, CV Performance Group, down at 23rd on the grid. A lot can happen in karting in 12 months, and we have certainly seen that as we come into the 2020 season. So all 23 drivers are now in position in the pre-grid. They will head out onto the circuit on the command of the green flag, and then they will do their exploratory lap. No need to weave tyres and brakes too much to get heat into them. The air temperature and the track temperature is doing that for them. 34 degrees Celsius here in Sarno as we get ourselves ready for qualifying heat. A versus B, let's race again. An all-British front row for Taylor Barnard and Oliver Gray, then Alex Dunn and Maya Berg on the second row of the grid. Nicolo Kuman and Nikita Bedrin are next from Michael Paparo and Hannes Janker. Matias Morgato and Miron Pingazov from Josep Marti and Marlon Hernandez. Joel Mesh and Emili Koivisto from Lorenzo Rosico and Rasmus Jutsemis. Then Thanapongpang Satumnu and Ben Dua from Lola Lovinfoss and Lorenzo Patrese. Then Matthias Torrigiani, Alexander Hartvig and Maximus Meyer complete the grid. So as the field get themselves into their positions around the circuit, they obviously want to make sure the brakes and tyres are dialed in. It's always a very tough position that these guys find themselves in around the circuit here at Sarno. And of course, as the day rumbles on, the circuit continues to heat up, the temperature continues to rise, and shade is becoming harder and harder for fans to find around the circuit here. Not that there are actual spectators here, they're all just circuit staff and members of the team. Unfortunately, we weren't allowed to make this an open event. It has to be behind closed doors, but the racing spectacle is still just as good. No matter where you are watching from around the world, we are very grateful for you to join us as the spectacle of the European Championship in the FIA Karting paddock continues. Taylor Barnard and Oliver Gray on the front row from Dunn, Berg, Kuman, Bedrin, Paparo, Janka, Morgato, Pingazov, Marti, Hernandez, Mesh and Koivisto. Who's going to get the best start? Barnard on the inside line, Gray on the outside line. Plenty of drivers have made a push for the first corner. Let's see who gets the best start. False start, false start. So an extra formation lap is needed then to get the drivers around the circuit in good style. So it's not quite going to be the perfect getaway that the drivers wanted from the front end of the field. So it's going to be a really tough race battle as the drivers continue around this circuit in good form and good feeling. But there's always going to be a very close run of emotions as the drivers continue to battle their way forward. So a very exciting run. So let's see if the competitors make their tracks around the circuit. So the marshals bring them to their 2 rows once again. And Taylor Barnard is the man who leads them round. Oliver Gray in second from Alex Dunn, Maya Werg, Nicolo Kuman and Nikita Bedrin. From Paparo, Janka, Morgato, Pingazov, Marti and Hernandez. And as the field works its way around the circuit, it's going to be quite a tightly knit grid. So the drivers come through on the far side. They're obviously at the red line now. They need to start getting themselves into their 2 lines of formation. It's up to the man on pole position to control the pace of the field as they come round. But Taylor Barnard and Oliver Gray are there together. Alex Dunn and Maya Werg are next in line. Who's going to get a decent race out of this one? Let's find out. Let's race. And it's a good start from the outside line. Taylor Barnard going to get squeezed by Oliver Gray. Gray loses ground on the outside and Barnard gets it back again. And as the field storms its way up to the hairpin, Taylor Barnard has got the advantage on the inside line. Gray holds off from Werg. Dunn gets back on the inside line. And it's as you were in the top 4. Goodness me. Down to 5th place now comes Werg. Oh, 2, 3, 4 karts go off the circuit there in the background. That's Rasmus Jutsimis, one of the Koski Motorsports. 2 of the Koski Motorsports are actually involved in that one as well. And I think it's Emili Koivisto. I think Lorenzo Rosico is involved in that one. There's more problems, and that's Maya Werg. Again, Maya Werg in trouble. Oh my goodness. The Dutch racer in more trouble, and that is the 1, 2, 3 involved. Is that Hannes Janka? It is indeed. Hannes Janka has come off the kart. More disaster here at Sarno, the 2018 European champion, along with Maya Werg. They are out of the race up towards Vesuvio Uno. Unbelievable, more drama and controversy. So we've lost Emili Koivisto, Rasmus Jutsimis, Hannes Janka and Maya Werg now as Rosico and Hartvig have got going again after their involvement in the first lap incident. But there are still more dramas around the circuit here at Sarno. It's still all getting very heated as Barnard leads the race. Oliver Gray is now second in front of Bedrin. Alex Dunn is 4th. Miron Pingazov is in 5th position. 6th place now is Nicolo Kuman, the wild card and the local favourite, running in the top 6. So let's have a look and see if Alex Dunn can shake off Miron Pingazov. Pingazov having a look to try and get through on the inside into 4th position. Can't quite make the move stick. So Barnard is out in front and he's got an amazing advantage. Now he's already starting to stretch away. This race is for second. I think Oliver Gray knew that the only way to beat Barnard was to beat him to the first corner, and he couldn't quite manage it. So Barnard has already stormed away. Here comes Bedrin, looking for a move on the inside of Gray. And Nicolo Kuman has got Matthias Morgato and Michael Paparo lining him up as they come through the S's on the middle part of the course. So Alex Dunn is still there from Pingazov. Pingazov dives at the inside line to make the move. And Pingazov is through into the position. Now Nicolo Kuman has a chance to make a move or two on the inside of Alex Dunn as well. And as they charge through, he's not quite going to make the overtaking move. Now Nicolo Kuman is going to make the bid as Alex Dunn is going to lose 2-3 places. Through comes Morgato and Paparo. So Kuman has come up another place. Good bit of racecraft from Nicolo Kuman. And the wild card is really starting to make some waves around the circuit here as Barnard leads. Gray second, Bedrin chasing him down in third. Then it's Pingasov. And Nicolo Kuman is running in P5. But Nicolo Kuman has got pressure of his own from the likes of Morgato, Paparo and Marti. And is that the move from Bedrin on the inside of Gray? Bedrin gets in a second position, having set the fastest lap. Nikita Bedrin now into P2, past Oliver Gray. So the Russian gets into second place as Oliver Gray continues in third. Fourth is Pingasov. Fifth is Nicolo Kuman. And in sixth place, we've got Morgato, Paparo, Marti, Patrese, and Alex Dunn. I wonder if the Irishman's got a problem because he's definitely falling down the field. Matthias Torrigiani has pulled off, and the privateer has parked his cart on the exit of the hairpin just in front of us here. Meanwhile, Nicolo Kuman is stepping up after Miron Pingasov. So the battle for fourth place continues on its way, but Nicolo Kuman is going very fast in behind Miron Pingasov, the Spaniard. Look at this squabble further back. We've got the TB driver, Joel Mesh, in front of Saturno Pongpang, Max Meyer, Ben Dorr and Alex Dunn. So Dunn is going further and further down the field. Nicolo Kuman gets through on Pingasov. So into fourth place comes Kuman. Brilliant bit of driving from the wild card. And through into P4 comes the local hero. Fourth position now is Nicolo Kuman. So a great bit of racecraft as he works his way forward. Taylor Barnard is in the lead. Second and third, it's a battle between Bedrin and Gray. But Nicolo Kuman is the next man in the mix as he signals to Morgato behind him. Come on, we can go and get after these guys. He's learning fast in the European paddock is Nicolo Kuman. It's always very satisfying to see the local favourites, the wildcards, do such a good job on the world stage, and Nicolo Kuman is really starting to make a play for himself here. So Alex Dunn joining the likes of Matthias Torrigiani, Meyer Werg, Hannes Janka, Emili Koivisto and Rasmus Jutsimis on the sidelines. A very unfortunate case of affairs for the young Irishman, who's done a brilliant job all weekend, but Taylor Barnard is making it 2 wins out of 2 here. As he comes out of the final turn to start the last lap, it's all good as long as you're Taylor Barnard. But Nicolo Kuman is giving it one final push to see if he can get the top 3 here. He's only half a second back from Oliver Gray. He might be able to do it. Morgato is in 5th. Lorenzo Patrese is doing an amazing job in 6th position now. He's fought his way up from 20th on the grid to 6th. This is quite the fight back, it has to be said, from Patrese. He's managed to pass Paparo and Pingasov. But Taylor Barnard is going to come through for the victory in sensational fashion. He's been really strong all the way through the weekend. Pole position yesterday, and now he is here at the front end of the grid. This is a heroic run to the flag for the top 4 drivers who have well and truly checked out from the rest of the field. But for Taylor Barnard, it's going to be win number 2. A sensational run from the British driver as he comes out of the final turn. Taylor Barnard gets the victory in front of Bedrin, Oliver Gray and Nicolo Kuman. What a great run in the final reckoning there from the wildcard. He's the star of the race for me. A great run from the local hero to come through in P4. Never easy to go up against the best drivers in the world. But Nicolo Kuman, a really sensational drive from him in P4 as he chases after Barnard, Bedrin and Gray, the guys who do this week in, week out at European Championship level. But Taylor Barnard gets another victory, and it's a well-deserved one. So he continues to control the pace up at the front end of the field. So Taylor Barnard gets the victory from Nikita Bedrin and Oliver Gray. Grazie mille, Nicolo Kuman. Great entertainment. Matthias Morgato in 5th from Lorenzo Patrese. Mikel Paparo and Miron Pingasov from Josep Marti and Marlon Hernandez. Joel Mesh and Dana Pongpang Satumnu in the top 12. Lorenzo Rosico is in 13th place for Pantano. Then it's Ben Dorr and Alexander Hartwig from Lola Lovinfoss and Maximus Meyer. The retirements, well, Alex Dunn had a mechanical problem. Matthias Torrigiani, I'm not sure what happened to him. But we lost Meyer Werg, Hannes Janka, Emili Koivisto and Rasmus Jutsimis all on the first lap of the race. So more big drama and more big problems for several competitors within the field. But for us, it spices up the action even more as there are drivers to recover. Big names, including Hannes Janke and Maya Berg, who has already had one retirement, but a second one really doesn't do her any favours in the slightest. So you've got to just try and pull back and keep focus and get yourself back into that top 5 and hope that there are some more decent results around the corner. But for Taylor Barnard, he's unstoppable at this moment in time. Nikita Bedrin in second and third, Oliver Gray. Let's look back over some of the highlights of that crazy day at the races. So we can see right from the start that Oliver Gray is determined. He's actually got a better start than Barnard, but he needs to run this around the outside essentially and hope that he's got enough space, but he needs to back off the throttle to keep on the race circuit. He's taken it so far on the outside that if he keeps his footing, he's going to go on the grass and potentially cause an accident for himself or for the rest of the field. So he knows he's got to bail out of it, and that was the only chance he was going to have of beating Barnard in that race, to be fair. He was fortuitous to keep in front of Maya Berg because Alex Dunn got through into third position in the end. And then we've got the clattering into of several drivers as they all compress together. Ready and up and over. 3 drivers, 4 drivers, 5 drivers into one bit of racetrack. It's never going to work, and there goes the clattering. Rosico, Yutsimis, Hartvig, and also in there as well, Koivisto. And it's only Yutsimis and Koivisto that can't get going again. The others all managed to do so. There's Alex Hartvig getting going again in the 153. He managed to finish in 15th place, would you believe, after all of that. But a very tricky situation for the others out there. And for Rasmus Yutsimis, he already knows that his day is done. But there is Hannes Janke disappearing after a clattering into with Maya Berg. So that is very dramatic for those two. The Dutch racer for the Richard Mille Talent Academy out of the race, and also the the TV racing driver. There is the 170 already parking up. That's Emilio Koivisto, who was involved in that first corner accident, second corner accident. And there's Hannes Janke. Big problems. Once you've lost Janke and Berg, that's 2 more big names from the fray that you know have gone down the order. But all of that melee on the first lap opened up the opportunities for other drivers to come through, such as Morgato, such as Lorenzo Patrese, but most impressively of all, the wild card in the race, Nicolo Kuman, who managed to fight his way into 4th position after all of that. Sensational. In this field, when you've got the best racing drivers in the world at this level, to come in as a wild card and perform at the front end of the field is absolutely fantastic. So great to see Nicolo Kuman doing such a great job in the race, and we can see some of the moves he pulled off in the middle of that pack to get into the right positions around the racetrack. This is him here, tucked in behind Pingasov and Dunn. So you've got Gray and Bedrin still fighting away for 2nd position, and at this point it's Pingasov making his bid on the inside of Dunn. Now Morgato nearly flings it up the inside of Kuman at this particular point, but Nicolo Kuman is not phased. He just waits for his moment. He tucks in behind Alex Dunn when the moment's right, and makes his own bid to come through. Now it's about this point in the race, with Nicolo Kuman having made it past. Yeah, Alex Dunn is just going backwards down the field. It's a real shame for the Irishman because he started 3rd, and there's definitely some kind of mechanical problem there. He's looking at the engine as he comes down the back straight there. You can see him in the background behind Patrese. Something is definitely not right with that machine, and that's how Bedrin manages to get the move on Oliver Gray. It's a clinical textbook manoeuvre down the inside of the hairpin. Gray tries to get the switch back, but Bedrin has already got the move done and sorted and is already starting to stretch away. And once he's into 2nd place, it's fairly straightforward for the others to make their manoeuvres count. That is the move from the Kart Republic on Alex Dunn. And look back, because this is where we get to see Nicolo Kuman get himself into 4th position. Perfect overtake, but it's particularly significant because he's the wild card here this weekend. He knows the track, but he's up against the best racing drivers in the world at this level, so it's always very impressive to see a wild card get stuck in, get his elbows out and put in a good show. So a very big star in the making, the young Italian Nicolo Kuman. But Taylor Barnard controlling the pace of the race all the way through to the finish. Once he got into the lead, he was never going to lose it. He's got superior strength in that particular kart. He knows the sport very well now. He was a very talented junior in 2018, almost won the World Championship on that occasion. He came within about 2 laps, I think, of winning the world title last year at Alaharma in Finland. Give him 2 more laps on that circuit that day. He was catching the Renzo Travasanuto very quickly. He would have been world champion had that race gone a bit longer. But now this is the year as far as Taylor Barnard is concerned. He knows how close he came. And as far as he's concerned, 2020 for him is quite simple. 1 mission, 1 objective: claim everything. And his performance so far this year reads of a driver who is ready to ascend. So Taylor Barnard has really got on with things in this 2020 campaign, and the Kart Republic superstar in the Rosberg Racing Academy. He's got the full support and backing of the 2016 Grand Prix world champion, Nico Rosberg, who has been backing him all the way since he joined the team back in early 2018. And it's reasons like the one we are watching him and witnessing him carry out these incredible displays from the front. He's got so many star drivers queuing up to overtake him that nobody can really get on terms with him once he's in the lead. And Oliver Gray knew the only way to beat him was to beat him to the first corner. But he couldn't do that. And so Taylor Barnard controls the pace perfectly. He didn't even push in the end. He just coasted the kart home. 1.2 seconds clear of Nikita Bedrin, with Oliver Gray in third ahead of Nicolo Kuman. And the wild card impressed everybody in that particular race. Always good to see the local stars putting on a good show. So there's more great drama and action where that came from. We're about to get underway with qualifying heat for drivers D versus E, as the drivers are getting geared up, ready for another start. Juho Valtonen will take up position at the front of the grid this time, as the Finn will go straight off from pole position. And Juho Valtonen will have the advantage over Luigi Coluccio at the first row of the grid, because Valtonen will be on the inside line and Coluccio will be on the outside line. Mind you, Luigi Coluccio has stormed into the lead from the outside before today, so he knows that it's possible. He knows that it can be done. So what's to stop him making it happen? He's going to do his best to make it an acceptable opportunity. Jamie Day in third position for the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team will be there in position. Joe Turney in P4 as well. And then Norton Andreasen will be in 5th position for the Ward Racing team, the young Swede, with Thomas Tembrinka for Ricky Flynn Motorsport in 6th position. And then Marcus Amond and Lawrence Van Hopen on the 4th row of the grid. The Frenchman for VDK Racing and the Dutchman for Leclerc by Lennox. And then to round out the top 10 of this grid, in 9th place is going to be the Finn Nicholas Pertolatti of the Pantano team. And then in 10th position, it is Harry Thompson, the British driver for Forza Racing. On the 6th row of the grid, it is going to be Jenny Civico, who is there in 11th place, along with Clayton Ravenscroft in 12th position for the Birolart Racing team. And then on the 7th row of the starting grid, we're going to see Robert De Haan, the Dutchman, who will be 13th on the grid, alongside Charlie Wirtz, the Austrian for Exprit Racing. Then Pedro Perino, 15th position on the grid for Kart Republic Motorsport, the young man from Portugal, alongside his Brazilian colleague Ricardinho Gracia for the Praga Racing team, who lines up 16th on the starting grid. 17th position for Matthias Salonen, the Finnish driver for the CV Performance Group. And then in 18th place, it is Nicolas Baptiste, the Colombian for Ward Racing. He lines up on the outside of the 9th row. Then we have a pair of Exprit Racing drivers on the 10th row of the grid. For Switzerland, it is Toni Nauder, and she lines up on the inside line of the 10th row. Alongside her is the 10th winner of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy back in 2019. That is Kaius Siksnelis, the Lithuanian, who lines up 20th on the grid, still in his first season in the OK category. And then 21st on the grid, it is the Italian Mario Schettino for the Parolin Racing team, another of the wild cards here this weekend. And then in 22nd place, it is the Portuguese star on the DR chassis, that is Thomas Guedes. So with the field neatly in position, they're obviously going to have another tough race in front of them. There is 10 laps around this circuit each time in the heats for the OK category, which is 15.4 kilometers of racing. So it's always going to be very difficult, and the drivers all know exactly what is required of them at this level. They have to push very hard, and they obviously have to keep themselves very close in and a very tight-knit field of drivers at the start of the race. But with the likes of Valtonen and Coluccio on the front row of the starting grid, you're always going to have a very tricky situation off the start, because there is two drivers that will want track position very much indeed going through to the first corner. Valtonen hasn't exactly had the best of fortunes up until this point, but he has definitely had the ability to run at the front end of the field and definitely had the opportunities to grab victories. So too have the three men in around him, Coluccio, Day, Turney, and then you've got to look at the likes of Andreasen, Ten Brinker, Aman, Van Hopen and Pertolatti with Thompson, Jafico, Ravenscroft, De Haan and Wirtz. They all have the ability to run up at the front end of the field. They just need the opportunity, essentially. They need to be given the keys to the castle so that they can run up at the sharp end of the field. It's always very difficult to predict who's going to get the best start. But as we've already seen a number of times in these positions, it's always very tricky to identify who's going to have the best of it and who's going to be in the best position with the drivers coming off the grid. So Valtonen there in pole position on the inside line. He will emerge out from Luigi Coluccio of the Cosmic Racing Department. So we'll see how the drivers progress as they come out onto the circuit. It was always going to be a very tough race. They know how difficult the battle is going to be. But now the chance for a victory for the drivers up at the front end of the field cannot be denied. They all want to go for the win, but it's going to be about who has the nerves of steel to that first corner that will get the best chance to move forward. It's never clear-cut. It's never confirmed. It's never easy to predict who's going to get the best of it as they run through around the corner. So we're just waiting for a slight... there is a slight delay out on the circuit. Apparently one of the drivers from the previous incident, I think, is getting some medical attention, or certainly the ambulance is just being removed back to its original position. I think it's more precautionary checks than anything else. There is the qualifying grid for Heats D versus E as the drivers head out onto the circuit. Juho Valtonen and Luigi Coluccio from Jamie Day and Joe Turney, Norton Andreasen and Thomas Ten Brinker from Marcus Amond and Lawrence Van Hopen, Nicholas Pertolatti and Harry Thompson, Jenis Savico and Clayton Ravenscroft, Robert De Haan and Charlie Wirtz, Pedro Perino and Ricardinho Gracia, Matthias Salonen and Nicolas Baptiste, from Tony Nauder, Kaius Sixnelis, Mario Scatino and Thomas Guedes. 10 laps around the circuit here at the beautiful Sarno countryside, the Circuito Internazionale Napoli, in the shadow of Mount Vesuvius. It really is quite astonishing. I have to say, it would be nice if we were in the literal shadow of Mount Vesuvius. It's very hot here today, and the temperatures are only rising, getting up towards 35 degrees Celsius air temperature, which means that the track temperature is going to be around the 57, 58 degrees Celsius mark, and it's only going to get hotter as the day wears on. We're about 4:15 local time here. The circuit doesn't really get to its hottest until the early evening. So the drivers will be well aware of just how tough it is going to be out there to stay cool and to stay calm and focused as well, and motivated in the difficulty of a middle of the pack battle. So let's see how it goes. Valtonen and Coluccio, Day and Turney from Andreasen, Ten Brinker, Amon, Van Hopen, Pertolatti, Thompson, Savico, Ravenscroft, De Haan, Wirtz, Perino, Gracia, Salonen, Baptiste, Nauder, Sixnelis, Catino and Guedes as they come off the final turn. Is this going to be a clean start? You betcha! Into the first corner, Pantano holds station, and that's a little bit of hesitation from Jamie Day allows Coluccio the chance to break through into the lead, and Valtonen is going to run there with Coluccio to the first corner. Valtonen getting a little bit sideways as he gets to the braking zone, manages to hold the kart in the apex. So a very close run as the drivers storm their way through. Are they all going to get through without many problems on the circuit? Looks like a fairly clean start at the moment, actually, as the drivers compress together. A little bit of a run wide there for Valtonen. He loses the lead to Coluccio. So Coluccio gets through, a slight mistake from Valtonen, and that's enough for Coluccio to break through into the lead from Juho Valtonen. Second place now, third is Jamie Day, and that's Robert De Haan following in behind one of the CRGs. I think that's Jenis Savico getting his move on the inside line. So the field battles its way around on this opening lap of the 10-lap qualifying heat. And as they come through this time by, it is a great run from Coluccio in front of Valtonen. The battle continues on its way as they charge away round the course. And everybody is keeping themselves very much to themselves. Now, is there a dive on the inside from Valtonen into Coluccio? He retakes the lead on the second lap. So Valtonen back to the front in the Pantano squad as Coluccio rejoins in second place behind him. Turney is third from Andreasen. And there's the move in the middle of the pack there as drivers are battling away for position. So Valtonen retakes the lead, Coluccio in second place. And Marcus Simond has made the move on Robert De Haan, I noticed. So there's a little bit of a change of position there as well. But Valtonen is going great guns. There is a move on the inside line. That is Pertolatti, I believe, making his move on the inside of Thomas ten Brinker. So Nicolas Pertolatti gets through into fifth position past Juho Valtonen. And then it is Lawrence Van Hopen from Day, Savico, Thompson, Amond, De Haan, Wirtz and Ravenscroft. So there's Marcus Simond trying to pick up another place on the back of Harry Thompson. He doesn't do things by halves, Marcus Simond. He's getting into the big guns of the sport. So Valtonen in front of Coluccio, Turney, Andreasen, Pertolatti and Thomas ten Brinker in the top six. Then Van Hopen in front of Jamie Day and Jenis Savico. And now this is going to be interesting. The two teammates, Lawrence Van Hopen now in behind Jamie Day, who has managed to get back through into position, the Emirati. And now Jamie Day will be charging after his rival from the Junior Championship last year, Thomas ten Brinker. They both stepped up to senior in 2020. But it's obviously going to be a very tough battle as they continue to charge forward. Juho Valtonen leads the way. Luigi Coluccio in second. Joe Turney is there in third place for the Tony Kart Factory team, the lone ranger within that squad this weekend, in the senior brigade at least. Andreasen in fourth place. The Swede going well. Then ten Brinker in front of Day. Lawrence Van Hopen is having a good run there in the 119 as well. So let's see if it continues as Marcus Simond gets his move on the inside of Jenis Savico. So Marcus Simond has got past first Thompson and now Savico in the CRG. So a great run from the Frenchman as he tries to fight his way back into contention after his earlier problems. So Valtonen leads the way for the Pantano squad. A brilliant run for him as he leads the way. Coluccio in second place for Cosmic. Third place is Turney. Fourth is Andreasen. Fifth place, the other Pantano of Nicolas Pertolatti. And then in sixth place, it is Thomas ten Brinker in front of Jamie Day and Lawrence Van Hopen. From Marcus Simond, Jenis Savico, Harry Thompson, Clayton Ravenscroft, Robert De Haan, Charlie Wirtz. And then it is Ricardinho Gracia in front of Nicolas Baptiste and Pedro Perino. 4 laps completed. 6 laps to go. Now Valtonen is not getting away from Coluccio at quite the speed he would want to. Oh, and we've had a spin right in front of us. That is Pedro Perino. Pedro Perino spins right in front of us at turn 1. And I think that's an engine seize. Well, big shame for Pedro Perino. The only way you'd lose it in a straight line like that is if the engine decided it was going to seize up on you and it spins the axle into a standstill and it spins the car. There's nothing you could do at that point. Ten Brinker, by the way, has managed to make the move on Nicolas Pertolatti as all of that kicks off. So back into fifth position then comes Thomas ten Brinker. The Dutchman makes his move for P5. But Valtonen is out in front of Coluccio, Turney and Andreasen. Then Thomas ten Brinker, Nicolas Pertolatti. This is the move further back. Behind Day and Van Hopen, we've got Marcus Simond. Then it's these three. Jenis Savico, Harry Thompson and Clayton Ravenscroft. So still they battle around the circuit. You can see where the dust has been unsettled from that spin by Pedro Perino as the drivers even fly past it by the slightest momentum. They actually kick up the dust as they fly down the straight. So Marcus Simond sets the fastest lap of the race. Is that Turney in second? It is. Turney's got through on Coluccio. So Joe Turney makes his way into second position then as he takes the place away from Luigi Coluccio. Andreasen is fourth ahead of ten Brinker. Jamie Day's got past Nicolas Pertolatti as well to move into sixth place. And up into eighth place comes Marcus Simond as he passes Lawrence Van Hopen. Thompson and Ravenscroft have both got past Jenis Savico of late as well. So we're on lap 6 and about to complete it into lap 7. But Valtonen's not getting away from Turney or Coluccio. This could be a very close run thing for the heat as Joe Turney senses an opportunity here to close up on Juho Valtonen. 4 laps to go and Turney is going quicker than Juho Valtonen by over a tenth and a half of a second a lap. So Turney is definitely catching up to Juho Valtonen. Can he snatch a heat victory away from him? This is going to be the interesting factor in the field. So let's see if Valtonen is going to be able to hold on to this from Joe Turney. Turney is definitely going to make life very difficult. So we're going to have to see if he can maintain his advantage up at the front end of this little train of karts. So Valtonen runs well in front of Joe Turney and Luigi Coluccio. Norton Andreasen running well in running well in P4, I should say. Then Tim Brinker and Marcus Simond. He is in P6, the Frenchman working his way forward up the field. But Valtonen still in front of Turney and Coluccio. But the more they close in, the more they bring other drivers to the party as well. There is Pertolatti, tucked in behind Lawrence Van Hopen, and there is Harry Thompson in the 116. Turney still tucking in behind Valtonen on lap 8. He doesn't want to rush this. He's got good points in the bag if he gets second place. A lot of his rivals have got problems coming their way. Having had retirements, Turney's going to make his bid on the inside of Valtonen, and he takes the place. Lovely move from Joe Turney in the Tony kart. He storms up the inside line and grabs the overtaking spot. Now Valtonen has to try and fend off from Coluccio, who's going to try the same move. A late lunge into Vesuvio Due, and Coluccio gets in there. Great overtake from Coluccio now as well to get into second position. The Cosmic driver is flying. But Turney has made the move at the right moment and bolted away from the field. And with 2 laps to go now, Joe Turney has the advantage over Coluccio and Valtonen. Now, Norton Andreasen is trying to get his run to get into third place, but he's got Thomas ten Brinker and Marcus Simond coming along for the battle. Valtonen back on the inside of Coluccio, slides the kart in. They're both held up, and Andreasen cuts through past Coluccio, as does Thomas ten Brinker and Marcus Simond. So down to 6th goes Luigi Coluccio. That's unfortunate. It's Valtonen that manages to get the best of it all, but that power slide really has dropped him from the back of Joe Turney. So the Tony kart is well clear out in front. So Joe Turney looks like he's going to win this one, but second place is still very much up for grabs between Valtonen, Andreasen, ten Brinker, Amond and Coluccio, with Jamie Day now closing in on them as well to make it a 6-kart train. And the next one in the mix is Lawrence Van Hopen in the Leclerc by Lennox, so he's not a million miles away from it. We could get yet another last lap ding-dong battle here. Last lap, here we go. Valtonen in front of Andreasen, ten Brinker, Amond, Coluccio, Jamie Day. A little bit of a nudge there between Valtonen and Andreasen as Andreasen goes for the move. Valtonen absolutely glued to the inside line. Amond trying to get the switch back on Thomas ten Brinker as they result in the momentum switch through the corner. And Andreasen drags around the outside, gets there on Valtonen. Ten Brinker's now wheel to wheel. Watch out for Amond on the inside line. He gets up the inside of ten Brinker. Coluccio trying to switch by all of them, and he's done it. Coluccio sweeps by. Brilliant bit of racing from Luigi Coluccio. Now he's going to go side by side as Amond and ten Brinker are trying to cut through. That's a big lunge from Van Hopen. He gets past Jamie Day. Watch for Thompson in there as well. But Coluccio has made the move to get into 4th position. Brilliant racecraft, but the victory goes the way of Joe Turney. Andreasen is 2nd, Valtonen is 3rd, and Coluccio just hangs on for 4th in front of Thomas ten Brinker. Oh, wowee, brilliant racing yet again here at Circuito Internazionale Napoli. And it's Joe Turney who adds his name to the winners list after a brilliant bit of racecraft there from the Tony Kart superstar from Great Britain. It was always going to be a tough one. And Joe Turney knew how big the risks were of trying to get up the inside of his rivals in the laps he tried to make the moves. But he executed them perfectly. So Joe Turney gets the victory in front of Norton Andreasen and Juho Valtonen. From Luigi Coluccio and Thomas ten Brinker, Marcus Simond, Lawrence Van Hopen, Harry Thompson, Jamie Day, Nicholas Pertolatti, and Jenis Savico. Clayton Ravenscroft is next up in 12th place in the Birolard. Then in 13th place behind him, it's Ricardinho Gracia, ahead of Robert De Haan and Nicolas Baptiste. Matthias Salonen is 16th in front of Kaius Sixnelis and Tony Kaelanauda. Thomas Guedes and Mario Scatino, the 2 retirements from the race, unsighted by us really, were Charlie Wirtz and Pedro Perino. And that was, I'm fairly sure, the first race where we didn't see a massive controversial incident. We saw lots of great overtaking and some brilliant racing, but there was no major catastrophes in that one, which is the first time we can say that in this particular battle as the drivers continue to race around the circuit. An engine seizure for Pedro Perino, which is unfortunate. So let's have a look and see what the key elements and the key moments from that race were from the start. Obviously, Valtonen very aggressive at the start. The back end cuts out. Colicchio tries to sweep around and then get the undercut for the inside line around the outside, because Valtonen's kart has drifted very wide as they come through. Speaking of drifting wide, nobody drifted as wide as the 152 of Ricardinho Gracia, the Brazilian. But now bolted to the inside line here is Valtonen. He's absolutely married to the white line on the inside. He nearly loses the kart altogether, twice in fact, as he gets down into the braking zone. Manages to control the kart and get it stopped. So the rest of the field just tightens its way through. But it was never going to be a clear-cut run for Valtonen from the front of the field once his rear tyres started getting out sideways, so he just had to control the pace as the field cut its way through. But there are some bold manoeuvres there, some really good activity and some great lunges through the field as drivers are trying to pick off a move or two here or there just to get their race into a fine rhythm. And that's how Valtonen lost the lead. He drifted wide out of the hairpin and Colicchio got the move done. I think that was the moment everybody realised that this race was pretty much fair game for anybody that was willing to go for it. Because in previous race heats we've had difficult situations where essentially teams are being told that they're going to be, you know, pretty much flat out trying to catch up to the guys behind. To the guys in front, sorry. So it's obviously going to be a very difficult situation for the competitors as they run together in formation. Charlie Wirtz there getting a move or two on the inside line to make up a place on one of the Pragas. Fairly sure that was Ricardinho Gracia who made the move on the inside of there. He had a momentous first lap, the Brazilian. But Valtonen giving chase then to Luigi Colicchio from the early phase of the race. And then the Emirati Jamie Day right in the mix. What happened to his challenge, really? Because he sort of faded away fairly rapidly in the race. Well, that's what happened. Joe Turney got his move on the inside of Day. Jamie Day didn't really sense it was coming. Had to back out of the corner very rapidly and lost 4 places. So that's what happened. Joe Turney made a bold lunge to make the overtake, and Jamie Day lost a massive amount of momentum in that one corner, and that's how he ended up tumbling down the order a little bit. Valtonen straight back on it with Colicchio. So it was always a nice move once it got up the inside line there for Colicchio, and I think Luigi did the right thing in essentially allowing Valtonen that manoeuvre on the inside line to work. He's got plenty of his own to make up later. He looks back to see where Joe Turney is and thinks, well, hang on, I can do this. I can be late on the brakes and make a manoeuvre, but from further back, it's actually Pertolatti's turn to get an overtaking move done. He did a good job in that race, actually, for certainly the first part of it, Pertolatti. His challenge faded a little bit, unfortunately. And then you've got the Pantano of Valtonen doing a grand job here in front of Colicchio, Turney and Andreasen. It's further back where we get a little bit of inter-team rivalry as Jamie Day gets back on terms with Lawrence Van Hopen. And Charlie Wirtz almost gets into the side of Robert De Haan. That's almost a rerun of their battle last year in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. But obviously at this stage, Pantano has got Joe Turney now breathing down his neck, having made his move on Colicchio. But Turney isn't going to wait around. He sees the first chance and he just slingshots it. He's so good at these moves, Joe Turney. He's done this all the way through his career, whether it's his native British Championships or whether it's the regional and European domestic leagues in the various categories of karting he's done before. When he came to the FIA Karting European Championships last year, a few people were, who is this guy? Everybody knows who he is now, though. Luigi Colicchio diving up the inside of Giorgio Pantano's young man, Juho Valtonen. And that shifts momentum. Andreasen locks up a little bit. Thomas ten Brinker is able to get closer to them as they duel away for position. And this last lap was absolutely monumental as Valtonen slides, look, on the inside there. The back end properly tank snaps out. And Andreasen is able to sweep past Colicchio, as is ten Brinker, as is Marcus Amond. So they all managed to dive through in position. But that sets up one heck of a scrap because Thomas ten Brinker tries then to come up alongside Juho Valtonen. They bang wheels as they drift. Amond is now going to try and come up the inside with Colicchio to assist him. But you've got to carry this move on. Colicchio is then mid-corner, essentially ditching Amond. and trying to cut through back up the inside, and he knows he's got the inside line to make that work, so even a little rub on the curbs isn't going to concede him. Day is the one who loses out big time there because he has to tuck in behind Ten Brinker and Amond, with Lawrence Van Hopen and Harry Thompson now closing in on them. But Turney's got this one on the plate. Andreasen and Valtonen are okay up front. But look at this, Ten Brinker essentially being squeezed there by Coluccio. Coluccio is doing everything he can to get that kart stopped. But it's so tight in the latter stages of the race, and he boxes in Ten Brinker to Marcus Amond. But Joe Turney, Norton Andreasen and Juho Valtonen are the ones to keep the mood flying through the entirety of that race. And they get the job done in absolutely fantastic fashion. A tough race, a good battle, but you've got to keep it going and keep it lit all the way to the end. It's never easy to get the job done. But for Joe Turney, it's an important victory because that puts him right in the hunt now for the victory here at Sarno in the European Championship. So as the field gets ready for another exciting battle, it's attention back to the juniors once again, and we will line up the drivers ready for the action here in the junior heat. There are 3 heats to go for juniors, 2 to go for the OK category here this afternoon.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
So one more rotation of the heats here this afternoon, and then we can take an early bath, and I think pretty much everybody around the circuit certainly needs one. Make mine a cold one, please. It's very, very hot here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli, as we are literally a stone's throw away from Mount Vesuvius and the legendary legacy of the city of Pompeii. But we are here as we battle away for supremacy again for the juniors. And at 16:40, the competitors from the junior category will head out onto the circuit. That's a little under 4 minutes' time. Yugo Chukwu and Valerio Rinicella will line up on the front row of the starting grid. This could get spicy, as Ugo Chukwu has yet to be beaten here this afternoon. And Ugo Chukwu certainly wants to continue that trend. Valerio Rinicella, the Paralin driver, lines up alongside him, one of the newer faces to the FIA Karting European Championship Junior paddock. Third on the grid is the Spanish talent, Bruno Del Pino, as he runs beautifully well there in the Tony Kart machine. Fourth place for Douwe de Decker, the Belgian, for the Kart Republic Motorsport team. In fifth place, it is the Spanish talent for the DPK Racing Squad, that is Nacho Tunion, and he is there on the third row of the grid alongside the Italian star Brando Badoa, who has been very strong all weekend long. Never really been outside the top 5 for one lap pace. So let's see what he can do here at Sarno in this next heat. Timo Kucharczyk is next up, the Polish driver, as he lines up 7th on the grid alongside the Italian star, his teammate Christian Bertucca. They run in different chassis, but they are in the same awning, and they are both part of the same group, the Birolart group. It's just that while Bertucca races a Birolart, Timo Kucharczyk favours his Polish namesake Kubica's chassis. So he runs there on the 4th row of the grid with Bertucca. 9th on the grid is the Russian star Alexander Gubenko for the Cosmic Racing Department. He lines up there in 9th position on the grid. And then in 10th on the starting grid is the Chilean ace Nicolas Ambiado. So he will be there in position on the 5th row of the starting grid. On row 6, in 11th position is the Israeli talent Ariel Elkin for the VDK Racing team. He lines up alongside the British driver Josh Erfen for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. 13th on the grid is the Danish ace for Forza Racing. That, of course, is Jonathan Waywat, who really needs a little bit of good fortune to come in this time. Alexei Yaleva is next up, the Finnish talent in 14th place. 15th position on the grid is Laurence Lesatua, the LLK racer, and then 16th on the grid for the British driver Aidan Neate for the Tony Kart Racing team. 17th on the grid is Alfio Spina, the Italian, who has been spending the entirety of his weekend fighting his way back into contention again. 18th on the grid is the American Connor Zilic for the Ward Racing team. 19th place for CRG is Eric Genet. And then 20th on the starting grid is Flavio Olivieri for the Newman Motorsport team. 21st on the grid is the Danish driver Julius Dinesen. And then 22nd on the grid for Finland and the Expert Racing team is Luca Samalisto. So once again, as the drivers get themselves into position of the starting grid, they will be in a very close proximity as they come out onto the circuit, but they will all be lined up in position. And it's the number 202, Yugo Chukwu, the Sauber karting driver for the Kart Republic Motorsport team, who remains at the sharp end of the field. And he will want the best possible start through the first corner. Every time he has got through to that first position through the turn, he has remained there over the course of the first few laps and then extended his advantage. So it's hopefully business as usual as far as the young American is concerned, but there are plenty of drivers who will want to take the position away from him as they get going out on the circuit. So Yugo Chukwu lines them up as they come off the turn. Yugo Chukwu on pole position from Valerio Menicella, then Bruno Del Pino and Due De Decker on the second row. Nacho Tunion and Brando Badoa from Timo Kucharczyk and Christian Bertucca, then Alexander Kubenko and Nicolas Ambiado from Ariel Elkin and Koska Nerfen, Jonathan Waywat and Alexei Yaleva from Lawrence Lesatua and Aidan Neat. Next up we have Alfio Spina alongside Connor Zilic, then Eric Genet, Flavio Olivieri and Julius Dinesen alongside Luca Samalisto. Qualifying heat for Groups B versus E. 7 laps of the Circuito Internazionale Napoli here at Sarno in the shadow of Mount Vesuvius as the drivers will go to battle once again as they battle away for position. So we're going to have a really exciting tussle as all of the drivers continue in their method around the circuit. But with 34 degrees Celsius air temperature and 7 intensive laps around the circuit to come, we're going to see some truly exceptional motorsport around the circuit here for our drivers. Yugo Chukwu and Menicella on the front row. Del Pino and De Decker from Tunion and Badua. And then it is Kucharczyk and Bertucca from Kubenko and Ambiado. And then it is Elkin and Josh Erfen from Waywat and Yaleva. We'll get the karts out onto the circuit the next time around. And we'll see just how quick they're going to come around this final turn. Is it going to be a clean start from the drivers at the front end of the field? Yes, it is, and we're racing! Good start from Yugo Chukwu. Straight into second place, launches Del Pino. Tunion trying to come through into third position as well. And it's a spin at the first corner. Round and around goes the 252. That is exit stage left, I'm afraid, for Alexei Yaleva. So as the dust settles, Alexei Yaleva, the Finn, is the one that's gone around at turn 1. That's a very unfortunate start to proceedings for the Finn. And he is going to try and go racing again by the look of it. He's going to get the kart back on the circuit one more time to see if he can get it back into position. But out in front, it is Yugo Chukwu, chased by Bruno Del Pino, the Spaniard. So Alexei Yaleva will try to get going again. And is that going to work? Nope. Sorry, Alexei. I'm afraid your race is over, my friend. Oh, and that's another one off. That's the Ward Racing machine. Now that, I'm afraid to say, is that Due De Decker? No, it's not Due De Decker, sorry, that is the, I would have said it's the 208. Is that Connor Zilic? I think it is. Connor Zilic has had another bad day at the office. Oh, poor Connor Zilic. His race weekend is going from bad to worse, and now the American is out of the race at the second sector. So, Yugo Chukwu leads from Del Pino, Menicella, Tunion and Kucharczyk. Then it is Kubenko in 6th place from Brando Badoa, Ariel Elkin, Christian Bertucca and Nicolas Ambiado. So the drivers work their way through the field. They're obviously trying to make a couple of choice overtaking moves here and there. Is that the move for 5th position from Kubenko on Menicella? He's certainly having a look at it, but Menicella is not really giving him any space to proceed for the maneuver. Kucharczyk's going to make his bid on the inside, as is Kubenko. They back into each other, and Brando Badoa snatches both of them. Brilliant move from Badoa. Excellent. Now in the top 5 comes Brando Badoa. That was some exceptional racecraft. He read the situation perfectly, and now Badoa is up into 5th position. So Yugo Chukwu leads from Del Pino, Kucharczyk, Tunion, Badoa, Menicella, Elkin, Bertucca and Kubenko from Ambiado and Lesatua. Now, where's the next battle going to come from? Is up the inside. That's Ariel Elkin getting his move on Valerio Menicella. They're going to go side by side, and Elkin's made the move. So the Paralin goes down to 7th place as Timo Kucharczyk runs with Nashotunian as they try and close in on the leaders. Bruno Del Pino all over the back of Yugo Chukwu. The American is storming away out front, though. Now, Bruno Del Pino is really doing his best to try and close in on Yugo Chukwu, but the American is just making it such light work at the front end of the field. There's Minicella really struggling to hang on in front of Alex Gubenko. He gestures to the Russian, come on, we need to get after the guys in front. But Gubenko isn't convinced that he's the man to work with, so he's already trying to make his overtaking move back into the position past the Italian. And there goes Lesatua. He gets on the inside of Nicolas Ambiardo, the Chilean. So Lesatua gets the place, and now Alfio Spina and Aidan Neat come next. So the two Tony Kart racers are making good progress up the hill as they go up towards turn 2. And there comes Gubenko on the inside of Rinicella. He makes the pass there in the hairpin. Good move. Brando Badua gets the fastest lap of the race. 5th position as he tries to move his way further forward. So a great battle as the drivers continue on their way forward. Some exceptional battles. Oh, and we've got a kart slowing on the exit of the 2nd sector. And I think that is Ambiardo, Irfan and Waywat that have been in trouble. So we've got 2 karts off the road. And I think that might be Nicolas Ambiardo, in fact, who has pulled off in the Paralin. So Ambiardo's in trouble. Irfan and Waywat have got involved in something there, so they're down the order now as well. So it's really not good news for Jonathan Waywat or Josh Irvin. What about this squabble into the final turn? 5 or 6 karts all together. This is an absolute squabble. And up the inside, that is Neat and Spina. Neat and Spina are diving through past the rest of them. So Aidan Neat and Alfio Spina both managed to get past about 3 of the karts in that little melee of drivers. So a great double time of the field there from Aidan Neat and Alfio Spina. They work together and get past about 3 karts in the mix. So stupendous bit of racecraft there as we watch the battle for 6th position. Ariel Elkin in front of Rinicella, then Neat, Spina, Lesatua, Gubenko and Bertucca in front of Julius Dinesen. So Aidan Neat and Alfio Spina are going through the field together in the Tony Karts as Elkin defends on the inside line at Vesuvio Due. That backs them into Del Pino, Kucharczyk. That actually backs them further into the pack as Rinicella has now got Neat. Oh, and running wide, Rinicella's got the move, as so too has Neat and Spina. And Rinicella holding his place as Lesatua comes through. Down the straight again they come. Side by side, Lesatua and Gubenko. Gubenko's going to be the one who gets run out to dry on the exit of the turn. And with 2 laps to go, this battle between Rinicella... That's Badua. Badua's got the move on Nashotunian. Badua through into 4th place now, past Nashotunian. So a great bit of racing from Badua. He was a long way back as well from the DPK driver. So he is charging his way back. A great bit of racing. Meanwhile, Neat and Spina are both getting past Rinicella. Great racing as Neat and Spina have now made their way back up the order. And Neat is in 6th, Spina is in 7th, and Neat is now there battling away. Oh, sorry, that's Bruno Del Pino, I should say, battling away with Timo Kucharczyk. Kucharczyk is closed up on the Spaniard in the closing stages. Last lap, and there's a great battle going on up front. Chukwu's dropped the rest of the field, but Del Pino's got Timo Kucharczyk charging down the straight, hoping that he can make his bid to come up into 2nd position. Del Pino protects the inside line, cuts Kucharczyk off at the curb. So the battle continues, and up to the hairpin. The battle's going on for 6th place as well between the 2 teammates at Tony Kart, Neat and Spina. So they're both trying to work their way forward. Del Pino holds Kucharczyk at bay. Kucharczyk wrestles through, comes into the inside line and takes 2nd place away from the Spaniard. And now here comes Badua and Tunion. So 2nd place is still very much up for grabs here. Kucharczyk's got a good run of it. And it looks as though there's going to be a bold move up the inside line. The Tony Karts are under some threat further back as well, as Kucharczyk is holding on to 2nd place from Del Pino, Badua and Tunion. And we've got an absolute squabble for 6th position. Out of the checkered flag though, Chukwu is going to come through for the victory. 2nd place for Kucharczyk. 3rd is Del Pino in front of Badua and Tunion. The battle for 6th is still going. Bertucca having a wrestling match as Spina gets up the inside in the final couple of turns. And it's Bertucca who gets there in front of Spina. Spina in 7th place. My goodness. What a duel on the final lap with about 8 karts in the mix there. And Batuka comes through in front of Alfio Spina. Well, I tell you what, he's had a difficult start to the weekend, but he made up 10 places there to come home 7th. Hugo Chukwu gets the victory from Timo Kucharczyk and Bruno Del Pino. Brando Badura is 4th ahead of Nasha Tunion. Then Christian Batuka in front of Alfio Spina. Josh Erfin is 8th from Ada Neat. Valerio Renicella struggles to 10th in front of Due De Decker and Alexander Gubenko, with Ariel Elkin right in the mix too, with Lucas Samalisto, Julius Dinesen, Eric Jenny and Lawrence Lesatua all in the queue. Then Flavio Olivieri and Jonathan Waywat, the last 2 home. The retirements, Nicolas Ambiado, Alexei Yeleva and Connor Zilic. Absolutely amazing, but for Alfio Spina in particular, that's from 17th to 7th. An amazing fight back from the young Italian for Tony Kart. He needed to make a big rise in that race, and he certainly got the job done. So some great racecraft in that race. Some real stars in that one too. Brando Badua putting in an excellent start. But grazie mille, Alfio Spina. Fantastici. Really, really good racing, I have to say. Some good racecraft as he worked his way forward, and that was absolutely exceptional performance there from the drivers. Really, really exceptional performance there. Not everybody got the best of it, but let's have a look back over some of the highlights from a brilliant race. A lot of great highlights from that particular race to look over. Ugo Chukwu in first position, but nothing was clear cut behind. Let's watch the replay from qualifying heat B versus E at the better moments. So off the start, Ugo Chukwu does exactly what he needed to. It was a little bit of hesitation from Renicella at the first corner, and that's all that Bruno Del Pino needed to come through. And look there, up on the curbs comes the DPK Racing, but unfortunately Alexei Yeleva has just tried to go too fast around the outside, and I don't even think there was any contact with any other driver there. I think he literally just lost the back end of the kart off the first corner. So unfortunate there for the young Finn. But there was more drama to come on that first lap, as we would lose the American driver Connor Zilic from the fray, as he would join Alexei Yeleva on the sidelines. But full credit to Yeleva trying to get going again, but by that point the race is already pretty much done and dusted. Ugo Chukwu's got Del Pino all over the back of him at this stage, but it's not an easy race to fight back from, and that's the real problem. You've got so much time to make up on Ugo Chukwu, even in this early stage. But Renicella doing a good job to hold the confidence there in third position, but it all slowly started to come undone, and this is what comes with experience. The more experience he'll get behind the wheel, the more authority and confidence you can display behind the wheel. Kucharczyk is already starting to get into Nasha Tunion at this stage as they battle away up at the sharp end of the field. But Brando Badura is the man who's going to make the big moves with these first few laps. Don't forget, he charges his way back from, where is he there? 7th on the grid at that particular point, 7th in the field, up into about 4th place. Poor Alexei Yeleva trying to restart the race. But that was never really going to happen, I'm afraid to say. He had already got himself backed into a corner, and it was always going to be a difficult comeback from there. But Connor Zilic has ended up in trouble as well. Now he's gone a long way off onto the grass, and he wants to try and get himself back into contention again. So he brings himself back onto the right part of the racetrack. Yeleva is assisted away, and Connor Zilic is going to be the next one to join him. He's rejoined the circuit in the right place, but he can't get the kart push started enough, and it looks as though he's got some damage to the kart anyway. So it's a long time since his victory in the final at Adria, because he won there last week in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. Some big lunges. Kucharczyk on Tunion, and Gubenko just a little bit hasty on Renicella, and that's enough for Badua to think, right, well, you're both going to go wide here. That'll do me. Thanks very much. Nice bit of confidence there from Brando Badua as he storms through, and that changes the face of the race for several drivers in the field. Gubenko had several duels with Renicella in the race, but he was never really going to get the best of it. Here's Lesatua getting his move on Ambiado, and it's unfortunate that the Chilean wouldn't last much longer in the race, but he's there with Alfio Spina battling away for position at that point. But Spina did such a good job in that race, to be fair, because it's so hard to cut your way through the field when you're down at the back of the field, and he's still learning the materials, he's still learning his craft in this particular kart, so it's obviously he's still working his way through, but you have to try and find the best you possibly can out of these manoeuvres, and it's never easy to cut your way through with an authoritative move. And this is where I think it all goes wrong. Yes, you could just about make out the move between Ambiado and Waywat going wrong there, as Ambiado cuts right across Waywat's line, and Waywat has nowhere to go but over the top of Ambiado. But then we have this amazing squabble mid-race as Kubenko gets wide. That's Vinicello up the inside. Aidan Neat is squabbling away to the first corner to try and get past Lesatua. He's lost a little bit of momentum, but he's not going to back down from the challenge. And he cuts through on the inside, makes a gap for Alfio Spina to go with him, and they charge through up the inside with support from Alex Kubenko. But that was a proper little squabble of 7 karts essentially trying to get into a space where only normally 2 karts maximum could reside. So a brilliant bit of racecraft from the drivers. They kept their wits well about them. And it's races like that that everybody really gets up and starts screaming at their televisions for. So really good race action from the drivers in the middle of the field there. But Aidan Neat and Alfio Spina using good teamwork to good effect to move their way through the field multiple times through that race. Lesatua had some good moves in that one as well, as did Christian Bertucca. But it's faith and loyalty in the situation that you've got around you, and consistency and patience that pays off, because Bertucca is down in about 5th position in this queue, but by the end of it he's going to get through to the position. Now Badua's got his move done here on Nacho Tunion to get into 4th place. In the background you can see the Tony karts making their headway up the inside. Neat and Spina have both managed to get through to the front of the queue. The problem is they don't have enough time to then start to stretch away from the rest of the pack before it's all finished, and Rinicella has already made it very clear that he wants to stay in front of Alfio Spina at this stage. So Neat has got through on Rinicella. Spina hasn't quite managed it at this stage of the race. And then there's protection on the inside line from Rinicella. So Spina reads the situation and goes, okay, well, I'm going to get straight up the inside. Rinicella can defend all he likes, but Spina has already got good momentum off the turn in that one, so keeps his foot in and gets the place. So it's nicely handled. But then watch for Christian Bertucca. He's worked his way up into 4th place in the train, and he's not done yet because he's still got Rinicella and 2 Tony karts to take on. It's a pretty awesome final lap. And Timo Kucharczyk finally gets his man on the last tour as well, because Bruno Del Pino is right there in the mix as well. And that's not an easy overtaking move to pull off on the last lap when you've got so much pressure to get it wrong. But he's obviously seen his opportunity. Del Pino's protected the inside line. Kucharczyk's drawn right alongside him. So Del Pino's done the best thing he can think of, which is to squeeze Kucharczyk to the curb on the outside. But that just inflames Kucharczyk. He wants to get him even more now, so that's essentially where his mind goes. He wants to go straight back for the inside line. He's all over the back of Del Pino. He's not waiting around. And so he makes his opportunity stick in the left-hand hairpin. He comes up to the right. He keeps his foot flat on the throttle. Del Pino protects to the inside line, so Kucharczyk hangs back, gets back on the power fractionally early, and there's nothing Del Pino can do. Kucharczyk is already halfway up alongside before he even realizes he's got a chance to defend. So it's well read by Kucharczyk. Most of that race was very well read by the drivers in the top 5, to be fair. It's never going to be the most easy kind of maneuvers you can pull off in those situations. You have to kind of live by the seat of your pants as you battle your way around the circuit here. And you have to react to things in a heart-stopping moment, basically. But the battle and the duel is really quite exceptional between these 3 drivers. So a really good move, and this is Del Pino's last real chance to get himself in his 2nd place as he cuts through on the inside of Kucharczyk, but essentially that ends up becoming a defensive move to halt the charge from Brando Badua. Badua's not really going to get his opportunity to move forward there, but he's done his best to cut through. There's a great victory, though, up in front from Yugo Ugachukwu, and that's yet another win. And it's looking so good for the American to hold pole position heading into tomorrow's races, where he'll only have one more heat to keep himself out in front. So some really good racing all the way through that heat, but Ugachukwu remains unbeaten.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
So the battle continues then here at Circuito Internazionale Napoli as the drivers get ready for qualifying heat D versus F as the group drivers continue to battle away around the circuit here. There are only 2 more races to go in the junior brigade here today. Every race, of course, counting towards the qualifying procedure and keeping themselves into contention. They need to stay as strong and as active as they possibly can and get as good positions in the finishing results of races as they can possibly muster. It's not easy around this circuit, but they are going to give it everything they've got. Giovanni Trentin lines up in pole position this time for the Parolin Racing team as he is there on the front row of the starting grid with Nikola Tsolov, the Bulgarian Lion, who lines up alongside him on the front row of the grid on the outside line. Then on row 2, it is Evan Gilter, the Frenchman in the Sodicart that gets himself into position on the second row of the starting grid for Sodicart. Alongside him is Chiano Alajari, the very talented Emirati for the DPK Racing team. Aaron Reshepi, the Swiss ace, lines up in 5th position on the grid for Kart Republic Motorsport, hoping for a little bit more than the results he's been able to gather from the race weekend thus far to salvage a few more positions on the starting grid. Freddie Slater will line up on the outside of row 3, and he has had some really good performances thus far, including a race victory. I'm thoroughly impressed with the man 7th on the grid so far. Ian Eichmans, the Belgian, has been stupendous all weekend, as he was in Zuera. Fresh out of the blocks, his first major international competition, the FIA Karting European Championship. No lean achievement that he is right up there in the top 10. And he pulled off some great overtakes in the previous heat. I'm sure he has a good chance to get into the top 5 again here from 7th on the grid. He looks strong for the Cosmic team. 8th on the grid is the Frenchman Maceo Capieto for the Pantano team. Another great man who has put in some exceptional performances around the circuit here in 8th position. And he will go again from the outside of the 4th row. Oscar Wirtz for the Xprit team lines up in 9th position on the starting grid, the Austrian. And then alongside him on the grid on row 5, it is Martinius Stenchon, the Norwegian, for the Rosberg Racing Academy. 11th on the starting grid, it is the Czech superstar Igor Sepil, who runs there on the 6th row of the starting grid on the inside line in 11th position. And alongside him on the grid, it is Lucas Flusha, the Spanish driver for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. He lines up in 12th position on the grid for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. 13th on the grid, it is the Italian Andrea Frasinetti, and he is there for the Birolart Racing team. Lines up 13th on the starting grid. Alongside him on the grid on the 7th row, it is the Ricky Flynn Motorsport star Dion Gauda of Singapore, and he will be there in 14th position on the grid. From the Philippines, it is Zachary David, who lines up 15th on the starting grid, and he is there for the Kart Republic Motorsport team. Alongside him on the grid for Poland, it is Gustav Wisniewski, and he is for the Forza Racing team there in 16th position, on the starting grid. Then it is Sonny Smith, the British driver, who's made some good comebacks over the course of the weekend for the Pantano team after a difficult qualifying session. He lines up 17th on the grid on the inside of row 9. Matteo De Palo is alongside him there, the Italian who lines up beside Ward Racing, who lines up for Ward Racing beside Sonny Smith on the 9th row. And then on row 10, it is Augustin Bernier, the Frenchman, who lines up in 19th position on the grid for VDK Racing. Alongside him, for the Cetelar Racing satellite team within the Kart Republic Motorsport awning, it is Nicola Locorte, the Italian, who is 20th on the grid. Simkus Siveras, the Lithuanian for Ward Racing, is 21st on the grid. And then 22nd is that of Alma Simisviera, who had a real problem, as we mentioned, in the qualifying heats yesterday. So only a couple of other incidents to recall over the course of the race day thus far. There was only one other major incident to discuss other than 5-second time penalties. Difficulties for a few drivers in the field. only one other, and that is the Italian Brando Badua, who unfortunately got excluded from qualifying heat C versus E, and that was for a technical non-conformity with his car. Not entirely sure what the situation is there, but certainly an exclusion for Brando Badua, which is rather unfortunate. It's as good as a DNF, essentially, for him as far as his points tally is concerned. It's really going to hamper his chances, and that's another big name from this junior field to have suffered at least one minor transgression over the course of the weekend. So there's more names tumbling from the fray with more difficulties and more problems. The only two drivers really that have come away without too much flotsam and jetsam from the weekend in the junior battle at the moment is Yuga Chukwu and Maxwell Dodds. They're the only two really that have had the flawless run they possibly can from the front. Maxwell Dodds has 2 wins and a third, and Yuga Chukwu has yet to be beaten this weekend. So it's a fascinating run from them. But Giovanni Trentin versus Nikola Tsolov from the front end of the grid should be pretty spicy. And so we'll see how they get on from the front end of the field. It's sure to be very exciting. It's sure to be a close run battle. But let's see how they go from the front end of the field. It will be tough. It will be extreme. But there's going to be a tough run for the 254 of Giovanni Trentin from the front of the field, from Nikola Tsolov, Evan Gilter, and Keanu Alajari. Let's go racing again for qualifying heat. D versus F. Giovanni Trentin leads out Nikola Tsolov for the front row of the grid. Evan Gilter and Keanu Alajari on the second row. Then Aaron Reshepi and Freddie Slater from Ian Eichmans and Maceo Capieto, Oscar Wirtz and Martinius Stenshorn, Igor Sepil and Lucas Flusha from Andrea Frasinetti and Dion Gauda. Then Zachary David and Gustav Wisniewski. Then Sonny Smith and Matteo De Palo from Augustin Bernier, Nicola Lacorte, Simkas Severdas and Alva Simasvara. So the 22 drivers once again get themselves into a good position as they warm up the tyres and brakes to the optimum temperature. If they get it right, then their carts will be dialed in perfectly for the start. And they really do need to get it right off the start. It's a very aggressive first corner. They fly through at flat on the throttle if they want to move up and make up places, but it's never easy to get the ultimate run that you need from that first part of the grid, because everybody wants to get the same bit of racetrack that you do as you charge your way forward. It is always very tough and very close quarters racing, but the drivers will come through at the end of a very exciting afternoon of karting here in the junior part of the European Championships, with plenty of suspense and excitement in tow. Trentin, Tsolov, Gilter, Alajari, Reshepi, Slater, Eichmans, Capieto, Wirtz and Stenshorn, with Sepil, Flusha, Frasinetti and Gauda, with David Wisniewski, Smith and De Palo trying to come through, and that's the perfect start. Through to the first corner, no problems at all for Trentin, and the 2 DPKs of Tsolov and Alajari make a good start as well. They have charged their way forward with no problems at all, and as they get through, it's not a great start for Evan Gilter. As they get down to the braking zone for the hairpin, is everybody going to get through okay? It's a little bit of a squabble, but it looks like they've just about got through it without major concern. As the field tights their way through, just about. That was close quarters racing, but they have managed to get through without major dramas in the first sector. Now they come into sector 2, up towards Vesuvio Uno, and it is the lead still for Giovanni Trentin, and with 2 DNFs now, he really needs another decent result at the front end of the field from the 2 DPKs behind him of Nikola Tsolov and Keanu Alajari. Little bit of a battle going on further back. That's one of the VDKs in trouble. That's 279, getting a little bit of a nudge of the front fairing there. That is Augustin Bernier, who's already had a DNF today. He can't afford another one. And as the field squabbles their way through on the far side, they complete the first lap. That's one of the cleanest first laps of the day. Trentin, Tsolov, Alajari, Slater, Capieto, Gilter, Stenshorn, Eichmans, Reshepi and Sepil from Dion Gauda and Oscar Wirtz. They come through into the hairpin now once again, and on lap 2, Giovanni Trentin doing a great run from Tsolov and Alajari. Slater's got a good start. He's up at a P4 already, and he's got Maceo Capieto in for the run as well, in 5th position behind him. So the Pantano driver finds himself in P5, trying to make up progress. Ian Eichmans makes a good move there as he gets past Martinius Stenshorn. So Eichmans with another good overtake as he moves up into position. So the Cosmic driver now in P6 as they charge into Vesuvio Due. Sorry, not P6, P7. And there's problems down the run towards the hairpin there. Somebody's kicked up the dust, but it looks as though they've managed to keep going. But Eichmans is indeed through in a 7th place and chasing down Evan Gilter, having got past Stenshorn with Reshepi through. Oscar Wirtz has made a place as well. as has, several places lost, I should say, for Igor Sepil, who has fallen all the way down behind the likes of Reshepi, Wirtz, Gauda, Wisniewski, Smith and Flusha, as well as the Palo. And that's a nice move on the inside there from the 207 of Capieto. Slater's got through as well, as they both get past Keanu Alazari. So Keanu Alazari now down to 5th position in the DPK racing machine, but charging back onto the tail of Maceo Capieto. Freddie Slater, though, the British driver for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, charging his way forward to 3rd place as he gets onto the tail of Trentin and Solov. There's a lot of dust there on the circuit being kicked up, so somebody obviously went off and threw it all onto the race circuit as they did the last time around. So Trentin leads Solov, the Bulgarian, as they were on the front row. But now you've got the likes of Slater and Capieto queuing up in 3rd and 4th place to try and close up on the leading 2 drivers. And with 4 laps to go, this is going to get very interesting at the front end of the field. So Trentin leads. Solov is 2nd. Capieto's working with Slater to go after the leaders. There's no point going for the big overtakes yet, although Capieto did think about it for a split second as Gilter has to move to cover Ian Eichmanns. Eichmanns is getting on with this with the fastest lap of the race as well, Ian Eichmanns. He is charging forward here in 7th place, and the Belgian wants to get through on the inside of Gilter. Gilter's too busy battling with Keanu Alajari, so Eichmanns has got a good chance now to get after the Suddy kart into Vesuvio Uno. He's not going to make the overtaking move there at the hairpin. He might get the chance into Vesuvio Due. But so far, it's a tight run squad up at the front end of the fields, from Trentin all the way back to Aaron Reshepi in 9th place. The top 9 karts are in an absolute train at the moment, with Giovanni Trentin and Nikola Tsolov currently leading the way as they continue on their fight. Oh, it's somebody going a bit of a problem at the back of the field there. Not sure who it is. It's one of the VDKs in trouble at the back end of the field. I think that is Augustin Bernier, who's had more problems on the circuit there. But the queue is building up. 3 laps to go, and Capieto's had enough of sitting behind Slater. So Capieto gets the run, and Eichmanns gets the run on Gilter. So both making an overtaking move there. Capieto moves up to 3rd. Eichmanns moves up to 6th. So they charge forward. Gilter's back on the inside of Eichmanns. And so too is the man in 8th place, Martinius Stenshorn, but he can't make the move stick. So Eichmanns remains in 7th behind Gilter. Meanwhile, Slater has got a bit of a hurry up now from Keanu Alajari as he tries to go for Capieto. Nikola Tsolov goes for the lead and takes it. He gets the move from Giovanni Trentin. So Nikola Tsolov makes the move, and the Bulgarian leads the way. So Nikola Tsolov hits the front, Giovanni Trentin in 2nd, now Capieto, Slater and Keanu Alajari are all close in behind. Gilter is 6th, oh, and that's enough! That's Trentin! Trentin runs off at the final turn! That's a big mistake for the Italian! Oh my goodness, he threw away a perfect chance to go for a win, and now Slater has got the jump on Capieto, so he's in a 2nd position. Stenshorn gets squeezed out wide as Aaron Reshepi gets through. Oscar Wirtz sets the new fastest lap as he now creeps up behind Giovanni Trentin for the move. But it's now Tsolov from Slater, Capieto, Alajari, Gilter, Eichmanns and Reshepi as Giovanni Trentin is falling down the order. Well, Trentin needed another good race, and unfortunately he's not going to get the result he wants from this one at all. Gilter still trying to hang on in front of Eichmanns as they battle over P5. Eichmanns has got a good chance here in behind Gilter. Will he make the move? No, it's not quite going to be a risk-free opportunity. So Capieto and Alajari are now chasing after Slater. Do they have enough time to catch up to Nikola Tsolov? Last lap. And Capieto will probably feel they don't have enough time to catch up to the Bulgarian. So he's going to try and make his bid to get past Freddie Slater as they go down the straight towards turn 2. Slater holding his kart at the apex, and that's Capieto trying to get up alongside. The Pantano keeps in position, but Slater holds his line in 2nd place. 4th place for Alajari. Gilter is going to try and make his own bid to come by. Slater continues to hold the inside. I think they are well aware of the fact that Nikola Tsolov is uncatchable, so now it's for 2nd place that they duel for position now. As Slater puts the brakes on and holds in the position. Now Alajari's going to get alongside Capieto. Here comes Gilter and Eichmanns. They're going to try and get through. Stenshorn trying to cut in around the outside. Can't make the move stick. And here comes Reshepi trying to get on the inside of Stenshorn to move up, but he gets out for the throttle. So it's stalemate as they run through, but it's going to be a victory for Nikola Tsolov. The Bulgarian gets the flag. Great result for Nikola Tsolov. 2nd place for Slater, 3rd for Capieto, in front of Alajari, Gilter and Eichmanns. Terrific racecraft in the top 6. The drivers really putting on a good show. And it was always going to be a very tough race battle, but they really have put on a sensational battle there. A good effort and a really exciting show. But Nikola Tsolov, the Bulgarian, gets the race victory for the DPK Racing team. And that's an important victory for the Bulgarian Lion. That puts him right into the hunt for victory here this weekend. So Nikola Tsolov gets the win out in front. Freddie Slater second from Massimo Capieto and Keanu Alajari. Evan Gilter is fifth from Ian Eichmans, Martinius Stenshorn and Aaron Reshepi. Oscar Wirtz, and rounding out the top 10, it's Giovanni Trentin. Dion Gauder ahead of Igor Sapil outside the top 10. Then it's Sonny Smith from Gustav Wisniewski and Matteo De Palo, Andrea Frasinetti and Lucas Flusha. Then Zachary David, Nicola Lacorte, Alva Simasvara, Augustin Bernier and Simkas Severdas. And for the first time today, every single driver that started the race came home to finish it. And that is literally a first for this weekend. Well, I remember a few short weeks ago, we had pretty much every driver starting the race finishing, and the retirement was a rare occurrence, but it certainly hasn't worked out that way for the guys in position. Let us have a quick run through the positions once again as we look at the highlights of a sensational race battle. So right off the start, it was always pretty frenetic. Looked like a pretty rapid start for Keanu Alajari, who managed to slot in right in behind Nikola Tsolov. Slater got a perfect start from 6th on the grid to move straight up into 4th place. He dived for the inside line and caught the rest of his opponents unawares there. He went with Alajari, essentially, to move across. And the outside line actually getting a pretty good start. So Slater didn't really wait around to get the good moves there. Capieto and Gilter were kind of caught out in that one. But it was actually a very sturdy race, and despite a few slides here and there, everybody managed to get to the end of a very exciting race. So always very well sorted by the end of it all. Some very good battles and some exceptional talent once again showcased around the circuit, as the drivers had to battle and very much ride the crest of the wave as they continued around the circuit. It was always going to be a very tight battle and a tough run around as the drivers tried to get themselves into a solid and strong position nice and early on in the lap. But those first few corners, you just have to try and settle yourself in, and when you've got drivers trying to wrestle places off you, it's hard to break into a rhythm that is anywhere near comfortable. You've just got to try and settle yourself in position as best as possible and hope you don't lose too much momentum in the early phase of the races. Some good racecraft there in the first lap. A lot of drivers trying to pick up a move or two as they sully 4th in proceedings. It was always going to be very, very tight. But they are definitely doing the best job they possibly can as they move forward. But it's that first lap that really does unsettle the kart if you're not ready to get it sorted into position. But it was smooth sailing in the early stages. And then a little mistake there on the exit. That is Igor Sapil dropping down the order. That's what cost him dearly. Very easy for a driver to lose ground that way. He loses 2 positions, then cuts across to the inside in the hope nobody else gets through. He probably would have been better suited if he just stayed in position there on the outside and just joined the field, because I don't think he would have opened the door for anybody. But Slater and Capieto making light work of Keanu Alajari at that phase of the race to move up into the 3rd position spot. But Giovanni Trentin is still leading at this phase. Capieto deciding he's had enough of waiting behind Slater. Gets the move. Ian Eichmans gets the same move on Evan Gilter. And their battle is going to continue for the entirety of the rest of the race. But the big problem is Giovanni Trentin. Nikola Tsolov had got through to make the overtaking move for the lead. But then Trentin made the mistake. It was almost completely unprecedented and certainly unwarranted. Here's the move from Tsolov. He comes from a fairly decent way back, but he knows he's got the space to make it work. But Trentin is about to go off the circuit. That's where he ends up ruining his race. So they come off the final turn, and look, Trentin has just run way out wide, and that is game over for the Italian, and it really shakes things up as Slater and Alajari are able to move forward. Stenshorn trying to make up places on the last lap around the outside of Eichmans. But it's a fabulous moment and a fabulous victory for Nikola Tsolov after some exceptional battles. But it is a wonderful victory despite all of the melee and the confusion amongst them, they've all managed to come through with a fairly decent result, and that really helps them. Qualifying heat A versus C is up next, and that's going to pitch Maxwell Dodds onto the front row of the starting grid from the front once again, and he will lead off that race with Will McIntyre on the front of the grid, but Nikola Tsolov picking up an important victory ahead of Freddie Slater and, of course, Keanu Alajari.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
This is the final junior race of the day here at Circuito Internazionale in Napoli before we head into the evening respite period. And of course, as far as I'm concerned, looking at the grid for the drivers in this one, it pretty much reads as a who's going to be at the front end of the final if you take away Yugo Chukwu. If you added him into it, I think these guys would all pretty much be at the front end of the field with him. So this is a crucial race with several winners in this field as well. Maxwell Dodds has won a race, Harley Keeble has won a race, Alex Powell has won, Tuka Tarpanen has won, and of course Arvid Lindblad won several races last time out at Zuera. So this is going to be an interesting battle with drivers right up at the sharp end of the field, and only one of them can take a victory. So it'll be fascinating to see who makes it happen. Maxwell Dodds, 2 wins and a third so far this weekend, right up at the sharp end of the qualifying heats. And from pole position, he looks like he's going to be a strong one to progress forward. But Yugo Chukwu is the man who's going to be starting tomorrow as the interim leader, having not been beaten once all day. So the American is going to need to make his way to the FIA hospitality tent a little later this evening for the press conference. Maxwell Dodds up at the front end of the field, though, for this one. Will McIntyre for the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team lines up alongside him on the front row of the starting grid. Harley Keeble from Great Britain is there for the Tony Kart Racing team, and he's had a very fiery afternoon. Some good racecraft, some brilliant race results, and that incident between himself and Giovanni Trentin in the earlier part of the day. So a lot of interesting moments over the course of the weekend. Alex Powell, the Jamaican, lines up alongside him on the grid on the outside of the second row. He's had a DNF himself as well, but he fought back masterfully for a brilliant victory earlier on. So the Jamaican is right back in the hunt. Tuka Tarpanen has had a similar day at the office like that. He's had a victory and then some pretty tricky situations for the competitors. So they're going to continue on their way forward as the battle continues to progress. And then we have Arthur Rogion, the Frenchman, who lines up alongside on the third row of the grid. Tony Kart versus X-Spirit Racing on the third row of the starting grid. Arvid Lindblad, the British driver for the Kart Republic Motorsport team, is there 7th on the starting grid on the inside line of the 4th row. And then Karol Pazewicz for the Tony Kart Racing team, the Polish driver, lines up 8th on the starting grid, and he will be there on the outside of the 4th row. Maxime Front-Castellan, the Luxembourger, lines up 9th on the grid. And for the Forza Racing team, he lines up alongside the new boy in the paddock this weekend, the Emirati and the wildcard, Rashid Al-Daheri for the Parolin Racing team. He's the guest driver this weekend with that squad, but considering how good he's been so far today, I have a feeling he could be a permanent staple within this paddock. Edgaran Piligov lines up alongside Maxime Verbruge as they share the 6th row of the grid for Ricky Flynn Motorsport and VDK Racing, a pair of Frenchmen on the 6th row, and Piligov on the inside, Verbruge on the outside. And then on 13th position on the grid, it is Emo Fittipaldi, who took full advantage of the earlier incidents to move his way right up the order. So hopefully there is more racing to come from those competitors. And Emo Fittipaldi lines up alongside the Portuguese talent, Ivan Dominguez. So Kart Republic Motorsport alongside Leclerc by Lennox Racing. And then Francesco Marenghe in 15th position for CRG. He lines up on the inside of the 8th row alongside Antonio Leite, who is there in 16th place for the VDK Racing team, the Frenchman. And then 17th on the starting grid, it is Maxim Rem, the German, who is there for the Tony Kart Racing team in 17th on the starting grid. Powered by Leclerc by Lennox Racing, Rafael Modenese, the Peruvian, lines up in 18th position on the grid for this one. And he will be there ready to rock and roll as the drivers battle for position as they come through. Jokubas Bogdanovicius is 19th on the starting grid for this one, the Lithuanian. And he will be there on the 10th row of the grid alongside Peek Abrahamsen, the Finnish driver for the Pantano team, aboard his Madcroc chassis, the only driver within that team who has got a different chassis. And then Koski Motorsports' Benjamin Silvesterson, the Finnish driver, will line up 21st on the grid, and in 22nd place in the CRG, it is another Finn, Nico Lanalatti. So the 22 drivers will line up in position on the grid. They've obviously had a very tough day at the office so far here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli. In the shadow of Mount Vesuvius herself, she really has been a spectacular backdrop. It's one of the most incredible settings for a kart race circuit in the entire world. There's not many people, there's not many racetracks in the FIA Karting paddock or any FIA paddock anywhere in the world that can say they're a stone's throw away from a volcano. I think the only other places I can think of anywhere near the world that can do that are probably Enna-Poguzza on the island of Sicily down in the south of Italy, and probably Potrero de las Funes, the fabulous race circuit in Argentina, which I still always thought would be a fantastic venue for a Grand Prix one day, if only anybody had the stones to put it together. But, I mean, that's just me wishful thinking about fantastic venues for motorsport of any kind. I'd love them to build a kart track near there just because the setting would just be sensational. But, of course, the FIA Karting paddock will be going to South America in 2021, as the location for the World Championships this year was set to be at the gorgeous Bidegóis circuit in Sao Paulo in Brazil. But due to the current COVID-19 outbreak, it was elected that obviously due to the world situation, it made a lot more logistical sense to relocate to Europe for this season, with the Brazilian location for the World Championships put back to 2021. And so for this year, the World Championships for KZ and KZ2 and the final round of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy will be taking place at Lonato in Italy in a few short weeks from now, actually. It'll be the first part of October. And then, of course, a few weeks after that, it'll be Portimao in Portugal in the second weekend of November that will signal the round for the World Championships. But this season, which has been compressed into very short weeks, has seen, of course, the first weekend take place at Zuera in the beautiful Spanish desert countryside of Zaragoza. That was 3 weeks ago. And here we are, of course, in Pompeii country, in the heart of Napoli here in Italy. And the drivers have been here getting themselves ready for action and drama all through the weekend here at Sarno. And then 3 weeks from now, the championship will conclude in the FIA Karting European Championships for OK and Junior at the gorgeous Pro-Kart Raceland circuit at Wackersdorf in Germany. Wonderful location, and we're all looking forward to returning to that magnificent circuit. But there's still plenty of drama to be played out here at Napoli, as the racers still know there is plenty to do. And another 7 laps will go on the board for our drivers in the junior category. And what a build-up it's been to get to this stage. A lot of tough competition to get to this point. Yugo Chukwu took the first heat win of the day in front of Alex Gubenko and Timo Kucharczyk, in front of Bruno Del Pino, Nasho Tunion and Ariel Elkin, the very highly rated Israeli, who's really making some waves in this junior category this year. Then Freddie Slater took a victory in front of Nicola Tsoloff and Keanu Alajari from Martinius Stenshorn and Maxon Verbruge in the top 5. And then Harley Keeble got a trio of Brits across the line, first ahead of Arvid Lindblad and Maxwell Dodds. Due De Decker, Valerio Renicella and Brando Badua were next up in the top 6. Yugo Chukwu then got his second win of the weekend from that pole position. He hasn't lost a single race all weekend yet in the 4 races he has taken part in. Bruno Del Pino second in that one from the Jamaican Alex Powell. Timo Kucharczyk was 4th and Alex Gubenko in 5th position. Then in qualifying heat D versus E, we had Giovanni Trentin lead home a trio of Italians from Valerio Renicella and Brando Badua, ahead of Ian Eichmann's Due De Decker and Elvin Gelter. And then we had Maxwell Dodds picking up his first ever FIA Karting European Championship win in front of Arvid Lindblad and Tukka Tarpanen, with Harley Keeble in 4th place ahead of Maxime Furon Castellan and Freddie Slater. Then in the later heat for heats C versus E, That was the landmark victory for the Jamaican star, Alex Powell, who got the victory in front of Valerio Venicella. Will McIntyre in third, ahead of Josh Erfan, Christian Bratuka, and Connor Zilic. Then we had Ugachukwu making it a third victory in fantastic fashion in front of Freddie Slater and Nikola Tsolov, from Timo Kucharczyk, Alexander Gubenko, and Alfio Spina, who shot up to the top 6. Then we have had Max Dodds take a second victory in front of Tuka Tarpanen and Maxime Fidon-Castellén, with Arvid Lindblad in fourth, ahead of Edgaran Piligov and Ian Eichmans. And then in the last 2 heats of this rotation, we had Yuga Ugachukwu take his 4th win in front of Timo Kucharczyk and Bruno Del Pino. From Brando Badua, Nasho Tunion, and Christian Bratuka, a lot of consistency in that top 6 there, regular times over. Nikola Tsolov then picking up the last heat win in front of Freddie Slater, from Maceo Capieto, Keanu Alajari, Evan Gilter, and Ian Eichmans. These are all provisional, of course. You have to take into account the official results will be declared later. You can find all of those if you're watching at home via the live stream on FIAKarting.com. That's also where you can find a link to the live stream and the live timing, so you can catch up with everything as it happens, and you can also see the result from every single race as it happens. You can even go back through the archives if you really wanted to and dig up some of the history of the FIA karting. It is wonderful to see how the European Championships and World Championships have been so heavily promoted. It is now becoming as equal to the mainstays and main staples of motorsport as it always was meant to be. And of course, there is no greater love of motorsport, no greater physical discipline of our craft than karting. It's no accident that 19 of the 20 Formula One drivers came through this paddock, and all of them came through this sport. So the drivers get underway for the last junior heat of the day. Maxwell Dodds and William McIntyre on the front row from Harley Keeble and Alex Powell. Then it is Tuka Tarpanen and Artur Rojon. Arvid Lindblad and Karol Pazovic from Maxime Fidon-Castellén and Rashid Al-Daheri. Edgaran Piligov and Maxon Verbruge. Emo Fittipaldi and Ivan Dominguez. Francesco Marenghi and Antonio Leite. Maxim Rem and Rafael Modanese. Jacobus Bogdanovicius and Piek Abrahamsen from Benjamin Silvesterson and Nico Lanalati. So as the drivers get themselves up to speed, they are obviously working their magic to get the tyres and brakes up to the optimum temperature. And the drivers are obviously giving it everything they can in the early stages of the lap to get themselves into the right position, into the right frame of mind. A lot of this is about driver focus. A lot of this is about good mentality. But if they want to win, they've got to keep a clear, wise head on their shoulders, and they've not got to get themselves too riled up into the early part of racing. They've got to make sure that they've got everything just so. There's a lot of great drivers in this field. They've got to make sure that they match the results to their talent. So Dodds, McIntyre, Keeble, Powell, Tarpanen, Rojon, Lindblad, Pazovic, Fidon-Castellén, Al-Daheri, and Piligov, Verbruge, Fittipaldi, Dominguez, Marenghi, and Light. Is this going to be a clean start from Max Dodds from pole position? Yes! Here we go! And it's a cracking start to the first corner. Keeble trying to squeeze his way past Dodds. McIntyre's been squeezed out of the final turn, out of the outside line, sorry. Tarpanen is going with Keeble again. Keeble squeezes up the inside of Dodds, and it looks as though Tarpanen's not quite going to make it, but Keeble leads out of the first couple of corners. So Keeble has got the jump on Max Dodds, and as they work their way through the first sector, Max Dodds is playing chase to Harley Keeble. So Keeble holds the inside line as the drivers cut through. Oh, contact further back. There's carts going off left, right, and centre, and it looks like there's about 4 or 5 of them all in the mix there. So we're going to try and figure out who it is that's involved. It's Artur Rojon, Rashid Al-Daheri, Antonio Light, Rafael Modanese, and Piek Abrahamsen, all caught up in that one. So a bit of a disaster area there, unfortunately, but Keeble continues to lead the way in front of Max Dodds. Third position is Tuka Tarpanen. The marshals are going to work to try and get the wreckage sorted. Max Dodds takes the lead in the final turn. And what an advantage he's got over Keeble already. He's pulled out a couple of kart lengths out of the final turn. Now it's time to get his teammate on the bandwagon. Come on, Tuka. Let's go get the parallel in. Plenty of speed is up into the hairpin. They come, and that's the move for the lead again. Keeble's got through. Tarpanen's getting through. He's got past both of them. And 2 wheels on the grass for Karol Pazovic as he tries to work his way through. So Tarpanen and Keeble are now first and second for the Tony Kart team as Dodds continues to run close to them in third position. 4th place for Arvid Lindblad. I think we've had every single possible combination of drivers up at the front end of the field. Now Dodds has got Lindblad in company as they're both going to get past Keeble, as does Will McIntyre, as does the 240 of Maxime Fidon-Castellén, and Keeble has been squeezed down the field there. Alex Powell gets through as well, and that's McIntyre getting through Lindblad for third position. Lindblad tries again on the inside. McIntyre shuts the door firmly, and here comes Pazovic up the inside of Furon Castellan with Alex Powell looking to make his own impression if he can get there. A sensational bit of dueling, but Tuka Tarpanen now leads the way from Max Dodds. Third place is McIntyre. He's defending big start to the inside line. Surely he's not defending on lap 3, but McIntyre seems to feel that he's not going to be able to catch up to the two guys in front, so he's just throwing in the anchor. And now Lindblad is trying to find his way past McIntyre. History repeating itself. They used to go toe-to-toe in the British racing series all the way through their young career as cadets. Now they're up here in the international world of junior racing in the FIA Karting European Championship, and they're doing it all over again. As up the inside, that is Pazovic getting the move on Furon Castellan, and Alex Powell's coming through as well. And very nearly Keeble getting past the Luxembourger too. Max Dodds has set off in pursuit of Tuka Tarpanen. Oh, and that's a problem. That's the 246 has come from nowhere. That's Ivan Dominguez. It looks as though he's had an off on the previous part of the circuit. He has shot off at Vesuvio Due and rejoined the circuit in the middle of the field. So Dominguez now needs to wait for the rest of the field to come past him again. But also missing part of the racetrack means he's going to get some kind of penalty handed his way potentially. So McIntyre still battling with Lindblad. Lindblad dives at the inside of McIntyre, and he's through into third position. Fifth place now is Pazovic from Alex Powell and Maxime Furon Castellan, so the Jamaican working his way up into P6. But Tuka Tarpanen leads the way from Max Dodds in second. 4 laps to go, and Lindblad and McIntyre are now dueling over third place. McIntyre just sat in fourth place, waiting for his bid to move further forward as they continue to duel over the position. Fifth place now is Karol Pazovic, the Polish driver for Tony Kart. And that's a black flag for Ivan Dominguez. I kind of saw that one coming, really, because obviously as he's cut part of the race circuit, a quite significant chunk of the race circuit there, it was not exactly unsurprising. So McIntyre trying to make his bid to come through on Arvid Lindblad. Look at this battle squabble going on further back as Karol Pazovic has been caught by Harley Keeble. And now he's trying to get himself in the mix there. Oh no, sorry, that's Maxime Rem in the mix with his teammate. Rem trying to get up the inside of Harley Keeble, and Fittipaldi's going to get through on the inside there as well. Not if Keeble's got anything to say about it, he won't though. So Keeble slams the door firmly shut. There's no overtaking moves coming there, and now Maxime Rem is edging Keeble into the path of Emo Fittipaldi. And then Ivan Dominguez is in the mix there, but unfortunately Dominguez has been black flagged, so he's not going to be able to continue to the finish of the race. And then you've got the 214, I think it is, in the mix there as well. Is that? No, it's not Karol Pazovic. He's a little further up the field. There is Karol Pazovic as he tucks in behind Will McIntyre, trying to make his own bid to get into the top 4. He's in 5th place at the moment, Pazovic, but he's got a good run, and he's going to make his move on the inside of McIntyre. Pazovic into 4th place. Great run from the pole. And so he's going to try and join his teammate in the top 3. Tuka Tarpanen leads the race. Dodds in 2nd. Lindblad is 3rd now from Pazovic and McIntyre. And then it's Alex Powell, the Jamaican, in P6. So some good consistent racing at the front end with a lap and a half to go. So some big moments in this race. And obviously a fair few retirements now as well. 5 of them have gone. Abrahamsen, Modenese, Leite, Aldehere and Rogion. And they all went off in that first lap melee at the 2nd sector. So far only one race in the entire weekend where every driver that started the race has actually managed to cross the line to finish it. Black flag is still being shown to Ivan Dominguez, but he's not coming in. Tarpanen leads the way from Dodds. Lindblad, Pazovic. So still they duel away as McIntyre runs in 4th place. There he is coming in now. So Ivan Dominguez now brings his kart into the pits to take the black flag. That means essentially his race is over. But this man, Tuka Tarpanen, he's so good at putting himself in the right place at the right time. He just knows how to engineer a race victory. And this is going to be his 2nd of the weekend for Tuka Tarpanen. You can never, ever count him out. He knows exactly what he's doing out there on the circuit, and he is so good at lining up a race victory. This is what he did at Zuera 2 weeks ago. From 9th on the grid, he managed to get himself into a good position. He could do it again here at Sarno, just because he's been the subtext and the subplot here at Sarno. Well, he was at Zuera and he still won the race. Here's Tuukka Tarpanen. He takes the victory from Max Dodds in second and Arvid Lindblad in third, ahead of Karel Pazovic and Alex Powell behind Will McIntyre. Maxim Rem drove a brilliant race there, though the German, he fought his way back into 7th position after all of that. So an absolutely spectacular run through the field here. So Tuukka Tarpanen gets a brilliant win on the board from Max Dodds and Arvid Lindblad. Karel Pazovic in P4 from McIntyre, Powell and Rem. And Tuukka Tarpanen gets himself right back into the hunt for the victory in tomorrow's final with another brilliant victory. Consistency has been his buzzword, but he'll win when he can. Tuukka Tarpanen from Maxwell Dodds and Arvid Lindblad. Karel Pazovic is 4th from Will McIntyre and Alex Powell. Maxim Rem and Harley Keeble from Emo Fittipaldi in a brilliant 9th, and Maxim Ferron Castellan is 10th. Edgaran Pinigov in 11th from Francesco Merengue in 12th. 13th is Benjamin Silverstone, and then Nicola Dolati in front of Maxon Verbruge. Jokobus Bogdanovicius is the last man home after a black flag for Ivan Dominguez, and then retirements for Arthur Rojon, Rashid Aldeheri, Antonio Leiter, Rafael Modanese and Peek Abrahamsen, all on the very first lap of the race. So a very dramatic end to the day for the juniors, and it definitely gives Yuga Chukwu something to smile about as he will make his way later to the FIA Karting hospitality tent for the press conference in the juniors. But before we talk about that and before we get on with the last 2 races in the OK category, let us have a look back at the qualifying heat highlights for A versus C. So the OK category is going to get back out onto the circuit in just a moment. And of course, there are 2 races left to go of the day. They will get underway again in about 9 minutes' time as the senior brigade continues its journey to the checkered flag here at Circuito Internazionale Napoli. Well done to the recovery crews. They've been hard at it over the course of today, probably working harder than even they thought they were going to have to work today, as they had to rescue and recover several drivers through this very tough and grueling weekend. So now it's going to be a fairly straightforward run for them as they finish off proceedings for the rest of the weekend. But it is going to be a very exciting end to proceedings for all of the drivers as they finish off these last battles in proceedings. 2 races to go in the OK category, and the man who will start them off in this next heat is the man from pole position in time qualifying, Taylor Barnard, who has got himself into a great position from the off. And Taylor Barnard, pole position for this one in front of Andrea Kimi Antonelli, from Alexander Dunn in 3rd position and James Wharton in 4th. And the man in 5th position, the local hero who's keeping the flags flying, Nicolo Kuman, will line up in 5th position on the grid for BM Karting ASD, alongside Delano Van Toff, the Dutchman, for the Forza Racing team. And then 7th on the grid will be Michael Paparo of the Praga Racing team, 7th on the grid on the inside of the 4th row. And alongside him will be the Brazilian Rafael Chaves Camara, ruthlessly fast and unbelievably lucky. He got a great win to start us off at the very top of the bill, and then somehow managed to survive a pirouette in mid-air after a collision with James Wharton and recover to fight back to 4th position. I tell you what, if I ever need a racing driver to be in a boxing match, I'm going to go for Rafael Chaves Camara. He can handle anything. Then there's Matheus Morgato in 9th position on the starting grid, the Brazilian. And he lines up alongside Henri Sescalati, the Finnish driver, as he will run there in 10th position off the grid. Josep Marti will continue from 11th position on the starting grid alongside his KR Motorsport teammate. That is Levent Reves, the Hungarian, who lines up in P12. And then 13th on the grid, it is Joel Mesch, the German star for the TB Racing team. And alongside him on the grid for the Sauber Karting squad, it is Oli Pilka, the Polish driver, racing under a Finnish license this weekend. And then Lorenzo Rosico, the Italian, lines up in 15th position for the Pantano squad. And alongside him on the starting grid is going to be Noah Denbol, the Danish driver for the Ward Racing team, who lines up on the outside of the 8th row. Danapongpang Satumnu, the Thai driver for Birolart, will be there 17th on the starting grid for this one. And 18th position on the starting grid, it is Sebastian Gravlund. So he will be there in 18th on the starting grid for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport squad, the Danish driver. 19th on the grid and 20th on the grid, it is a pair of the drivers from the Ward Racing team. From France on the inside line, it is Lola Lovinfoss. And on the outside line from Ukraine, it is Alexander Partishev. So he'll be there 20th on the starting grid alongside his teammate Lola Lovinfoss. 21st on the grid will be the privateer Matthias Torrigiani, who had a bit of a struggle in his earlier encounter. And then 22nd on the grid is Cecilia Hedqvist, the Swedish driver for Ward Racing, aboard her trusty Cosmic. And then 23rd on the grid, the Spanish driver Maximus Maya, who will be fighting his way back after a difficult qualifying session. So plenty of drivers in position. It's been a topsy-turvy day for them all. Taylor Barnard has gone through the day completely unbeaten up to this point. 2 wins from 2 starts. He might want to make it a hat-trick, and he'll get a good opportunity to. But he's going to go wheel-to-wheel this time with his close rival for the championship, Andrea Kimi Antonelli. They will go head-to-head from the front of the grid. This is the spiciest heat we've had so far, and they're going to get one more in the bill tomorrow morning, of course. But Alex Dunn in 3rd position might be the man who could take advantage here if those two get a little bit too close together in their next heat. And of course, they are battling for supremacy. Antonelli is going to be desperately trying to beat Taylor Barnard today, not just because he wants to get one over on him, but also because he could do with as few points as humanly possible from these heats from now on after his DNF earlier on. So Antonelli's going to be absolutely determined to charge his way up the inside of Taylor Barnard from the start. The men who could basically pick up the pieces from this are those in the couple of rows behind. So particularly from the inside line, watch for a fast-starting Alex Dunn, the Irishman, and the local wildcard Nicolo Kuman. They could both take serious advantage of that as they come through the first couple of corners of the lap. Australia's James Wharton could do with a bit of luck as well. The Paralympic drivers had absolutely none in 2020, the Australian. And we all know how fast he can be. He had a bit of a similar season in juniors last year, actually. He had so much speed, but no luck at all. Remember how close he came to winning the Junior World Championship last year at Alhambra. He was actually fighting for the victory with Thomas ten Brinke, and the kart just came to a spluttering halt when he was battling for position down the home straight. And it was such a disappointment to everybody at the circuit. They didn't want to see him retire in such a manner. But he has got a great battle now on his hands as he tries to stay in the hunt for supremacy in the OK Senior category. Alongside Nicolo Kuman, as we mentioned, is another man who could have been world champion that day at Alhambra back in September last year, Dilano Vanthoff, the Dutchman who was one of the fastest drivers that weekend and has come straight back into the hunt for the European title in 2020. With just as much speed and determination as always, and it's always fascinating to see what he can do from the sharp end of a field like this. The 4th row of the grid sees 2 brilliant drivers over the course of this weekend. Michael Paparo, who really has been flying the flag for Praga over the course of the weekend and has kept plenty of good speed and dexterity up through the course of these qualifying heats. But then alongside him, wow, Rafael Chavez Camara. What can you say about this man? He's either the most skilled driver in the entire weekend or the luckiest man in history. Probably a little bit of both, actually, because he did win the first race of the day with exceptional dexterity. But how you go from pirouetting through the air and managing to fight back to 4th position in the same heat, never mind in the same weekend, is quite astonishing. And that video, I can tell you, has already gone viral on the FIA Karting social media streams. He's become a bit of a hero already online today, Rafael Chavez Camara, not just because he can win, but also because he knows how to fight back. So some fascinating performances through the field in this top 10. The other two drivers that make up top 10, the Brazilian star Matheus Morgado, who's been very impressive since his switch to Birolart, it has to be said. He will go 9th off the grid for this one, but it's never easy when you change teams mid-season because you're constantly searching for that front of the grid. You're searching for that look to get back to the front of the grid, essentially. You want to know where that missing ingredient is, and sometimes a change of team can also be a change of mindset and a change of dynamic within your own mind, and you can try to rebuild yourself a little bit by just surrounding yourself with different people, with different ideas. And Morgado has come straight in, very similar to the way that Alex Dunn switched teams at the end of last year. He was in a strong team with good mentality, but it just didn't fit for him. He's come into Birolart, and now it works for him, and he's got himself a competitive package in his first season in OK, and just like Matheus Morgado, he is right up at the front of the field. So it's fascinating. You sometimes need to make a change to make a difference. And then Matheus Morgado is alongside Henry Sasquilati. The Paralin driver will line up on the 10th position on the starting grid, the outside of the 5th row. So the battle is going to be very strong from the start line. But who is going to get the ultimate run? Your guess is as good as mine. 10 laps on the board once again. 15.47 kilometers to come here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli as the penultimate heat of the afternoon. And the penultimate heat for the OK categories today will get us out onto the circuit in 33 degrees Celsius plus heat. This is going to be a strong race battle. Let's give it a go. Taylor Barnard and Andrea Kimi Antonelli go to battle on the front row of the grid in a preview to what could be the final. Alex Dunn and James Wharton from Nicola Kuman and Dylan Vantov. Michael Paparo and Rafael Chavez Camara from Matheus Morgado and Henry Sasquilati. Joseph Marti and Levante Ravesh. Joel Mesh and Oli Bilker from Lorenzo Rosico and Noah Denbol. Then Thana Pompan and Sebastian Gravlund. Lola Lavinfos and Alexander Partishev from Matthias Torrigiani, Cecilia Hedqvist and Maximus Meyer. So now the drivers will duel for supremacy around this Sarno circuit. It's hot, it's sweltering, it's tight, it's tense. And the two leading drivers in the European Championship, Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Taylor Barnard, will get to race each other for the first time this weekend in a preview to what could be their challenge for the European title. These two have never been too far away from each other over the course of a race weekend, but crucially, the first time they meet in this pivotal second weekend of the European Championship, who is going to beat the other? Barnard versus Antonelli. This is the story of 2020 thus far. Dunn and Wharton, Kuman and Vantov from Paparo, Chavez Camara, Morgado, Squilati, Marti, Revej, Mesh, Pilka, Rosico, Denbol, Satumnu, Gravlund, Lovinfos, Partishev, Torrigiani, Hedqvist and Meyer. Is it going to be a good start? No, it's not. It's a false start on this occasion. So they have obviously got away with that a little bit too hectic. I think Taylor Barnard was just a little bit too eager off the line there. So that obviously gives him a little bit of a psychological hiccup because he's got to take into the consideration that he hasn't quite controlled the pace for that one. It's these little psychological upper hands that your rival can give you. I wonder how much of that was Taylor Barnard being too eager or Andrea Kimi Antonelli making him look as though he was a little bit too eager. And there was a fabulous conversation a few weeks ago when Martin Brundle asked Nico Rosberg, how does Valtteri Bottas get inside Lewis Hamilton's head? And he mentioned that they were sleeping in adjacent motorhomes. If that was me, I would have put a barbecue grill outside with a stench of 10 burgers to keep him up all night. You've just got to do whatever it takes to get under the skin of your opponent. And maybe these are the little things that Antonelli can do to start to wear away a little bit at that psychological upper hand that Taylor Barnard has. You do anything you possibly can that's within the confines of the rules. Slow down the pack. That's the signal that is given there as they get themselves ready for the race start once again. They've just got to keep themselves together as they come off the final turn. Is this going to be a clean start? Certainly looks better. Taylor Barnard and Antonelli go to battle. Now they are going to be fair through the first corner. Antonelli tries to hold it round the outside and he runs wide. So Antonelli drops back in position. And what a start from Dunn and Kuman, I think that is coming through up into 4th or 5th position. He is there in P5 behind Delano Van Toff, and that's one of the Paralins in the mix there as well. I think that's James Wharton getting through in a 2nd place initially. So the field works its way through. It looks like one of the Saubers down at the back of the field. I think Ollie Pilka has been run down to the back of the field, but everybody's still going. But up at the front, it is Taylor Barnard from James Wharton. 3rd place is Alex Dunn. 4th is Delano Van Toff. And in 5th place, that is Nicolo Kuman. So where is Andrea Kimi Antonelli? Where's he got? There he is, up in front of one of the Paralins. So this is not good news for Antonelli. It's heaven sent for Barnard because he's got the lead, he's got a clear advantage, and he's going to start pulling away. So Taylor Barnard disappears out in front. But this is going to be a great battle for the lower places as we watch Delano Van Toff battle with the wild card, Nicolo Kuman, and Mikkel Paparo is in the mix there as well in the top 6. And up the inside, Nicolo Kuman gets into the position. He makes the move on Van Toff, and through comes Paparo as well. So Kuman is now P4 as he chases after the leading trio. A great little tussle kicking on here at the front end of the field as James Wharton battles with Alex Dunn. So Wharton and Dunn are still dueling over 2nd place, but Taylor Barnard is out in the lead. And in 4th place is Nicolo Kuman. What a drive from the wild card as Paparo dives up the inside of Van Toff. He gets through in a 5th place. Lovely move from the Praga, and here comes Andrea Kimi Antonelli. So Andrea Kimi Antonelli is doing his best there in 7th place to close up on Van Toff to make his own move to get back into the top 6, and he's got to get on with it. He can't afford to lose too many points to Barnard. So Wharton in 2nd. 3rd is Alex Dunn, the Irishman. 4th is Nicolo Kuman. And look at Kuman, he's dropping Paparo and Van Toff as Dunn makes his bid on the inside of Wharton. Can't quite make it stick. He has to wait for his chance. So Barnard leads the way from Wharton, Dunn. 4th place is Nicolo Kuman, then Mikkel Paparo. The Praga running in P5. Van Toff in the Forza Racing is running well. Antonelli gets his move on the inside line and takes the Dutchman. So Antonelli is up at a 6th position now. So Andrea Kimi Antonelli trying to get himself back into contention. He will be driving angry there in 6th position, but he lost so much ground. So he'll be trying his best to move as high up the order as possible. He'll want to get to at least 2nd. If he has to lose points to Barnard, he only wants to lose 2. So James Wharton runs in 2nd place in front of Alex Dunn, and Nicolo Kuman, who's still catching the 2 guys up in front. He may get a run at 3rd. Oh, contact in the final turn. That's gone horribly wrong as the Paralin comes off the circuit. That's Andris Saskelati. He tags in with Noah Denbol. Denbol dived up the inside, and Saskelati gets spat out of the fray. And I'm afraid the Paralin... Oh, 2 more have come off. Now that looks like Joel Mesh, I think. Joel Mesh has had an incident there in the TB racing machine. So Joel Mesh has come off the circuit, and I don't think he's the only one. The other one is Rafael Chavez Camara. So there is Joel Mesh, but where is Chavez Camara? I think he's come off the circuit as well. He's rejoined, but he's now a long way down the order behind Levi Revege and Lola Robinfoss as Antonelli gets past Paparo. So Antonello has got past Paparo. Meanwhile, Nicolo Kuman is closing up on 3rd place Alex Dunn. He's really going for it. So Nicolo Kuman, rather than be caught by Antonelli, is trying to get after 3rd place Alex Dunn as Taylor Barnard continues to run up at the front end of the field here. Alex Dunn is 3rd, Kuman is 4th, but how much longer is that going to last? Because Nicolo Kuman is charging after 3rd place Alex Dunn. So Alex Dunn running a solid race in 3rd position. James Wharton's doing his best to keep close to Taylor Barnard, but after 4 laps, the gap has opened up to 9/10 of a second, and it just looks as though Barnard's going to keep making that gap bigger and bigger as time goes on. But Alex Dunn just keeping himself steady in 3rd place. Nicolo Kuman is closing up, and in 5th place is Andrea Kimi Antonelli. So Kuman needs to get the move on Alex Dunn before Antonelli gets the jump on him. Either that, or he needs to let Antonelli get through and then slot in behind him so that when Antonelli makes his bid on Alex Dunn, he can get through as well. So through the first corner, Alex Dunn running in 3rd place. Nicolo Kuman has got the run. He's got a really good charge down the back straight. Is this going to be Kuman's move on the inside of Alex Dunn? He goes for the move. He's there. Lovely move. 3rd place for Nicolo Kuman. So Kuman into 3rd position. A good bit of racecraft there from the wild card as now he charges after the man in 2nd place. And up back up the inside, Alex Dunn gets back on terms with Kuman, and Antonelli's on the inside line as well. He gets back through into 4th position. So Antonelli now has Alex Dunn to go after. But Nicolo Kuman is not done yet in 5th place. He's trying to shake off the Praga of Michael Paparo, sorry. So Kuman may want to take the conservative approach here and get stuck in behind Antonelli. He's going to try his own tricks to get past Alex Dunn, the Irishman, in 3rd place. Kuman is still there in P5, but as they come off the turn, they'll have 4 laps to go. Barnard's still leading. Wharton is still 2nd, but now this trio is running in close proximity. Antonelli and Kuman are going to want to take on Alex Dunn nice and early. Dunn is protecting the inside line. Antonelli is holding fast, trying to come through past Alex Dunn. There's a little bit of wheel banging, and Kuman back on the inside of Antonelli into 4th position. Nicolo Kuman gets past Antonelli once again. So a brilliant run, and Antonelli now has problems for Paparo around the outside. Paparo squeezes through past Antonelli. Excellent bit of racecraft there as Barnard leads Wharton. 3rd position is still Alex Dunn. 4th place is Kuman, and Paparo stops up the inside. Antonelli gets past them both, and here comes Morgado. Morgado tries to swing past Kuman. He does not let the Brazilian get through. But Delano Van Toff is now joining the party as well. Superb bit of racing as they continue their charge down the straight into the 1st corner, flat on the throttle, and Nicolo Kuman is getting on terms with Michael Paparo. He taps his helmet. Come on, Nicolo, work with me, don't work against me. I don't think Nicolo's paying much attention to that. He's got his own race plan, thank you very much. So Alex Dunn is back into 3rd position. Antonelli is back into 4th, and this is the scrap for 5th position between Paparo, Kuman. Here comes Morgado on the inside. Kuman holds it round the outside. Great defense from Kuman, and Van Toff storms up the inside now of Paparo to get the place. Of Morgado, sorry, to get the place. So now side by side, Van Toff versus Morgado. Van Toff is squeezing Morgado in the braking zone, but the Brazilian trying to come through and gain another place or two. As Nicolo Kuman once again jills to get past Michael Paparo. Meanwhile, Antonelli is right in behind Alex Dunn as Barnard goes into the penultimate lap. Wharton is 2nd. There's Antonelli, 3rd on Dunn. Antonelli gets through in a 3rd position. Great bit of racecraft from Antonelli. And watch out for Nicolo Kuman. He's going to get his move on the inside of Michael Paparo. Grazie mille. He gets through in a P5. Brilliant run from Kuman. And he holds the position now in front of Michael Paparo. Morgado's got through there on Delano Van Toff as well to retake 7th place. So Barnard in front, Wharton in 2nd place, Antonelli up to 3rd past Alex Dunn, and up to 5th now comes Nicolo Kuman as he gets into P5 in front of Michael Paparo in the Praga. 7th place for Morgado in front of Delano Van Toff. Sebastian Gravlon charging his way back, as is Josep Marti into the top 10. Terrific racecraft and great battles aplenty here in the OK final heat of the weekend for Groups A versus C, as Barnard has already started his final lap. So Taylor Barnard running a great race here from James Wharton. Andrea Antonelli in 3rd place now in front of Alex Dunn and Nicolo Kuman. But the wild card has been absolutely exceptional today. One of the star turns of the weekend. He's been so impressive. And now Taylor Barnard holds on to the advantage out front from James Wharton. There was no way anybody was going to catch Taylor Barnard today once he got into the lead. The only way to beat him these days is to beat him to the 1st corner. That's your only chance. But if you can't do that, you may as well hand it to Taylor Barnard on a silver plate. That's how strong his card is today. And as he comes through the final turn, Barnard is going to take the clean sweep, and he's the interim leader heading into tomorrow. Taylor Barnard, clean sweep today. Superb. 2nd place for James Wharton. 3rd for Antonelli ahead of Alex Dunn and Nicolo Kuman in the top 5. Excellent. Great racing all the way through the field. There were a couple of moments, of course, in that one, and a couple of retirements as well from Joel Mesh and Henry Seskelati. But great jills all round. A much-needed 2nd place for James Wharton. Proof he still has what it takes when the chips are down. He can fight his way back into contention, no problem. But Taylor Barnard has had 3 races and 3 wins. No problem at all for the Englishman out front for the Rosberg Racing Academy. Taylor Barnard makes it 3 out of 3 from James Wharton in second, and Andrea Kimi Antonelli fights back to third. From Alex Dunn and Nicolo Kuman, Michael Paparo and Matthias Mogato. From Delano Van Toff, Sebastian Gravland and Rafael Chavez Camara fights back to 10th again. Josep Marti from Lola Lovin Foss and Leventa Ravesh, Lorenzo Rosico and Tharapompa Saturnu, Alexander Partashev and Maximus Meyer, then Noah Denbol, Cecilia Hedqvist, Olli Pilka, Matthias Torrigiani, and then the retirements, Joel Mesh and Henry Saskelati. Awesome racing all the way through the day from the OK drivers. They have been absolutely exceptional. There is one heat to go, of course, before we wrap up proceedings on this Saturday afternoon at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli at Sarno in Italy, in the heart of the Napoli countryside and in the shadow of Mount Vesuvius. But it's been great racing all day long. They really have given us lots of entertainment today. And there's one more race to come, which will get started at 18:20 local time. So in a little over 10 minutes time. Sensational. Another giant killing effort from the wild card, Nicolo Kuman, to run in the top 5. Always great to see a wild card right up in the midst of positions. So it's always really good to see the drivers put on a bit of a show. But we're going to see some great battles and some great duels with the competitors as they run to the front end of the field. So some great rivalries and some good battles, but the drivers continue on their way as the battles are so close and so even at the front end of the field. But there's going to be some absolutely exceptional racecraft racing maneuvers tomorrow from the drivers as they continue to battle away. But now we have some highlights to go over, of course, as the previous race is... So through that first corner, but Antonelli's got a good start initially, but the second that kart gets a little bit wide, that's all it takes, and the kart just ends up sliding sideways on that outside line. You don't have a lot of grip at all to play with. So Barnard essentially has the advantage. The only way Wharton's going to win this one over Barnard is if he can get past. He has a think about it, but it's too high risk because Barnard has held him to a very small gap to go for. And it's the only way, really, he was going to make it work. And if he didn't have a DNF in his pocket already, I think Wharton may have wanted to go for that on Taylor Barnard. But he knows that essentially staying in second place is his best chance of getting a decent finish on the board. He's never going to get the victory if he just banzais on the inside and hopes it's going to work. But by this point, look, Barnard's already opening a gap of about a kart length and a half. So even at this point, Barnard is looking very tough to catch. He's got to hope that Barnard essentially has a little bit of a decent comeback. But it is very difficult from this point for Wharton because he knows that obviously he's already a kart length and a half behind Barnard in terms of raw speed. It's kicking off already behind as Antonelli is trying to assert himself in the middle of the pack. He's managed to get himself around the outside of the Birolart, and now he just slingshots on the inside of Saskelati. This is the advantage for Antonelli because he weighs 3 bags of sugar. He's actually quite good for the centrifugal force of the kart. Obviously they all have to weigh the minimum weight, so he might well have some ballast there to help the minimum weight along, so to speak, but he just has such dexterity behind the wheel. But there's some great tussling going on even at this phase of the race as Antonelli has got himself up into about 7th position. But he's just leaving the midfield to squabble amongst themselves. Now this is where Nicolo Kuman really started to put on another great show as he dives on the inside of Vantov. Now he's been one of the more consistent finishers this weekend, actually, Nicolo Kuman, so I would not be too surprised if from his 3 races he is very high up the rankings. He could well start the final from up towards the top 10, the way things are currently looking. If Nicolo Kuman can be in that front half of the field, he's got the advantage of the circuit. He knows his way around. If he could make the top 5 or even the top 10 of the final grid tomorrow, he's the danger man here. As Paparo battles away there with Delano Vantov and Antonelli. And that move from Paparo is actually the catalyst because Vantov is having to defend from Antonelli. But Antonelli is not going to let that one slide. He knows that Vantov is going to be hard to pass. But from here on in, he's got some really serious races to make an overtake on. And this is where we're going to see Barnard stretch out the advantage over Wharton and Dunn. But obviously Wharton is trying his best to keep position. Now there's Antonelli on Vantov.
but he's got such conviction off the turn as well. He knows where to keep the car balanced. Gets the switchback move and manages to storm up the inside. Now this is where it all went wrong for Denbol and Saskelati. It's a tough one to call, that one, actually, because I would say that's probably 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, really, because one driver's gone for a gap that he feels is there as a racing driver. The other one hasn't seen that the driver's going for the gap. And they do say, don't they, if you don't go for a gap that exists, you're not a racing driver, as Martin Senna da Silva once famously coined. But Saskelati trying to get the car going again. That's a car that's not moving anywhere. A shame for the Paralymp, but unfortunately fairly predictable by that point. Joel Mesh going off the circuit. I think he tagged in. Yeah, that's Rafael Chavez-Camara escaping the scene. But he managed to get himself back into 10th position. Another great comeback from the Forza Racing driver. So there's Antonelli getting his move on the Praga of Michael Paparo, and that really does get him closer to the front end of the pack. So Barnard is out in front, Wharton in second place, and we've got Alex Dunn being caught here by Nicolo Kuman. So Kuman makes his move to get past the Birolard, no problem at all there. But unfortunately for him, he's got now Antonelli and Dunn battling away for position. But now we know that Nicolo Kuman is very easy to handle up at the front, and he knows that he can run in the top 3 or 4 karts. So there goes Dunn to get up the inside, and Antonelli is ready for this. He dives up the inside line, realizes that Nicolo Kuman is going to give him plenty of space without even meaning to, and he storms up the inside line. But it's not done yet, because Antonelli wants a piece of Dunn. They both drift wide, and Nicolo Kuman feels, well, there might be a chance to gain a place here. He's got 2 choices. He needs to go left or right. He goes left. Antonelli loses momentum, and Kuman is able to sweep by on the inside. That's a lovely bit of opportunistic driving from Nicolo Kuman. But Antonelli's not done yet. He somehow recovers from that and gets himself straight back on the inside line for Kuman. But he gets really stuck in. You know, he's not going to rest on any laurels here. He's going to properly push it. And that actually allows Paparo the chance to creep by. But again, Antonelli isn't going to let this one slide. He's not going to panic. He just gets back on with it. He knows he's got a good kart underneath him. So with Dunn having a little bit of breathing space, Paparo's going to get his move on the inside line of Kuman, and Antonelli is watching this unfold. They both drift wide. Antonelli storms past them both. Lovely manoeuvre from Antonelli. That keeps his fate in the championship alive. And it was very nearly Morgato managing to slip by on Nicolo Kuman as well. Well defended, though, by the wild card. You don't need to be intimidated by these guys just because they're the professional, regular European Championship drivers. And that was what gave Dilano Vanthoff his chance to hang on in front of Morgato to storm back up the inside. Meanwhile, while all of this is still going on, Kuman is closing back up to Paparo, and Antonelli is closing back up on Alex Dunn. So as they come off the turn for this lap, essentially this is now all about Antonelli getting the move into 3rd place. So he dives up the inside of Dunn. There's nothing Alex Dunn can do about it. He's just got to let him go. Otherwise, he's going to lose more than 3rd place. And then at the end of the run for turn 2, you've then got an amazing charge from Nicolo Kuman. Michael Paparo gesturing to him, come on, we need to get after these guys up front. But Nicolo Kuman is not convinced. You know, Antonelli and Dunn have got well clear of us. I'm going to go for 5th place and settle for that, thanks very much. So he gets the move. It's a nice textbook opportunity at the same time that Morgato gets back on terms with Vanthoff. And by the time they go into this last lap, it's pretty much all settled. The only real battles going on are outside the top 10. Vanthoff, I think, tries one last attempt to make a run here for Matthias Morgato. But look, Antonelli's checked out in front of Alex Dunn. Alex Dunn has checked out in front of the rest of the field. So the pace difference in those last couple of laps, it's all about tyre conservation, and it's all about looking after the kart in those 2 or 3 laps in the middle of the race when you're trying to build a rhythm. Taylor Barnard is so good at it. This is his natural habitat, isn't it? It really is, as he charges away on the Rosberg Racing Academy machine. He's at home at the front of the field. He looks so masterful. When he's in the lead of a race, I don't think I've ever seen him put a wheel wrong this weekend. He's just got himself in position. He's just let these incidents around him occur. And it's all just basically played itself out. He's not really had to panic at any stage. He's not really had to throw his arms in the air and hope it's going to happen. He's just been able to make it happen by pure, calm, natured discipline. That's what he's good at. He built it up last year, actually. The European Championship things got away from him. But by the time he got to the World Championship, I think he was a fully complete racing driver by that point, and it was only circumstance for seeing him down the order that meant he wasn't in a good enough position on the grid to challenge for the world title. But second place, considering where he was initially, proved to me, and I think proved to a lot of people, that he is now the complete package. And here he is doing an absolutely fantastic job. 3 races and 3 victories. Can anybody catch him tomorrow? I doubt it.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you are tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
So the very last race of the Saturday of Thunder here at the fantastic second round of the championship at Sarno, as we get ourselves ready at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli, the second race weekend of the FIA Karting European Championship. And it's the duel that sees Oliver Gray and Luigi Coluccio on the front row of the starting grid for the last race of the day. And it's this duel that will give us so many talking points as drivers are trying to get themselves back into contention through the field. Oliver Gray and Luigi Coluccio will head them out. So it's Oliver Gray and Luigi Coluccio on the front row of the grid, from Meyer Werg and Joe Turney, then Nikita Bedrin and Thomas ten Brinker, Hannes Janke and Lawrence van Hopen, from Midon Pingasov and Harry Thompson, then Marlon Hernandez and Clayton Ravenscroft, from Imani Koivisto and Charlie Wirtz, Rasmus Yutsimis and Ricardinho Gratia, from Ben Dor and Nicolas Baptiste, then Lorenzo Petresi, Kaya Sixnelis, Alexander Hartwig and Thomas Guedes. And we got a problem on the exit of the pit lane. It looks like Charlie Wirtz is in dire straits. Charlie Wirtz, the Austrian, is struggling to get out of the pit lane. Whatever it is that's causing an issue, Charlie Wirtz is in severe problems now. So this is going to be a real difficulty for the Austrian as he tries to get himself underway once again. So is the Austrian going to be able to take up position in the race after the rest of the field have gone or not? That's going to be the big question, because they've obviously got to push start him, but he can only start the race from the pit lane now. He can't go around with the rest of the field. So now they've got to hope they can push start him and he'll join the race from the back of the grid. Essentially, he can't take up his place on the positions of the grid. So Gray and Coluccio will lead them around. Oliver Gray on the inside line for Leclerc by Lennox, Coluccio on the outside line for Cosmic. And then Meyer Werg, Joe Turney, from Bedrin, ten Brinker, Janke, Van Hopen, Pingasov and Thompson. Who's going to get the best start? Let's find out! Coluccio launches around the outside and beats Gray off the line on the inside line. And I can tell you that Charlie Wirtz has got going again from the pit lane. So Coluccio now trying to hold the line as they come into the second corner in front of Joe Turney, and there's more problems. And that looks to me like one of the TBs. It's Ben Dor who has come together there with Emili Koivisto. So another incident for Koivisto, and Charlie Wirtz has to take avoiding action around the outside of the hairpin to keep himself in the race. So Ben Dor gets going again, albeit down at the back of the field, and I'm not sure about Emili Koivisto. Now Gray is trying to swarm around behind Joe Turney to try and get himself into second place. Meyer Werg needs a decent finish now because she's had 2 DNFs. She's got to try and get herself back up the order. What a move on the first lap! I said she needed to get into a decent position. Well, that'll do. Third place on the inside of Oliver Gray, the pole sitter, and now Pingasov going wheel to wheel as they come across the line with Hannes Janke. An absolutely monumental battle now as they charge their way down the straight up into the hairpin. Coluccio has got a great battle going on behind Werg on the inside of Turney, and Meyer Werg gets through into second, but then up the inside of both of them comes Thomas ten Brinker. And what has happened to Joe Turney? Well, Turney's fallen down the order trying to stay in the hunt, And Turney's now fallen behind Bedrin and Janka. So Maya Werg determined to get into second. She's ended up in third. So now she closes in on Thomas Tembrinka. Luigi Coluccio is your race leader. But Thomas Tembrinka running a great race in second place in front of Maya Werg. And then we have Oliver Gray down in fourth position now in front of Nikita Bedrin and Hannes Janka. Joe Turney is now in front of Lawrence Van Hopen. But Coluccio leads the way. Can Tembrinka and Maya Werg, the two Dutch racers, charge after Coluccio. So this is going to be an interesting one. Werg is in there, trying to get the move on the inside of Thomas Tembrinka as Bedrin gets past Gray in the same breath. So Maya Werg gets into second position. A great run from the Birolart driver in the Richard Mill Talent Academy graphics kit as she runs there in second place. Now trying to get after Luigi Coluccio. Maya Werg has had some great races over the last few years, but this is a good opportunity for her. And we've been already discussing over the course of the weekend, you'll be able to see a brilliant feature in our highlights program about women racers in the FIA Karting paddock and how it has evolved and how much change there still needs to be in terms of equality in the paddock. Oh, and there's been an incident further back as Patrese bounces over the back of Harry Thompson. So a big incident in the... Oh, and there's another one! Oh, that's not gone well at all. That's Clayton Ravenscroft going up and over the back of one of his rivals. These incidents are starting to happen more and more now as Bedrin dives up the inside of Thomas Tembrinka for third position. Maya Werg sets the fastest lap of the race in second. So is Werg going to get her opportunity to close in on Coluccio and make the move for the lead of the race? Coluccio is starting to swarm around, and there's Tembrinka. Gray runs wide, and Janka loses the place. Janka gains the place, I should say. It's Oliver Gray who loses it. So Coluccio, Maya Werg from Nikita Bedrin in third. Then fourth place is Thomas Tembrinka from Hannes Janka. And then it is Oliver Gray in front of Joe Turney. So the duel continues as Maya Werg is going to make a move on the inside. She gets through. So Maya Werg takes the place. And now Bedrin trying to come up the inside of Coluccio. Are we going to see the first woman take a victory in the 2020 calendar season? Well, Bedrin gets past Coluccio and Werg is disappearing out front and Joe Turney runs wide at turn one. Well, that got very messy for Joe Turney on the exit of the opening corner as the two Leclerc by Lennox carts are going to battle. That's Lawrence Van Hopen getting on the inside of Oliver Gray. Now, if Coluccio and Janka can get on terms with Nikita Bedrin, Maya Werg may have some opposition, but she leads the race. And thus far in 2020, there has not been a woman to take a victory in the FIA Karting European paddock. I think Maya Werg is about to change that with a brilliant run so far. She leads the way and has broken clear of Bedrin, Coluccio and Janka. So now this is all about whether Nikita Bedrin can spend the next 5 laps charging after Maya Werg, but he's got a mission. 0.6 of a second is the gap at the last run, and Werg is on qualifying style pace here as she comes out of the final turn. She sets another fastest lap. The gap is up to 0.9 of a second now for Maya Werg as she runs at the front end of the field from Bedrin. Janka is going to work with Coluccio to move further forward, and up the inside that's both the Leclerc by Lennox getting past Thomas Tembrinka now. So that's Van Hopen and Gray. They both managed to get past the Dutchman. But what can Coluccio and Janka do from third and fourth positions? Bedrin is doing his best to just charge further forward up the order. But Janka is getting stuck in here behind Coluccio. We have 5 laps done and 5 to go. And Nikita Bedrin runs in second position. So a brilliant result. But the drivers are... Oh, that's Lorenzo Patrese. He had already taken some big damage in the race after going over the top of Harry Thompson's car. But Patrese, very angry indeed. So Lorenzo Patrese clearly feels hard done by as he leaves his car to the side of the circuit, and that is game over. But Nikita Bedrin has set off after Maya Werg. So the gap is down to 0.7 of a second now. He's taking 0.2 of a second out of Werg's lead, and now there goes Janka on the inside of Coluccio, but they both drift wide, and the Leclerc by Lennox machines of Van Hopen and Gray get through into third and fourth. Good bit of tussling and dueling between the two drivers as they run together. That is an absolutely exceptional run from the two Leclerc by Lennox carts to get back into contention. And there's not a lot now that Janka can do about it. Well, where's Van Hopen gone? Van Hopen seems to have disappeared. Or is that Gray that's dropped back? There's only one of the Leclerc by Lennox karts in there now. Oliver Gray has dropped back in behind Thomas ten Brinker. So he got through initially, but has then lost ground to several drivers in the field. I'll be looking forward to seeing that replay. Now Bedrin is caught right up to Werg. Werg is half a second slower than Bedrin this time by. Bedrin's going to go for the move on Werg, surely. Werg calls the move for the inside, but Bedrin's going to get there on the inside line. When you're half a second quicker than the kart in front, there's not a lot you can do to sustain it. But Maya Werg wants to get back on terms with Bedrin. Will she get another run at Nikita Bedrin? Or is this kind of pace going to stretch him away from the Dutch racer in second place now? Well, it's very close quarters between these two up front. When Nikita Bedrin leads, Maya Werg thought she'd stretched out enough of a gap, but Bedrin just wanted to get some qualifying laps in to close up on Maya Werg. And when you're half a second faster, there isn't really a lot of an argument you can give. But Maya Werg is still pushing hard to try and close up on Nikita Bedrin. Maybe Bedrin pushing too hard to get close enough to Maya Werg could be enough to give her another chance. 2 laps to go. Van Hopen in third position, from Janka in fourth. Fifth place is Joe Turney, and sixth place is Thomas ten Brinker. Just imagine where Maya Werg could be starting the final if she hadn't had those 2 incidents in the previous 2 heats, because she's driven exceptionally well in this one. And that's Coluccio getting back through on Oliver Gray. So Coluccio is obviously trying his best to fend the position off from Oliver Gray. And these are the 2 drivers who started on the front row of the grid, don't forget. And they are now down in 7th and 8th place. So it just shows you that starting from the front of the field means nothing. And that's Rasmus Yudsemis. Another incident for the CRG driver today, unfortunately. So Rasmus Yudsemis is off the circuit, and that is in the second sector. So the Finn gets out of the kart. He takes off the next support. He's out of the race. Nikita Bedrin, though, leads the race in the final tour. As Maya Werg is there in second, she's doing a grand job. But the final lap begins. And it is Nikita Bedrin that is going to run through at the sharp end of the field here, from Maya Werg in second. Third place for Laurens van Hopen in front of Hannes Janka. They will battle again for supremacy as Coluccio still duels with Oliver Gray. And they rub wheels as they go side by side. But Nikita Bedrin, once he gets himself into a good position, it's very hard to knock the Russian off his pedestal. And so he's going to continue on to a good victory here in front of Maya Werg. But Laurens van Hopen running in third place from Hannes Janka. Fifth position is Joe Turney. And sixth place, Thomas ten Brinker. Proof that so many drivers could have won this heat. But it is the Russian, Nikita Bedrin, who storms forward for the World Racing Team. Good courage, good dexterity, great speed, and the Russian will complete his day in fine style. Nikita Bedrin wins the final heat of the race weekend in this particular Saturday afternoon. So a good run from Nikita Bedrin. Maya Werg in second position, but a great race there for Nikita Bedrin. The Russian does a fine effort in front of Maya Werg, the Dutch racer, in second place. And third for Laurens van Hopen. A good job there from the Leclerc by Lennox racer. Some great battles through the field in that one. But for Nikita Bedrin, an important race victory that puts him right back into the hunt as well. So the final heat of the day gives Nikita Bedrin a solid victory in front of Maya Werg and Laurens van Hopen. Then Hannes Janka and Joe Turney. Thomas ten Brinker is sixth from Luigi Coluccio. Oliver Gray is 8th in front of Milan Pingasov and Ricardinho Gratia. Then Clayton Ravenscroft is 11th in front of Kaya Sixnelis for the Exprit Racing Team. 13th is Alexander Hardvig from Nicolas Baptiste. Charlie Wirtz 15th after starting from the pit lane. Thomas Guedes and Ben Dor. And then the retirements: Rasmus Yudsemis, Marlon Hernandez, Lorenzo Petresi, Harry Thompson, and Emili Koivisto, who crashed out on the very first lap. Well, fascinating race action here. We've just got time to show you the highlights from that race before we wrap up for the day. But of course, there is more great race action tomorrow as we finish off the heats in the junior and the OK categories. So let's go through the highlights of that last race before we shut up shop here today at Napoli. So look at how difficult it was from the start, because you've got Coluccio and Gray really struggling off the line. Gray actually got very little grip to that first corner. And that's as a result of that, Coluccio actually beat him off the line. But you've got so many drivers here trying to get the power play in as they come through to the first corner. Coluccio holding the inside line. Turney feels he's got an opportunity, but then he backs out of it. And so the field works its way through. And Joel Mesh is going to go sideways here, because there's nothing really he can do to avoid the spinning Emilio Koivisto. So Mesh does get going again. Rather dramatically, he gets going only to resume. Oh, sorry, that's Ben Dorr. He gets going only to finish in last place, essentially. Ben Dorr just about, look at that, manages to get his car out of the way before Charlie Wirtz comes through, and then gets going again. But he's doing his best to get started. This is how you restart a car under pressure. One hand on the car, one hand on the wheel, get a little bit of horsepower up, get the foot on the throttle as soon as possible, and then you can get going again. So that is how Ben Dorr struggles but returns to the circuit. And all the way through the rest of this race, you've got some great battles. Coluccio just trying to hang it out there in the lead, but Joe Turney is essentially deciding, well, enough's enough. I'm going for the move. Maya Werg at the end of the first lap getting the first big move on Oliver Gray. And she put in an excellent display in this one. I'm just not sure she had the same kind of advantage in terms of pure pace that Nikita Bedrin did, but had it not been for that, she would have won this one at a canter. Miran Pingazov getting up the inside of Hannes Janka. A much tougher race stance from Pingazov today in this one. And Thompson obviously trying to get himself through on the inside line, but he would end up in a tangle later with Patrese. I think that one happened out of the camera's view. But Berg, look at the conviction to get past Joe Turney. She compromises herself a little bit here, though, because she goes so deep into the lap and into the corner that she and Turney go deep, and that's enough for Ten Brinker to get through. And then behind them, you've got Gray and Bedrin getting through. She has another crack at Thomas Ten Brinker a lap later. Makes the move up the inside. At the same time, Bedrin is getting past Gray. So essentially, they're going through the field together, these two, as Maya Werg gets into second, Bedrin gets into fourth. You can see already that Bedrin's just got a little bit more of a horsepower advantage over the rivals to get out of the turn with a little bit more speed in hand. So this is Coluccio about to lose ground to Maya Werg. And then further back, we've got these guys battling for position. Ravenscroft is going pony over the top of the 177 there of Marlon Hernandez. He's going to end the race a little bit later on. And I think it might have been with Lorenzo Patrese that they both ended up tangling out of the race together. Now, there's Bedrin making his bid on Thomas Ten Brinker. You saw there that Berg had a little bit of a look at Coluccio, but just decided to blend off the power and thought better of it. And that is what's kept her in the game again here. But again, the second opportunity, the first chance that she'll get to get past Coluccio, she'll get there. Bedrin, full of conviction and speed and confidence in that first corner. Ten Brinker can't follow the move, but that's just how much straight line speed Bedrin's able to carry out of the final turn. And Joe Turney, goodness me, he saves that one beautifully. Any other racing driver, that would have been game over, but Turney holds it very well. Now at this point, the gap between Maya Werg and Bedrin is almost a second, but he just sets off after the Dutch racer in the lead of the race. And there's not really a lot that the Richard Mille Talent Academy driver can do. She's just got to keep on pushing as fast as she can in the hope that Bedrin isn't going to catch up to her. But unfortunately for her, despite leading with a decent gap, that is exactly what happened. It all kicks off for third place though, because Coluccio holds station from Janka, and then Patrese has his little moment, and he's clearly very frustrated with what has happened. And I think the driver he's gone off with has come off to the side there as well with Patrese. He's clearly decided who's at fault. It's not him. And here's Janka making his bid on the inside of Coluccio. It's a late lunge, but he makes it work. The problem is he then drifts out wide, and so both the Leclerc by Lennox carts get through. So Van Hopen gets through into third, Gray gets through into fourth. Now what happened to Gray, because he was in fourth position there, tucked up behind Van Hopen. Was there a move in the next corner that I didn't see? Well, I didn't see what happened, unfortunately, there. So he loses 4 places in quick succession to Janka, to Turney, and then to Coluccio and Ten Brinker. Ten Brinker decides, right, I'm going to try and move. Coluccio holds him at bay. Some great tussles. These guys are so at the top of their game in this category. Now, poor Maya Werg, she hasn't got the same power advantage that Bedrin has. She thinks she's got a bigger lead than this, I think, because otherwise you wouldn't just let the door open, and it's too late by this point. Bedrin is already up the inside, and she's a sportsman. She tries her best to get herself into a position to challenge Bedrin again, but she just doesn't have the same straight line speed advantage. Here's Rasmus Yatsemis, a difficult day at the office for the CRG driver. All sorts of problems for him, but it definitely gives us an interesting talking point to finish up with. But Nikita Bedrin just able to not only pass my work, but stretch away. There's definitely a good right foot underneath that Russian's leg. And the thing is, he was third in the final last time out at Zuera, so do not think for a moment that Nikita Bedrin is out of the woods for a chance of the victory, because he was the man who duelled with Barnard and Antonelli last time out at Zuera, so he's more than got a chance to win this, Nikita Bedrin. The Russian is right up there for a good opportunity to go for the battle for victory, so he is definitely now a factor in this weekend. So a fabulous day of racing. We can sum it up with some great performances. Victories for several drivers in the field. Yuga Chukwu unbeaten in the juniors, but race victories for the likes of Freddie Slater, Harley Keeble, Giovanni Trentin, Maxwell Dodds, Alex Powell, and a fantastic battle for the likes of Nikola Tsolov and Tuka Tarpanen as they also join the winners' ranks. In the OK category, Taylor Barnard has been completely unbeaten all the way through his 3 heats. He has won every single race. But Nikita Bedrin has joined the winners' ranks, along with the likes of Joe Turney, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, Oliver Gray, and Rafael Chavez Camara. It's going to be a fascinating day of race action tomorrow as we get back into the hunt. But Nikita Bedrin finishes his day with a stellar victory in front of Maya Werg, and it's tough to know how tomorrow is going to play out. So an absolutely fantastic day of race action here at Circuito Internazionale Napoli. You've been very patient to sit all the way through it at home, wherever it is you're watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell. You'll never miss a moment of the FIA Karting Championships. The European Championships second round here at Circuito Internazionale Napoli here at Sarno in Italy in the shadow of Mount Vesuvius continues tomorrow when we get back into the racing action for the final qualifying heats before the second round of the European Championships. I'm Jake Sanson. A domani.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.